Loud. We are here for the pre-show of day 2 of EUIC. Kirk Dupes Unite representative and dressed like a disgraced archaeologist here with some individuals, some casters from every other game. From my right, back towards me, Will, Pokemon Go, Chip, Pokemon TCG, and Lou, Pokemon VGC. How are we doing this morning, Will?
I'm feeling great. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Welcome in. It's Saturday here at EUIC. Day 1 was incredible. So many exciting battles, limited meta in Pokemon Go, and we're going to get into that plus much more.
Chip.
Yeah, it's a great day 1 yesterday. So much more Pokemon action still to come across all of our various titles. Very excited to see what our TCG players have in store.
And of course, beautiful Lou.
Well, I've got big hair for big games today because Pokemon video game really kicked it off in style yesterday. It's my favorite tournament of the entire season, so I'm looking forward to what day 2 is going to bring.
Well, I know this doesn't apply to anybody watching right now because you've definitely tuned in yesterday, but we're going to go through a little bit of a recap action and some players or teams to watch to get you caught up if, again, for some reason you missed or you have amnesia like Slowbro and forgot. Will, walk me through, well, let's see where the card says, because I feel like I already messed that up. So let's go ahead, and we're actually, we're going to reverse the direction. We started with Will, back to me. Now we're going to go from Lou to Will, then back to me. It's a whole flow. It's on the cards. I should have read them before we got started.
You're doing great,
so,
Kirk.
Lou,
You're doing great.
I feel like I'm killing it. Lou, for Pokemon VGC, big hair, big games. Day 1 was great. Talk to me about some of your players to watch.
I mean, there's so many, right? Like, it was hard to get 3 ironed out, but you can see them here on the screen. Let's start off with Shohei Kimura. Shohei was our 2023 Pokemon World Champion when we were over in Yokohama, and he is doing incredibly well this season. In 2025, he actually went on a little bit of a global tour and was able to get top 16 at LAIC and EUIC that season, so he knows what it takes to get these top placements on the international stage. Regulation F hasn't always been his favorite format necessarily, but being able to see that recently in regionals, he's come and pitted himself against some of the local talent. He's kind of prepared, he's experienced, and he's doing really well as a favorite coming into day 2.
Great global representation here in London for VGC and our players to watch. Let me check cards again so I don't bungle this up 2 consecutive times in a row. Chip. Pokemon TCG, a lot of great individuals, of course, competing today. We were talking before, you said there's more players in day 2 than there were in previous EUIC day 1s, which is just showing how much this game has grown, but you could only pick 3 players to talk about. Walk me through them.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible players out there in the field. 743 players in day 2 for the trading card game, but 3 players to keep your eye on for sure. Without a doubt, Tord Reklev leading that charge. He enters day 2 with a 7-1-1 record. We saw him on stream yesterday with his Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck, archetype of his own creation. And when it comes to EUIC, there's no one who's been more successful than Tord. He's won this event 2 times, been in top cut 3 other times. He has made cut at 5 out of the 7 EUICs that have happened, looking to make that a 6 for 8 number. Oscar Madsen there from Denmark, another great rising player, someone who's considered an excellent deck builder in the game. He enters day 2 with an 8-0-1 record. Got 9th place at this event last year, looking to improve on that. And then Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi coming over from Japan. He's also coming off a top 4 finish at LAIC just a few short months ago, looking to improve on that record here. He enters day 2 at 7-0-2.
I have to say, I love seeing the Japanese representation here at the western side of the globe's tournaments. It's not necessarily something that happens too much in Unite because of how our tournament structure works, so I love to see it across the other games. Will, of course, Pokemon Go also had a day 1, believe it or not. Talk to me about day 1.
I was gonna, you say that as a joke, but we have less people in our day 1 than TCG has in our day 2. But still, we're doing really well with our attendance. Over 500 trainers competed. I had to narrow it down to just 3. Number 1 is Pato Man. He was last year's EUIC champion, runner-up at Worlds. Every time he's on stage, pure aura. The guy has it going on. But this time, he's in the loser side bracket going to day number 2, and he's had 4 wins in a row. But as you know, with double elimination, it's really tough to keep that streak going. And the trainer next to him might be standing in his way. That's going to be Nighttime Clasher, your LAIC champion, the first trainer in Pokemon Go to win an international from outside of region. And then we have to mention Elenias Kanan, a trainer that's been very, very impressive. He was the last trainer that we featured on stream yesterday, and he is one of Brazil's best. I cannot wait to see what he does in day 2.
as Pokemon Go has, of course, picked up steam across every event, as all the games have, we keep seeing the attendance numbers grow and grow and grow. Of course, the Unite circuit is a little different in terms of how you can approach the game. For the Pokemon Go standpoint, and it honestly applies to every game, you always see the same names rising to the top, and it almost makes it feel impossible for a young upstart to like break through. Will, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Are there any big-time players in Pokemon Go right now that are just having maybe their first or rookie or sophomore season that are having a good tournament?
No, we had a great tournament in Toronto just a few weeks ago in the U.S. where we actually had two what we call underdogs, trainers that had top cut here and there occasionally. They were both in the grand finals, and we had a brand new winner at that event. But I understand your sentiment. A lot of trainers will come in, they'll say, I always see Potaman, I always see Dunebug, I always see Colin, these top trainers competing. But there is a small skill gap that you can start to learn and improve and exploit, and I do think that the ceiling is not as high as you think. Pokemon Go is very accessible. You can download onto your phone for free, and I will say that today we have several trainers in EU that have top cut before, but are doing better than ever before, and they've been battling for years. So Amanda and I in particular are watching those trainers to see what they do. I think the sky is the limit.
Love to hear that. And of course, I was just sandbagging everybody because now I get to talk about Unite, which means just me and you, camera. Let's lock it in here. We've got 3 teams to watch because in Unite, you get together with your friends and you unite to play our game. Throw them up on the screen so we can talk about them. Of course, left to right, we've got Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, 2 orgs that have stepped into our league regional formats here. And those 2 teams specifically in NA are both undefeated in our regional league so far across our first 2 weeks. They have also come here, of course, to EUIC to compete. Both of those teams were #1 out of their groups, and they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So there's a real possibility that our top 2 NA teams are also the ones that work their way to the finals here. Evil Geniuses flamed out at LAIC and want to prove that they belong here in the final stages of an IC, whereas right next to them, Root Dig won LAIC to qualify for the Asia Champions League. And of course, you cannot talk about EUIC without talking about an EU representative, and right now, Komai sits on top of the pile of these EU teams, having a great run yesterday. This is a team that kind of had a rocky start to their regional league setup, finding themselves not in the top position, but they beat the brakes off of some of the best teams around to put themselves as the winner of their group as well. So we have a lot of great Pokemon Unite action that I'm excited to bring you. We have 10 matches today. Our aim is to show you all of them, and we close out our day in our semifinals with 2 best-of-5s to wrap this thing out. And of course, we have 3 maps now. I could talk about Unite forever. Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, those best-of-5s, you're gonna see all 3. There is still, I can't read that clock from here, but it's like 9 more minutes. Thank you, production. Bang, right in my ear. They knew where I was going.
I mean,
so
I got you if you need.
I mean, we're going to throw it back around. We're going to go around the horn so many times, or at least one more time. Lou.
I mean, I spent so long talking about Shohei, I didn't even talk about the other 2 on my picks of 3. So let's kick it with Flavio Del Pidio. Now, this is a trainer from Italy. He's won this tournament before in 2019, and if you've been keeping an eye on the European regionals lately, it's been won by an Italian every single time. Every single one. So I would definitely be picking an Italian to possibly go all the way at the end of Championship Sunday, and Flavio, considering he's undefeated in the tournament so far, would be one of my hot favorites to take it. Brian Collins as well from the US. This is a trainer who's really well known for running hard Trick Room, an archetype that isn't necessarily doing so well in Regulation F. A lot of people are like, balance is best, that's the one we're picking up. But he's like, hard Trick Room's where it's at, and he's doing incredibly well, currently 8-1 with a really interesting team. So I want to see what he's going to be doing in day 2. These would be my names to keep an eye on. There's plenty more out there, but I'm glad we got to showcase them a little bit more.
All right, Lou, now I'm going to put you on the spot here,
we go.
just like I did Will. First off, is the reason you didn't get to your other 2 players because I cut you off and kept throwing it around?
It could be, but also, I'm not going to lie, I'm a big Shohei fan. I could talk about him all day, like you could talk about Unite.
Okay, fair enough.
He's awesome.
Fair enough. Chip, Tord Reklev, EU end boss, EUIC end boss certainly, kind of IC end boss. Always showing up with their own creation. What is a player that really has a good chance that maybe wasn't on our list that has an opportunity to like dethrone the king here in EU and take down maybe their first IC title?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you asked, and kind of thinking back to what you asked Will about with up-and-comers in the game, there's a first-year master out there who's really made a name for himself. He got top cut at LAIC. He's made top 8 at the U.S. Regional Championships already in his first year as a Masters Division player, and that is Justin Templer. He is 8-1. He's an international champion in the Seniors Division, multi-time regional champion in the Seniors Division, and he is already proving himself as an excellent player here in his first year as Masters. He's 8-1. He actually, in the last round yesterday, just took down Henry Chow. I got to watch a little bit of that game out on the floor. Incredibly close set with Justin closing out a very, very close game. Really excited to see him moving forward, and not just at this event, but moving forward through the rest of his Pokemon career. But, I mean, 8-1's a good spot to be in with 5 rounds left to play.
I feel like over the last couple years, the transition from seniors to masters and those seniors finding immediate success in the masters division is a gap that has shrunk every single year.
It turns out when you are a teenager and you have a lot of free time, you can commit a lot of that free time to playing with Pokemon cards, and that leads to a lot of success.
Ain't that the life? I miss those days.
Sure. Yes. All right. Will, Pokemon Go, say literally whatever you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you did that, because I had a topic in mind.
No prompt at all.
I already
Go,
prompted
Will.
on the last go, and now we're filling time expertly, I might add,
Well,
crushing it. Say something.
That works out, Kirk, because whatever you were going to say, I was going to totally hijack the topic, because I want to talk about the format for Pokemon Go. So typically you compete in the Open Great League if you're at a regional or even a local tournament, but at the internationals this year so far, we have had limited meta. So kind of like VGC, where you have Regulation F currently, we have kind of like a collection of typings that are allowed, typings that are not allowed, and then some specifically whitelisted Pokemon. So you might watch the regional championships and say, oh, I'm used to seeing Azumarill, I'm used to seeing Umbreon, or things like that. But in this meta, we've got Grimmsnarl, Spidops, Dragalge, Pokemon that you would never see typically in Open Great League play. We had that at LEIC as well with Turtonator and Oranguru. I remember during the pre-show, I asked my co-host, I said, guess what the #1 Pokemon's going to be? Everyone was floored when I said Grimmsnarl, and that Pokemon has been insane in this tournament so far. So Pokemon Go is really exciting, and this gives trainers a really interesting chance to kind of display what they can do, not just in an Open Great League format where anything goes, but also in a limited format where your opponents have very similar tools to you, and you have to just play them the best.
I feel like Grimmsnarl is also a Pokemon that needs to get in Unite. Is it relevant in VGC, real quick?
Not at the moment, but it has got a very historic past.
We've got a pretty good Grimmsnarl right now in the TCG, one of the top decks, Marnie's Grimmsnarl
Yep.
EX.
Is it in Unite?
No, that's kind of why I'm like, I kind of want, that's kind of a neat Pokemon. We need to throw that in there.
It's always been one of my favorite practices, trying to figure out which Pokemon is most meta-relevant across all
the
4
games.
pillars, yeah.
Well, while we're talking about things that are relevant, you got to get something for tuning in and hanging out with these chuckleheads over here, and of course, awesome me. So let's go through our drops, and whatever distro means, we're going to go into VGC. What is your distro?
Distro, meaning distribution, is this incredible Hisuian Typhlosion that Yuma Kanagawa used to win the Latin America International Championships earlier this season. You can pick it up by using that very innovative code EUIC26 Heat Wave, with the I of EUIC being a cheeky one, don't miss that detail, and then you can pick it up and have that in game. It also comes with the cute partner ribbon, so you can always remember that this was indeed Yuma's Typhlosion. So you always have that memento of the event, whether you were there or not, or you just want to pick up a piece of Pokemon history.
I love that. I'm always impressed by the VGC drops and just getting a really meta-relevant Pokemon off rip. What's next? It's got to be TCG with their distro, which means distribution plus drops. Chip.
Yeah, we got a lot of exciting things happening in the Pokemon trading card game live right now. If you want to get yourself some packs of the newest expansion, Mega Evolution Ascended Heroes, in the Pokemon trading card game live, you can redeem that code EUIC26 Ascended Heroes. Get yourself 4 booster packs. Lots of incredibly meta-relevant cards in this set, as it is a set that features lots of reprints from great cards over the last couple of years, and also something if you're tuning in over on twitch.tv/PokemonTCG, get yourself a chance to earn some incredible cosmetics, the deck box, sleeves, coin, and that awesome bomber jacket. I gotta go backstage and open up my laptop to make sure I'm earning those different rewards, and also an opportunity to get yourself a few of these nice new secret illustration rares of extremely strong Pokemon in the meta, both in Zoroark EX and and Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
I have to say, that might be one of the most unwieldy codes you have to enter of all time to get those 4 booster packs. So make sure you took a screen grab or whatever you're doing so you can make sure you can enter that correctly. And don't forget, in lose drops, you got to put a 1 somewhere in there for some reason, because nothing can be that easy. Here we go. We've got more. Is yours just drops? Yours is just drops X2. No distros for you. Will, talk to me about Pokemon Go!
No distros, but awesome rewards nonetheless. I want to lead this in. I got to be very careful how I say this. This is a Dugong inspired by our Nighttime Clasher champion of LAIC. It's not his exact Dugong, but it is inspired by him. That Pokemon does need some legacy fast and charge attacks to be, I think, optimal in the Great League, and that elite charge TM down there will help you get there. Plus, you get 20 fast and charge TMs to work on your other Pokemon and upgrade your roster. So I'm really excited for these drops, and I think it's really cool they honor our champions in this way.
Very good. They just told me we have 14 seconds, so I'll talk about the Unite drops. Put them on the screen. Just transition. Not even to me. Production, back. Put them on the screen. Put our drops on the screen so we can talk about them. Pokemon Unite is bringing you a Charizard emblem and a sticker, which, of course, we know is just as good as all the other stuff that you're getting for watching the other games. It is awesome, and everybody knows it. So we have 11 seconds left. We had 11 seconds, 14 seconds go. We now have 53 seconds.
Time is relative.
Time is certainly a figment of my imagination at this point in time. I'm being led astray by production, and for those of you that tune into Unite, you know that is apology number 10 that we are owed based on production-related errors. That's a joke. They don't make mistakes. Me and the Cowboy do. Spraggles, who led this show yesterday. Final thoughts. You've got like 4 words. Burn it. 30 seconds.
Italy.
Chip.
Oh man, I'm just blown away. I got to watch the Unite stream more. That's what my takeaway is from this.
I agree completely.
We all love the Unite guys. I'm going to say a brand new champion will win EUIC this year.
Ooh.
15 seconds. Tell me when it's 10.
Kirk,
We're
why
at
don't you just
10,
just
baby.
count it down?
EUIC Day 2 is underway, and what I hope is 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get after it. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of EUIC Champion. Two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming continued their epic season-long IC sweep with a decisive victory in London.
To the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they're going to win the AL's Cup.
Hatterman is the reigning European International Champion, and his dominance continued through the 2025 season, finishing third at the North American International Championships and claiming second place at the 2025 World Championships. Look at it go! Give it up for Hatterman! Ryuki Okada demonstrated absolute mastery of the game. His precise decision-making and unwavering composure laid the foundation for an inevitable victory, crowning him last year's international champion.
And now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Longtime VGC legend Wolf Glick barreled through the competition and added an EUIC win to his historic career.
International Championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
Here we go! Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to day 2 of the 2026 European International Championships.
I do hope you're all nice and rested after yesterday's intense day of action, because we are not going to be stopping today until we've decided our finalists in every game.
But the question is, who's going to make it to Championship Sunday?
Well, in Pokémon UNITE, Root Dignitas and Evil Geniuses are both undefeated in the season coming into this tournament, but Kamai Esports looks to be leading the way for the European region.
In Pokémon GO, defending EUIC champion Patterman will be looking to hold on to his title, but our new LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, is in a great position to add another trophy to his collection.
Over in the trading card game, we had 3 players finish phase 1 with a perfect 8-0 record, including 2 Japanese players with decks outside the established top 4, Kaido Mitsu with Raging Bolt EX, and Daiji Tamai with Mega Absol Box.
And finally, in the Pokemon video game, Flavio Del Pidio and Paul Chua are both previous EUIC winners with a shot at another title this weekend, whilst Wolf Glick, reigning EUIC champion, is not out of it yet.
But there's only one way to find out, and that is locking in for an entire day of exciting action and joining us as we find out who's going home with the points,
Who's going home with the prizes,
and who's locking in those direct invites to the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco.
So good luck, trainers! You still got everything to play for. Let's get day 2 underway.
London, and welcome back to the AOS Cup, live here from the European International Championships. I am Relic, and I am joined by Zoinks as day 2 is about to get underway. Day 1 was phenomenal, my friend. Absolutely phenomenal. We think we might be in for one of the best day 2s in UCS history.
I mean, happy Valentine's Day to
Happy
everybody.
Valentine's
Everybody
Day,
who
man.
wants to
Lots of
tune in
love.
and just, enjoy the love of an incredible Pokemon Unite bracket. This one is going to be so fun, but like you mentioned, yesterday's group stage was electric. So many exciting matches all throughout the day, exciting moments, some upset wins as well, and then, of course, all leading towards our single elimination bracket for day 2. Like in that lovely open said by Ross, we are going to be deciding our 2 finalists who are going to be making it to Championship Sunday. And of course, in Pokemon Unite, they are going to be playing for that first spot at the World Championships this year.
Right, now, good news. If you couldn't quite catch yesterday, first and foremost, the VOD are available. But here we are with a quick catch-up and overview of what happened yesterday, as our lovely hosts on stage detailed. Root Dignitas and Evil
Evil Geniuses, unbeaten in Group A and Group B. Alongside Volticons and Kamaii from Group C and Group D respectively, they have earned themselves a bye through to the quarterfinal stage of our single elimination bracket. For CACM, Tuzi, BH3 and Peru, all of them will be beginning the day in our first round, where they will be joined by first and second from groups E and F. That is Team Peps, Extinction, Los Caducados, and Engage. Any names that stand out for you there, Zoinks?
I mean, like we were mentioning, just an all-star top 12 bracket, really.
Right.
So basically everybody. But when the group stage right here, I mean, you got to be pointing out a team like Los Caducados, who I think was performing a bit above expectations. But really, like I already mentioned, that World Championship spot being the true ultimate prize, but we don't want them just to go home with that. We got a whole lot of cash for this tournament as well. First place doing $16,000 towards our championship team and paying all the way out through top 8.
It is a big scale up, isn't it? You want to get into that third place playoff, potentially to find yourself with $6,000 to go home with as a team. Make it to Championship Sunday. That is an extra 4K minimum. But of course, as you say, walking away with the grand prize. Numero uno goes away with that World's Invite, the first World's Invite of the year. But this is how it all shakes out then. For everyone to see, everyone to enjoy, take it in, bask in it, because we've got some absolute giga bangers for our top 8 decider round. We're going to be doing a bit of a swerve and a bit of a swag here and there. We're going to be starting with Engage BH3. That's your third match from the top down. We'll then be heading, I believe, to Extinction CACM before we head to the top with Peps and Peru Unite, of course, our reigning world champions, before we finish off this first round with Los Caducados Tuzi Esports. Now, of course, you want to win those matches, but I think looking at that top 8, it really does not get any easier from here. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, the trajectories, there's no easy path through this bracket whatsoever. Obviously, for North America enjoyers, Root Dignitas and Evil Geniuses being on either side of the bracket means there could be a potential grand final there. We're taking a look at Root Dignitas right now. Obviously, they are your LAIC champions as well, so hunting for that second IC win in a row, except if you're Otter, who you're doing this fun thing where you're actually looking for your 5th international championship victory in a row. That is just so absurd.
It truly, truly is, isn't it? CACM putting up a really, really good fight against this Dignitas roster, quite honestly. In fact, that second game, we were thinking, my goodness, we going to game number 3 or what? Evil Geniuses, it's been an interesting discussion, actually, in the green room, hasn't it? Where we're wondering, could we potentially see in those grand finals an NA versus NA standoff? And Evil Geniuses would be such a fascinating team to place in that position, if anything, because Dignitas and Evil Geniuses, they're both 6-0 in the NA League, and they haven't faced each other yet.
Yeah, we'll see. They got a whole lot of hometown favorites to play against in their bracket trajectory, unless Tuzi Esports could pull off a win in that first round. But well, I don't know. Watching this team in this tournament has been so exciting. I feel like the young rookies in this roster, and Chris Smith and Ducky, have really found their groove. And then, of course, I mean, you can always trust Kyrgios or Roland and this entire and Vin to just really clutch up when it matters most. We had some really exciting games from them, some interesting picks showing up in their drafts as well. So EG really delivering in both the excitement and, of course, the gameplay. Yeah, there's two-time world champion Kyrgios on camera. We love seeing that.
What about EU, though? What about EU? There is plenty to love, I think. Plenty of support out there in the audience for all of the squads that made it to day 2. I do want to give a quick shout out to Volticons, who very much upset the apple cart. BH3 was in their group, 6-0 in EU League, and yet beat them they did. But I think that hopes stand with Kamaii Esport right now. Kamaii, a name that is pretty synergist with EUIC at this moment in time. They finished 4th, albeit with a very different roster last year. This roster has experience, it has youth, and most importantly, really from yesterday's Zoinks, they beat the world champions, and convincingly so.
Yeah, they looked fantastic in that one. It was really cool to hear from kind of their team captain player in Gecko Kami in an interview after after the matchup, just basically saying that their biggest focus right now is staying calm and just trusting in the ability that they have.
Right.
They've proven it in multiple tournaments over multiple years of competition. The talent is not in question with this roster. It's can they keep those veins ice cold? And so far, I think they are crushing it. Peru Unite, I mean, having a tougher start to the season, but still, that is world champion level aura on the other side of the stage. And look at that pop up. Even then, Gecko Kami trying to be class the entire time. Adesu, at least, and Toast having a chance to celebrate a bit.
You've got one of the best new supports in new relatively speaking, made their debut last year, but Rama is fantastic. Already has
good sophomore year.
Almost like a father-son relationship, really, with Gecko Kami, the captain of Kamai from last year.
Not that old.
I mean, he's been to the retirement home and back multiple times at this stage. You add into that, of course, the super experience of Nouns Esports, traditionally the most powerful team from EU, Gatlu, Adesu. The whole package for me works so well. You then throw a little sprinkle of Toast into that, who had a standout day, by the way, yesterday. There's a reason why people are excited, although they do have the Dignitas side of the bracket. So should they make it to semifinals, and that is far from a guarantee, they arguably have the hardest route of anyone today.
Yeah, I mean, we call them kind of the leading the pack of EU right now, which is BH3 taking that early loss in group stage to Volticons yesterday. But still, there's a lot of great EU teams still in this bracket for that home crowd to really find one to attach to and root on, because so far they've been doing a great job. Our EUIC crowd is truly legendary every single year.
It's so loud.
And today, it has been wonderful all group stage yesterday. I can't wait to get into single limb. We won't have to wait too long because our first match on stage is going to be a battle of EU. BH3 Esport versus Engage in our single elimination win or go home.
And don't you worry, EU crowd. It's early. I'm not going to ask you to shout too loud. But if you can, please do, by all means. Right, let's talk Engage BH3 then. Really interesting situation for both of these two teams. As BH3, as we already mentioned, they lead the EU Regional League 6-0. Undefeated right now, really powerful. Engage sitting on a 3-3. And we do have previous data within this season to talk about. BH3 beating Engage earlier in the season. It was a 2-0 sweep on that occasion. But BH3, there's always a bit of a question mark at these in-person events. Previously known as Gen 5, they did decently last year. They made it through to the first round, to the single elimination bracket. They ended up actually progressing through this round, only to then crash out 2-0 versus Peru. That's by no means a bad team to fall out to, but we're always saying, can they take that next step? Can they truly take a grip, not just on the region, but on an international level? We're still waiting to see that happen. Could it happen today, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance. Engage certainly has BH3 within their sights. Both the double-edged sword of the regional league is, yes, you have so much chances to have competition against these top teams, and you're leveling up, you're powering up, but you're also getting to know these teams intimately inside your own regional league. So the data for both BH3 and Engage is going to be up close and personal, and they're going to know each other extremely well. So when it comes down to things like that, is individual role matchups that I find so interesting on this team. And one player who's really surprised me from Engage so far this season in terms of a level up, I think it's done way better in the 2026 season than the prior one, has been Aslan playing in the defender role. And I think they have really stepped up. I think they're going to be a major factor if they could try to force BH3 into some bad spots. Good defender play from Engage, I think, might be a key to success for them in this first matchup of our day.
The grassroots scene for both North America and EU has been particularly strong over the last couple of years, and Aslan is definitely one of those names that has stuck out. You always expect to see them make their way through to, at the very least, a top 4 appearance with whatever team they have been on. This really a big breakthrough opportunity. They are now in a league, they are stable, and they are really looking to put one over on BH3, who I imagine will have some doubts in their mind. Just to give you an idea of where they were at EUIC last year, they finished second in their group to Orange Juicers, who finished third. They lost in the end and were knocked out the tournament by Peru, who finished second. Their win in the single elimination bracket was against Stamina Esports, one of the best teams in LATAM. It is not that we don't know that this team has the potential to actually go on and make a name for themselves at the very sharp end of the grid, but they have to make sure that they deal with these games as we expect them to.
Oh,
this should, I mean, They are the favorites going into this one. Engage certainly have their fans out in the crowd for sure, and I know that they will be pushing them forward to try and create the upset. But we head then into Theia Sky Ruins for the first time today. Our bans on the board: Mimikyu, Mega Lucario, Crustle, Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise, and Umbreon. I would say that has been pretty par for the course today.
Yeah, I think so far in our tournament, these have been sort of the big bads in our banning phase. Mimikyu, I'd say a little bit more targeted towards some players. Volto, a really, really impressive Mimikyu player. But there we go, Vaporeon and the Psyduck. I like to call it the most dangerous waterfront here in London. It is a ridiculous powerhouse of an early draft. But Rezu actually going with the Mew, a Pokemon that has been rising in popularity throughout this tournament, even outpacing things like the Inteleon, the Mega Mewtwo Y, and the Miraidon.
The Mamoswine as well has had a really good look on day one. And one thing I'm really happy about with this BH3 roster is between Megu and Kranix, they do like to interchange between all-round and defender roles. I've always been a proponent for Megu. I think they're fantastic when you put them on the Mamoswine, when you put them on the Blastoise especially. I think there's a real pop-off potential, and it allows Kranix to go a little bit more free roaming. They're excellent on the Buzzwole. They're excellent on the Machamp, another Pokemon that really broke through the ranks yesterday. They're going to be rounding out this roster with a Blissey.
Yeah, I think the Machamp is just finding a really nice niche in the metagame right now, especially into Pokemon like Psyduck and Vaporeon, who are just constantly giving these small stunning effects that are really difficult for a lot of our all-rounder and melee-based movement Pokemon to deal with. But the Surf from Psyduck and even the Muddy Water from Vaporeon can be negated by that submission. Final pick by Engage, though, they will be locking in this Dodrio, a speedster that we see from time to time, but the most exciting thing about this Pokemon is when we do see it locked in, you gotta have some level of confidence in the player. It is not an easy Pokemon to master, and when you do have the confidence to pick it up in this single limb best of 3, you gotta know Hiyori's coming to win.
Something of a rarity, Zoinks. No Mega Evos picked by either side, despite the likes of Mega Gyarados being left on the table.
Great point.
What are the thoughts about that?
Yeah, I am kind of shocked not to see the Mega Gyarados. I mean, seeing Machamp into the enemy kind of level of control, I think would make sense. I'm kind of shocked to see Volto go with the Buzzwole over something like the Mega Gyarados. It is such a powerhouse in that late game. However, you aren't running any traditional healing Pokemon, which we do see paired with that Mega Gyarados very frequently. Pokemon like Alcremie have really risen in popularity due to its presence. So not having that access, or a Pokemon like Eldegoss, of course, does make you want to have something a little more self-sufficient, but still, leaving a powerhouse like that on the table, maybe they will come to regret it in this game number 1.
If there is one thing I will say about Volto on the Buzzwole, that is a super comfort pick. This is a player that has made Buzzwole for a long time.
Yeah.
So it is very possible that rather than going with the meta per se, they have leaned into comfort to maybe try and ease their way into a series that is sure to be testing for both these sides. BH3 in the purple, Engage in the orange. Day 2 of the AOS Cup is underway.
All right, our only EU versus EU of the round of 12, and Kranix is going to be solo in the top path. We actually have Blissey headed to the opposite side. This Machamp taking so much damage, but an eject button actually going to allow Kranix to make it back. Sazero in the enemy zone right now, trying to see if they can swipe this blue buff away from Hiyori.
Sazero trying to lure Hiyori into a couple more hits on this Accelagor. They are not taking the bait. Sazero just lurking. Hiyori going back. Actually quite smart there to go back for shielding and healing. Manages to pick up the purple buff there. Sazero now with a second target. Or are they going to have to try and survive themselves? They put down the healing. Looks like they're just sticking around, Zoinks, to be honest.
Sazero real close to taking that blue buff. I think Dupesnex likes to call it the hamburger helper mitt with the pound, just outside of the range. But eventually, Hiyori will get that knockout. Only as the blue buff will be rotating towards top side. So those birds are here, but Yutao just has such a huge level advantage now.
Dives into the back line there, but has to quickly retreat. That kind of has been the early theme. As we've already mentioned, BH3 Esports, they have faced Engage before. The result was good, 2-0, but it is in person. It is a new world, and Engage, well, the world has come crashing down on top half.
Yeah, and really impressive stuff from BH3, obviously, in this early game. But throughout the season, they have also been performing so extremely well. We've gassed them up quite a bit, being 6-0 with a +11 map differential in their league, but they're also stats-wise leading so many categories, especially actually over-engage. Average score, they're averaging almost more than 50 points per game. Average knockouts, they're averaging 18 knockouts per game, just to the 15 of engaging scores. So BH3, really by the numbers, having a huge advantage.
Our focus has been on opposition central for BH3 and top path for BH3, but there has been a KO on bottom path for BH3 as well. Current map control pretty stable, heading towards the 2.5-minute mark in. Reggie Drago has already dropped, and it looks like BH3 is going to be grabbing that too.
Yeah, they're doing really well. I mean, Megu able to get to that Piloswine evolution, which of course gets you access to that Ice Fang moveset. It can be so deadly, and we already have Megu tackling into range there. It actually might be high horsepower if they hit level 7. There is the Electro Ball, and of course Psyduck, a very defensive Pokemon. They've triggered Headache, and now they're dangerous.
Ice Fang off the pad, beautifully done into the welcoming arms of Scyther. Plenty of scores down, 13 left on pad, good overdunk potential. Meanwhile, Engage are countering on top path, getting plenty of scores in there as BH3 committed to the heavy push on bottom. First Reggie phase incoming.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge push, and Dodrio in a pretty dangerous spot. Hiyori not going to escape Utao's Unite move. Love the early pull of the trigger on that Unite, by the way. You have that level advantage. Utao will likely be able to farm up another Unite move before players like Hiyori or Volto on this Buzz will even have access to their first. So just really playing into their early game advantage. That's perfect execution.
BH3 not wasting any time, going after Aslan, who cannot escape the dual wing beat of that Scyther hum.
Rezu just getting the recall. Obviously, that team fight, you want to be quick and after it. You do have the Blissey at any given moment to add that support. However, with Blissey trying to play for more information, same with Megu, oftentimes these players are going to be forced to constantly recall and get a little bit more EXP. Hiyori getting damage done in a different way, though. Obviously, Dodrio's passive ability, allowing it to score in rules of 3 every time it hits these goal zones, does allow you to get those stacks a bit quicker.
Once again, back into attack mode. The triple trample misses everybody. Unfortunate, couldn't quite catch Volto. Meanwhile, look at this, Machamp going to town into the submission, the cross chop. Oh, Paul manages to find their way back onto the shielding of the base. Greg also providing cover, but all 5 of BH3, they are going for this T2 pad. The Vaporeon so tanky, you wouldn't think it, would it? Reggie Alecki with a free open door, 3 KO streak for this side. The Volto can't be stopped. Quadra.
Jeez, Utah just carving up this enemy squad. Brilliant stuff on this site there. It is a Pokemon that has just skyrocketed in the metagame recently, getting a few nice buffs, but it just feels like if you are looking for a Pokemon that can snowball a lead, look no further than Scyther. A Unite move that has a reset mechanic inside of it is so good for getting these multiple KO streaks, 3 or even 4 there like we saw from Utah.
Volto now on the top path. Utah feeling very good about themselves, that much is for sure. And as we approach half-time, look at that score. That is a mighty lead indeed at 5 minutes in. 2-5-2 to 7-4. Second Reggie phase incoming.
Yeah, I was really curious. Engage actually didn't spend a couple of the resources they did have access to defend that tier 2. I think just kind of understanding it was a lost fight. They got to take the losses where they can, which does mean they have a few more resources. Buzzwole, Psyduck, Vaporeon, all having Unite moves for this next team fight. This could be a chance for Engage to turn it around.
Hiyori's pressed the go button, as has all the flurry from Machamp into the super small slam. 2 KO streak over break 22, turning the entire table onto its head. Engage isn't going quietly into the night. Regirock is theirs.
And I don't want to simplify like the macro game too much here, but it really is just an exchange of Unite moves. Engage holds off on so many big resources the fight prior, and they utilize them in that fight to take the Regirock. Really impressive stuff. Now PH3 is on the flip side of that coin now. Take a look at the yellow dots above the Pokemon pictures on the left-hand side of your screen. 4 of these Pokemon are ready to go. The only investment was Machamp's Unite move in that last team fight. This is now Engage has a tough choice. Do you fight over this bottom Reggie Alecki, or do you just take your time to farm up and level up and see how long BH3 is willing to wait?
Quick glance at the levels, you can see how much that's impacted the overall look of things. Cezuro only just hitting double digits now, the last of the players on this field to make it there. Reggie Alecki's dropped, and Greg22 and Aslan are there, ready, lurking. Volto as well. In comes the Solar Beam, catches a stray on Volto. Here comes Machamp into the cross chop, into the submission, and Volto won't last too long. Aquaring trying to save the rest of the team, but look at this, swinging in and not stealing the Regieleki. It's the Psyduck that makes the difference, although BH3 will be able to dispel this threat relatively quickly.
Oh, wow. I mean, such a great turn of events for Engage there. I mean, Aslan doing some, and Greg doing really early poke damage to Regieleki with almost no backup, but they still are able to secure it, out-securing a lot of great secure on the other side of the map. So great exchange of events for them. Looking to see if they can do it a second time, but Bubble Beam going to come up a little shy of knocking out the Regidrago.
They're looking dapper on that Psyduck Hollow, but are not able to do the business, as you say. Engage have been able to take a little respite, though, score a couple more points, 2-5-2 to 1-1-4 with 30 seconds left until our first Kyogre of the day.
Yeah, exactly. With only 30 seconds away, map positioning all of a sudden becomes one of the most important things that these teams can fight over. You see, right now, BH3 Esports handling the bottom side of the map, so when Kyogre does spawn in, the entryway into the objective will be totally locked down by these players. On the other side, Engage is going to want a little bit of EXP and a buff to work with, as they are going to commit resources towards that Regi, but they are going to force themselves to fight their way into the Kyogre pit.
Registeel in this particular scenario, I don't think I'd want any other Regi, but BH3 are aware of what they've done now, and the Ice Fang has caught Pool, who has to run away through the muddy waters. BH3 now relocating back to the safe side of the Kyogre pit. They have already started to poke through Utao on Kyogre, trying to bait out Engage.
A lot of respect given to the Vaporeon there. Nobody wanted to get hit in that huge knockup of the Unite. Pool does utilize that Unite move, maybe a little preemptively, but still, it does buy them space, so now at least Greg is in position to actually get some damage done with this Inteleon. Engage is going to look to take team fights off of big snipe shots.
Massive Solar Beam, and Megu was looking for the Ice Fang. There's a submission into the flurry. Oh, they found 3, but they haven't found the KO. Aslan is gone. They've already utilized their Unite move. They're done. The Azure Spy Vision, it has been popped. Tongue twister right there, isn't it? This is why we call it Inteleon Unite. But they still haven't been able to find a KO here, Engage. That is troublesome.
Yeah, they do a good job of pulling the team fight away, but now their positioning is just in such a tough spot. Great KO by Mew.
Again, crowd control. This is solo control. It's the Pain Train, and it's heading straight to the top half north. Looking to score 50. That is going to be 100. Our first Hundo Burger of the day. BH3 in complete control.
Yeah, at this point, this match can really only be lost by BH3 Esport rather than Engage having an opportunity to win. That Psyduck is trapped by Megu and Sazero. Bliss assistance and Rezu just to ensure, and Kyogre will be KO'd. So one of the only paths left to victory for Engage, snuffed out by BH3 Esport.
A fist pump and a cheer from Captain Utao. This has been a really clean look here in game number 1. They have not looked out of sorts whatsoever. Even when they did lose objectives, it was calculated. There was maybe one team fight that they lost across that entire game. Oh, this is the BH3 that we saw online. Game 1 is theirs.
Incredible point, Relic. Yeah, like finally, it feels like we see them bounce back. After a pretty tough look in day number 1, a very clean game number 1 for BH3 Esport. Engaged, yeah, like you mentioned, having one solid team fight there, but just really feeling behind for the majority of that match, especially that late game. BH3 playing it so patiently, taking down one target at a time, always controlling the Kyogre pit, and keeping Engage on the outside looking in.
There was a moment there where when you actually look at the overall levels, it was off the back of that team fight. Engage actually took the lead. I was quite eager to point out, look at Sazero, they've actually fallen a little bit behind. You're expecting your support to be behind, but not by that much. But BH3, no panic whatsoever. When they lost the Regieleki on bottom path second time round, there was no panic. They made sure to win that team fight and just roll with the punches, pick up more EXP while you're at it. And as you say, positioning, they never sold themselves too short in the Kyogre pit, which, especially on this stage, when panic sets in and sometimes the wrong decisions are made, like that's what we have seen from BH3 previously, not today.
You drafted a team that is so incredible at shutting down any targets entering into your battlefield. When you set the terms of the combat, like with a Machamp and a Scyther, you want them to enter into the crazy den of Kyogre. That is exactly where you want to pull the targets in. So Engage, take a big risk in going for that Registeel buff to try to win and landslide that team fight, but they have a tough time engaging. They have to throw the Vaporeon in, but it's really tough to follow up when there's a Pokemon like Machamp who's just going to barrage blow that entire corridor.
I don't mean to be facetious, but I really do think that Engage could have done with the Mega Gyarados there.
Yeah,
I feel it would have been a far better Engage than
I think I would be hard-pressed to ever look at a situation and be like, I don't want Mega Gyarados here. You know what I mean? Like, the Unite move helps you engage those fights. You submerge, you go underwater. There's nothing going to crowd control you while you get into range. I don't know, just a lot of good things. If I'm Engaged, I'm definitely considering that Pokemon in game number 2.
One of the themes that we were talking about yesterday was taking those bold risks and the rewards that you can therefore get from it. And I think that this is one of those moments where Engage, your backs are now against the wall. If you lose the next game, that's your tournament done and dusted.
Crazy.
So you might as well throw something. You don't have to be so crazy. Like, we don't have to be talking about throwing Cramorant into the mix necessarily, but let's see a little bit of a surprise. Let's see a little bit of a change up, and if that means disrupting BH3, whether it means dipping into maybe a more historic like a pool Pokemon that you might be able to drag up from the depths and maybe it's something that can catch BH3 out, then from my perspective, I just say go for it.
Sure. Yeah, you could. I mean, honestly, I'm a little more of a proponent of the baby steps. Also, shout out Donna. I'm a bit more proponent of the baby steps, and I'm like, let's start with just taking first pick and draft. Let's go there first. Let's get your bands to have a little bit more variety. It's always the case on purple side. You know you get the first pick, so you don't have to be as trepidatious in the banning phase. You can be like, well, if we don't ban that Pokemon, then we'll probably get to pick it, which is kind of a fun place to be. Also, yeah, shout out Gallade. I would love Gallade in Pokemon Unite. Volto's got good taste with the plushies. So does Utah, though. Actually, Utah played Greninja. How about that? How about BH3 flexes a little bit?
Whoa. I was only joking about the Greninja Surf yesterday. No, thank you. I would, listen, I would love to see a Scizor Scyther style Gardevoir Gallade.
That would be kind of fun.
That would be kind of fun. We already have Gardevoir in the game, of course. Maybe we will see that for a little bit of extra CC. Engage with no Megas banned, though. Interesting. BH3 with the Y, with the Mega Luca, and with the Crustle. So once again, Mega Gary is on the table.
Yep.
We'll see whether Engage is going to bite this time around.
Yeah, I do like the Scyther ban. I think Utah was just dominating in so much of that match. I think it's a very clever one. Picking up Blastoise here, though, this is just such a big powerhouse. So I do like locking that one on. Again, the waterfront is just so scary here in London. So Blastoise, another perfect role model of that one.
Give me Gen 3 all day, please. Mimikyu and Slowbro are our first picks for BH3 in response. Engage, you know what? I'd love a Delmise. I don't think we're going to see it this early in draft. We are going to see the Latias, however, with that incense on top of the spoon. Feels like a more aggressive build and support, and Greg22 hovering that Mewtwo Y. They do tend to switch between that and the Inteleon. Instead, it's Aslan moving up to prioritize a double defender build here with the Snorlax in tow.
Okay, interesting. We've seen some really weird stuff with double defenders in this metagame, especially when it comes to Groudon. We've seen like kind of double speedster, double defender compositions. We could see some late game changes up for that in terms of Engage. However, with Hiyori and Greg being available, we might see a more attacker-based role, especially when you have the firepower that Latias brings in that supporter role, but having damage. But whoa, Kranix going to adapt a little bit. Not afraid of the crowd control as much. Going to go to the standard Lucario this game.
I would think E-Speed is probably what they're looking at to try and get access through the block. At least that's how I do it, but then again, I am but a humble commentator and also...
Well, I think you're bang on. Razor Claw being equipped to that one would probably incite that one for me. Greg going to be picking up that Mewtwo Y and Darkrai. Okay, very, very interesting. So a lot of special attack damage. And oh boy, we saw what Rezu can do on this Pokemon in day number 1. That is a scary sight for any team to be seeing. But yeah, if I'm Engaged, well, you got some scary Pokemon to yourself, but Rezu on the Intel, that's going to be a challenge all in itself.
And what I'm really loving is that both teams are looking at the early game and seeing how important it is. Only 2 hyperscalers here across both sides. The Blastoise with Engage, the Inteleon with BH3. I think that's going to favor Engage initially, of course, with that War Turtle. You're picking up Hydro Pump very early on. They could be looking at that top path as an early target maybe against BH3. For BH3, I think their target is pretty clear. Don't let that happen. Bring Rezu online. and let rip.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the only concern I have with BH3 Esport is that Rezu is the hinge piece of this entire composition.
Yeah.
If this Inteleon is not hitting its shots in the final moments of this matchup, they have very little poke damage to operate on, and Mimikyu and Lucario will have a tough time closing knockouts all by themselves. So they're going to have to play off snipe shots. Also, a very early commit to the Slowbro in draft with no real, focus Slowbro target on the opposite side. It's a lot of just kind of consistent poke damage, Mewtwo Y, Darkrai, and even the Latias. There's very few threats that Slowbro is a clear counter to.
Yeah.
So an early commit in draft, we'll see if it pays off in game number 2, Ralph.
Engage in the purple, BH3 are now in the orange, swapping sides. Engage's tournament life is on the line. Rezu and the Slowpoke heading into the bottom path, and here is Kranix to play off your analogies on. I think it's a bit of a double hinged door. Yes, the most weight is going to be put onto Rezu, but I think so much can be opened up with Kranix on E-speed should he be able to wreak havoc like he's hoping.
Oh yeah, there's a few attackers that you're going to be real excited to get those E-speeds off onto. Darkrai obviously having some ability to get out of the way, but currently that's Sazuro's objective at the moment, headed into this enemy central area, but this time Puli wise to their tricks.
And Sazuro wise to retreat, unlike last time, giving over a little bit of free EXP. I can understand wanting to be optimistic, but you're not going to be very optimistic when you're facing a Shadow Claw Utao. That's our K-opener of the second game.
Just another opportunity given by Sazuro, right? He spends that extra time, and all of a sudden, Utao gets to invade the top path just for free, with nobody else actually showing up at the same time.
Oh, I do love that from a wonderful production behind the scenes. BH3 Esports average score 55 higher than Engage per game, with average knockouts standing at 3 higher too. Scoring more, knocking out more. It's good reading.
I'm happy because I also said that KO stat at the start of the game, and I'm happy I was right. So, loving the lower third to tell me that I was correct. Thank you so much.
If I had a hat, I would tip it to you. There is that E-speed confirmation for Kranix, and that is very scary. I can see why Engage are running away.
Yeah, it's good to see the confirmation there, but yeah, that Razor Claw just popping off so many times with an E-speed build like so. Rezu trying their best to out-secure, has a great option in Water Gun, but Aslan having that tackle attack from Snorlax, also a very solid early game secure.
Trying to steal away some Natu. Meanwhile, Utao has made their way to the bottom path. Grade 22, level 5, and Mega Evolved. Not that that made a lick of difference. This is going to be a big old scoring spree for BH3 Esport, already down to 30. Megu not dropping to 21. Could have gotten away with it, but plenty of overdunk potential for later on.
Yeah, and look at this level lead for Utao right now. At level 8, he's fighting against level 4s in some cases. Snorlax is a Squirtle on one side for Engage right now. Finally, Volto getting the evolution, but at this moment in the game, Utao is able to kind of run riot in some of these team fights. Take a look at that, just shredding through that defender at the stage 2, and Rezu lining up some nice shots as well. Later on in the game, when the defenders start getting up to higher levels, they will be able to body block these Shadow Sneaks from Utao's Mimikyu a little more effectively. But with this level lead early, Utao is unafraid of any member on the opposite side.
And Rezu, you can see why they're trying to get the picks early as well, because they would also go for their snipe shot here as they get to work on the Regice on top path. They're going to be joined by Kranix. Azura's going to be heading south. Aslan with a bit of vision, and that's the go sign for Engage to go after the Regieleki. A little too slow to the punch here, BH3. They will commit to the Regice. Regieleki on its way to the T1 bottom path.
And just great positioning by Megu, hanging on that tall grass, seats 4 or 5 members, which is the go sign for Rezu to know, I am not needed to fight this top Reggie. Instead, I'm going to go pick up both buffs and head to the bottom side of the map. So just great call, immediate rotations. Love seeing how locked in BH3 Esport is right now.
And Engage similarly so. They've already decided this Regieleki we're not going to push. We're going to prioritize our central area here. They've been unable to steal away the Regidrago, and that Shadow Sneak actually didn't hit Utah. Just ran out of range at the perfect time, I guess, from an Engage perspective.
Oh, a battle of serfs. 2 ships in the night, if you will, with Slowbro and Blastoise passing each other. Kranix almost at that level 9. I know we're all used to seeing a Lucario Mega evolving once it hits that point of the game. We will still see that Aura Cannon popping off, though, a little bit later on in this match.
Back into the fray, Utah with a Shadow Claw into the come play with me. That is almost certainly going to be a KO onto Hiyori, who's knocked out of the way by the Surf, and manages to scamper, and the Shadow Sneak can't hit. Oh my word, Hiyori gets away with one there.
And so just now we're hitting that point of the game where these defenders are able to block out a lot of what Mimikyu can do. Yuta now still ever dangerous at level 10.
Kranix in a bit of trouble here, decides to go for the re-engage, threw everyone into the Aura Cannon, finds the E-Speed, but is put to sleep. There's the big old Bliss assistance though. Kranix still has to find a KO, finally picks up the first against Hiyori, but are they going to pay for it into the Bone Rush? The Infinite Cyber puts a stop to it, the Latias with the KO confirmation. 0 to 65, Engage looking to try and get their first score on the board. Into the block, Yutao lurking, missing with the Shadow Sneak yet again, disengaged from BH3.
Yeah, great call from Engage. I mean, shout out to Greg for an assist from all the other side of the map, by the way. Mewtwo was bottom path in that entire time, but is able to finally deal the final blow to Lucario and shut down Kranix. I bet they're kind of missing the submission in unstoppable effect from the Machamp in game number 1 when they're being pushed around by these serfs. It can be challenging, but you already saw the impact. Getting those E-Speed resets after hitting every target they haven't hit yet, and then resetting all of that while triggering their Unite move.
Strange game, this one. Really strange game. BH3 in the lead in both levels and in score, but so close is the score that one slip-up, one mistake, and Engage is left right back in. Big snipe shot. Greg almost goes down in one hit. Regirock claimed on the top path. T1 on bottom path goes down for Engage. 1-2-5 to 0, but that's about to change. Look at this huge melee on top path, up against the wall. Volto makes sure that the deed is done, and that's 80 points and a zone for Engage.
Yeah, it's a clean break, so you're going to want to watch Engage probably trying to push towards that tier 2 throughout this match, or having a really solid overdunk on the bottom side. BH3 was able to leave the goal zone, I think 5 left after Regieleki hit it.
Oh, really nice. Utilizing Come Play With Me to actually nullify the Unite move from the Latias, but unfortunately, reinforcements were on the way from that Mimikyu's perspective, so Engage with another KO to add to a very steadily growing pile, I'll add.
Yeah, and it might have looked like 4 Pokemon were fighting there. Reminder, Darkrai does kind of bring one enemy Pokemon into its own dimension. Rezu always fighting on their own, too.
Got to watch out for the strays. There's 40 down from the Luca. Kranix making sure that Engage has none of those front zones available now. There will be, or there should be, one further Reggie phase going forward. But we've got a massive fight here in Central. The Power Nap is down. Big block from Megu, so Greg will not get that auto. Hiyori falls. It's an eye for an eye as Rezu on the backline has gone down thanks to Volto. Looking to try and get over there with a heavy slam, but it looks like handshakes, armistice. We're going to reset here for this bottom path, Reggie.
Yeah, that was a great play by Aslan. You separate the defender and the support from the rest of the team, which makes it a lot more difficult for Yutao to enter some of these fights. Otherwise, this Mewtwo is just going to carve up the back.
Slowbro down, and it's 4v2, it's 5v2. Stuns on Yutao, heavy slam into the Hydro Pump. Beautiful team play into the backline. Kranix has taken down Latias. to 0 there. Not able to put the Bliss assistance down. It's too close to Ray. It's too close to Kyogre. It's too close to that central area objective, which looms in the distance. Regieleki going to engage surely unless Rezu can get a save.
Yeah, it's really good positioning right now from the defenders. Both Volto and Aslan kind of in the way of these snipe shots. They're going to take some damage. They're putting a lot of priority. No, they're going to retreat. It's Regieleki just too scary to go for right now. They do not want to go down, and that's going to be Eastward picking it up with full HP bars. They can take the risk. Rezu is just such a scary threat right now in this game.
Has there been too much respect put on their name? Here comes Groudon, the only legendary that I didn't list off there. It is here. The Don is in the pit. The Regieleki has hit that bottom T2. Kranix, unfortunately, you could argue on the wrong side of the map to try and go and get this back cap.
Yeah, that's true. Now, so Engage is going to have to fight in from the top side. The only problem is they're going up against an Inteleon who has positioning in the Groudon pit. That means Rezu is not forced out of position at all by Engage, and these snipe shots are so deadly. It's very tough to take these team fights when your HP bar is already down by half every single time you're walking in.
Hiyori, they're going for the double score, and that is the go sign for Kranix on top path. And so, despite scoring here a solid 92, guess what? That's going to be almost immediately cancelled out by 10. The Shadow Sneak does hit onto the Latias, but they don't go for the full send here, Yutao.
Yeah, great coverage so far. That's right. Teams a huge block. Okay, we're trying to separate him a little bit. Big snipe shot on Hiyori, though.
VHC knows that they have to hold stern. Engage knows that they have to go for it. Less than a minute left, and there goes the E-Speed! It down goes Hiyori. They were not able to use their worst nightmare, Hydro Typhoon and Power Nap, trying to buy themselves a little bit of time, but still no KOs here. For Engage, you need to find something, anything, but come play with me! Into the Shadow Claw, into a second Shadow Claw! U-Town going crazy out here! Volto 1v5 on the Blastoise! It's a tall task indeed. They are forced out of the central area. Just Blastoise and Snorlax remain. BH3 go for the rip. Can Volto get in there with a surf? A Hydro Pump, a heavy slap. They wait, but they still get it. Unbelievable!
Unreal. Volto had 0 HP at that moment. Currently, Aslan is up, but this Groudon buff is not going to give you any HP regain. Instead, just the damage buff. Volto trying to do what they can on this tier 1, but they only have 10 seconds left to try to get a score.
It's too late. It's simply too late. They waited too long. And this tournament, the EUIC Cup, waits for no team. It's BH3 who get on that train. Choo-choo, we're heading to the quarterfinals.
What a finish. BH3 Esport was such a clean final team fight. That Inteleon just never really in threat for the enemy squad. And of course, dealing that damage in response. We talked a lot about it in draft, about how this entire composition is going to rely on that early poke damage. Well, Utel also found the backline with the Mimikyu, which also is going to help. Amazing work. Engage in a really tough spot in that game number 2. And BH3 going to clutch up.
Great leverage, though, immediately from Kranix. We were arguing about how is Engage going to approach this? Well, they have to come in from the top path, but who else is on that top path after recently backcapping? Yeah, it's Kranix, and that should have been the first warning sign to Engage. Out of nowhere, E-Speed, half the health bar gone for Hiyori. Couldn't have any say in this fight. The worst nightmare unused in this entire central area scrap.
Yeah, it's a tough Unite move to try to launch because you got to be very careful about what opponent you're going to bring into that 1v1 answer. And there we go. I mean, Volto with a last-second heroic play here, right? That Surf Shield giving them a little bit of a benefit, but the Slow Beam grabbing the Snorlax there at the final second means that only one Pokemon essentially walks away with the Groudon buff. Kranix going to be your player of the game on the Lucario.
Pretty low knockout score, actually, from both teams. It was a tense affair. Thoughts in the back of the mind of BH3, we've got to get this one over the line. Thoughts in the back of the mind of Engage, we've got to win this game.
True.
Ultimately, I think a great look from Volto and Aslan there holding down the line. I think that they played really well together, but sticking out to me is that 61k Rezu. They've got to start target banning this man at some point.
Yeah, or just picking some more hard counters towards the Inteleon, I suppose. Right, yeah. But it is fantastic and something that BH3 Esport might have, you know, in the holster throughout the rest of this tournament bracket. It'll be very exciting to watch this team play here at EUIC. Engage will be headed home, but I mean, a great tournament run, making it into day 2 and your top 12 position. But Kranix, I mean, we've talked about it. Yuta was talking about it on stage. One of the newer players to this roster. First time on stage, and what a showing.
I'm feeling a bit Dameron here because somehow Lucario always seems to return, though, even in his basic form.
These players love Lucario.
They do love Lucario. Who doesn't love Lucario? One of the coolest Pokemon, 100%. But we were talking earlier about how the journey does not get any easier from here. As a lovely reward for beating Engage, BH3 now have to go up against the 6-0 in NA Regional League Evil Geniuses.
Okay, great. Yeah. Well, at least they get to take a breather after this last one and start focusing. But we are going to hear from BH3 Esport about how this match went and how they're feeling about their tournament. Take it away on stage.
Hey, all right, I am up here on the big stage. BH3, the big winners from that match, and what a turnaround from day 1. I also have to say, I love that you said right before this started, hey, don't you always do something weird? And I said, yeah, I guess we do. Let's crouch down. Talk to me a little bit about the difference between day 1, rocky start, day 2, you guys look completely locked in.
Yeah, I mean, we started pretty hard, you know. We were like pretty stressed. Rezu first time on stage, Kranix, you know, they're young, and then, you know, we talked. We take some time to prep, and yeah.
Yeah, it's funny that you say first time on stage for Rezu, because I thought Rezu looked amazing day one, like incredible. You're heading into a really tough opponent. Evil Geniuses next. That's very scary. They are undefeated. You are coming into this undefeated. How do you feel about EG?
Yeah, I mean, we know that EG is like a pretty good team. We're watching them. I think right now we're feeling pretty confident, you know. So yeah, they need to be careful to us.
Amazing. And any words for the crowd out here? I know you have a lot of fans, a lot of people cheering you on.
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank all of them for the support they give to us. And yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Well, the job is not done. You will see BH3 again momentarily. Thank you so much. Thank you, Froki. I'll see you soon. Back to the booth. Back to any of the booths.
Oh, well, thank you, you beautiful man, you there, Spraggles, with Captain Yutao. Really excited about this BH3 EG match coming up later in the day. An ode to Engage, though, 3-3 currently in the EU League. I guess the job for them now is, if they're not traveling to NAIC, which is very possible, of course, make sure that you finish the season strong. Stay in that league for next season.
Exactly. Get out of relegation, but of course, fight for that world spot here if you can. Again, our EUIC grand prize being the first team to go to the World Championships, or the first team to be locked in to do so in San Francisco later this year.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited, especially when you look at all of the teams over in Asia, over in the East. It's going to be so stacked. But the stacked matches don't stop here. We've got so much more to bring you coverage of. I think that we're looking at CACM Extinction next.
Okay, yeah.
It's an American tumble. We've got CACM, who almost took a game off TIG, of course. Yep. Extinction, who looked so good against Peps, finishing the day really strongly. Can they now carry that momentum into
I'm interested to see what Extinction brings into day two. That is going to be a big question mark. But then CACM, a team that is currently locked in for the ACL finals, of course, which is going to be really exciting to see them just in a month playing out in Japan as well. So a little bit of a first look. I wonder if some of the Japanese teams are going to have their eyes on the next matchup here.
Who knows? Who knows? Of course, later on, if you're looking for EU teams who are still looking to try and fight their way through, we've got Peps going up against Peru, which, I mean, crazy. And then, of course, you've got the sole Brazilian team that's made their way here in Tuzi Esports. They're going to be heading up against Los Caducados. And so this entire first round has so many fantastic EU teams. Again, it's almost a shame that the leagues across all of these regions are only 8 teams. It's so harsh. And we saw it with a couple of teams yesterday, didn't we? Like unseeded teams who had a really good shot, actually, of making it into day 2. Los Duros, I think, primary among them. Yeah,
Los Duros for sure. I know there was a lot of talk about the Rework Esports squads as well. So some great teams out of EU. We also had some NA squads at this tournament. But we got a lot of teams to be watching all day long. So we're going to be jumping to a very short break. And when we come back, more AOS Cup at EUIC.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are live here in London for EUIC. And of course, for Pokemon Unite, that means the EOS Cup. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha, joined by the one and only Doobsnacks for day 2. Doobsnacks, how are you, my friend?
Feeling good. Got to do that pre-show, which was excellent. If you didn't tune in, you missed
a show. You missed a show.
You missed a pre-show, is what you missed.
Wow. Day 2, this is where it really starts to get intense. Single elimination bracket. It's win or go home throughout this entire thing. And we're taking a look at that right now. You just saw BH3 engage, and from me getting to watch this game, talk to you, Tao, there, BH3 looks completely different from yesterday. Now, they were running into Engage, not one of the most menacing teams that you're going to see in this bracket. They're about to face off against Evil Geniuses soon, the undefeated team out of North America with a world champion on it. That could be very scary for them, but a great start for BH3. However, right now we are watching another North American team, Extinction, go up against CACM Esports. This should be a really interesting matchup. Doobsnacks, Extinction looks a lot better than they did in our regional games here live. And then CACM, I think notoriously they just have an up and down play style. Some days they're really hot, some days they are not. And in their league, they're struggling a little bit. However, they're the runners-up from LAIC.
They are. And, to get into day 2, they had to beat Citadel Gaming, another North American team. And I can't stress this enough, CACM, LATAM North, a lot of these players queue into NA teams all of the time. Yeah. So all of these players know each other despite being from different regions. Now, something I want to point out, Rex stepping in for Bora Reach. Rex is cornerstone of this Extinction, formerly known as Nemesis Squad. And it kind of looks like they're going in the days of old, bringing back Yeet Fan, bringing in Rex into the fold. So we'll see how they can perform here today against CACM, because they themselves had a ride yesterday to qualify.
Yeah, no question about it. And what you can see below us here, we got a lot of stuff going on. Of course, this is our draft. We have 3 Pokemons banned on either side. Below us, you can see the map selection. Throughout this tournament, we are going to rotate through these maps. Kyogre will be our first map here in day 2, but after game number 1, the losing team can either decide which side of the draft they are on, your pick order essentially, or your map selection. We've seen a lot of Kyogre, a good amount of Groudon as well. Not so much Rayquaza, but as we move towards the end of the day in our best of 5s, you will guarantee to at least see one of each map.
Now, as we get into the draft here, Palmot, Target Band, Trainer LGC, in the last match yesterday, did 120,000 damage twice in those 2 games. And I like how they're targeting Umbreon, which is kind of JL, what he was on yesterday, as this pseudo tank role, kind of using Wish mean look to really get hyper sustained throughout the team. And now that you have Rex and JL, one of them has to take the tank role when they're both historically support players.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? CACM, I think, is making the right decision 100% to use their bans to target this strategy from Extinction that looked extremely difficult for Peps to deal with. They just couldn't KO Trainer on the side of Extinction. There was so much support to keeping this Pokemon around and healthy, and now it looks like they're just going to be switching it up. Instead of going for Palmot, they're going for another Pokemon with high sustain, a lot of brawling, and that looks to be Urshifu, which is the Rapid Strike style, the Water Bear. And if they can have a similar strategy, keep the Clefable around it, we've got another situation where Trainer is just able to fight the whole game, farm the whole game, and walk away with hundreds of thousands of damage. On the side of CACM, they're going to try to shut that down as quickly as they can. I mean, the best way you can deal with one of these sustain comps is either curse items and tons of damage through that sense, or bursting it down fast enough that they can't stop it.
Yeah, I really like how both teams drafted here, really doing their homework. Of course, the first couple picks here for Extinction, getting Inteleon, which Don Lux was having a great Inteleon game yesterday. Of course, they round that out on the other side. Don Lux, who was having a great Inteleon, great Mew game, they go with Miraidon to help rip through the Snorlax and the Blastoise. So these teams are already dialed in. You can kind of see the reactionary kind of of pick process they're going through with some solid targeted bans or counter picks that they're able to achieve. So, you know, in just a short few hours, these two teams have clearly done their homework and are gearing themselves up, or at least putting themselves in a position for success here early in day 2.
Yeah, and I think with both of these squads, you really can't count out either of them right now. Extinction, your purple team, playing fantastic yesterday. CACM, again, a historic team, a world's team, a team that was runner-up at LAIC. Well, can they do it again here? Can they get even deeper? Can they win grands? We're going to find out soon enough.
We're going to find out together here as Texas already on the invade. Bernie there for the coverage as well. Excuse me, JL and Rex on the invade. Bernie and Texas with the cover. My apologies. As Reggie is trying to chase down Rex, and the Clefairy goes down.
Yeah, the Clefairy goes down. Rex is trying to get some of these berries here and get out. This would actually be really unfortunate for Rex if this Magikarp gets this KO. This would be great for the side of CACM, and looks like they are allowing them to do that. It's perfectly set up. Early Gyarados, what an unfortunate situation for Extinction. It felt like parts of that were going well, but wow, now they have Gyarados.
A 55-second Gyarados is exactly what you would hope for here to kick off your day 2. Trainer looking to fight, taking tons of damage and gets knocked out by that same Gyarados. Frank looking to make a difference early on.
Wow,
Holy.
wow. I mean, this is just so rough. Dupe Snacks, they are absolutely crushing them early. This Gyarados is running through them. Crustle right now online, picking up these KOs at will. This is a horrible start for Extinction. They gave CACM everything they wanted.
I mean, Texas able to portal out, and Frank comes right back in, which just by coming back into the fight gives the opportunity for Texas to not get knocked out, when otherwise I think Metallic and JL could have taken care of business there. JL super low on HP, as the Clefable is going to use Moonlight to really heal themselves in this scenario.
Look at that, the berry hiding in the bush. Frank is going to come out, an absolute monster. Level 6 already, fighting against Trainer. Trainer's in trouble. Here comes Reggie moving forward. They pick up the KO on JL. Rex now having to run away. We're going to have to sacrifice the Snorlax as well. That's a double KO for Reggie. This is, I mean, they are absolutely farming Extinction right now.
There is nothing going right for Extinction. Meanwhile, you have level 6 Drizzile, Heat Fan downstairs, that is still staring down 2 players. I mean, they're just unable to keep up with this pressure. Now they have a 4v3, but it's still CACM getting the best of it, dude.
Wow, and it's still going. It's still, I mean, this is just a nightmare for Extinction right now. They can't, nothing is going right. They can't pick up any of these KOs. They're so close on a few of them, but the levels are spiraling out of control. The only points scored are for CACM. That is almost a level 9 Mimikyu. The Gyarados is online and crushing it. This is just devastating.
Listen, the way to get back in this is to get your levels right. And CACM has to play ball. They need to break some of these goal zones to get some of that free farm. They're getting the Regieleki. At least Extinction was able to pick up that Regirock, and that's the first place they need to start here.
Yeah, they get a little something, right? JL is going to go down in this moment, but that's okay. Lowest level on their team, you know, possibly looking for a little stack, a little score, something like that. They actually are going to make it out of there as well. But yes, they get an objective. However, here comes CACM attempting to punish them in the bottom path.
Horrible combination of the heavy slam, making the snipe shot kind of miss everybody here. And because of that, there's no real fear. They're able to close out the goal zone. This is part of that free farm strategy they're going to have to use. Now CACM susses that out, and they're already chipping into those clay dolls to not make anything too easy for Extinction, as more points are just going in. And I don't think Extinction has even come close to finding their footing yet.
Yeah, this is really rough for Extinction. There's the play with me. They're grabbing Clefable once again. They pick up an easy KO. You know, they were all on the tier 2. They ran out of points to score at this point. 35-169, CACM in complete control of this match. However, Unite moves are getting online for Extinction. One big fight, we can start to change the situation here. We've got that, you know, Blastoise Unite. We've got the Urshifu online with the Unite move. Yeet Fan on the Inteleon has been mostly in the bottom path by themselves all game. So once they get together as a crew, we're going to see if there's anything they can do. Right now, it's looking bleak at about halfway through the match.
Rex jumping over the wall, keeping an eye out. Frank with the Dragon Pulse there, going to suss out as JL is just trying to waste time, which I get at this point. Like, make sure to draw at least some attention. JL going to grab another point, going to keep their stacks going using Follow Me to close the range there as they're going to take over to level 9. Meanwhile, CACM looking to turtle up around this top path Reggie.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the absolute right call for Extinction. They just have to get this Clefable online with the most healing possible. It's a huge part of what they are trying to do in these games. As we see CACM send almost the entire team to the bottom path. Hoopa ready to bring the squad up top at a moment's notice. They do bring the rings unbound. The team can move through at will, and here they come.
Big block by Rex to at least close the goal zone. Bernie uses their Rebel Rouse, doesn't stun anybody. Surf back through towards the portal is Metallic. They have Hydro Typhoon 3 targets, but they're so low on HP. Rex steps up with a heavy slam, big blob, creates separation. They're gonna need Trainer to come unglued here and have one of the classic Trainer moments if they want to get back in it. JL moonlighting everybody back up, but still the onslaught continues, and it's just Bernie and Frank holding down the front lines as Reggie Alecki is marching. Charge Beam Miraidon is gonna do tons of work. Nice knockout on the Mimikyu by Metallic though.
Yeah, that was a great knockout, and that snipe shot, it forces the Miraidon to peel away. They actually have a moment where they push them back from this goal zone. You know, I think CACM is okay with not scoring there. They wanted to keep that pressure on, and as soon as Don Lux caught that snipe shot, as soon as the KO goes down, I think it's time for them to peel back. Level-wise, things are still great for CACM. Extinction now kind of coming online, but boy, I mean, when your Inteleon is the same level as your Clefable, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, and at one point it was Metallic, the Blastoise, that was the same level as Snorlax. And you're like, come on. Like, they're not supposed to be this much parity across all of your team members here. JL being relentless trying to get some points in, and like you said, top off that healing capacity of Moonlight.
I think the nice thing for JL here is there isn't a lot JL needs to do until a big fight kicks off. So yeah, they could just keep pestering these goal zones, looking for these stacks. If they do get KO'd, it's one of the lowest levels on the team, so you're not hurting your squad so much, as opposed to, let's say, the Mega Gyarados or Mimikyu goes down on the side of CM, a much bigger situation.
Good
Mimikyu
snipe.
Going in with a big time play rough, Snorlax has to run.
Good snipe shot, heavy slam on the portal with the block, allows nobody from CACM to go back through. So all that damage that they were able to put in with the snipe shot is going to maintain. However, a follow-up portal is going to do that, get the reset. Now we have a Shadow Sneak on Metallic, and Metallic kind of wants them to come in here so they can surf them in the wall and stun them. Can we make anything happen? Charge Beam on Regice. Here comes Frank. Gonna put some pressure on. Metallic sitting in the front. Thunder, heavy slam, blocked into the wall. They're pinning Frank, and they're trying to isolate. We have the LGC Unite move. Bernie is low. Oh, good heavy slam to prevent the reset by Rex, and JL is there as well. Signs of life finally from Extinction, and now we've got some pretty good level numbers on the side. 15 seconds till Kyogre.
Yeah, don't call it a comeback yet, but they are looking good right here, taking a huge KO off that Crustle, taking the objective and setting themselves up for a big fight. Not out of this. They have been clawing their way back into this match the entire time, and they're going to look to take down CACM just like they did before. A beautiful heavy slam can knock them out of a portal. The Crustle goes home even though it didn't need to in that moment. Crustle's back. They're looking for it again, but a big eject button peels them back. The question is, when does Extinction move in here, and can they catch CACM if they do?
Good heavy slam again, preventing a reset. We're going for a block. We're in the mix. Huge stun and pinned against the wall. JL's down. Hydro Typhoon on Texas on the backside. Yeet Fan has to run away, use Fell Stinger to create space. Frank sees Trainer LGC, half HP, and they're putting the pressure on. No Unite move. They used it late before. 2 players, and CACM is eyeing down Kyogre as the Hoopa and Reggie are working through Yeet Fan. Snipe shot goes wide. Frank steps up, no HP. Metallic gets the knockout, and they can't quite secure it. It's the Hoopa coming through, but there's an opportunity to mount a defense here.
Yeah, Yeet Fan in trouble right now, caught with a big time play rough. There's the KO. Bernie now scoring in the top path. This is going to put them up 269.98. We have JL scoring in the bottom path. That's 152, but they have to pick up a huge KO here, and CACM doesn't need to fight them anymore. They know they are far ahead in this moment. They can simply wait it out. Extinction, you know, Yeet Fan, I actually love that Yeet Fan shot the snipe shot wide so they didn't get any more damage onto that Kyogre, looking for a better moment, trying to thread that needle, but there just wasn't enough in the pit for CACM to have to deal with. They could easily block it, get the secure. A great match for them, and I do think the big moment from that game is going to be the Hoopa.
LGC uses their Unite move, ranking up a bunch of hits. Metallic with a big push, Surf in the middle, Hydro Typhoon kicks up. You gotta start getting some points in. They're fighting, but they need to get knockouts too. Trainer LGC low on HP, big X scissor, snipe shot comes back through. Rex is trying to keep the pressure on. Charge Beam is in the heart of this Extinction squad, moving back through with the Surf. Whoa! So close, Metallic can't get the 48, and that was dancing on the knife's edge for Extinction and CACM, who's going to just barely squeak this one out.
I mean, so close. If Metallic is able to score there, they're able to take it down. Unbelievably close, but CACM in control of a ton of that match. So impressive, and that moment at Kyogre, when Hoopa throws the fist from space and stuns, I think it was 3 members of Extinction, that was almost the entire fight right there. They were caught in such a huge way.
I hope nobody clips us watching Metallic try and score, because I'm pretty sure we both went, whoa, 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 whoa. What a close game, and what a bounce back by Extinction. I know it stinks to lose a game, without a doubt, but you have to commend their resiliency, because it was CACM the whole time. Certainly for the first 5 minutes, and it looked bleak.
Yeah, and here we go. This is when things kind of started to turn around for him, right? We had this big moment. Now look at this. We got the Hoopa Unite move here in just a second. They catch like 3 of them in a big, big Hyperspace Fury, right? We get to see it. There it is. Boom. The fists on 3 into an X Scissor, into a Crustle Unite. Like, oh, unbelievably brutal. The snipe shot can't hit. Body blocked right there by the Hoopa. Great stuff. And look how close that was.
Oh yeah, twice. I mean, Donlux protected by the Rock Tomb of their own Crustle, and it's the Thunder Pulses that kept those scores from going in. Bernie getting the tip of the cap here, 4 knockouts, only getting KO'd once as the tank.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard for a lot of players on CACM to have gotten KO'd. There just there wasn't much happening from Extinction. True. 1 knockout for Trainer, 1 knockout for Yeet Fan, 1 from JL. I mean, Metallic was really the only one who picked up some KOs that match. It was just so one-sided for so long.
Great draft by CACM, taking the Mimikyu, banning the Pawmot, limiting Trainer LGC's, quote, pop-off options, and we have seen Trainer LGC do some amazing things on this Blue Bear. I just don't think it's in the position that it once was. As we're having a look at the score graph here, and you can really see CACM maintaining that score lead in control, and as we know, in double time, it could have been easy for Metallic to get those points in and take a win. Good defense secures a Game 1 victory for this team.
Yeah, great stuff for CACM, and I was, you know, kind of questioning which CACM shows up today. Is it the one that makes it all the way to an end of a tournament, or is it the one that has kind of some of these rockier games that we have seen them have? Well, they are locked in right now. Complete control over that entire match. Even in these scary moments near the end, it did feel like CACM had answers for what Extinction was throwing at them. However, credit to Extinction, they never gave up. They stayed in the match, and they got incredibly close to the W there, even though things weren't going right for them. Even, I think I would say 95% of the match. Maybe they had a good 30 seconds in that 10 minutes, but they stayed in the entire time. They definitely can win this. The question is, what are they going to do as they head towards this draft? I mean, for me, I look at what Extinction brought to that game. I understand the pivots, but I just don't think the Water Bear or Shifu is a strong enough slot in for the Pawmot they were using. I think they have to use something else.
Yeah, and Extinction is going to have the first pick here. We'll see what they decide to prioritize. Last time it was the Blastoise, and I don't think that was the key to the castle that they're looking for. However, Extinction says, I vehemently disagree.
They love the Blastoise. To be fair, it was the only Pokemon that was getting KOs in that match, so I do think there's something to their Blastoise, and Blastoise is very scary to deal with. However, CACM right on the other side, Mimikyu. Mega Gyarados. Their Mega Gyarados, I think, had 100,000 damage.
Just
That's a lot when you think about it.
That is a high number. Hold on, everybody. We're pointing. And
we're pointing. We're pointing.
We made it through.
Pointing.
Perfect.
We're off camera, but we're on other cameras.
Correct.
Pointing to.
So what they like to do is they like to assume that we won't acknowledge them when they come up to take our picture. However, instead of doing that, what we do is we super acknowledge them.
To be fair, we're told specifically to not acknowledge them.
We march to the beat of our own drum. This draft rolls on. Again, you mentioned the Mega Gyarados, Mimikyu. Great selections here. Donlux on Mew, absolutely sliding on that Pokemon. Rex going back to the Snorlax. JL with Hoopa, a definite comfort pick for them. I want to point out Rex's Snorlax, though, got knocked out a ton.
Yeah, and if anyone is going to go down, you hope it's your defender while you're protecting your team. But yeah, it is tough. Trainer, once again, hovering this Urshifu. Can we make a big difference here in game number 2? I don't know. It did feel like they just weren't able to get enough done with it in game 1. Mega Lucario for Yeet fan, while LGC on the Urshifu. I'm interested to see the difference here. Yeet normally playing at extremely long range.
Yes, this is definitely a different look here.
Do they switch it? Do they give it to Metallic? Okay, yeah.
There we go. Okay.
I was about to say, I guess maybe we could send the Blastoise over to Yeet. That makes a lot of sense to me. Metallic can grab Mega Lucario. Great.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Ish. It looks like it's going to be like maybe a spin pump is kind of what we're looking for here.
Yeah, that's the build on it right there is spin pump. It's not going to be rapid spin. You wouldn't need all of those items for rapid spin. So that's a spin pump setup, which has been a really popular build for a long time, kind of just until the most recent buffs to Surf and everything like that kind of made it the premier build. But this is going to be looking for more damage, more aggression, but still high burst potential, especially around objectives.
My biggest concern here, or at least something that they've blanketed over, is how long it's going to take for these Pokemon to get online, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to see this double invade again. You cannot do that. However, Metallic on this Mega Lucario, I do think is going to scrap well for the early stages against the Mega Gyarados, because that Magikarp is going to have issues getting online.
I totally agree with you as we're heading into game number 2 here of our best of 3. Extinction, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team. Metallic heading to the top path with this Mega Lucario. Obviously, you know, always shades of year 1 in this game. Lucario's running by each other. I mean, it reminds us of like the early days of the top path.
Without a doubt. JL actually just covering for a potential invade themselves. Cubfu incredibly weak with an incredibly slow clear comparatively. On average, CACM Esports leads Extinction by 146 points, 5 KOs, and 33,000 damage just kind of across the board. So the scales are definitely tipped to this LATAM North squad.
Yeah, but anything can happen in a match of Unite. We definitely saw a moment. I mean, Extinction could have won game 1, even though they lost most of it. Just a single mistake, especially near the end of the game, could spell disaster for one of these teams. As Donlux getting aggressive here, and here comes Trainer. Nice stun right there to push them away. Can't pick up any KO.
Just a little clever thing they did, Rex. Taking a nap in the tall grass, and the way Trainer trailed out is, okay, put the pressure on. There's one. Keep going, Trainer. Grabbing the berry out from under Reggie. Tons of damage. Metallic goes for a deep engage. At least pivot to Texas. You got to leave with 2 here. You have to close the door on it, and they do. What I was going to say is the cheeky play downstairs as Rex takes a nap in the tall bush. LGC peels behind them, so that boosted auto from you clips into your Snorlax rather than hitting them. And that's just those small incremental advantage plays you can make throughout a game of Unite to find your way to victory. Metallic is going to be relentless here on Frank. JL right in their pocket with support. Now they have the score lead, a donut on the other side.
Yeah, and this is going so much better for Extinction. I mean, amazing. Obviously, the Gyarados not online yet. You have Metallic stacking at will, almost level 7. Trainer sliding through the enemy team on their goal zone. A much better start for Extinction here in game number 2.
I love this selection and the switch-up decision they made, getting the Mega Lucario in the flow.
Yeah.
Like I said, where CACM really created space was in the early stages of the game, and Metallic is now the biggest thing moving, matching Reggie's level 7, going straight towards them. Texas is low on HP. Trainer is staying right up front, getting CC'd. Big, heavy slam by Rex, but it's not going to be enough. Texas taking a ton of damage, secured Reggie Drago by Mew, and now Don Lux and Reggie and company are looking to make a move with a big bounce back.
I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same for CACM, as we are right back into the start of game number 1. Metallic in trouble right here. 4 members of CACM. They might not have to peel back if Snorlax can create a little pressure here. Reggie looking to break the goal zone, and they do. Nice score from Mew beforehand. The play rough, and another KO.
I mean, great light screen by Don Lux to prevent Rex from being able to just press Reggie down, so they are able to score their points. Quickly, Reggie Alecki is dispatched of Yeet Fan level 8, but they're going to need much to be much bigger than that, as Yeet Fan has just been hanging out in this bottom path, not making a difference. Here we go. They're going to reset and try to join the top path to play some defense here on this attempted score. As we're watching our picture-in-picture, Reggie Alecki is stymied. Don Lux and Reggie are just babysitting, watching. Meanwhile, Trainer LGC using a Unite move in the top part of your screen, and finally getting a big knockout on Texas. Vaporeon goes down. Trainer LGC and company looking for more.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer actually, you know, having a great game on Urshifu this go-around, and I think not being so far behind the enemy team is helping that a lot. Once again, we have this Mimikyu tearing through the side of Extinction. You know, with play rough, you're invulnerable for a moment, and the burst damage is huge. So if you can create a lead for your team, it's really hard for your opponents to come back. Yeet right now catches Don Lux, and they actually peel back. And we are seeing a Surf Hydro Pump build.
Yeah, a bit surprised to see that based on the items we had originally seen. But, I mean, I like the sequencing there from Yeet with the Hydro Pump to reposition and try to catch them with a big catch with the Surf. Yeet Fan is who I'm watching now. Surf's back through into the middle, right into the muddy waters. But they say, I'm used to being moist out here, says Yeet. I'm a Blastoise baby. They try to Hydro Pump secure. Texas goes straight in with a little kickflip action. And now they peel back as these teams settle out.
Yeah, they're going to decide how they want to play this. There's no objective to fight over here, but of course someone could close this goal zone out, make it easier for the next objective that comes up for them, and get some points on the board. 4 members of CACM are looking at it as we have Gyarados just slowly making their way to the top path.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. CACM almost like slow rolling, and it's forcing Yeet and Rex to just be on pad as Bernie just playing in the tall grass, keeping an eye on everything. Next objective that hits is going to be that top path Reggie Alecki, and it looks like we're going to have a rotation by Extinction. Kind of a partial rotation.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to fight a little here in the top path. 2 versus 3. We're hiding in the tall grass with our Unite move, going after Metallic. Nice power punch to get away, but Texas is pushing them into the wall. Unite right back the other way. Mega Lucario online. Vaporeon native will stop it, and they're through the portal.
That is Surf from Yeet to cut him off. Mew goes into the fog here, and they're retreating. Reggie Alecki is getting beat down. JL with a big-time save on the Rings Unbound, and that Yeet flank is gargantuan as well. Here comes JL putting pressure. Big stun on Don Lux with those Hyperspace Fury fists. Yeet is going to get out with the Surf themselves. Portal is back down, and the whole team's going to get gone.
Amazing from Extinction. 4 minutes left in this match, and it's easy to forget because we're not the ones playing on stage, but if Extinction doesn't win this game, Doob Snacks, it is over for them. Their tournament is done. EUIC is done. CACM moves on, and Extinction goes home. However, they are in this match. Completely different from game number 1. Picking great fights, having great moments as everyone gets ready for this bottom objective. Regirock is here. The question is, can either team get it, and will either team try to take this Drago in the center? It looks like Gyarados will be cleaning that up.
Good Solar Beam, put a little bit of damage on Yeet. Texas tries to approach. Rex creates separation. Bernie is on the wrong side of that wall. Metallic looking. Solar Beam coverage or a cannon into the Rubble Rouse. Everybody's popping Unite moves right now. Last opportunity to use them. Big power nap. Gonna catch 3. Solar Beam is there. Regirock is getting low. It's at 20%. Hydro Typhoon, a big heavy slam, but no, Mega Gyarados takes it down for CACM. And this is gonna force all of Extinction to retreat. The Mimikyu jumps on top of their Unite move. That's a knockout. Trainer LGC pops theirs. They're looking for more hits. Texas is losing their HP at the speed of light. Yeet Fan gonna have a big Surf to cut off Rex. Reggie, along with Trainer LGC. We continue. Texas taking tons of damage from the Hydro Pump. Yeet Fan closes the door on them. Meanwhile, Mega Gyarados is getting points in. Surf back through. Yeet once more. We're blocking. We're finally isolating Bernie again. You got to get the knockout here. Surf reposition. Portal down. Catch a reset. We roll on.
Wow, Extinction fighting, not giving up in this moment. Yeet Fan absolutely sliding through them with Surfs and Hydro Pumps, and they stay alive thanks to JL and those portals. Also, a heroic fight by Trainer there, moving through the entirety of the enemy team so that they could get to the Mimikyu all the way on the other side and finish off with their Unite move. All that felt like our Kyogre fight, but Kyogre hits the map here in 20 seconds. Extinction has 20 seconds before possibly their last objective of this tournament. They need to lock in, Dupe Snacks.
Okay, block is up. A decent trap set for Rex. They're going to roll back through, try and get a berry. They're successful. Bernie gets Surf. We're going straight in. The portal is down. Solar Beam. Trainer's going to catch a reset. They're going to roll back through, go for a fight. Frank goes Mega, and they're looking for a target. Heavy Slam over the wall is going to isolate Reggie, pin them to the wall so they can't get in the action. And Mega Gyarados goes down. Solar Beam comes back through. Another gargantuan portal. Extinction comes back with full HP bars. Mimikyu is on a Unite. Yeet Fan is taking tons of damage. It's 2 players down. Reggie is dispatched up. It's just Donlux. And you put the chase on this Mew, and it's going to be a lot of trouble. They're trying to cut them off. Into the mist is this Mew, but Extinction stops hitting Kyogre, which means Donlux can't get a clutch secure. Not that easy, not today. We are going to go through the portal. Kyogre is low. Donlux needs to get space. Whoa! Donlux taking it for C-A-C-M. And now it's CACM that's up against the wall, and Extinction is going to have to defend.
Extinction has to try to, they had it, they had the game in their hands. Of course, they have this Mew around they can't easily secure, but while they waited longer and longer and longer, more of CACM showed up. The Crustle moves in with the Unite move. Mew stays there, and there's just nothing Extinction could do. They didn't have an answer for Mew, and in the end, the Mew still takes it. Takes Kyogre. 45 seconds left. They have one final push. All CACM needs to do is defend.
340-88. Rex is going to go for a backside score. Mega Gyarados is going to cut that off incredibly quickly. They're going to spin up, spin to win, if you will. Power Nap on top of the pad, and you can feel like this whole arena got deflated almost.
Yep.
The excitement and is just completely evaporated from this NA team. And I have to say, Extinction looked terrific in that game.
Incredible.
The one small fault that they had was in that final fight. Arguably the worst time to have one of those misses. Poor Extinction. That is a heck of a way to have your tournament run ended. Shout out to CACM. Shout out to the player of the game, Donlux. I don't care what the stats say. If Donlux isn't there doing new things, they are not moving on. Or excuse me, we are moving on to a game 3, and Donlux gets it done.
Yeah, I gotta say, Extinction in that game, so much better than game 1. Absolutely changing the scenario completely for themselves. They had an amazing opportunity, but it's also very scary because they just don't have the secure like we do on the side of CACM. So even though we have a massive fight and a massive win, and it was a massive win in that fight, using the portal, like before they lost this match, I was thinking the story of this match is how clutch all of these portals were. But of course, the real story unfolds, and it's Donlux and how clutch they were, just able to secure this objective in the face of Extinction that honestly didn't have a great secure tool. We're seeing a few of those big moments right here. Here's the fight where they just absolutely crush CACM in these moments. Big, big plays.
An absolute wonderful battle here by these teams. And you know, you have to give credit to CACM in game 1. Again, drafting the Hoopa, taking JL out of the game too, because you can see the difference that JL makes on this Hoopa. Your tide-turning plays here as we come back through. Donlux still with the big time secure, and like I said, the legs cut out from Extinction, and their tournament run comes to completion, as Frank is going to get the nod on this Mega Gyarados. Like I said, a bunch of really cool numbers here. None of that matters if Don Lux, with his measly 7 KOs leading the lobby, don't happen.
Absolute peasant tier KOs from Don Lux.
Absolutely. No, and yeah, so hold on. I don't know who chose this graphic. I said it. I told you, production, we wanted Don Lux up there. And not to mention, their stats are wild. 97K damage, 7 knockouts, didn't get knocked out at all throughout this. We have a fraudulent graphic right here.
In defense of our production team, have they ever done what we've asked for? I don't think so.
Fair assessment.
Fair enough.
And I know Zoinks is going to get really mad because I'm going to say telestrator action, please. So whenever you're done with our fraudulent most valuable player, because it should be Don Lux, go ahead and get our telestrator action going so I can do a little doodling, because I think I've isolated the exact moment where Extinction lost this game.
Yeah.
And I don't mean the music here. Like, of course, that's when they lost the game.
The freeze, the indecision from Extinction. We'll take a look at that. Of course, if we have an interview, I don't want Zoinks to be very upset with us.
He was so angry
with us yesterday.
Like, unreasonably upset. Production, you haven't said anything. We've been trying to talk to you a lot. Do we have an interview ready? If it is, we'll go to that. Then we'll come to the telestrator. If it's not ready, and we can make Zoinks double mad, let's go to the telestrator right now. We're going to wait.
You guys couldn't believe
One moment ahead. We actually got a response that time, though.
Oh, you did?
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Oh, that was like last time.
Individual secret responses. I like this.
We got. To be fair, I got a one moment, so I don't actually know where we're going next. But we like.
Great.
We like. Yeah.
So we didn't actually.
We like to walk the tightrope here. Okay. We are, believe it or not, acrobats. It's another one of our side hustles that we do. Kids Party Magician, used car sales. Acrobats, and that
I'm sure there are other things. At one point, we had an ongoing milk bit that I think we dropped pretty hard.
I don't even remember that. Which good.
Yeah.
Good.
It wasn't a stellar one, but like Hitty bit, we're forcing it. If we said it, I think we're not going to stop saying it.
We are the shoehorn of bits.
Yep. We're going to make it happen.
We are getting your foot in there, Cinderella.
No
or I guess the ugly stepsisters, right? They're the ones where the shoe didn't fit. I have a daughter. I should know this story.
Hey, can we get production? Get the exact plot of Cinderella up on the screen. Thank you so much.
Actually, not the plot, just the shoe fitting section of that story.
Okay, we can do the shoe fitting, but I would like to go beat for beat of the entire story. If we need to fill. Thank you.
I'm sure there's no. I'm sure there's no IP crossing disasters. Pay what off?
I don't know what's
interview is ready. Let's go to the interview.
We're
going to the interview.
That's right, interview's ready. Thank you so much, Sprinkles and Dupe Snacks. I am on stage with, of course, CACM Esports after a huge win over Extinction. Congratulations, you're now into top 8. How good does that feel for your LATAM squad?
Te pregunta cómo te sientes por haber entrado en el top 8 y cuáles son tus sensaciones ahora mismo.
Nos sentimos felices y motivados para seguir por el top 1.
They feel happy and they are looking forward to be the top 1 in the tournament.
Okay. That sounds good. I mean, you deserve it already. A great run. A really close match in that last one. Who do you think is your team's MVP in that game against Extinction?
Ha sido un partido muy reñido entre los dos equipos. ¿Quién ha sido para ti el MVP de este partido, de tu equipo?
Sí, ha sido muy difícil y yo pienso que Don Lux fue el que hizo el mejor trabajo de esta partida.
He thinks that it was a very good match of his team, and he thinks the MVP is Don Lux.
Okay, yeah, I think Don Lux taking MVP as well. I would agree. All right, last question. You got a top 8 bracket ahead of you now. What team are you most looking forward to playing?
Ahora vais a jugar el top 8. ¿Contra quién te gustaría jugar? ¿Contra qué equipo rival te gustaría jugar?
Contra Dignitas queremos revancha por haber perdido en la fase de grupos.
They want the revenge against Root Dignitas since they have lost in the Swiss rounds.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, 2 for 2. We need the revenge against Root Dignitas. All right, I'm looking forward to it. I know everybody else out here is too. Spraggles, Deucex, let's get back to you.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. I'm glad we went to him first. I did not want to get another stern talking to after the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm just glad we didn't, like I said, we were in double upset territory, which is just nefarious to begin with. I'm told we have an updated graphic. Can we get that on the screen, please?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's take a look at that.
Take a look at that graphic.
Update it right
Go
there.
ahead and take a look at that graphic.
Go ahead and put that up.
Whenever we're ready, throw that up on the screen.
Go ahead and throw it up.
Graphic whenever you're ready. 3, 2, and graphic whenever you're ready.
3, 2,
boom.
graphic.
Hit the graphic. Whenever you're ready, just throw that graphic
3,
up on screen and we're good to go.
2, graphic.
Graphic. And when you're ready, you hit the graphic. We're gonna give you a 5 to the graphic. 5, 4, 3, silent, 2, graphic. And let's hit that graphic. Graphics broken!
Oh no! We have a Britishism.
Oh, I don't like this. Britishisms, but can you eat it? A bit that can only be described as the worst. This is worse than our bits,
Yeah.
by far.
I take no credit for this nonsense that is on your screen right now.
Blues and twos, okay? What I gather from this bit is you want me to say whether or not I can eat these words that I don't know.
Do you know why he's saying that? Because they had to explain it to us twice yesterday that this is what they wanted us to do.
I will eat it no matter what. I don't care if it's probably bowling shoes or something like that, or you know, they have all these things over here that I'm not fully aware of. It's one of those. It's one of those sports that like mildly counts, but over here means a lot. And it's their shoes. Yes, I'll eat them. What about you?
I don't know or care. Can we just get the answer?
We don't. Yeah. What's the answer? Not a food. The blue lights and two-tone siren of an emergency vehicle. But wait, the question is, can you eat it?
Yeah.
You
what
can
are you,
eat
a quitter?
that. Yeah.
Come on.
You can't smash that up over time and eat some of that. Of course you can.
Let's do the telestrator.
Let's get that telestrator.
Let's do the telestrator. Let's go ahead and put that up.
Graphic.
Hopefully I remember the point I was trying to make a mere 11 minutes
Hey!
ago. Okay, here we go. Confirm that we're on screen. Okay.
Yep.
So, we're going to the final throws here. I want you to focus on the Kyogre HP as we are going to play and watch this roll through. Okay, we obviously see the Mew here is in the mist, and that is good pressure by Extinction. They want the Mew to pop this Unite move because if they keep ripping Kyogre, Mew has the opportunity to go to a very easy secure with E-Ball and directly go at the Kyogre here. So they extinguished the Mew's Unite as it's finding space. We have a nice block, Rubble Rouse, Kyogre keeps getting worked on, Mew rotates to the top, bang. This is where I believe Extinction loses the game. Hoopa pops a portal down. Rex is low on HP, but Rex is the only Pokemon that can chase that Mew down from the wrong side of that wall. So, as we clear this and we play through, you're going to see Rex decides to reset here, but the Mew gets free reign to roll over the top. By the time that Rex comes back through, they can't get into the Mew's way. They can't heavy slam over the wall. They're not close enough. They can't get a block down to stun, which means Donlux now has free reign to make the hero play for CACM. Rex is going to heavy slam. They're going to fall short, and what do you know? The Mew takes the objective and takes the win for CACM.
Yeah, I mean, and we kind of saw that from the teams too. I remember seeing, not Trainer, but Yeet shake his head like, yeah, that's kind of what we expected was about to happen. As soon as they reset in that moment, of course, they're going to get their HP back, but they lose any position they have around that pit. Mew, scary the entire time, and considering they were already up a game, they can kind of get aggressive in this moment. Even if they lose, they go to a game 3, but CACM ready to take the victory there. Impressive there, moving on. Extinction, this is going to be the end of their tournament, but there are more teams from NA left in this, and we have more exciting Pokemon Unite coming up. Do not go anywhere. Do not eat a siren, even though, in my opinion, you can. We'll be right back. And to the graphic.
Welcome back, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hey, how we doing? Yes, it's EUIC Cup. It's the European International Championships. We're here. It's the London XL. I'm Relic. I'm joined by Zoinks.
Hello.
And we have another first round match coming up for you. Peps versus Peru. Now, Zoinks, I'm afraid I have to go through some administration, so allow me to just confirm before we head into this matchup that Team Peps will start with a game loss due to a match protocol violation. Simples for you and I and the audience at home is that we are heading straight to game 2. All Peru has to do is win a game, and they are through to the quarters.
Yeah, obviously off to a pretty good start. They are going to be banning away that Blastoise in this ban draft, which I was a little surprised by. Mega Gyarados is going to make it into this first game possibility. Marv is going to prioritize that Psyduck. Blastoise being gone, it makes sense. You get the kind of optimal crowd control you have to work with. However, Peru Unite does have a chance to kind of go with Mega Gyarados and something like the Vaporeon as well, but we're going to go with the Mimikyu instead.
Yeah, just before going live, we were wondering, will Peps go for the target bat on the side this is? That's exactly what they've done, and they've prioritized Peru and Nemo further up the order, picking up that Mimikyu, which is having a phenomenal appearance here on day 2 across multiple teams. Joined by that Mega Gyarados, we're going to see Team Peps picking up the Ceruledge, and looks like Brother's going to go to one of the old classics here in the Crustle.
Yeah, it's so phenomenal at shutting down some of these longer range Pokemon, but it also can be that peel you might need into something like the Mimikyu on the other side. I was a little surprised not to see something like the Slowbro with a Mega Gyarados and a Mimikyu lock in, and it is going to be something that Peru is currently highlighting, but with no kind of major mega threat on the other side. Maybe not a viable option. Draken will switch up to the Snorlax.
Yeah, I like that. I don't think the Mamoswine is quite right here. I think Snorlax, especially for that early game pressure, is going to be really, really good when you're running into, admittedly, quite a devious Dwebble. I always underestimate them in par, but through the Fury Cutter and through the Rock Throw, it's pretty decent. Potato bringing out the Garchomp now.
Yeah.
We saw that once or twice yesterday, didn't we? I remember Kranix taking that out. Zante on the Darkrai.
It's a huge factor for Potato. We talked about, I think, multiple players in Pokemon that are just synergistic in a way that makes it worth picking something that might be slightly off meta. Zinus, though, is going to stick with a pretty standard pick on that Miraidon. Zante is playing the Darkrai on the other side, a Pokemon that does rely on sleep effects. I mean, sometimes Miraidon's passive can come in clutch with that Hadron engine laying down the electrical terrain, making it impossible to fall asleep in that area of effect. Zante going to have to be careful to avoid those areas while battling with their Darkrai.
A lot of early game that I'm looking at here across both rosters, and that Darkrai has to make its presence felt, presumably heading to the top path to attempt to disrupt Tempo's tempo, you could say. Looking to get that Gyarados online as soon as possible.
Yeah, this Darkrai has been such a phenomenal pick. I feel like a little bit more in the online regional leagues than it has here at this in-person tournament. But make no mistake, Darkrai is here to stay in this metagame. But by far the more popular build being that Shadow Claw and Dark Pulse build. You hide underneath what seems like the earth itself and then appear and attack your opponents. It is so extremely strong. However, I think what's really these players' minds when you're picking this Pokemon is that Unite move, the ability to challenge a single opponent into an alternate dimension 1v1. It's just so strong, and having to be able to take out a member of Peru and force them into a situation they don't want to be in, that's what Darkrai's looking to do.
Well, I don't think I've ever questioned what's under Thea Sky Ruins before. If a Darkrai's there, I don't want to know about it. Team Peps in the purple, Peru in the orange. Game 2, I should say, underway.
All right, so Bruv will be solo at the moment in towards the bottom path, as we will likely have a bit of backup for the Darkrai at the start of the game, but so will Tempo. Tempo going to be hanging out solo with the Mega Gyarados on the bottom side.
Very interesting, isn't it? A bit of a flip of the script to what we've become accustomed to. The Headache going to buy a little space for Marv, as Draken will be looking to steal away this Baltoy along with Zinus. That they have done. Marv moving back onto pad with the Gibble.
Yeah, so we're going to see kind of this attacker setup on the top side. Like you are correct, a little atypical, but trying to force Team Peps into an awkward spot with this rotation. Mimikyu going to be a little bit slower on the central area clear than Darkrai was with the help of Hoopa, so they're able to jump down immediately onto the bottom side. Zante already a threat, but still at level 4.
Yeah, they've already adjusted, and they were trying to steal away that Indeedee to attempt to get Klaus up onto that Ceruledge nice and early, especially with that Magikarp. Still a Magikarp could make a huge difference, as here comes a Nemo from the back line. we got ourselves a flank with a Shadow Claw, choosing to turn around and prioritize the EXP in the end.
I like that. Punishing Zante by sticking around in this central area a little bit longer. Klaus also revealing their move is going to be going with the Bitter Blade on the Sarah ledge. Attempts for an eject button escape from Draken, but will still get stunned up.
Brub forced into the eject button, Tempo moving all the way back. The Rock Tomb unable to capture the fish, as that final DD will be picked up. 4-4, half a minute and a half in, yes.
Yeah, Reggie Drago about to spawn in, but right now both these teams know they need to clear that central off cooldown. We saw at the start of the game some early attempts at invades. Don't make the mistake of thinking that will end in the first minute or two of the game. These teams will try to apply pressure if they get any kind of advantage early. Ooh, tough look for Potato, not able to get any of those Zatus. Going to be held away from the Gabite evolution for just a couple seconds longer.
But got it, they most certainly have. Interesting to see what they run with. We've been seeing a lot of Dragon Rush in the few Garchomp appearances that we have seen thus far. Of course, Livid Outrage, such a fantastic Unite move to use later on. The Charge Beam unable to steal away the Reggie Drago, so a real good boon there for Peru as they move into the southern path.
Yeah, they're feeling awesome about it right now, and the early game in general. Team Pep's definitely focusing a bit longer on that late game, with Potato basically having to live in this top path until they hit the Garchomp evolution.
Here goes Tempo, Dragon Breath, completely whiffing. This is never going to be helpful, is it? But Brub is calling in the reinforcements, and they're looking pretty strong 2-3, but slash that in 2, slash that in down to 1 because of the amazing work from Tempo. We are going to see a KO go the other way, but the Charge Beam takes down the Darkrai. Good scores for Peru on bottom path.
Yeah, really nice work from Zainus. They do apply that passive to the goal zone, block out that healing by debuffing it, and then really from that point on, Anemo could just carve up any target who's trying to look for some solace. We do see Zante actually trade a KO, so good experience for the Darkrai. They're going to kind of keep pace, but they are 2 levels behind Anemo right now.
Potato looking to take the initiative here as into the Dark Pulse they go with the Darkrai. Dragon, the block has already been eaten up, and they're going to steal the Regice. Anyway, oh, wonderful to see Pump in the audience too. You cannot mistake that suit, that's for sure. Can Peru now bite back though? Team Peps have lost 2 on pad into the Dark Pulse once again. That will block the 26 from going down on Tempo. Down goes Draken, looking for a second with a Revenant Red.
Huge.
Goes through 2, but isn't able to find a KO. Tempo too strong. Zainus and Anemo working together to take down this Darkrai. Forced back to the Pokemon Center yet again. Charge Beam onto the Psyduck. It's relentless from Peru on this Tier 1 zone. Can they rescue Anemo from the clutches of the opposition team? Tempo can. Oh, yes, he can. 34 score. Can they get the 40 here? Yes, they sneak it in. 6 points left on pad. Peru perhaps have stuck around for a bit too long. Or have they? Because Tempo's got his Dragon Current. Mega Gyarados buys the time necessary, although Anemo will still fall. And Tempo at that as well. Oh, shielding.
Yeah, they should
my
be
word,
okay.
no way.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Mega Gyarados. They're going to be just fine in that situation. But yeah, ridiculous work from Peru Unite, working with essentially what feels like 10% of their entire team's HP left on the roster, and they're able to get a ton of points in that goal zone. So great push by Peru, amazing support from the back line of Peru, and they crush it.
Right, that was a long one from me. We can talk about Peru moving south zones, but it looks like Peps is already on top of that bottom path, Reggie.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to take out this Reggie Alecki, and they will get it. So no contest from Peru outside of Zainus' empowered Charge Beam, but a little tough to get that secure. With this much damage, this Reggie Alecki will be taken down so quickly. Big push, though, from Anemo.
Yeah, Livid Outrage is going to be cancelled out by the Mimikyu Unite move. There goes the Dark Pulse once again. Darkrai making up the numbers here. Rock Tomb, the hoops are unbound. That will bring Mimikyu right back into play, and it means that Team Peps simply has to engage. They kind of had a second thought about it. Mark going to fall on the Psyduck as our second Reggie on top path already awaits.
Nice work from Zainus, just extending that Charge Beam with an eject button, ensuring the knockout onto Zante, who has been held at level 10. A couple of KOs have kind of brought them back up, but again, Anemo almost at level 12 on this Mimikyu, just soaring ahead of the competition, and now Tempo finding their way to the backline. Potato on the run.
Really nice blocking there from Anemo. A really strong 34-point overdunk Oh boy, that Hadron engine is not going to help if you're stuck in the middle of it. 4-2-2-4. This is much more like it from the reigning world champions.
Yeah, Peru Unite so far is just lights out. Team Peps is struggling to get a single foothold in this game. A couple of decent team fights. I think Klaus lined up a really nice Sarah-led Unite, but the backup and team coordination so far has just not been there from Team Peps, and it's difficult to do when this far behind. It really is going to take all your resources, focus, and even then, it might be hard to swing an entire team fight.
Yeah, like level-wise, they're not too far behind, are they? They're certainly competitive, but they are struggling to just outright score. They need a team fight win, and they need one soon.
Yeah, fortunately, level's not the only factor in this game. It's an important one, obviously, maybe the most important. But actually ending the game with that points lead is going to be paramount. We do see a few points going in on the top side, so Pep's trying to split push a little bit, working out for them, and currently we got Zante trying to duel with a Nemo, but that backup of Kea, just too much. This Trick Phantom Force combo with this Mimikyu so far has been lights out for Peru.
Peru prioritized position, going after the Regieleki. Marv and Potato going into the backline through the Dragon Rush. Hooper unbound. In comes Tempo with that Mega Gyarados blocked away by the X-Scissor. Coin flip. It's the Hooper that takes it. He is securing for Peru. And now we're starting to see KOs come on through. First on Tempo into the into the Power Nap, I should say, from Dragon. Shadow Sneak found onto Marv. Down goes Cereledge. Down goes the Psyduck. Looking for a 3. They got it. Can they find a 4 onto Potato? You bet they can. And Nemo cooking.
Oh man, a Quadra for the Mimikyu, and just like that, all that momentum from Team Pep snuffed out. Both Klaus and Potato have great entries into that team fight. Potato with that Garchomp Unite, that Livid Outrage, looked so fantastic, but Peru Unite able to withstand that incoming damage and just have the perfect response. Great bounce back.
One positive to take away from Peps, of course, in that team fight is that they were able to whittle down the health bar of the Regieleki rather successfully. Meant that there was barely any time spent on defending that T2 zone. They focused on the yellow dots on their side of the map, and good time too, Zoinks. Here comes the central objective.
Yeah, and now Draken sitting at this point with no EXP share on this defender, right? So that's why we're seeing kind of this level 10 scraping to get into level 11 point for this Snorlax. Maybe more importantly though, no Power Nap available yet, as Draken has not had time to knock out wild Pokemon and earn back that Unite move. Still though, is Peru Unite taking the initiative.
Charge move shredding, block onto the Garchomp, relocates into the Kyogre pit. There's the block onto Bruv, forced into the eject button, into the Rubble Rouser, and down goes Marv on the Psyduck. We got our Mega Gyarados on line 2 into the center. Revenant Renjuice, I think Kyogre goes 2! Who is it in the end? It was Team Pet who's stealing away through Bruv.
Yeah, a huge play by this Crustle, and honestly kind of dominating this team fight. Potato's Unite move in the perfect position. They love entering a melee right in the middle of that Kyogre pit, but now comes the hard math. You're going to take the lead, but there's 1:20 left on the clock. Team Peps would love to break that tier 1 with a final score. However, they're only going to have so much time while that Kyogre debuff is applied to it.
I do like this from Peru. I mean, they've been here how many times before already? They know if they force that fight, even if they lose, they've got a 60-second buffer to work with, and that score deficit is not big, but keep a peaky eye up their top path on Zante with a full Hundo Burger ready to launch. Maybe why they've left a Nemo in the back line.
Yeah, and I don't think a Nemo has been able to spot them. Currently, they're just trying to get their Unite move back if they can, a very effective way to open up a scoring opportunity. If there's one defender, Mimikyu can make that one less towards one of these goal zones. Tense moment here, Potato's starting the defense.
And I think a Nemo has caught Zante, but Tempo's caught out in a big way. They go down, huge pick, really big pick for Team Peps, who are looking to size this one up to take it to game number 3. Still, they lead by 16 points, moving through. Here's KO with 27, the counter score, but check it out on T1. Are they going to be able to score on T1? Yes, they will. In goes 82 from Bruv into the Livid Outrage backline, though. Here comes the Hooper. How many points in pocket do they have? It's a, who knows? Who knows? Hundo Burger on T2. Oh my goodness gracious me! What's the final score?
All right, I think that'll be a Team Peps victory. I think there's too many points scored in the final moments. Peru Unite have the Hoopa Unite move, but I think Draken not taking it and electing to try to stay and defend. I don't even think 80 points would have brought them back in, but real tough decisions, and Team Peps tie up this match. Bruv with a hero Kyogre steal on that Crustle.
And the crowd goes wild. we are heading to game 3, dare I say, against the run of form across those 10 minutes. Peru looked impervious. Very few chinks in the armor, very few vulnerabilities. But as you rightly called, very foreboding, Zoinks. It's what happens at the end. Get those points over the line. And that they did.
Yeah, I mean, Team Peps needed some kind of, some energy to go behind that, right? It's tough to start in the series the way they did. Tied this thing up in 1-1, and that early game was truly tough. Peru Unite was beating them at every angle. They had the advantage in levels, points, and just presence on the map. Team Peps needed something. And I honestly think a lot of it, I know the Crustle gets that secure on the Kyogre. I do think Potato's Garchomp came alive in that final moment.
It was a pummel party out there in the early game, that's for sure, and Peru was celebrating happily. But you can always rely on Bruv to bring something a little extra spicy to the table. Activated that Rubble Rouser real early, made sure to use that eject button at the right time, heading into the Kyogre, making sure that he was a factor, and a factor that has turned the tides in favor of Peps.
Yeah, we can take another look at this fight. I love how early Potato enters the fray, and same with Bruv. They just both all in on this Kyogre pit. Klaus and Zante are kind of fighting on the top side, but not the real threats at the moment. And I do think that's a Rubble Rouser like AoE hit that's taking the Kyogre. That is wild. I think that's really the only option. It was very close at the end. Of course, Peru Unite having a chance. I thought with the Unite move brought down by Kea, there was a chance, but Draken just making the tough call. I gotta stop a few of these scores. Bruv, maybe one of our first ever 0 knockout player of the games.
Wait, didn't we have the Meowth yesterday?
Maybe. I don't think I got player of the game, but yeah, either way, hey, shout out to Bruv for our first, at least in my memory, 0 KO player of the game.
Rocky Helmet Enjoyer.
Yeah.
Listen, it's the little chip damages that matter. I also really liked the look of Zante on this Darkrai. Always a nuisance, able to steal away that early Regice. Let's not forget, great zone defense and keeping Anemo really occupied on that back zone when it mattered, when the rest of his team was pushing.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm interested to see if it shows up again in game number 3. Like, I think if anything, I would like Zante just on something that they are like really comfortable on, but clearly they got a presence on this Darkrai as well. So we'll see if it shows up again. And big shout out to Bruv.
Well, speaking of Zante, we've seen them on Mewtwo Y, we've seen them on Inteleon. These are kind of like the classic picks, but I think that you're then leaving him to the end of the draft. The Darkrai, I don't know. We were having this conversation, weren't we, about it was the Klaus Decidui, wasn't it, where numbers looked good. And it's so difficult, really, to read when you're having such a good game by the numbers and then having that extra step as to, well, what's going to come around next game. I mean, I doubt that Peru's actually going to go ahead and ban away the Darkrai. Wasn't that infamous?
Yeah, no. I honestly, I think if you're Peru, you're probably sticking to pretty similar bans. I mean, the Mega Charizard Y, Lucario, and Blastoise are all pretty standard. I think where we can start thinking if Peru does want to flex to anything, it's if we flip sides in draft. If Peru Unite does end up on that first pick position, we're looking at something a little new. So we're going to take a look, but no, they will be second side, and we're going to return to Kyogre for map number 3.
Okay, so Team Peps, first ban. Again, they're looking at that Pormor. Really rising into ban territory.
Tempo is just different on that Pokemon. like all credit to Peps. Great call. Trainer was amazing on that Pokemon as well. Really cool to see these players kind of breaking the mold and finding out the true power level of some of these Pokemon. Okay, that ban does surprise me. So Psyduck going to be the ban for Peps. We will not have Marv like returning to that Pokemon that they have in matches past.
I do think it's respect on K.
Blastoise through.
But Blastoise is allowed through. Umbreon is chosen over thus, and no surprise to anybody. Brug's going to be locking that one in lickety split.
All right, so does Tempo return to the Mega Gyarados? We saw a very interesting pathing from them to start the game, and yeah, it'll be an identical draft for Peru Unite so far outside of their ban phase.
I mean, really, for 8 minutes. It was working.
Oh, yeah. I don't think my notes with Peru Unite start with the drafting phase almost whatsoever. It is difficult to play the Shadow Sneak Mimikyu into these double defender compositions that Peps loves to play. Like, listen, Marv and Bruv, while they can play those support roles if they want to, they are true tank defender players, right? So it makes a lot of sense, and they are really difficult to play that Shadow Sneak Mimikyu into.
And this is a big send from Peps. 2 hyperscaling defenders. Picking up that Mamoswine potentially before Draken can, but with the Crustle therefore open and available. You'd be surprised to see them going against that pick. Of course, the Snorlax also available. That's what we're seeing Team Peps dropping. The Alcremie picked up by Kia. Potato running back the Garchomp. And here comes this all-important Zante pick, hovering the Mewtwo Y, looking at Galarian Rapidash, and indeed choosing to stick with the Darkrai.
Okay, got it. So a very, very similar draft for Team Peps so far. Obviously, sans some of the supportive roles. But final pick for Peru Unite will likely be this. I think I do like the Miraidon in this situation. It's not just because I'm wearing the Miraidon pin, but that Pokemon is so fantastic, and I think it was doing a really, really good job of keeping Peps in check.
Yeah, I'm choosing to go with the Mega Charizard. Why? Because, quite frankly, I don't think we're going to see it at all today. I think it's not going to get through that ban phase. Up there at 85% across both days so far. And so then, we look towards Peps and Peru for round 2, technically 3. I really love the Blastoise pick. I think that is such an important thing for Team Peps to pick up. I think it's the best defender right now in the meta. My worry with Peps is that we were talking about the early game. They were really struggling. To be fair, calm heads prevail. They are able to rise to the surface when it comes to the final 2 minutes, but that is 3 Hyperscalers total. Darkrai rotating from Central, not exactly the most impactful outside of passive. Early evolution onto Ceruledge feels like the goal zone for me to try and lay the foundations for later on.
That's true. Yeah, I think Mamoswine is kind of the only exception to that rule. While it does have a 3-stage evolution, it's rocking EXP share, and Ice Fang's so solid to start, right? So I think, you'll have a little bit of, and honestly, Swinub early game.
Pretty good,
has some pretty big impact plays. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that one for sure. But let's get into it. Game number 2, Team Peps looking to eliminate Peru Unite, your current world champions, in game number 3.
And it would be an upset. Peru has reached the grand finals of EUIC twice in a row. They took down the likes of Gen 5 last time, only being bested by Luminosity, and even then they picked up a game, which in this esport, Zoinks, picking up a game and you're not winning in the grand finals, that is quite an achievement.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, our grand finals truly are cursed. Marv getting this early poke damage in. Kea looking to defend their own central area and trying to dodge out. Marv will at least be safe as they return back and actually going to roam towards the top path to go give Potato a hand.
And they got the Baltoy as well, so it's just a little bit of extra EXP that won't be going towards Inemo. Lovely blocking here from Gruv, allowing the rest of the path to move through the EXP smoothly, but here comes Inemo, the evolution for Klaus. That's a lot better than last time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. A lot better in that early game stage. We'll be going with the Bitter Blade again, so a lot of that HP restoration. Reminder, Team Peps does have no true healers on their side of the roster, so Bitter Blade is going to be doing them a lot of favors, but Miraidon is going to be running that Cursed Incense, so a battle between the healing and the healing stoppage.
They're looking at the shielding for the defenders. Garchomp, of course, a great self-sustainer as well once it gets motoring with those autos. Minute and a half in. Nilquak.
All right, and Potato so far has had a tough time getting started. I mean, when you're playing these melee Pokemon against these ranged attackers, especially ones with solid secure, it is pretty difficult to get set up in the early game. Potato going to be trapped in by that Rock Tomb, and Zainu's going to love that situation, peppering in damage with these charge beams.
The Dragon's not allowed to get away with it totally. Of course, you were pointing out the Swinub with those boosted autos, picking up that freeze, which can be disruptive. Certainly, you would rather Ice Fang, of course, the instant impact. But we do have scores now bound down on this bottom half. Team Peps putting in 33. Here goes Tempo. Really lovely work, but he eats a lot of damage and ultimately is our first KO, courtesy of Bruv on the War Turtle. But in the back line, there's a Shadow Claw. Good stun. Ready Drago going to the Miraidon, but here comes the Shadow Claw once again from Marv onto Inemo. Bitten off more than they can chew, and Kia might be collateral. Indeed they are. Massive from Team Peps.
Yeah. Really weird push by Peru, if I'm being totally honest. It feels a little disjointed where we normally see really good coordination from this squad. They go in one at a time, and Kea's healing is just a little bit too far away from that goal zone to keep that Gyarados up. In the end, multiple Pokemon get punished. Anemo a little bit late on the rotate, and Team Peps with some really great early game advantages.
Tempo really behind the curve, only just turned level 6. Again, looking for that back line onto Klaus, and this time they do find the KO. And now it's 4v2. Team Peps Peps with a split push on top path. This might not end well. This gold zone, I don't think it's going to stay at 80, but that's a big Dark Pulse. Going for the 30. Tempo will be stopped. 25 from Anemo. In they go. Hadron Engine down into the charge beam. Tempo looking to try and do their best to escape. Dark Pulse. Blastoise falls, because look at Anemo. While we've been looking at all of the craziness going on in front of the goal zone, Anemo has been sneaking in from the back. Now surrounding Regieleki. This is going straight into the pockets of Peru Unite.
They're going to take it, but like it's a really late take for Peru Unite. Team Pep's doing a great job of insulating that goal zone for quite some time. Regieleki will land. It'll go extremely low after that score from Tempo. We'll finally get some of these attack stacks in, and oh my word, in that picture-in-picture, Potato actually taking down the Regieleki. So very impressive stuff for this early game start. Again, Potato's impact comes later. You gotta wait for the big guard jump. But Potato getting started early in this game number 3.
Here's Anemo now coming straight off the back of the Mamoswine. KO straight into the Gabite. KO, are they able to find a third? No, stopped in their tracks just about by Zante, but Klaus fancies a piece of the action. Again, a little bit too close for comfort up against that Miraidon, 33 to 76.
Yeah, really tough to trust your healing effects in that situation, hoping that Bitter Blade would be enough, but you only hit one target, and then again, the incense from Zainu is just making it really difficult to actually have the HP to work with in that team fight.
Real rough there for Draken. It's a shame that the Rock Tomb does not encompass an entire circle, or indeed 3/4 of a circle, because otherwise that Blastoise would have been in trouble. Looking towards the central area, Zinus with a bit of vision, keeping an eye on Bruv as they go south. Zante sticking around in the tall grass, now going south. K is going to be feeding that information back down on bottom path. Meanwhile, Anemo once again going at it, and Potato has not been given a moment's breath on it from minute 1. And I think that's going to be the case for the rest of the match.
Yeah, they're finally guard chomp though. So that is going to be the main exchange. The Unite move will be ready to go. They don't have many Unite moves to kind of give them any backup. Potentially a Mamoswine or Blastoise to kind of give them some space, but it's not like we're dealing with something like a Blitz Assistance or anything like that. Potato will have to do a lot of these team fights alone or splitting away from Klaus, which is the devastating duo of these all-rounders.
Next Reggie phase on the way then. The Regieleki on bottom path, our Roulette Reggie up on top path, and Peru Unite already have numbers in this bottom path. Zante picking up the Citrus, and Nino, ooh, yeah, just missed out on Zante there, just out of range, but a big zone crack here from Peru Unite.
Yeah, huge overdunk. I think that goal zone was left at 3, so at 37 or something like that. Overdunk, very, very impressive from Peru, and they are catching up big time, or soaring ahead, I should say, in that score line. Take a look at this rip. It will be Miraidon going to try to attempt to steal the Regirock, but it's Team Peps locking that one down.
I think Draken blocked by their own Rock Tomb, unfortunately. Not able to hit with the X's, or unleashing the Livid Outrage. Now goes the Garchomp. Bright Future Meteor Storm will not find a KO. The Gyarados most certainly will, and Bruv is caught in no man's land. Got the surf in, but straight into the hands of 4 Peru Unite members. It's just Zante left. Can they catch one? It's KO in the tall grass, and they decide to actually full-on retreat. Could this be another zone crack? Yeah, you bet you can. It's another 30-point plus overdunk, and look at that score, Zoinks.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Peru. They finally really come back in this game. Team Peps actually dominated the early game. Really big switch up from game number 1. But now when we are into this final game of this best of 3, they are looking a lot cleaner. Regieleki walking towards this tier 1. Bruv's starting to start some space.
If you're going to rip the Unite moves, you might as well do it now, buying a lot of space, like you say, and getting that Regieleki to hit. Yo, Bruv, you could literally get a 1-point situation here. There's the surf. They decide to go with the 40 from the Ceruledge, but by waiting around for so long, Peru might be able to find some hits here. They come play with me into the Hydro Typhoon, knocks up 3. Down goes Ceruledge, looking for Anino. They are able to take down the Mamoswine, shrugging off the big ball, and there's another one. Team Peps, what happened?
I mean, it's just El Cremi difference at this point in time. There's so much sustain available for Peru Unite with these heals in the backline. Kea is able to keep everybody up and healthy. Of course, there's a lot of tankiness on Team Peps. They have a lot of upfront HP, but if Peru Unite can just kind of win the war of attrition, Kea will always bring them to the other side.
And I love you bringing Kea to the forefront of the conversation, rocking the sweet scent as well, which is absolute nastiness when you're looking at a Ceruledge, you're looking at a Garchomp, which will be slowed. These are close combat machines.
Yeah, and not only that, it's just going to buff up Kaya's healing even more. So they can put those AoEs down exactly where they know these melee Pokemon want to bring the fight. That's just going to buff up the healing and give those empowered recovers towards the entire squad. Those dollops will be everywhere. But Peru Unite favoring the Reg Ice. It's still 15 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to fight for positioning, but Team Peps will be back on the scoreline. Nice back cap by that Mamoswine.
Still over 100 behind. Is Team Peps going for the fight now? Yes, they are. Earthquake catches two. Into the cake is built. Look at this. Under the umbrella they all go, trying to find whatever healing they can. Looking for the first KO. Team Peps losing a lot of health bars. Hydro Typhoon, full flip, and it's Team Peps and Potato who finds the roasting of Peru on the plate.
I mean, you got the backup of Bruv's Hydro Typhoon. Now is the time to strike. Team Peps do secure those Kyogre buffs, but they are attempting to retreat now and hold on to them. Tempo, on the other hand, has other plans and is looking to try to steal Mars. These buffs could be massive if taken by either of these squads. A minute and a half left on the clock. Peps still trailing.
The only one catching a stray there was the Crustal. Here goes Zante though. Hundo Burger in. 20 points the difference. Team Peps still have to score, and they're going to find that out in about 10 seconds or so.
Oh man, Marv a couple of times now trying to grab that Gyarados. They just don't have enough CC between the two of them or enough spacing to actually make it happen. Bruv going to go on the long mission, roaming for a minute all the way back to that home base. They have 30 points and a Kyogre buff.
Can we get a look at this Blastoise? Can we get a look at Bruv and Nemo once again on this back zone? They need 11 points. Only 11 points. 21 required to win. Even if they were to fully tie this, Peps, 252 to 252, that is a tie that Peru wins by scoring first.
He gets it. Bruv gets 60, 292. Now Peru Unite have to go, and they already found the support.
Oh!
He's down. Big takedown. But then you have the Gyarados moving towards the bottom path. Waterfall in. Zante there for the defense. It looks like Potato's trying to recall right now.
X-Scissor blocking. Dark Pulse blocking. There's no Unite move. They're looking for the 16. They've got the 32. It's still not enough. They need over 100 to score. And folks, they are going to score it. 2 years ago, Grand Finals. 1 year ago, Grand Finals. This year, Zoinks. This year, it's different.
Team Peps back-to-back. Kyogre secures into heroic scoring runs at the end. Read it there, EU. You're still in this one. Team Peps move on to top 8.
It is an astounding result how this series started. We could not have predicted in a million years how it would end. Team Peru left reeling. Their 3-3 record in region maybe a little more alarmingly realistic than perhaps we gave it credit for.
Wow, I mean, what a matchup. You see the Team Peps squad celebrating, of course, in the crowd after truly an amazing matchup between these two teams. And in that game number 3 that we were just witnessing, truly, a Blastoise Unite move just gives you so much space around these final objectives. And we see Klaus and Potato get to work on that main objective. Peru Unite gonna be sent packing, and Team Peps holding their heads high as they move into top 8.
That big double 50 from Zante, such a huge difference maker. That early pick on Kia, such a huge difference maker. Quick was the central area scramble, yes, Zoinks, but so many Unite moves, well, not wasted necessarily, but utilized in effort to try and take the Kyogre in vain for Peru Unite.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one when you got Team Peps isolating so much of this map. Look at Marv's Mamoswine, by the way, creating a ton of space on the outside. We even got a Crustal Unite move in range and the X-Scissor, but Draken could not isolate every single threat away. Still, Peru Unite always in the game. Never count them out. They make a final push, some big scoring attempts, but it's Team Peps who hold on to this one. And shout out to Zante for at least having some knockouts in the player of the game.
Bruv, hardly able to contain the smile. We've been glazing Hydro Typhoon all tournament long, Zoinks. What a great time to use it with Potato hitting those crits on the auto. Once you saw those 3 members going up, you're like, well, the only thing that can secure it other than the Garchomp is that charge beam that was still an active threat. Wow.
Shout out to Zante on the goal zone defense for having the red dot on the jump pad, making sure they're ready to defend against Peru's attempts at scoring on both sides of the map. So great work there from this Darkrai, so phenomenal. We don't get any healing stoppage stats yet. However, that Cursed Incense I would be very interested to see, especially with KS healing on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially once they hit the cake on Central. I mean, that was a lot of damage instantaneous from everything that was happening around KO. Wow, but Peru Unite, our world champions, don't even make it to the quarterfinals. That is one of the upsets of the tournament, no?
Absolutely. I think Team Peps have lived up to kind of what we expected would happen with them at the start of the season. Seeing this roster form together, a lot of who's who from this region, and already showcasing that they are quite strong. However, the gauntlet doesn't end there. Their top 8 opponent is going to be Root Dignitas, and the path towards Grand Finals just gets harder and harder.
But man, there's something different about in-person tournaments, Zoinks. I'm not dismissing the threat of Root Dig, not at all. But off the back of such an incredible set of circumstances, I wouldn't look against them to at least take one game off this Root Dig squad.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they got the experience.
Yeah, I think it's very realistic for them to get the win against Root Dignitas. I'm not picking them to win.
Sure.
No, you can never count Team Peps out. No, and not after 2 fantastic end games like we just witnessed from this squad. We got a lot of great matches already being set up for our top 8. We have one final round of 16 match that's going to be coming up a little bit later. So we are in the thick of it in this tournament. I am loving it right now. Some great action, and we're starting the day in the morning with some epic matches. I love it. We're going to have even more. We're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, more AOS Cup at EUIC.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, EUIC, live in London at the Excel Center. Thousands of trainers in attendance, and of course, one of the biggest prizes in Unite on the line. The winner of this tournament punches their ticket to Worlds in San Francisco. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha. The one and only Doob Snacks joins me. Doob Snacks, this single elimination bracket is cruising right along. What an insane match from Peps in Peru.
Yeah, I'm going to have to change their name to Easy Cheese because that is what they did 2 consecutive games in a row, and sometimes you find yourself a win. I actually bumped into them shortly after that victory, and Bruv looks me dead in my eyes and goes, "We played to our strategy." So there you go. The kid's delivering.
There you have it, as we have Los Caducados and Tuzi on stage getting ready for their next match. Tuzi, the last opportunity for Brazil to stay in this competition, a team that I know a lot of people are rooting for. And on the other side, a team that had a great day one, Los Caducados.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. Of course, you know, it kind of seems like the home team advantage here for these EU squads is shining through, especially when you're taking a look at LATAM. Of course, we just saw Peru get dispatched of, and Tuzi Esports are going to see if they can avoid that same fate. Los Caducados, and one of my favorite players to watch so far from the EU, Gerarwi, and I hope they go Tree, because that thing is awesome.
Yeah, their Trevenant is amazing. As we take a look at our bans here back and forth, first ban is that Zeraora, the most targeted ban of all time. Matt's the only player in the tournament playing Zeraora, has a 100% win rate on it, so a direct ban towards that player. And they're going to grab Mega Lucario first, as we will be starting on our Kyogre map. We can move maps around throughout the day here, depending on what the losing team decides, but all of our games will start with the new Kyogre map. The next couple of picks, we've got the Umbreon and possibly the Crustle as well. Yes, they do lock in 2 defenders.
Yeah, so really you're going to look at Leozine, I believe, to be playing like that Wish, perhaps Mean Look as well. Of course, to lock down players with Mean Look, but top off their HP with Wish. On the other side, Naiad is circling through, pausing just briefly on Lapras, a Pokemon that I am a fan of, only in the hands of Bruv. Gerarwi grabbing Blastoise, Naiad grabbing Mamoswine, and they were sliding on this Mamoswine yesterday.
Yeah, they had so many amazing plays on Mamo. I'm not surprised to see them lock this in. And I do think getting Blastoise, you know, as a second pick, or essentially as the 4th pick of the entire match, is pretty impressive given how much priority teams have put on it. However, we've got the Ceruledge, kind of a favorite in a lot of the LATAM region. I feel like Ceruledge is very, very popular in LATAM. And then, of course, we have Mazo on Gyarados. Mazo has been on the stock Gyarados for a while now. Not even Mega Gyarados, just bringing Gary into a lot of these games. Couple of final picks. Palmon really picking up some steam in this tournament after what we saw yesterday from Extinction. Final pick over here from Los Caducados.
Palmont stocks are on the rise. I mean, it's obviously the ripple effect of just a couple good performances, and it's like, oh, we should have taken more consideration. Like we said, we closed our day out yesterday. Trainer LGC, 2 back-to-back games with over 120,000 damage. The self-sustain it has is incredible. It brawls phenomenally. And when you're talking about these kind of face-to-face, no crazy long-range type approaches, you're not going to get snipe-shotted down anything.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go fight.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see how these teams are able to play it here. You know, Tuzi having a couple of tough teams they ran into in day one, but making it here to day 2. I know both of these teams, of course, in this single elimination bracket, are going to do everything they can to move forward. It's going to be a tough matchup for these squads. I feel like yesterday, watching Caducados, I mean, they had some huge moments. I remember Naiad, as we talked about, absolutely popping off on that Mamoswine. Gerarwi also always having huge plays as a defender right here. And then some well-known quantities here on Tuzi. Of course, you've got one of the stars of the game, Mazo there, one of the big, there he is, one of the big players out of Brazil, but a ton of talent on this squad.
Yeah, I mean, you have a great support core in Anthras and Leozine as well, and that's going to help facilitate this base model Gyarados.
And here we go. Los Caducados out of EU is going to be your purple team, while Tuzi Esports from Brazil is your orange team, they're starting off our best of 3. Naiat moving into the central area right away.
Doing almost looks like the EU Classic at this point. We saw Marv doing an invade with the Swinub in last match. Now we're seeing Naiat do it again. We saw them do this yesterday as well. So quick invade, gonna leave with the piece of that experience. And now Matt's Char Cadet, not one of the strongest jungle clears that we got.
No, it's got decent burst, but I mean, look at this. Naiat dealing with 2 right here, and it could go down. The focus band eject button used to try to peel away from this. Another huge Icicle crash. They are able to make it out, but it costs them a ton of time and 2 Pokemon.
But look, Naiat, excuse me, the Char Cadet's HP is so low, it can't even like jump immediately to path without grabbing resources on the way. Jose gonna get caught up and gonna get beat down here, and that is another blisteringly early Gyarados.
Yeah, an early Gyarados is very scary for the other side. They pick up the assistant KOs there, so they're able to get that. And even if this fight doesn't go particularly well for them, they already have Gyarados online. They feel great on the side of Tuzi for that exchange, no question.
I think Birdie-Lo has a real opportunity to make a difference here for Los Caducados on this Mew. We've seen so many good Mew players. Matt's putting a lot of pressure onto that Palmok. Crustle going to get credit for the Squirtle knockout, and Girarwi, by now, every other time they've played Tree, they're already level 5 and Groove.
Yeah, and here we go. Moving forward, 3 members of Tuzi pushing forward towards Jose, trying to take this Palmon down. A lot of self-sustain in its kit. Will it be enough? The Supercell Slam? No, they are not able to withstand the 3 members of Tuzi.
Just relentless pressure here from Tuzi, not letting Los Caducados get a breath anywhere. Rally gonna get back, and don't forget, this was their first pick of this draft here, was this Mega Lucario, and you gotta, oh, that's a good push, you gotta get a knockout here. You have to cash in on it, they do, that's the place to start.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 members now of Los Caducados in the top path, seeing what they can make happen here, as we have Tuzi fighting in the bottom path. The Mew does go down, and now we're gonna see if Mats can hold off this push with multiple members of the team there. They eject button for the Lucario KO.
Matt's really cashing in with this Cerulege. You said it's the Latam special. However, they overextend their welcome. Jose evolving there is critical.
Yeah, big evolve right there as we have the Palmot jumping back in with the Supercell Slam. We're going to see if Mazo can make much happen right here. Wartortle does go down. Mazo at level 7. However, the Mega Lucario on the other side also at level 7.
I hate to say it, but Girarwi on this Blastoise, I know it takes longer to get it going, but man, it is not having the same impact, and it's not really opening up the opportunities that their tree does. Naiat with a repositioned Ice Fang there, just X-scissored into the backside of Mean Look, and they are quickly knocked out. Kennis moves up. They're going to be able to just put those Electro Mines down and A-press this Registeel along with Mazo and take an easy objective.
Yeah, nice stuff. 2 level 9s on the side of Tuzi, which means we have a couple of Unite moves. Mazo now going into score as well. It's going to get them very close to 9 with all of that experience they got from scoring. They are now going to continue to stack in that top path. Ooh, huge catch. Massive catch right there on the Cerulege. If Mats does not go down right there, that fight is very different, but no Unite move from the Cerulege. A Regieleki secured from Los Caducados.
Good timing on the surf by Girarwi to get out of the Mean Look and go straight towards the pad to put the pressure. Hydro Pump, reposition, Reli's on the backside. Wow, caught and knocked out quickly. And now Girarwi is low on the totem pole, and they're the 3rd player to go down in consecutive order here for Los Caducados. Rolling back is Birdie-Lo. Like I said, they have the opportunity to make a difference, but not hitting that solar beam on the Umbreon means that Leozing is going to be able to keep the pressure on, and they might Mean Look them down again. No, they pivot back, and now Naiat is looking to evolve into Mamoswine and become a real player.
And look at that. I mean, that light screen, what a savior play for that Mew right there, pushing 3 members of Tuzi back, not able to continue their push. You know Cerulege wanted to use their Unite move a few times, of course, before they went down in that first fight, but they will have it online pretty soon. Naihat super close to evolving, but since they don't have it yet, they know they are safe to continue this push if they would like to.
You can kind of see that Girarwi backed off of that berry so that Naiat could get some HP, something you'll never see a solo queue player do.
They refuse to, but these teams obviously well-oiled machines. Naihat online now at level 9, giving them their Unite move. 4 Unites on the side of Los Caducados. We've got 3 Unites on the side of Tuzi as we are getting ready for a fight here. 15 seconds until this top objective is going to spawn. They move in. Wow, what an eject!
Right into the middle. The Mean Look Look is down, Ceruledge Unite is popped, and it is eviscerated through Los Caducados. They needed more members of the squad to back up that amazing engagement by Naiad. They are unable to, and because of that, TCG Esports takes complete control. We have the Hydro Typhoon, Surf reposition, but it's just Birdie low. Leosin low on HP. Please get a knockout somewhere. Naiad with another great Ice Fang on Mazo. Mazo takes to the underwater seas, and they're cruising back towards their own path.
That Ceruledge just dipping out of the map barely to avoid that solar beam was extremely impressive. Great stuff there from TCG and an incredible fight. You have to call out the call from Naiad to jump in, then reposition, eject Ice Fang was absolutely beautiful, but Los Caducados could not follow up on the play, so TCG takes the fight. And silently, Kennis on the side of TCG just way ahead right now, almost level 13 on this Raichu.
Left completely unchecked, right? Like it's just gotten to do whatever it's wanted, taking objectives, sliding around the map, and in that last exchange was a great source of damage so that Mats could close the door with a KO Streak of 3 with that big Ceruledge Unite move chopping down the Caducados. Regieleki's at half, Aura Cannon is out, but immediately into a mean look. They can't even get to anywhere of value. Are they gonna close a power-up punch? They have to go straight for Regieleki, and that is not how you wanna be using this Mega Lucario.
No, you want to be able to move in and fight, and they might be able to here in just a moment as Mega Lucario is charging the power-up punch, looking for a moment. Regieleki walking towards the goal zone. Los Caducados looks like they're deciding to peel away from this. Yes, they are. They are leaving this fight.
Yeah, they have to. I'll tell you what, this Umbreon Leosin has been an absolute menace. Obviously, the HP that they're providing the rest of the team with Wish is critical, but really, I'm looking at Mean Look because they have hit prime targets every single time in prime moments, really letting the rest of TCG flex their muscles.
The question for TCG here is, do they want to deal with this top objective at all? They have time to do it, but they will lose some positioning and could lose score in the bottom path. They have Mazo in the top path. They could rip it by themselves. Umbreon there as well. This is going to give an opportunity for Caducados, however, to possibly collect a big KO here from a member of TCG. Anthras in some trouble right now, but able to peel away from this fight, and Mazo moves away from the top objective. TCG now repositioning close to the center of the map. We are getting close to our first Kyogre of this series. 20 seconds now until it spawns.
Mazo hanging out at least a good way. Los Caducados was able to get the Crustle eject button out. Girarwi sussing out. They're trapped in the Rock Tomb. Hydro Pump there for space. Oh, Hydro Typhoon just for the Crustle. All the rest of TCG backs up, and Girarwi expends a critical resource for no value there. Quickly into a pause. We're going to find out what's going on.
Yeah, we might have an issue with one of our players' devices here, and this is the worst time that you could possibly have a problem like that. The Unite move that we just saw, I mean, we have to call it out. One of the most unfortunate Blastoise Unites you're going to see in a fight like that, and it looks like it would be time for TCG to really capitalize on the fact that they completely wasted the Blastoise Unite. I think maybe they thought TCG was moving in, maybe they thought they could get more of a catch. Blastoise Unites for almost no value, and now we quickly pause because we have an issue, and this is a tense moment to stop. It's going to be tricky when it all starts back up because this fight is so unbelievably close.
Yeah, I'm just dropping down here, taking a look at our telestrator screen where we have the opportunity to stay pause to wherever we are in the game, and I'm trying to get us to the live action here into the pause to see exactly where we are, and it's 2:01 on the clock, I believe.
Yeah, 2:01 on the clock, and we had the pause, you know, very quickly into this fight. So taking a look at it here again off broadcast, we're just seeing the moments that started it up. It's gonna be pretty intense when it comes back, that's for sure, because this was just about to kick off, and it's a really, really tricky spot to have a game issue for sure.
Without a doubt, you know, Mazo is right there. Girarwi already susses them out as we, you know, and I keep forgetting you guys aren't looking at what we're looking at.
Yeah, of course.
Which is not a great look by me. But that Hydro Typhoon just for the Crustle, and I mean, the Los Caducados was ready to pounce, so it might have been a call. They were well within range to just collapse on anybody in TCG that was caught in that Hydro Typhoon. Unfortunately, whether it's great foresight or just not willing to engage any further than that, TCG not willing to play ball and only Anthras on this Crustle gets knocked up by that Hydro Typhoon, and then we went into that immediate pause. Like we said, 2 minutes and 3 seconds as we're back into the action.
And here we are. It kicks off right away. They're going to peel back. I think everyone just needs to collect themselves for a moment. Nihat moving back right here. No one wanting to start this fight immediately.
Oh.
There's the Ice Fang.
Right into the mean look here. Look at that damage! Holy! 3 players down, eviscerated. That big Raichu star stamped on Los Karukado's forehead. And star power indeed does Tuesday Esports have, as this Kyogre is getting eviscerated. We're already sending players to score. Los Karukados is just staring at their screen, looking at their hands, and wondering how this page turned so quickly.
You had the 3 Electro Balls set up on the Kyogre right there. You know, a huge explosion for the Secure, 378.56. The minute we come back to that fight, there is this tense moment where everyone kind of collects themselves for a second. You see that once again, Nihat with this amazing Mamoswine catches the Umbreon, but Tuzi is ready, and they throw everything at the squad. Kadokados right now trying to even this up.
Still a lot of Unite moves in the tank here, as I don't know why they're delaying these scores. It was like they're trying to do better battle math, but at this point, you just got to get some points in and get in there. Hydro Typhoon right back into the action. Tennis goes down, and now we're moving forward. Anthras is low on HP. They're also carrying a shield. If they can get some knockouts here, they might have a chance. Roulette Unite rolls back, and it is making a difference. Matt steps up and says, not today, Los Karukados, as we're looking for that ace, and it's just Relly that finally goes down, and Tuesday Esports stamping this game 1.
Beautiful game for Tuzi right there. Very close throughout a lot of this match, but the second that fight kicked off, and it really did start once again, Nihat with a great catch. It was onto the defender Umbreon, which is maybe not the exact target you want, but taking any member of Tuzi down would have been huge for them. However, it was an immediate counterpunch from everything Tuzi had. We saw the Raichu Unite, we saw the Cerulege Unite. They move in and wipe Kadokados off the map. A great game 1.
Without a doubt. I mean, Leozine, you kind of say, you know, you mentioned that grabbing the defender is not historically ideal, right?
Yeah.
It's not a prime target. The way this game was going, I think it might have been the best target Nihat could have gone for, because if they could collapse and finally have free reign on their characters, not fighting through a mean look or the HP recovery, they might have had a decent opportunity there. However, Tuesday Esports collapse on that mean look, because it was like Los Kadokados has to engage off of that catch, but also because of that predictability, you immediately saw the Alolan Raichu Unite move hit. You had Mats with a hyper engage, popping the Unite moves and getting monster knockouts.
And here we go. Los Kadokados still in great spirits after that match. I mean, they had a lot of big moments. So I'm happy to see that they're not spiraling. Some teams in this moment with their tournament life on the line, they really do seem to start to break a little bit. And I'm not seeing that from Los Kadokados. Tuzi on the other hand, feeling good, especially after, you know, a great win in the fight like that. We're going to take a look at some big moments here at Noob Snacks. There was that earlier catch that was also pretty dang beautiful, but this was... honestly, what you saw right there, rinse and repeat at the end of the game. It was a beautiful Nihat catch, and everyone on Tuesday said, call an ambulance, but not for me, basically. We're ready for this. Super unfortunate Blastoise Unite move into the pause right there. And then we have this moment right here. The catch with the Ice Fang. Umbreon peeled the other way, and everyone from Tuesday fires everything. The Unite moves fly from the entire team, and they wipe them.
Yeah, and literally, from the entire team.
Yep.
All of the Unite dots went away, and those knockouts came so quickly that you actually had 3 players from Los Kadokados still holding on to theirs.
Got our MVP here from Tuesday. That's Anthras on the Crustle. Obviously, Crustle been a super powerful meta Pokemon for a while now, winning Worlds, having some big dramatic moments. I think a lot of teams are trying to grab something like Blastoise before they're grabbing Crustle right now, but Crustle's still in the conversation as one of the top defenders in the game.
Yeah, I mean, top defender in the game, but you're looking at just the depth of strength that are our defenders, right? I mean, we've talked about, obviously, Jirarui's Tree, Crustle right here on your screen. Blastoise getting first picked, you know, on down the line. Umbreon, a huge difference maker, also a defender Pokemon. I mean, if you are a defender player in Pokemon Unite, you are eating well. Mamoswine, Monster Games. I mean, the list goes on.
It does. It goes on and on. So many good defenders in our game. So many playmakers in the defender and support role. It's paramount that you have a good squad with these two Pokemon or with these two different roles that, interestingly enough, have been moved around in different ways throughout, you know, our metas. We've had times where some of the attackers are trying to play a little more support. We've had times where our defenders are sort of flexing into a pseudo support like Umbreon that we just saw that game. So without question, the defender support core for some of these teams are going to be the big playmakers. You know, we just saw the Peps games earlier. You and I off, you know, backstage watching them, just, you know, talking how up, you know, up bruv and things like that. Like, can you believe some of the plays these players are making? And you do see, like Nihat in that last game, they are creating the moments that can win the game.
Yeah, if you recall yesterday, we were obviously talking about defenders. We were talking about just collectively the strength. And I called out, I think EU might have the deepest pool of top-level defender talent in the world.
Yeah, I think you could be right. As we head to our next game here, Los Caducados down one game against Tuzi. They lose this, their tournament is over. You know, a single elimination bracket, extremely scary, but you just have to be playing lights out Unite the entire time. Zeraora's ban rate is going up every time someone faces Tuzi as they are trying to target ban mats. And we have switched our map. We're going from Kyogre to Groudon.
Yeah, Los Caducados choosing, from my opinion, this first pick side. Tuzi grabbing the Groudon map. So we're going to have a few less places to hide there in the middle.
Here we go. Final ban to Los Caducados, and it is going to be the Ceruledge. These bans are so unbelievably targeted right now towards Tuzi Esports. They don't want to, they've double targeted mats, essentially, and they have pulled away the Umbreon from them. That was very, very impactful last game. First pick, now over to Caducados, and they are grabbing Mega Lucario.
If I'm Tuzi, I'm going right back into the well with this Umbreon. I wouldn't.
Well, they can't. It was banned out. It was a target
my
ban.
apologies. I completely missed that. You're right. It completely missed that. Anthrast on the Crustle makes sense. Leozine can maybe sandbag their pick now because they have so many supporter options available to them. Where are they going to go next? And it's Mega Mewtwo.
Mewtwo on the side of Tuzi. We'll see how they want to play a few of these next picks. I'm curious to see what kind of look we get from Mats. Jirauri back on the Trevenant. You and I love this. I just think they're so good on this Pokemon. And now Nihat able to grab a defender, but instead we are just going to give the Mew to Birdie-Low. They're going to try to see what Tuzi is throwing at them to see if they need to counter it somehow with their final couple of picks. We don't really know the strong carries here. We know Mazo, we could kind of expect this, and Leozin is going to be on the Eldegoss.
Yeah, we'll see how this is closed out by Los Caducados here as Jose queued up the Clefable, but they are not the support player for this team. So we'll see where they go. Oh, we have a Greninja, please.
If this happens, Greninja Greedent. I'm still, look, we have a Greedent in this game.
You know what? I'm for it.
I'm fully on board. I am fully on board. Matt's right now deciding what they want to bring out. Meowth just became available for our tournament scene, and we've seen a couple teams play it. And yeah, we are going to see Meowth in this game. When it released, unbelievably powerful. Now it's in a spot where I think teams can comfortably not ban it, and yeah, maybe get it as a gutter pick if it's something you like.
What do you think that Mats is seeing with this Meowth across the way that says, yep, Meowth is where I want to be?
I think part of it is just having two of your power Pokemon banned out, and now you're going to just start, making some decisions. But with Meowth, there's a really nice stun factor to it. It gives you a shield, so I think you can play around that. They also could decide to play at range with it, but with the way he plays, I really do think he's going to be up in the mix a lot. And if he keeps that amplifier, the energy amplifier on this Pokemon, we are going to see them try to attempt to use their Unite move early and often, which would probably be starting an interaction with a stun, getting a shield, then backing up with your Unite slightly before re-engaging, hopefully picking up a KO early, and then using that amazing Meowth ability to just continually get yourself new battle items as you are fighting, which truly is one of the most joyous things they've added to Unite for a while. The ability to just pick up battle items, jump into a fight, and all of a sudden get a free X attack, free potions. You know, it's just so fun.
Here we go. Say the thing.
All right, Doob Snacks, let's get ready for game number 2. Los Caducados, your purple team. TCG Esports, your orange team, up 1 game in this best of 3. If they win right here, they move forward in our tournament, and Los Caducados are heading home. EUIC will be done for them. As always, we end up packing their bags.
Really walking towards this Bunnelby, and Birdilo, a great early game Pokemon, and really they have a huge advantage in terms of early game personnel between this top path here. Magikarp and Gossifleur are going to have to scrap with Mew and Lucario, and honestly, they're putting a ton of damage on Rally right there as they're working hard to get that Bunnelby, and they weren't even able to secure it.
No, you know, the secures aren't as important, right, of course, for the side of TCG, but they would like to get them here. Jiraiya in some trouble right now, and they are going down. Meowth moving in for that KO. They got a free eject button if they would like to use it at any point, but there's nowhere to use it. Now it's just time to score and continue to stack up. The points head over to the Crustle right there. Probably not exactly what they were looking for, but that's okay as we get another score for Mats.
Yeah, I mean, poor Jiraiya just has to take their Phantom back and try and level up, as now we have an X attack on that Meowth, and we're getting points in, at least the other way. Nyack going for a cheeky little invade.
Yeah, we got the little Greedent here making their way in. They're going to evolve off of this as well. We're going to see what kind of Greedent we have in this match, if it's going to be Covet, or if it's going to be the Stuffed Cheeks version. As they're running away, that is a Covet Greedent, so you're probably looking at Covet Belch stuck in the Rock Tomb. Tough for it to get away, and they are not able to.
Ken S closing down that knockout is a rare sight indeed, because usually when a Greedent can get some speed, it gets out of there. Able to secure that knockout for the team. As Mazo, again, Gyarados very quickly. Leozine also has evolved, and somehow Mats with this Meowth is maybe the best Meowth we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, I think it is. Mazo in some trouble right there, but a massive Dragon Breath catches 3 members of the enemy team, and they are going to peel back after the Pollen Puff healing. Mats coming up to the top path. It is going to be the ranged damage here. They're throwing the coins at their opponents, and they're almost level 9. So this is going to give them that early Unite move pressure that we talked about very soon.
Here we go. Mats with that dunk is going to take to level 9, and now they can go for it. One player down to Green. Okay. Trying to get it back with the big Solar Beam. They were just slightly repositioned. Here's Jiraiya. They've got the action. They've got Mazo pinned down, and Relly goes through the wall to get that final knockout. But who else but Birdilo on this Mew taking control of that situation?
Yeah, Birdilo with some huge moments right there, and it looks like Meowth tried to unite, was immediately canceled. Could have been by the Wood Hammer, could have been by something from Birdilo, but they were not able to win that fight. They were looking for the 9 through the score. They got it, but they couldn't capitalize.
Kennis obviously raining in tons of damage as the Mega Mewtwo Y, and now Regice is the prime target here for TCG. Decent spacing by the support core, Anthras and Leozine. Birdilo can't even step up to put some pressure on that, and now they're going to get knocked out for that effort.
Yeah, very nice stuff here for TCG in the top path. They're able to score now. Bottom path, we have Los Caducados just getting an easy secure on the Regieleki. That can start walking, and we're going to see how TCG wants to fight this year. They might just have to peel back. They just don't have enough defense. And yes, this is going to score. They now have 5 points left on this goal. They can move in with the 21, and they do, closing out the tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, Nyack there ejects through the wall, but they're getting, okay, Infinite Cyburn is going to quickly lock out 2 players. Jiraiya's trying to get away. Jose caught in the Rock Tomb and sealed up, KO'd by Mats, and now Relly's running away, caught off by Mazo. KO streak of 3 for this Meowth.
Yeah, big triple KO for Meowth right here, still keeping its lead as the highest level in the game, which is exactly what you want for this Pokemon. Trying to score this 40, but it looks like they are going to be able to defend. Leaving the goal zone, however, at 1, so it does set up a big play for TCG when they're able to rotate back.
E-ball onto Mats right there. Gonna put some pressure on, but not really enough to cause concern as Tuzi Esports is taking a deep breath. They're just gonna make sure they hit their levels now.
Yeah, Tuzi just trying to get some levels, trying to defend this tier 1. They also could still send one of their full pocket players down to that bottom goal zone to break it. We'll see if they end up doing that, as we have Los Caducados getting set up for a fight in the top path. 4 members of Tuzi here. Crustal breaking that bottom goal zone with 27. And now here we go. Do they start this fight? It looks like they're going to peel back.
Matt's keeping an eye on where everybody is, almost drawing attention to the fact that they have players sitting on the pad.
And here we go, moving forward. Nihat just doing a little scouting, running around with Greedon right here. Jarawi trying to catch, but you know, you're trying to catch through the waterfall, does not work. Unite move from the Trevenant though, right into the X-Scissor.
Decent Forest Curse, 3 targets marked, but nobody really willing to follow up, and that might have been just to keep things at bay for now until Los Caducados can get all their personnel. Mats is right there. They ping Jarawi, tons of damage in. Nihat belches. They're trying to just put the halitosis to them, and meanwhile, we were rotation back through. Nice X-Scissor by Anthras after the Rubble Rouse gets a knockout. However, back the other way, Jose with the Scyther takes care of Mewtwo. Mew sorting out Meowth, you like that? Meowth getting Greedon. I mean, what a flurry of exchanges here as things are settling out. But now it's Mazo with tons of HP ready to go to work. Anthras, good cover. Relly steps up. Can Relly have a good close combat to get enough HP? No. Mazo gets the knockout and make it 3. Back-to-back 3 pieces. First it's Mats, then it's Mazo. It's the power of the M's here in game 2.
And that Unite move from Eldegoss empowering that entire situation. Not only doing some great damage, but healing up Tuzi enough that they can continue that fight. Beautiful plays there from Tuzi as a crazy exchange, as you mentioned early, just KOs going back and forth throughout that moment. But Tuzi does get the best of it. Gyarados now looking for its Unite move as well as the Meowth. We have a Regieleki walking, but Tuzi is going to spend their time getting experience right here. There's a ton of it on the map, especially on their side, and they need to make sure that they keep pace level-wise.
Yeah, that's the thing. Meowth just kicked over. But while Los Caducados has been getting some cheeky knockouts, they've been really working through their wild Pokemon efficiently, while Tuzi has just been taking kind of a bunch of fights and getting their experience that way. So because of that, Los Caducados is just a hair behind on experience, but not by much.
Yeah, not by much, as we see Nihat getting KO'd in this moment as they move forward. Not the, worst KO for them. Lucario having to peel back right here. They're not really looking to start a fight, but if someone overextends, they could take a KO. 30 seconds until our top objective spawns. And we do have members of Los Caducados positioned for that.
Anthras getting decent vision here, so is Jarawi. They're trying to solve the mystery as of to where these other players are. We have 15 seconds until the top objective, so an opportunity for somebody to take it if they want.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, we have a Scyther up there. They might end up starting this. There is time, but it's going to make their positioning around the Groudon pit a little bit harder, and Mazo is trying to eye it down, trying to see if anyone wants to start it. Jose moving in. This doesn't mean they're actually going to start it. They could be leashing it right now so that no one can get it, and it appears that no one is going to be able to take the time to get the objective. Instead, everyone moving towards the center. This could be the last objective for Los Caducados. They must win here. They are 1 game behind. Tuzi with a game to give, but they would love to move forward right now. Anthras caught.
Wow.
Does this start the fight, though? It is the Crustal, and we have Mats moving in towards the tree.
Mazo waterfalls back the other way, putting pressure on Relly, who takes a bit of damage here. Jarawi now is on the chopping block. Infinite Cyburn. Trevenant Unite actually cleanses that so they don't get stunned. And now Jose tries to get in the back line. No, they're KO'd, but so is Mega Mewtwo Y. And through that entire exchange, Relly is dealt with on the backside. Birdie Low trying to find their way in to see if they can make a Mew hero play for themselves.
And now we have Mazo in a little bit of trouble right here. So is Leoza, and that is a double KO for Birdie Low. 2 members of Tuzi remain, one of them with the Unite move. That's the Gyarados. We have Crustal scoring in the top path. This is going to put them up right now, 253, 191. But of course, Groudon getting chipped. At any moment, Mazo could dive underwater, and they do. They just need to stop hitting it for a second right here. And Mazo actually going for the KOs.
Yeah, they were going for the KO. Anthras comes back after the score for the secure. Are you kidding me? 2 series in a row, we have a Crustle secure on the objective to give the team a chance here.
Wow, I mean, unbelievable. I really thought that it was probably going to Caducados, and they were going to try to fight them there. Obviously, Mazo using the Unite move instead to go on the objective. They go towards some KOs, looking to stop them on the side of Caducados. what a great secure from Tuzi. I mean, it was very fortunate. They were ahead, and they continued to win with it.
I will say, you know, once Mazo went towards, because essentially they were trying to isolate Mew, right, to prevent the secure. But in that moment, Gerard, had a great Horn Leech and actually repositioned Mazo. However, they took their eye off the ball just long enough for Anthras to step up with this Crustle and get a secure for Tuzi, as they are going to move on in this tournament. And Los Caducados, an EU squad, hometown behind them, are dispatched.
Yeah, unfortunate for Los Caducados. They've had a great tournament here, but they ran into one of the best out of Brazil. And as we've talked about time and time again, these teams from LATAM are incredibly strong. They seem to have the most competitive region. So they're coming here after facing off against the world champs, against teams that are, you know, undefeated in LATAM. Some very difficult squads that Tuzi has had to run into, but they will continue on through this tournament.
Take a deep breath, Tuzi. You're happy now, but you've got more work to do. Unfortunately for Los Caducados, they are down and out.
Yeah.
No longer proceeding here in our tournament. They march on down the road.
Yeah, you know, the single elimination bracket here on day 2 is an absolute heartbreaker. The whole way through, you have teams you're rooting for, but at the same time, you know for them to win, another great team is going to have to go home. It's amazing to see Tuzi continue in this tournament, but Los Caducados has had some brilliant moments as well, and they will be missed.
Whew. Meowth. Nice Meowth game. Like that.
You see Meowth here, they actually chase Lucario. They just chase it all the way through the back. They unite move it there, just moving towards it the entire time. They didn't care about anything else. They secure that KO. But then here's the moment. Mazo has to peel off, looks for the Mew.
Look, Jarawi.
Yeah, here we
huge
beautiful Horn Leech, the Rock Tomb into the X Scissor.
Was it the Groudon rocks that stunned Mew out?
It might be.
I'm just gonna, you keep talking. I'm gonna
Yeah, now they're heading towards the home goal zone, of course, scoring in the main base after they secure those objectives. Player of the game, Anthras on the Crustle. Huge plays, you secure the objective. Yeah, you're making some big moments happen there. And we sing their praises a lot, and I think they deserve it. These defender players, a lot of them, the playmakers for the team, they are setting up the huge moments.
As we're watching here, no, the Mew does not get stunned, but it's the Mewtwo Y that kind of like body blocks and gets in the way of the Mew to prevent any secure there. Well done, well played. I mean, you know, you work your way into these situations to give your team an opportunity. And Anthras was there, right place, right time, and delivering for Tuzi in a big way.
And you can see, I mean, razor thin that game, so close the entire time until, of course, the final moment where they were able to take a huge fight. And then, you know, get slightly behind, have to play it very patiently, but they were actually able to stall long enough for the Crustle to come back and get that secure. Had that secure gone the other way, we could be looking at a game 3 here for Los Caducados and Tuzi, but not only were they ahead after the Crustle dunk, they were way ahead after the Groudon secure. We're gonna send it up to the stage right now for an interview here with Tuzi. Take it away.
Brazil lives! I've got Kenas with me here from Tuzi Esports. Hola, mi amigo. First question, you're making it through to the quarterfinals. How does it feel to go through in a 2-0 fashion?
Como é que te sentes depois da vitória neste combate por 2-0?
Me sinto muito bem, feliz pela minha equipe, feliz pelo trabalho, pelo resultado. A gente veio para esse torneio, não foi para brincar, a gente veio em busca da vitória, de levantar esse troféu, então com certeza o que aconteceu hoje é só fruto de todo um processo de meses.
They had been working hard as a team to accomplish this, so it's not new for them. They want to win the trophy and give the trophy back home to Brazil, and they are having fun with the guys and experience everything, so they are working hard for the trophy.
Thank you. And final question from me. A few words in your own language to your many fans back home in South America.
Algumas palavras tuas para casa lá para o Brasil, portanto, força.
aos fãs do Brasil que são tão acalorados, que sempre fazem de tudo por nós, o meu maior agradecimento. Com certeza esse não foi o único resultado positivo nosso nesse torneio. A gente vai por muito mais. Muito feliz, sempre bom representar minha região e espero muito que a gente possa continuar dando o nosso máximo aqui nesse torneio. Vamos levar pra casa, hein, Brasil?
They are from Brazil, so it's not like hell. They want to bring the trophy home and have fun, and they just happy to play the game and represent Brazil here in London. So let's bring it home. So.
Well, parabéns e boa sorte. Give it up, everyone. TCG Esports! That's a solid borrow from me. Back to the boys.
Thank you, Relic. Thank you very much. Exciting to see that squad move on. We are going to take a look at our bracket here in 1 second because it is still anyone's game, any region's game as we continue through this tournament. Single elimination. We've seen Peps take down Peru, which is the world champions getting knocked out once again in an international competition in this exact stage. We've seen CACM take down Extinction. Latin America North moving on. North America getting taken down. BH3 moving forward, EU staying alive, of course, in this competition, and Tuzi out of Brazil moving forward. Doobsnacks, talk to me about this upcoming top 8.
I mean, it's going to be a banger. Root Dig versus Team Peps is where we're going next. Of course, Dig with a great day one. Peps easy cheesing their way past the world champs to square up against Dig there. Komai looking like the strongest force out of EU, no questions asked, going to have to knuckle up with CACM, a team that has just most recently gotten second place at LAIC. Evil Geniuses undefeated regional league squad from NA goes up against BH3 Esport, who sits atop the pile in their own regional league right there. Shaky day one, but look ready to go here in game 2. And of course, to round out the top 8, Volticons Unite with an electric day one. Let's see if they've cinched and snagged that momentum to keep it going against the team you just watched 2-0 Los Caducados, Tuzi Esports.
So we still have LATAM, we still have NA, and 4 EU teams in our top 8. It really is anyone's game as we continue through this single elimination bracket. At the end of today, you will know who is heading to our grand finals on Championship Sunday. I gotta say, a lot of these matches are often some of the best of the entire tournament. Everything on the line. Root Dig, Team Peps, coming up next. We will see y'all very soon. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
I did the fingers wrong.
And stuff.
Sup, and welcome back to the EOS Cup, live from the European International Championships here in the XL Centre, London. I'm Relic, I'm joined by Zoinks, and we are getting into the real meat and potatoes of this competition. We begin with Peps in the quarterfinals, taking down the world champions Peru. However, next up on the docket are LAIC champions Rutig.
Yeah, and what a lot of people are considering to be the favorite of this tournament. So terrifying bracket run for Team Peps to be embarking on. However, I don't think Root Dignitas can be sitting too comfortable either. Team Peps having that momentum of just a couple matches ago. Obviously, I'm sure Dignitas has been doing their homework and their prep on whatever their potential opponents would be. So this will be a very interesting one. We're obviously going to be starting on the Kyogre map, but it will be Root Dignitas with first pick in our draft.
Yeah, I think that momentum from Team Peps is not to be easily dismissed. Whoa, indeed. Straight out the traps, Root Dignitas with a Garchomp ban, the first time that it's been placed on the ban table all competition long.
Yeah.
Potato in mind, sure.
Yeah, oh, of course. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Potato has to flex to in lieu of having that Pokemon. Root Dignitas could also threaten a very powerful top pick with their first pick and giving Zealot something that Potato would want to take away. Team Peps with an important ban here. They're going to elect to ban away the Umbreon, leaving both Mega Lucario and Mega Gyarados available for draft. Root Dignitas will only be able to take one of them, but there are still other power picks out there.
I'm sure that there's some in the audience who will be going, oh, the second Megas are so good, why not Mega Charizard X? Or, hey, what about Mega Mewtwo X? Well, we haven't seen Mega Charizard X, I think, for good reason, and we did see Mega Mewtwo X, and I don't think we're going to see it
for
again.
For bad reason. Yeah, exactly. But first pick will be Otter picking up that Darkrai. So actually not targeting Potato in the top path with their first pick. Instead, taking away that pick that Zante just ran with back-to-back wins in their previous match. Mega Gyarados is locked in, and currently Marv is going to grab the Mamoswine. Currently Bruv hovering the Lapras, usually as an Inteleon response, but with Otter on the Darkrai, we might not see that one this time.
I do wonder whether they're going to move Zante up the priority order in draft here. We know that they can rock the Mew, we know that they can rock the Inteleon, and Mewtwo Y has been taken away, and so they might want to lock in this this ADC carry for Zante sooner rather than later. We can already see Bruv was hovering the Mew there. Bruv also really accomplished on Suicune. There is the Mew moved up the order to make sure that Zante has got what they want. And Bruv rotating around a couple of options here. Of course, Blastoise not on the table, but we have seen the Lapras before. I'd say all right, okay, solid tanky option, great for rotation.
Yeah, and just going to have natural special defenses to try to contend with this Darkrai. Root Dignitas hovering a couple other options. Wigglytuff would be...
Stop it.
I mean,
wow.
This might be Yawn Snorlax too. We might be going triple sleep comp on the other side, especially with Zante already locking in the Mew. A Pokemon like Miraidon with electric terrain, likely not a viable option for a last pick. So instead, Klaus going to go with a good old-fashioned, potentially Talvim or Mega Lucario, even a little more old school, and we'll lock that Pokemon in. Klaus, one of by far and away the best E-Speed players in this region. A bit of a heartbreak to see them on the locked-on power-up punch moveset. But wow, I mean, I can't think of a tougher team to go into in terms of crowd control than Submission Machamp, Darkrai, Snorlax, and Wigglytuff.
Take me back to Stadium, Zoinks, because I think this Peps team is in for a quick snooze. That is a lot of disruption, hindrance, stuns, and locks, like you say. That's going to be really difficult to try and navigate. I mean, look, you can only delay that Wigglytuff evolution for so long, most likely going up into the top half. We have seen it a couple times in bottom, historically speaking, as well. 2 Megas, though, on that Team Pep side in the Gyarados and the Lucario, so pop-off potential is massive.
All right, EUIC, I want to hear from you. I know we got Dignitas supporters. I know we got Team Pep supporters. So first, if you are rooting for Team Root Dignitas, let me hear you. Okay, not bad, not bad. Now, Team Peps, it's your turn. If you're rooting for Team Peps, okay, I think we know who the crowd favorite is, Relic.
That was some guttural support right there, wasn't it?
That's ancestral. Let's get into game number 1. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Team Peps, your orange team.
and it will be Jiggly heading up into the top path. Inder joined by Zealot, Mimikyu going central, Klaus on that Mega, Luca central. Double invade from both teams.
Oh my
Inder
word.
joining the scrap in the central area as this Mamoswine, currently a Swinub, pushes back into the purple side. Inder won't be able to pick up this first buff. Well dealt with by Klaus. It is 2v1 in the purple side. It is 1v1 on this side. Klaus surely has to deal with the unwanted intruder before going after this buff, surely!
Yeah, I mean, Jigglypuff still has access to that passive ability that Wigglytuff gets. Is so difficult. That cute charm pulling away the Mega Lucario. On the bottom side, we do have a little bit of action as Inder trying to take these ball toys and will succeed. Wow, Lucario knocking out Otter is going to be massive. So big KO for Klaus, and most importantly, getting more of that effort gauge filled for Potato.
Yeah, Potato flopping their way up to get as close to the battle as possible, and they're going to be right in the mix as well as Inder's popped the X-Speed, trying to get away. There's the Icicles, but not enough to stop them. Wow, Gyarados within a minute and a half, now going on to Pad Push. Big engage from Klaus, but look at the damage from the rollout coming through. Knock up, the Snorlax picking up something here. Zograk, the last defender though, 2 KO straight for the Luca.
Yeah, this is getting dangerous. This Gold Zone not in threat of being broken quite yet. There's just simply not enough AO synergy on the map quite yet to pull it off, but Team Peps having a very successful first minute and a half.
6-63 then, as Bruv and Marv watch on this Soul Machoke. Oh, wow, getting a grab onto the invulnerability.
Shout out Ice Shard, you know?
Shout out to Ice Shard, indeed.
Yeah, those early moves, you might want to underrate them sometimes, but the little mechanics these players know how to operate with expertly. So, we got the Darkrai appearing on the top side. Regidrago very soon, but Bruv is caught in a absolutely terrifying place, being slept by the Darkrai, slept by the Wigglytuff, and of course, thrown midair by the Machamp.
Small scores, and that Piloswine's not going to have much to say here. 2 KO streak for Inder on the Wiggly, rocking that Sailor's uniform. A salute to those who have fallen back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, it is truly the cutest Hollowware in the game. I will make that contention. Regidrago not getting much attention so far in this one. Potato doing a little bit of early damage on this Mega Gyarados, but not having the firepower to close it out, especially with it roaming towards the top side, where Root Dignitas was showing a lot of presence. So, instead, Root Dignitas going to kind of gather their resources, move on to both sides. They need to try to pull ahead, and with Toon taking out that Regidrago, that's a great way to get a little comeback EXP.
Minute difference there for Potato, who just about gets away Otter getting away from the Raging Potato, I should say, as you rightly say. Also, Drago going into the hands of that Mimikyu. Small scores here for Root Dig, not many stacks, but Team Peps is setting up on this bottom path. They've got full clearance on top path to get whatever they want. Regieleki here as Dignitas go for the engage. We've got the submission. Regirock should be able to help, but 2 KOs in the space of a second for Team Peps, turning it around. Looking for the score. Inder won't even reach the goal zone. Can Team Peps go for the full siege on zone? 3 points, they can dispel it now if they really want to. They land the 26 for a 23-point overdone. Team Peps, Zoinks, are rocking this so far.
Yeah, really punishing Root Dignitas' over-aggression in that early game. They have 2 level 8s diving into that tall grass, who neither of them have Unite moves, so having no big resources to turn that team fight. Wigglytuff a little bit behind the 8 ball in that situation, doesn't have the chance to land an early sleep, and Team Peps is really dealing with no interference. A big team fight win for them.
They have the time and the patience, I imagine, to go for a little prod onto this tier 2 zone. In with the Dark Pulse, knock up on the Regieleki. Dragon Current, Mega Gyarados is unleashed. Will Klaus go for the Aura Cannon here as well? No, they don't actually have their Unite move available, utilized earlier on, and Root Dignitas, with so many members behind that T2 gold zone, will be allowed to take down the Regieleki. Team Peps disengage.
But watch how careful Team Peps is in these situations. You just called out that disengage. I think largely because Potato took an entire power nap in the middle of that team fight. Again, there are so many sleep effects on the side of Root Dignitas. It is terrifying.
Down goes Luca, looking pretty good here for Root Dignitas, who finally find one decent pick, but into the Mammoth match. It'll take a little bit longer to take down this Mammoth Swine. Looking for the flank there was Zante on the Mew. The Electro Ball simply tickled the health bars for Marv. It is the end of the road momentarily. Team Peps readying a defense on this bottom path.
Yeah, and it does make me a little sad to see Zugrug on the traditional move set here of the heavy slam, but of course, having that backup move. We'll see if they get that yawn with a block in lock. But here we go. The Reggie spawning in on the top side in just 10 seconds. seconds. Early pressure being shown by Root Dignitas, but Team Peps with that Lapras in the backline getting some scores in. No Unite move to utilize to get back to the top side, though.
You can afford to do a score comp with a Lapras, especially with the Lapras Express. They're able to rotate through. What a Solar Beam finds 3. Dragon Current and Aura Cannon. Down goes into the come play with me. That's going to be an Ice Fang to finish off the Mimikyu. Despite the flurry from Zella, they're going to struggle to get back to the pad. They do get back to the pad, into the submission, onto the Berry Diet. They should be all right for the moment. Zugrug providing crucial defense, but all the while, Zoinks, this Registeel into the hands of Team Peps.
Yeah, it was Root Dignitas not having any really long range threats to try to secure these objectives means that a lot of these, if they lose that first initiative skirmish, that they will have to repel immediately. So great play by Team Peps and Potatoes Mega Gyarados to push multiple targets all the way back towards that goal zone.
And confirmation there that we do see the block into the Power Nap then for Zugrug. Got the Solar Beam, submission, Potatoes health bar finally extinguished. Root Dignitas not letting this one go. Klaus falls, Dark Pulse, looking for that backline. Here's Bruv. Fresh off the Express, looking to assault this goal zone, looking to help out with his team. Marv, stuck in enemy territory, will be felled here by the Mimikyu. Pretty decent all round from Root Dignitas, but Team Peps with almost a 200-point lead.
Yeah, pretty relentless in this situation, not to mention have that Registeel buff at the moment. So this points lead getting paid off, and then of course, this damage is absurd. But great work by Toon and Zella to kind of start turning things around. Shadow Sneak, mostly just used for information there. Your mini-map popped up with 3 enemy Pokemon. Maybe not the best call to jump into unbacked up. Toon knows that. Good patience.
This Regieleki on bottom path looking around. Where is everyone? Well, get ready, Regieleki, because Root Dig is on the way. Team Peps with limited presence on this bottom path. Probably not going to be able to contest for this. It would be a full send for Potato, and they're not going to risk it.
Yeah, I was curious to see if Zugrug was going to try to fully kidnap that Gyarados, bring him back with that block. But of course, Waterfall, a great option to get out.
Look at this. Gyarados goes down very quickly. Aleki hits the pad, and they're just going to dunk that 50 roughly. Was it 23 points overall? Brings Dig back into the game. 30-point deficit, but on top path, more great work counter-scoring here from Team Peps. Both T1 zones now unavailable for Root Dignitas.
Yeah, I think Dignitas just very comfortable with at least we get an overdunk. We know we need to catch up in that regard, so we have a little bit of backup there.
Dark Pulse. Big damage done onto this Lapras, caught in lockstep. This Mimikyu, Toon Slim, starting to make their presence more known. Watch out for Klaus and Potato. I think that the battle might actually start to evolve here rather than in the central area. We've got the Reg Ice taken by Inda, and Team Peps decide not to take the bait. They're going to wait for this Lapras for Bruv to get back into place and hope that Root Dig don't initiate the fight now.
Yeah, maybe over-patience by Team Peps. They had no resources used by Root Dignitas to take that Reggie buff, and here we go.
I think Marv's going to get down instantly. Lapras Express, though, they're all caught in the same area, but the Mega Gyarados has been taken down in quick succession, followed by the Mega Luca. Root Dig have weathered the storm, the Mystical Mirage, in vain for Team Peps for how well they did for 8 minutes. Hold on, Deja Vu. It doesn't matter if you can't bring it home in the final 2 minutes. Root Dignitas running riot. The Lapras Express hits the buffers. Root Dig with Kyogre.
All right, minute 30 left on the clock to climb back up. There are a few members of Team Peps readily available for the defense, but this might just be too much of an offensive force from Dignitas to shut down. Potato knocked away from that goal zone, that source of healing, debuffed by Kyogre anyways, and that will be the lead to Root Dig.
Simply got to try and take down somebody, anybody, Team Peps. Potato has gone right down the other side of the map to try and counter score. Still less than a 100-point lead. Scratch that. 4-10 from Zugrug into the zone. 58 counter score from Potato. They're still not finding the KOs that they need, Team Peps. Another Hundo Burger served fresh. And another. 630 to 299. Root Dig surely have this in the bag.
Yeah, that one will spell the end of Game 1. North America's Root Dignitas starting out extremely strong. Heading into that final fight with a Reg Ice, things get a little scary, but not having to spend any major resources to take an objective is just punished so well into Team Peps on the other side. Mega Evolved Potato will still try to contend, but there might not be enough time on the clock if they can even turn this around.
Don't blink your eyes, folks. You really are seeing what you are actually seeing. A Wigglytuff is getting a competitive victory in the Unite Championship Series. But should we really be surprised? It's King Inda back for more. 1-0 up in the series, Root Dignitas.
Team Pep's gonna have to be going back to the drawing board, but how on earth do you prepare for a team like Root Dig, who is willing to be drafting wild choices like this Wigglytuff, given a lot more firepower over to that Darkrai, of course doing enhanced damage to any target who is asleep, and more than that, just a lot of great crowd control effects into the enemy squad.
Yeah, I'd like to look back at that final Reggie fight going after the Reg Ice. We saw a couple of moments throughout the game, maybe some warning signs, maybe giving information over to Dig, Marv, putting themselves into harm's way, looking to buy time. We've seen these sacrificial plays a lot over UCS in the years, but at that crucial moment, it was then Bruv who was caught out, forced back to the Pokemon Center, puts a real question in the mind of Team Peps. What do we do here? Do we just go full send anyway, try and catch them off guard? Do we wait for Bruv? They take the safe option, but like you say, Root Dig on it, chasing, looking to hound them so that they never get that full 5 back into the fight.
Exactly, and just even when the Kyogre fight actually started off to Root Dignitas taking the initiative. I think Toon lands a pretty solid Shadow Sneak, and the backup is there immediately after for the remainder of the team. So, Toon will be your player of the game. 9 KOs, only going down 3 times themselves, but also setting up the team with 8 assists and 48,000 damage.
Only got better as the game went on. Zante with some great solar beams. I don't think this was a bad look for Peps, quite the opposite. Again, for 8 minutes, they were the better team. There is no doubt about that, but once it gets to that final stage, you've got to keep all 5 of your team members in it. Is it a micro mistake? Is it just not taking care of your macro? I think regardless of what happens, they shouldn't be too disheartened. There are still, there's still one more game at least to try and get a 3rd game in. Plus, the momentum would be with them in the reverse sweep. So watch this space, folks. I think this one ain't over just yet.
Yeah, and I think for Root Dignitas, obviously, I think that, like you mentioned, you can see the score graph here coming from behind a lot in this matchup. They got to be so happy with that end result, having that bounce back in terms of momentum, and they're going to be feeling great headed into game 2, able to kind of turn that one around, kind of right the ship. I think around like 4 minutes left in the match, all of a sudden it got a lot closer to parity, but that early game was, all Team Peps.
I think actually a really critical game for this Root Dignitas team to win as well. If Peps wins that game, that is 3 wins back to back to back on the run. And let's keep in mind that Peps didn't play all too long ago, so they're fresh, they're feeling good. It was a really strong victory against the reigning world champions in Peru. But now they've got to fight from behind again. Let's see whether they have, well, let's first of all see what they're going to draft, because I think that is really one of the big surprises, to see the likes of the Wigglytuff. Yeah. No full snooze comp, of course, but
no, not quite. I mean, honestly, just kind of wanted Zugrug just to do it for fun at that point, but I understand the heavy slam block is, it's the way of Zugrug. You know, if they got a moveset they like, I don't think we're going to see it swap too often. That's all right. You got hyper flexes like Ender willing to play the Wigglytuff support. Feels like another support that obviously doesn't get a whole lot of spotlight, but another Pokemon that with some of these changes to EXP share, all of a sudden starts to become a more viable option. I'm not saying everybody should be picking up that Pokemon, especially if you queue into ranked with me, but hey, if Ender wants to bring it onto tournament gameplay, I'm down.
Well, look, again, we're looking with 2 Megas on the opposition team, what we've been talking about all weekend. Just try and put a pause on players utilizing that Mega Timer. You've got Sing, you've got Starlight Recital in the middle of those team fights. On paper, it should be a really good pick. And sometimes having that knowledge of off-meta choices, it can make all the difference. Honestly, you can't just be a one-trick, a one-trick Ponyta, in this case, anymore in this esport anyway.
Yeah, I mean, now I want to see some Ponyta. But okay, we do have a Britishism, but can
I feel like this is unfair.
So Relic, can you eat a Codswallop? Did I do the pronunciation right?
I mean, Codswallop, yeah.
Yeah,
I think that was pretty close. I think you, the way this game works is you, as the not British person, have to make a guess.
I feel like that's not playing to our strengths.
And then I get to embarrass myself by saying the wrong answer.
I feel like as a duo, that's not really how we should be approaching it. But fine. As a solo player, apparently, I'll try it. Codswallop, yeah. You can eat it.
You can eat it?
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It is not food, despite having cod in the name.
Right.
Fun fact, a fish. When we say that something is absolute codswallop, it's absolute nonsense. So there you go.
Absolute nonsense. It's made up rubbish. Okay.
Made up rubbish, yeah.
Well, you might have to eat your words. I'm going to stretch this as much as I can to win.
You could say it's absolute garbage for our friends over in the States. Early morning, by the way. It's great to have so many people watching from all over
Yeah, and
the
they
world.
can all watch me ruin my highest encounter rate prediction. Welcome back to Caster Predictions.
Out for you
remember,
today.
welcome back to
Holy.
Caster Predictions, where I run laps around how bad my picks were. Starting with highest encounter rate, Mega Charizard Y crushing it, but I think Blastoise up there as well. Yeah, 95%. Mega Charizard Y at 97. Pretty close race between the two of them.
Indeed, I think these are all pretty expected picks, honestly. Mega Lucario is often the Mega that will slip through the net of bans. Umbreon has kind of been an ever-present. Looking at our most banned Pokemon, I kind of wanted to be different, to be honest with you. Mega Charizard Y absolutely out front, but I'm pleased to see and pleased to report that Blastoise is still in second place, although just a lot more prominence put on Umbreon in the bans, but quite interestingly, encounter rate now mirroring our ban rate. A couple of changes here and there with the Psyduck and the Mimikyu.
Yeah, most important change, Mega Charizard Y, #1. My prediction, woo!
He's feeling good about himself.
I needed a win.
W Zoinks in chat.
Yeah,
W
I needed
Zoinks.
a win. All right, top win rate. Cowboy and I agreed. Kirk going with the Eldegoss, not a bad option, and you picking up the Psyduck. With the power level of that Psyduck right now, truly incredible. But yeah, none of us going. All right, I think our threshold for these win rates is top. It has to have at least 5 games to be included on our chart.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, we might have to dig a little deeper if we want to see where ours actually is.
Well, Zeraora quite now is sitting pretty. 5 wins out of 5.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Win rate.
I'd ban that one against Tuzi.
Against Tuzi?
Yeah.
Probably. I don't think any of us could have predicted it at the start of the weekend, but then again, that's how these predictions work. Production just wants to make us look like silly gooses.
True. All right, so we are switching over to the Groudon map going into Game 2, and Team Peps are going to be first pick. So interesting, Dignitas very likely picking this map as their map of choice, with Team Peps electing for their draft side selection. Psyduck, Umbreon, Mega Charizard Y, and Blastoise, all very normal bans so far. Last time we saw Dignitas kind of flexing a little bit with that Garchomp ban.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Garchomp this time around, to be quite honest with you.
And maybe not banned, but maybe picked.
Maybe picked, yes. Machamp, for the first time this tournament, will be banned. Mewtwo Y. Again, they're looking at Zante as the main threat, limiting them potentially to Miraidon, Inteleon, Mew. It potentially forces Peps to push them up the priority order yet again.
That is really interesting to see that Mega Mewtwo
Right,
ban. Yeah, either way, 14% ban rate. It is getting some love in that section of the map, but let's see what Team Peps decides to do with that first pick. Like you mentioned, so many meta threats, Mega Evolutions, but we also have Crustle, so that's where Prep's going to go.
I mean, X-Scissor is just nasty work. It's such a great catch-all. I know we've seen the Slowbro a couple of times, but Crustle, we've seen a Rubble Rouser taking a central objective today. It's such a great Unite move, and with Umbreon off the table, it means that shielding is not a threat of being taken away, but Root Dig with a really strong and a really aggressive start to their pick phase. Darkrai and Mega Gary locked in.
Again, this double defender going to be highlighted by Team Peps. Really, the main focus of this roster, if I'm going to be honest, is around the high upfront bulkiness. Root Dig going to return to the Snorlax, but will also grab the Hoopa. Ender no longer on the Wigglytuff, but still got an iconic Pokemon for them.
Ooh, and there's that Garchomp, followed up by a Klaus Talonflame. Running the scope lens on that Garchomp, looking for the self-sustain. No traditional supports yet again. Toonslim kind of with free range here in the gutter. There's a lot of things that they could pick. Quite frankly, anything will do. The Cinderace
How about that?
Not on my encounter pick card, but hey, I'm actually quite interested to know what moveset
It'll be Blaze
they
Kick.
go for.
Yeah,
Blaze Kick is
we'll be going
traditional,
Blaze Kick.
but yeah.
Yeah, with the scope lens, I think that's likely going to be our main option. But Toonslim locking in the Cinderace, very, very fun. Obviously, going to have a little bit more mobility. And when you're going into double defender, trying to play a melee composition is really difficult. Sometimes you want a little bit of range. You want to be able to pepper in some damage. And now Mamo, Crustle, and Garchomp will have a bit of a harder time taking these fights against the Cinder.
I guess the Cinder also brings a little bit of secure with the Blazing Bicycle pick. It's something that we do see Dark Pulse on the Darkrai. Mega Gary's obviously pretty decent. You've got stuns through the Hooper Unbound when you do get into that central area. So maybe that a little bit of the thinking behind the Cinderace. Maybe it is simply just a flex. I think the ripability and secures of Team Pepso is equally impressive.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite interested to see which way Klaus goes. We've seen Fly more often in this tournament and in this season of the Unite Championship Series. Don't discount a Brave Bird, though.
Yeah, I think the only reason I would maybe go away from Brave Bird is if you are running that Charging Charm, you're going with a move speed built-in item, you likely want to just path a little bit faster with that Fly. But let's get into it, everybody. Game 2, Team Peps, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team.
Team Peps need to reverse sweep to keep their tournament hopes alive. Root Dignitas, game 1 of the day, W, and they don't want to be dropping any L's from here on out.
Yeah, another meeting in the middle between Marv and Ender as this Hoopa tends to defend their own central area and make sure that Bruv cannot make it to the horse the other side.
Ooh, hello. Well, forced use of the eject button already for Ender. Not that that should be too painful, too early on. Looks like Toon might head south to join the Darkrai and Snorlax here. They're going to be read by, actually, Klaus on this Fletchinder if they're able to make it in time. I really want to have a look down there, actually, because there is a lot of shenanigans, a lot of posturing, but ultimately there's no picks here. And now going up to the top path to try and collapse on this Gibble.
Yeah, we're going to see what the field kind of looks like on the bottom side, and they immediately pivot towards the top. So Bruv kind of trying to call out, see if they're already in the tall grass, calls the wrong grass, and big push.
Massive pick from the Mew, and Zealot falls too. Really great reaction time from Team Peps. That entire assault dismantled.
Yeah, that didn't work, huh? Root Dignitas really trying an offensive push towards the top side. Bruv actually hoping to catch out a few targets with that Rock Tomb. Calls wrong, but it doesn't matter. Salante's defensive play on the Mew proves to be the best part of that team fight, and they walk away with multiple KOs.
Otter able to take away some experience. They're the Rock Tomb. Otter might be in a little bit of trouble here. We've got Zante on that T1 pad, and Otter's going to take away even more experience. I don't think they'll get away with the blue buff, and certainly not when Potatoes here. Otter's adventure forces out the eject button, but with Ender helping out and the tall grass to protect their escape, they make it back to base.
Yeah, pretty big recall for Otter on that Darkrai. Is notably all going with the Shadow Claw build this time around, so very likely not going to be going with the Dark Void that we saw in that last game and returning to the Dark Pulse Shadow Claw moveset, where we're not all inning on the sleep effects. This time, we got to go back to the more traditional move.
Toon on this bottom path, already Cinderace, but our Talonflame for Team Peps also online, awaiting the arrival of Mamoswine and Garchomp. Root Dignitas eyeing up this Regidrago, as is Team Peps. Going at it, looking for an entryway. There's the Rock Tomb. Not much that Team Peps can really do to negate them taking this, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick clear. Toon Cinderace already getting some major secures, but caught out in that tall grass. Frozen, trying to dodge the Solar Beam, but they will not run far enough.
Committing to the eject button as well. It doesn't matter how much you nap there, mate. There's too much damage output from this Team Pep squad, scoring points and opening up another big lead. Similar strategy employed. Zoinks looking to build up before the 2-minute mark. 137 to 16.
Yeah, Team Peps in another commanding position in the early game. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't thorns in their side as Otter attempting to take away that red buff, but Potato, great control of their own central area Pokemon.
First Reggie phase upon us. Still no Garchomp as of yet. 2 levels away, in fact. Still no Mamoswine. No more Mamoswine as well. We've got the Gabite down. This is the Flame Sweep catching out Zeller. They should be able to find the pick. Indeed they do. Onto Ender. Lovely Rock Boot Tomb. Forcing out the Phantom Force. On that bottom path, we've got the Regieleki being taken by Root Dignitas. This could be bad news bears for Team Peps. They could be losing their T1, prioritizing the Reg Ice. Ender's still there, not able to make the steal, and they pay for it big time.
I genuinely thought that Phantom Force was going to take the Reg Ice, but Regieleki was secured by Root Dignitas in the meantime and does land in that Tier 1. So Root Dig, despite being really behind in this matchup so far, have found a way to finally get on the scoreboard. Small overdunk, but Toon back in a big way.
Yeah, roughly similar timing, isn't it? Maybe 2 minutes earlier, but Root Dignitas find a way back into sight, at least, of the score lead. That's a very good timed evolution for both the Garchomp and the Mamoswine here. For Peps, they'll be hoping that the only way is up.
Yeah, also, I think it might be Pyro Ball, too, which is actually crazy to me. But either way, Cinderace having a bit more range, I guess, to work with. They are going with the Flame Charge, though. I think that's a Toon Slim classic. Loving just a slight movement ability, dodging anything else that Faint maybe wouldn't.
Absolutely, right. Well, we've got the Solar Beam eaten by the block here. No need to worry for Root Dignitas, who have a strong presence on bottom path. Team Pep's really looking opposite, and with no yellow dots on the map, for once, a bit of quiet zones.
Yeah, both these teams pretty scared. I mean, these are tough teams to push into either way. You don't want to get pulled by a Crustle, a Mama, or a Garchomp, but you also don't want to get slept and shut down by a Snorlax or a Darkrai. So really difficult teams to actually get offensive pushes into, which means that these teams are being very, very careful into each other, like you are saying. The poke damage from Cinderace and Mew might be an important factor to actually set the stage in some of these bigger team fights. Watch out for how Zante and Toon arrange themselves around these team fights. They are going to be kind of the initiators for some of these big moments.
Otter with the rearrangement to join Zealot here on the top path. Team Peps very eager to go for what is the roulette Reggie, of course, that Regieleki on bottom path. And it feels like Team Peps actually going with a split push. We see Potato meandering their way down there. A threat of a team fight evolving in the central area. No, again, both sides holding off. Nice Ice Fang, but no one willing to follow up here. Looks like Team Peps have made the call on Reggie Steele. Root Dignitas kind of all over the map. There was a late call there to steer away from that Regieleki, which has gone again into the hands of Root Dignitas, but with that Talonflame, a decent secure onto the Registeel, nothing Zugrug could do about that.
Yeah, good work by Zante, utilizing that Unite move, creating that zone of invisibility and hiding that HP bar of the Reggie, making it difficult for Zugrug to get that steal. Gonna get the berry, though, and is still happy and healthy as this team fight rages on Tier 1.
They've been outraged, but at any point, these Root Dignitas players can just pop through the portal, Hooper Unbound, Flame Sweep, Klaus waiting for the resets on the abilities, into the fly, into gets away, Dragon Current chasing after Klaus, not able to claim him, however, with the knock-up. Zugrug millimeters away from their own demise. Meanwhile, Brother's just been sat on this T2 pad, ensuring that the Regieleki is not allowed in through the window.
Yeah, Root Dignitas with a bit of a hunting party attempt to try to find that Talonflame and shut them down. Zugrug with a great block to stop the Talonflame Unite move in its tracks, but despite all of that, the Fly Talon able to get away and even threaten some major damage on the Hoopa and make Inder also have to run for it. So Root Dignitas not able to shut down the enemy central area. We're going to go back to the drawing board to get some more EXP.
3 minutes left on the clock then, and one thing that is for sure is that Root Dignitas is paying every single respect to Team Peps. There's no complacent seek-outs, there's no throwing away information or throwing away anything to give over experience to Team Peps. They are quite happy to sit pretty, and sit pretty they do, albeit Zoinks, without that crucial point lead.
Yeah, exactly. That could be a major moment, especially if these teams are going to be taking their time like they are. You don't want to be in a position where you can win a team fight but not have enough time left on the clock. Good thing for Root Dignitas, though, they might be behind on points, but so far they've won the positional battle. Zugrug's got complete information gain on the top side of the map, and they just found a Mew as well in that enemy tall grass, which means that this Groudon pit is shut down by Root Dignitas. Team Peps going to be looking to fight their way into this one.
Brav and Otter came to blows on that bottom path. Readjustment from Brav, picking up a little bit of help from home base, and now relocated back with the team. But as you rightly pointed out, Zoinks, Root Dignitas with great position. That's a nice X-Scissor into the limit outrage. Team Peps are calling it into the center. They're just going to go for the rip on the Groudon. Full flip. Flame Sweep, Rubble Rouser, Hooper Unbound, Team Peps all in the center. The first stuns don't matter because they didn't hit anyone of Team Peps. Team Peps has got the Groudon. Now can they score? Can Root Dignitas counter score?
Yeah, that Cinderace Unite just a little bit early, so incredible shot from Zante on the Mew to get that secure. Team Peps could be lining up a pretty fantastic buffer for themselves with these points, even if they could try to steal Big Heavy Slam. Potato caught in a bad spot. Toon does have a Groudon buff. Over a minute left to work with, and they got the Groudon buff on the best Pokemon on their roster they could ask for.
Do they go ultra defensive? Do they send someone further up? Marv, we can see them in that top path, looking for another pick, not quite. There's a wonderfully placed Rock Tomb. Nothing that Inder or Zugra could do about that. Grub might just want to let this zone go. Inder with the 23, double that to 46. Grub is retreating to the tier 2, but Team Peps with the backdoor look. Hundo Burger from the Mammoth Swine, at least. More from the Talonflame, 44, 524 to 216. Here comes another 80, and the Hundo Burger, 396 to 524. Can they find any picks here, Root Dignitas? Anything to help them on their way? Well, I'll tell you what will help Team Peps is another Hundo Burger coming in fresh from Sante. Ice Fang into the flame sweep from a fly. That's a huge pick onto the Darkrai. Not able to use the worst nightmare. Hooper will not be able to bring many to the party because there's only the Gyarados left. Mega Evolution into the stuns, into the backline. Inder's gone. Team Peps takes EU to Game 3.
Incredible work with these back caps constantly, letting in some scores, but that is all right. The econ in their favor the entire way through. No question about it on their side of the table, if they had that win or not. Understanding that they had that one locked down. Incredible secure by Zante on that Groudon in such a crucial moment. Root Dignitas just a little bit behind, or a little bit early on that Cinderace Unite, not able to take that one away.
I just love the adventurous nature of Team Peps when we were talking about Root Dig. Full control over Groudon, and they're like, full send, straight to the Groudon, make them panic, and panic they did. There's this crucial moment where Inder's laying down those fists of fury, looking for a stun, and we can see that they go after the Mammoth Swine, but in the center there are 4 Team Peps players weighing favor towards them hugely.
And things got dangerous, right? Toonslim eventually gets that Groudon buff. He starts damage maxing, but then the score mogging out of Team Peps is just elite. And that's going to be Cloud taking our MVP, 8 KOs on the Talon, 56,000 damage.
What a fantastic series, and there is one more game to go. I tell you what, this isn't Codswallop. This is a phenomenal Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, what's the opposite of Codswallop? Wow, not very British of you.
Speechless,
Anyway,
speechless,
let's go.
Speechless.
Some good damage numbers across the board from both of these squads. Obviously, the Garchomp always throwing in some heat. Only 33K in that last team fight, or last matchup rather. But like we said, it was a quiet one in terms of team fights. This double defender composition playing so defensive and trying to just trap Root Dignitas. And Root Dignitas, after being repelled after a few of these fights, going, all right, maybe we take it easy on some of these moments.
I think this is real worrying for Root Dignitas because this is a very similar looking graph to what we saw in game number 1. The only difference being that Peps stays ahead. There isn't that huge turnover in points towards Root Dignitas. This Talonflame, Cloud, so good, so influential, picking up only just shy of 60k damage, but finding great secures when it matters most. Flame Sweep hitting, even if you just hit 1 or 2, that's certainly better than nothing.
Yeah, exactly. If it's only a wall, that's when Dupes Next will come for you, but otherwise, you're doing just fine, in my opinion. And Klaus doing a fantastic job in that game. Curious to see if the Talonflame shows up again. They really do feel like the player on this roster that's most willing to flex up their picks in the central area, even stylistically. Like if we have some kind of range damage dealer or a melee Pokemon like Mega Lucario, or even some kind of speedster style of Pokemon, could we see from Klaus like the Talonflame?
And I'm quite curious to see how Root Dig react to how the Garchomp performed as well, because without that Garchomp, I don't think that Peps feel confident enough to go for that send on the Groudon, to rip it right down and literally turn it into a coin flip. As you rightly point out here, first ban on the board.
Well,
they don't want to see
it. You pointed it out. Great call on the Garchomp, genuinely. Now I do 1% ban rating. So Root Dignitas.
Stonks, we're moving up in the world, folks.
We're moving up a little bit more. As, Team Peps really have been relying on that Pokemon in this tournament. Inder Psyduck will be taken away, the Mega Charizard Y. Blastoise, a very traditional ban that we've seen so far. Ooh, okay, a Darkrai ban. So Otter wanting to go to something a little different in this game. Clearly, as they have played that Darkrai in games 1 and 2. In my opinion, Root Dignitas might be threatening a first pick Mew here.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trying to get after Zante and his picks all day long, and this screams of, we saw your last game, we saw your last game, we know how good you feel the Darkrai, but another Zante pick is the Mega Mewtwo Y. This is the first time that it's been allowed through by Root Dignitas, and now we know exactly why.
Yeah, a lot of power picks still available in the metagame. Obviously, the Mega Lucario still available. I think Vaporeon should be considered that way, but so far not. That is a Venusaur hover. I don't think that's happening, but hey, Team Peps enjoyers, if you want Venusaur, let them know. But Crustle and Mamoswine are going to be likely locked in later. Potato locking up the Mega Gyarados now.
Yeah, I think with Zante, you've still got Inteleon on the table, Zugrug to nobody's surprise, taking away the Mamoswine, and Zealot will be heading on to the Zacian, which they can use to great effect. Marv locking in the tree. They are able to find another bit of CC, and because they haven't picked up the Mew, Zante once again moving up from last pick to lock it in for himself.
And so how hard is the focus on the double defender, right? Like at this point, there's so many defenders taken away. Blastoise, Umbreon, Mamoswine, and we still pick another one in the Trevenant, and Root Dignitas are going to go back to what worked with that Wigglytuff lock.
Klaus could look at Mimikyu. I think Mimikyu would be a decent option into this. Hovering.
Trick Room Mimikyu into Sleep Wigglytuff is something that I do want to see. That would be excellent. But looks like we are going to be rotating our picks. Klaus, yet another Pokemon being locked in this matchup. Blaziken going to be the equipped one for Klaus.
Well, again, what won them game number two, a lot of that emphasis on secure. Without that Garchomp available, you can either go for the Quick Rip or you can go for the Burst. And Blaze Kick is still, to this day, one of, if not the greatest secure tools in the game.
Totally. I mean, the rumors of Blaziken's demise after those nerfs, greatly exaggerated. I think this Pokemon, extremely strong still, has fallen down to a 14% encounter rate in our tournament. However, the players that do play it, they love this Pokemon, they understand it, and there it is on the back screen. Look at that.
I am slightly concerned running into a Wigglytuff, of all things. Of course, Blaziken, not exactly the chunkiest of health bars either. So Team Peps is going to be looking at this early game once again. They have to stay ahead of the groove, stay ahead of Dignitas, which, to be fair, they have done really well 2 games in a row now.
That's a good point. And Klaus, I was taking a look at the items, not running what I've seen a few people pick up on the Blaziken in that big root. Instead, is going with the weakness policy, Razor Claw, and kind of attack waves of style. Normal style we've seen in the Blaziken, but with those HP recovery buffs, I think a lot of people were putting on that big root to enter into it. But let's go, Relic. Game number 3. Root Dignitas versus Team Peps, 1-1.
LAIC champions versus the champion destroyers, it seems. Team Peps on the orange side, sending 2 into the central area. They are well aware to Inder's tricks, and well, they have called their bluff well, haven't they? Already Marv going for a little swing against Inder, who I think will be quite happy to come away with just a Baltoy.
Right, exactly. And a Pokemon like Blaziken that does take a while to warm up, and that will be 2 points of Eos energy for Inder and 1 successful secure, a very successful invade.
That's a lonely Magikarp up on top path that is currently solo fending off a dog. Meanwhile, Team Peps moving all of their other resources into this bottom path. Bruv online with this Crustle into the back line goes that Fletchinder, finds a bit of damage, doesn't find a KO. Nice Icicle Shards to buy them time to disengage.
Yeah, and Inder just buying so much time. The little shield you get from rollout, enough to repel the damage of the Will-O-Wisp from Marv, and big KO from Toon. Class goes down. Firebird versus Firebird. It looks like Fletchinder wins this one.
Yeah, stuck around in town for a little too long. The Sheriff came to find them, and found them they most certainly did.
That's true. It's a good NA impression. I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so Zugrug going to be moving up towards this enemy squad. Reminder, these early game moments from Swinub can be pretty strong, but they are being out-leveled or just at least out-evolved by Bruv at the moment, who does have the Crustle online. Such a great defender in this metagame right now. Potato actually withstanding this damage from Zealot so far pretty impressively. Effort gauge almost full, but that last Metal Claw getting you a little too dangerously close. And yep, Inder's got a blue buff.
Yeah. not really the best start to Team Peps here. For 2 minutes in, okay, the no scores is kind of, it's whatever, but they're slightly behind on when they ideally want their Gyarados online. We're still not anywhere near Blaziken. Yes, we've got the tree online, which is pretty decent, but Inda is sowing chaos and Toon is finding KOs. Look at them looking after Zante, going back onto Bruv. Potato joins the fray. The Sword Doggo's here as well. Solo him a little bit early on Reggie Drago. There's a side strike, good block on Potato, but there's the fly into the backline onto Klaus. They have to take him down, and they do take them down, smothering the bird, but unable to prevent the Reggie Drago. Now going to the southern path here. Big knock up onto Bruv, but enough to be able to sustain, buff out, and move back to the T1.
Yeah, I think Toon thought they were going to take a bigger team fight in that situation, but without Fly Plus not getting as much cooldown reduction by hitting multiple targets with that Fly. Another skirmish down here, though, as Otter lays down some poke damage.
Klaus desperately close to Blaziken. Bruv desperately close to the edge into the X-Scissor. Oh, has to use the eject button to get onto Pad. Zogrug, Ice Fan, surely going to go down Zante. Indeed, they do. Combustion back at Pad. Bruv picks up a KO and a crucial KO at that. There will be no more scores for Root Dignitas, not for the moment. But Regieleki.
Yeah, but a much better trade for Root Dignitas, right? Yeah. That's a Mew being traded for a Pillow Swine. Very okay in terms of experience, and now Root Dignitas secure that bottom objective. It's a lone Bruv Crustle to defend against it, and I think it'll be all for naught as the Crustle set packing.
You can see Team Peps has immediately made the call. Okay, let's just make sure that we get this Reg Ice under lock and key. And hey, why don't we go for a T1 push ourselves? Root Dignitas unable to actually crack the zone here. Might not be the same story on top path. 3 points, good overdunk. In fact, straight down to 1. Fantastic for Team Peps.
Yeah, Root Dignitas, I think, had the opportunity to break that goal zone, but they'll do so now. Not only to delay the wild Pokemon experience that'll spawn on the other side, but mostly to clear all of the experience that was populated in that path. After you break that tier 1, all of those wild Pokemon will disappear. Toon wants to get all that EXP and get a bigger score.
Yeah, another stack in the tank for Toon Slim. As over on the far side of the map, an errant score from the tree is met with a firm axe in the hand of Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, that Mewtwo Y so far has been extremely solid at setting up some of these team fights. Root Dignitas has kind of been missing some of that poke damage with Otter on this Darkrai so far. So having this Mewtwo Y has laid down certainly a bit of a runway for this Talonflame, and a little bit later Zillit Zacian to really take full advantage of.
I tell you what they're not missing though, any and all opportunities to invade enemy central here. They've done it so many times, and there's another pick onto Klaus. Lovely hook into the ultimate KO that we find here. Heading towards halftime, 134 to 79. Root Dignitas showing no signs of fear. So much confidence in their exit strategies.
In the entire history of Pokemon Unite, aggression has always been the playstyle that's come out on top, but the major thing has been aggression that is well measured, and when you're not losing those leads, that has been truly immaculate teams. Like the Luminosity, 2-time world champion team was notable for that, and I think Dignitas really showcasing what a playstyle like that looks like. Also, shout out to Otter for trying to stop that 30 score of the Unite move.
What you can do, we can do better, say Team Dignitas with the lead. The Phantom Forest, we've got the fly moving in onto the Blaziken, finds the hit. We've got the Blaze Kick, the eject button having to be utilized to get out of dodge. Potato won't be lasting too long in this particular fight. Indeed, they are eventually felled by the Sword Doggo. Going in now on the Registeel. Team Peps is going to be a really close run thing. Blaze Kick, they do eventually secure it. Marv able to delay everyone else from entering that particular foray. On bottom path, Root Dignitas, though, will be claiming their second Regieleki, as here comes the overdunk. 36 total, 20-point difference.
And Team Peps really back in this one in terms of a score race. This Regieleki will have to be defended, which means that this Reggie Drago might be a tougher objective for them to go for. You see Root Dignitas rotating, see if they can catch out one of these defenders, and Marv is in their sights.
Hornleech. Oh, not able to get up in the air, actually. Great stuns from Team Peps. Toon not given the light of day as the Gyarados has made its way onto this bottom path. Potato will be able to solo dismantle that.
That double defender composition, so difficult. I think Root Dignitas thinking that more Pokemon would be dedicated to defending against that Regieleki. They go a little bit too far. But that's all right. They'll be able to get that EXP back on their own central. With that being said, Reggie Drago, a free take for Team Peps.
That's really great work, considering not 30 seconds ago we're talking about surely this is just a free wrap for Dignitas in the central area. Turning the script on its head once again, Team Peps.
Yeah, now bottom side, it looks like Dignitas getting a bit of vision of that goal zone, but immediately relent. So they were looking to see if they could push into probably a damaged Potato, if they were doing damage into that Regieleki. But now, at this point in the game, it's all about controlling the middle of the map. These two teams have so far been quite evenly matched in these team fights. They do not want to have any advantage taken away from them. And I think Bruv, wise to Toon's tricks, knows they're in that tall grass, is ready to use a Rock Tomb to call them out at any moment.
Dog v Bird, Zealot level 13, leading the pack right now over Klaus level 13. All Unite moves, barring the Mammoth Mash. Scratch that, all locked and loaded with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, Talonflame really searching for that level 13. At level 13, 14, and 15, it has the highest natural attack stat in the game, but Toon might not matter, they're already down.
Massive Solar Beam into the X's, a Phantom Forest used, Team Peps are going for it. They're going for a big style into the Mammoth Mash. Ice Fang looking to take down Bruv, Rubble Rouser into the eject button, Current utilized as well. Infinite Sideburn gets a little bit of stun across the board. It's still Team Peps in the ascendancy, really low health bars. Station's gone, Zealot down, Team Peps going for the rip!
Yeah, they're going to immediately start doing damage. Bruv's got about half HP, so does Marv, but they are still going to try to defend this zone. Talonflame is in the mix. Big stun by Marv, pulls multiple targets. It's down. Kyogre, and Mewtwo takes it.
Unbelievable, unbelievable, but can they score now? Mewtwo Y will get the 100 in. They extend their lead, 2-6-8 to 1-4-6. Ender not going to be back for another 10 seconds, but Toonsleep is back on the prowl. Marv has to go back to the Pokemon Center, get a refresh on health. In fact, that's a call for everybody from Team Peps. They've got a minute and change to change the narrative yet again.
And respawns are just so important. Who got the Kyogre buff? Who did not? And currently, Zante and Klaus both have Kyogre buffs stolen away in that final team fight. Dignitas have to defend this T1.
Into the fly, looking for anyone. No, they can't find anyone. That's a long reset. 50, no, 40 maybe. There's 40 from the Gyarados. Closes it to within 100. 100 burgers all they need. They need Klaus. They need him now. Fly. Bruv's gone. Bruv's gone. 5v4. No counter score. Everything was sent in with Team Pep, but wait. The Mega Gyarados is still here and finds a KO.
Okay, but they need a full Hundo Burger to win, so Klaus, the most important target, is down. Zacian with an absolutely incredible Unite move KO. Potato's still getting to work on the back line, though. They have a full HP bar and a little bit left in the Mega Evolution. Zante with 50 towards the top side, but a counter score by Zacian.
We just need 23 points. That's all they need. Anything will do from this Gyarados or Marv. What can Zante pick up? Counter score again. 32. Here comes the 60 on the Ice Fan. Gyarados thrown in. Can they get the 27 down though to 54? It's another score.
They got it.
Unbelievable. This is insanity. Dignitas, another 22. Who the heck's won this game?
Oh, I don't know. That final 22 put everything into question. I genuinely don't know who has the lead. We will see Dignitas versus Team Peps. The score goes. And Team Peps win the match.
The EUIC champs are out.
Believable. They lose things. They lose the Kyogre to a Mega Mewtwo Y auto attack, and from that point on are able to battle back. Team Peps showing up for EU and defeat your LAIC champs.
Welcome to London, welcome to the UK. As we say in soccer, absolute limbs in the crowd. Team Peps have taken down Peru. They've taken down Dignitas. How far can this team go?
Yeah, at this point, I think you gotta start considering this team a favorite to win the event. Upset win after upset win. How long can we keep that definition? What a show from them. I mean, what a closer. 362 to 368. My heart's about to beat out of my chest. I don't know how that team's feeling. I don't know how those in the crowd are feeling. But what an amazing best-of-3 match.
Oh, catch your breath, everyone. Oh my. There are so many factors in
Yes,
play
yeah,
in
I
that
know.
final 90 seconds. I don't think we're going to be able to do it justice with the replay time we've got to us.
Those final scores, I mean, with Marv and Potato splitting on that goal zone, doing their best, Zugrug playing around it quite well with that Ice Fang, making sure they're in range so those auto attacks will hit multiple swalls, and there it is, that Mega Mewtwo wide, but they had 2 Kyogre buffs to work with. I think they were putting all of their effort in towards Klaus, right? Because that Hundo Burger would get them the lead at that moment, but Zacian, which is such a perfect flank, and right
I thought this was it. I thought that was it.
That execute was phenomenal by Zealot.
Unbelievable work from Marv to keep Mamoswine off pad.
Exactly.
Shout out to Zante, who had the foresight to say, there's some long respawn timers here. Let me head top path. I got 50 to dunk for free.
So important, but yeah, amazing work. Potato will be your MVP, I believe, getting the final most important score for Team Peps. So clutching up there, 4 KOs throughout this match, 64,000 damage. This Mega Gyarados reigning supreme.
Just the most extraordinary story.
Yeah.
Team Peps, for reference, moving through the bracket, their next matchup is either CACM or Kamai for an EU derby in the semi-final.
Oh, that'll be an exciting matchup no matter where that next one goes. And they're entering into best of 5 territory.
Right, yeah.
You're one step closer to Championship Sunday and potentially even a spot at Worlds. What a show from Team Peps. And specifically, I think Potato had an incredible tournament. I know there were a lot of great players, so let's hear from one of them. Spraggles, we got an interview. Take it away.
All right, here I am with Bruv from Look at this. I mean, wow. Hey, man, how are you doing?
A little bit happy. Yeah. Maybe I'm under-exaggerating a bit, but yeah, definitely happy.
So, all right, you go into Peru. You flip twice, right? Then you fight again, you're flipping against Dignitas. Now when you should get the secure in this last match, Mew with a basic attack takes it. I mean, unbelievable. It feels like all over the place emotionally for these matches.
I mean, in some of the games, we definitely got some questionable secures. So, I mean, they deserve one of them, and, you know, we managed to claw it back. It was quite close, 6 points, I think. We weren't sure what happened. We had no idea if we won or not. We just tried to put as many points in as we could. And yeah, it was enough, so.
Tell me, in that final moment, it's pandemonium. What are the comms like when you don't know if you're ahead? You know you need to score. Zugrug defending that goal zone against 2. You have to try to push them, like, insane moment.
Oh, we're just checking who has shields. We're making sure everyone's going to the right places, trying to stay calm as well. I think that's one of the key things today. Like, even though there's definitely a lot more talking, people seem to be more relaxed, at least after yesterday. No one was as relaxed. Today, I think that's definitely helped us a lot going into these games. We just know our plans and we're sticking to them, and it's working.
Amazing stuff. I can't wait to see you guys continue to play throughout this tournament. What a day. I mean, what a day for your squad so far, taking down the undefeated Dignitas with some former teammates, right, on that squad. How does that feel, having to go up against people that you played with so much last season?
It's interesting, facing them. Like, you know a lot about them, and they also know a lot about you. So, in ways that it helps and impacts it. But either way, I wasn't expecting to win. So I'm pretty happy. But it sucks to beat some former teammates and friends. So it's unfortunate, but the bracket made it that way. So we had to try and do what we can to win. So.
Amazing. One of the best sets you're probably going to see all weekend, but Peps is not done. You will see them again very soon. Give it up one more time for Bruv and Team Peps. They love you, buddy. All right, back to the booth. Take it away.
Happy Valentine's Day, Team Peps. EU loves you. You're still in the bracket, and you are into the semifinals, best of 5 range, and you just took down one of the best teams potentially worldwide. What a Valentine's Day gift.
Forget the weekend. That's one of the best Unite sets that you will see ever. And this is what it does to the bracket. Team Peps, an EU squad, makes it into the semi-finals. Their next opponents, one of either Kamai Esport for an EU derby or CACM Esports gunning themselves for a second consecutive grand final appearance at ICs.
Yeah, they're also such a competitive team, but the bottom end of the bracket is no exception for excitement either. EG, BH3, Volticons, Tuesday. We got so many amazing matches in this top 8 bracket. Still down to just one less team. Top 7 now. That's how the math works. It's getting real exciting here on Valentine's Day.
More to love about this tournament, though. So many more matches on the way, that is for sure. I guess one final word for Root Dignitas. Look, they are doing great in the league season.
Yeah, totally.
They've obviously proven themselves with LAIC. Bit of a bruising one, this, but I think it'll be a real show of character to bounce back in a positive way.
Oh yeah, I don't think this team's season is done by any means. A great performance, and it came down to truly the narrowest of margins. If anything, we got a real fun rivalry brewing between Team Peps and Root Dignitas. So an international one, we'll only get to see it a few times throughout the year. So save that last one, folks. That was such a fun match, and maybe a preview of what we could see at something like the World Championships or NAIC. I sure hope so.
A reminder that the winner of this tournament walks away with that very first invite to San Francisco as well. So there's every reason to compete and go for the win. Next up, it is that Kamai CACM Esport matchup. You don't want to miss it. You crazy? You crazy? You don't want to miss it? Goodness me.
Championship Series. We are here at EUIC, and you just witnessed the end of an absolutely insane match between Team Peps out of EU and Team Dignitas, Root Dig out of North America. Took him to a Game 3, one of the craziest steals that we've seen in this tournament from Dignitas, and then we still had Peps manage to win the whole thing by just a few points. Unbelievable, and we will have more unbelievable matches as this weekend continues, because this is a single elimination bracket, so crazy things like that do go down. Hi everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy, yee to the ha. We're back, me and Doom Snacks. Hey buddy.
Smokes, brother.
Yeah.
Put that into your veins, keep your heart rate up, as I hope we have more bangers like that to round out our top 8. The NA Giants, Root Dig, fell to Toon, leaving his region to join an NA squad, felled at the hands of a former teammate, of course. Bruv right there anchoring an amazing squad that is now hard pressed to say they're going to be slowed down, because they've got some momentum, kiddos.
I mean, they take down Peru, then they take down Dignitas, who won LAIC. I think a lot of people were theorizing, hey, maybe we see North America versus North America in our grand finals. Not going to happen at this point, right? If we do have our bracket, I would love to see it before we hop into this game, but we have got an exciting one. Komai CACM. Komai on an absolute tear. They're undefeated in day one, looking amazing. CACM up and down, but still moving through this bracket, dispatching great teams.
Yeah, you know, CACM did dispatch an EU team already. As we're taking a look at this bracket, obviously Team Peps 2-1 against Root Dig. That's where we just came from. CACM eliminating Extinction, an NA team, going up against Komai, who yesterday looked like the strongest EU squad coming into day 2. So it's going to be a team versus team action here in top 8 to see who's going to get the opportunity to square off against Team Peps. And I can guarantee you the fans and the crowd would love to see EU versus EU.
Yeah, Komai versus Peps would be an insane matchup, and it would guarantee an EU team heading to our grand finals.
Dude.
The region that I think has the biggest question mark on it right now is EU able to rebuild after so many talented players have left, and after having a couple rocky years. They look great here at the AOS Cup, of course. We still have some North America hope with Evil Geniuses, the undefeated squad out of North America, later going into BH3. And then Volticons against Tuzi, more EU and a team from Brazil. Again, in front of us right now, Komai, which looked like the strongest squad from EU, are going up against CACM, your runners-up from LAIC.
I can't believe I'm about to say this looking at this top 8, but there is very real possibility that our semifinals is 4 EU teams.
Yes.
Because Komai looked phenomenal day 1, CACM a little rocky. Then you go down BH3. What if you look at just regional league standings, the best team in EU against Evil Geniuses, and they finally look like they're back to old form. Evil Genius has been on ice for a bit, and of course Volticons with a monster day 1 with big time wins against Tuzi Esports, which quite frankly has also been struggling, finding their way here, but every single game has felt like a battle. And I mean, be still my heart if we have 4 EU teams in those semifinals.
What a hype situation that would be for this crowd. I could tell you, being backstage ready to head up to do the interview for either Dig or Peps in the moment. Komai, CACM, they're about to face off. We are all standing together watching these screens, freaking out about these games, screaming for which team we're hoping is going to win this thing. And it really felt like, even though they're about to square up, we are all just loving the insane level of competition here at EUIC. All that has to be thrown out the window for a moment, because now your tournament life is on the line against another great squad. Komai is going to be our first pick, first ban. They're targeting that Gengar as well as a Mew, and then finally Hoopa. On the other side, a Pokemon that's getting banned more and more and more, Doom Snacks, and that is the Umbreon.
Yeah, unsurprising. I mean, this is a Pokemon that's been incredibly strong all the time, and it's really difficult to battle through this mean look right now with all the kind of top-tier Pokemon that people are battling. First pick, Duck. from Komai across to CACM. Mega Gyarados quickly snatched up by Frank.
Yeah, we love Psyduck, you and I. I mean, we've been singing its praises all weekend. Has a super high encounter rate. About 80% of the time you're going to see this either banned out or in a game. And I'm not shocked. It is that good. Vaporeon actually having a quieter weekend than I expected. I still think it's pretty amazing, but there's so many great defenders. And we see, look at the tankiness on the side of Komai. Blastoise and Crustle.
I was just about to say, this is the fastest Miraidon pick you're going to see out of Donlux. They already like to play this Pokemon regardless, and you're going to need that Charge Beam to shred through those targets. I also like they're currently carrying the Cursed Incense. They're going to be able to see how the rest of this draft goes to see if they want to switch off of that or if that damage is going to ring true without it, as Gatlu and Toast are going to round out their picks here. Machamp, something that Gatlu played in day one, and Toast going to grab that Scyther.
Yeah, we've had that Scyther going to head through the central area most likely, get online as quickly as they can, and just start brawling with their opponents. I wouldn't even say brawling. I mean, it's just moving in like a hornet for a quick sting to see if they can pick up the KO. And now Reggie grabbing the Empoleon, a Pokemon that we do see pop up here and there. Had a moment in the meta, but never really became a tournament staple.
Yeah, you can see how low that encounter rate is, just at 7%, but you have to believe if Reggie is selecting this character, it is another opportunity for them to dominate, and that's what they're going to need out of Reggie here against a Komai team that is not only a robust team in terms of player skill, but a robust team in terms of the team they've put together here to take to the Theosky Ruins.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they play this. We got 2 Assault Vests being put on, so obviously Gek and Adesu are both well aware that they're going to be taking, charge beams the entire time, but this also helps them soak up some of that damage from Reggie, it being a special attacker, the Empoleon. Interesting choice. I love to see it when a team will pivot onto an item based on, your opposing team. Oftentimes, some items are just so dang good, you wouldn't move too much around. You look at something like the Scyther or something like the Machamp, you just really want to get a lot of that damage out of these Pokemon. But your defenders, you have a lot of options. We've got the Buddy Barrier on the Psyduck, which I think you and I both love for this Pokemon. On the other side, Buddy Barrier on the Snorlax. That way when you get the Power Nap, not only do you get a nice shield, but you also have multiple ways to save your allies. Well, here we go, Noob Snacks. Komai from EU, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team out of LATAM. This is going to be an exciting one.
It absolutely is. Frank got great, very fast evolutions into that Mega Gyarados in their previous set. They're going to see if they can match that pace here as Toast is going to grab this Scyther, and they're going to dive into a path to see if they can fold this team like laundry. And I still can't believe I'm going to say this again. There is a real world where our top 4 is all 4 EU teams remaining.
Yeah, could be an unbelievable situation here for EU, a region that has struggled from time to time. Bernie in a little bit of trouble right there, but it doesn't look like Toast is able to finish it off. Gek getting the secure, they do evolve.
That is a very quick Crustle as well, so you have to think that Komai is already feeling pretty good. Reggie knows that Toast is there just waiting to pounce on top of them. Gek with a nice Rock Tomb trap, forcing out that little burst through by Reggie to try to escape. You just don't want to give up a knockout back the other way, and it looks like they're going to survive.
Yeah, Gek going to move up to the top path right here. Texas in some trouble, but so is Toast as Toast peels back. Psyduck now goes down. CACM picking up the first KO.
Gatlu is doing decent on their level, of course, outpacing the 2 on the other side, Frank and Texas. Gatlu waiting for their opportunity to try and snatch that wild Pokemon are going to be unsuccessful. They're going to grab themselves a Texas right there, and Frank is now trying to battle. Good knockout, and without the support of that Vaporeon, Frank can't get a knockout either.
Yeah, I mean, Gatlu playing on a razor's edge right here. You don't really want to give a KO over to this Magikarp, but to be fair, you could see the effort gauge. It's already essentially full. It is about to evolve in just a moment right here. It might get it, yes, as it splashes away. They are able to pick up the KO immediately, though. Texas coming in with some disruption, and here comes Reggie, the Empoleon. Big time Whirlpool, they're moving forward.
Putting that Whirlpool down was perfect. Just an opportunity to at least show signs of life, and they're able to secure Narami there on the Psyduck, getting a 2-piece for themselves. Level 8 all of a sudden is Reggie, and the biggest thing on the map.
Yeah, Reggie is just coming online very fast here. They're actually moving down towards this Reggie Drago right now. We're going to see if either of these teams can secure it. Now that his gauge is over the halfway mark, when they shoot that Hydro Cannon, it creates that Whirlpool that we saw on the ground. If they fight in it, they continue to recover their HP, which is massive. Picks up another KO. The stun right into the dive for the fight and a double.
Wow. I mean, Reggie is just an unstoppable force with some of these Pokemon, and I'm glad we're getting to see how well Empoleon can do, not only in the hands of a great player, but just in general.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't get to see it enough in our tournament series, and look at it right here. The biggest thing on the map already has a Unite move, kind of taking over this game right here as they are jumping forward. Going to try to take down Regieleki quickly, and they do. That's going to walk towards the side of Komai. Komai taking Reggie's steal by themselves. We'll see if Texas or Bernie can do anything about it.
Yeah, 2v3, but they're going to play well. Block into the wall. Reggie is low. Registeel is taken by Toast. Toast going to need some more knockouts here. Why? Because Reggie is also level 9, and Toast needs to be above that opposing threshold if they want to start taking over this game.
Here we go. Toast hits their level 9, grabs the Unite move. Still have the Unite move on Empoleon if they decide to fight. They are almost level 10. Trying to eye down Narami, but not able to make a fight happen here. 5 members of CACM in this bottom path. Are they looking for a push? 2 sent back to base.
Get quickly sussed out. Going to use their eject putt to get back through that heavy slam block combination from Bernie.
Here we go. Thunder just chasing them a little bit, does spark that passive right there. You'd rather have that for a big fight, but at the same time, you know, just a little extra damage is great. Moving in here, Toast picks up a KO. The Gyarados underwater, but they're very low on HP.
I like how Frank actually, like, you could see they were considering an engagement, and they were like, you know what, I'm going to get buckled here. There's 4 players. Hiding out is this Machamp. Tries to do the little cross-chop action. Baits out that Whirlpool from Reggie, so they're not going to be able to scrap in it.
Yeah, and here we go. Flip turn right into being caught right there, and Gyarados picks up the KO. Machamp maybe getting a little too friendly with the side of CACM. Thinking that just because they have submission, they're kind of invincible right there, but they were caught.
That's just how Gatlu plays this game. You said, you know, walking on the knife's edge when they got that knockout earlier. Well, it's no exception. That's how they're going to play this entire game. Komai knows that, and they're going to adjust their strategy around that. Quick, really just solid follow-up right Toast there. Nice little submission suplex onto Donlux. KO streak of 2. Now they're looking for more. Frank is going to get the back cap action. 28 points go up top, and Reggie's going to see what they can do in the face of 5 players. Toast Unite is out. Toast gets a KO. Texas steps up. They're in the muddy waters here, and they're trying to expend some resources to stop these points from going in, but they finally go down. Don Lux is getting spaced. Rock Tomb is down. Bernie gets X-scissored out, and finally the meteors crash to Earth as Don Lux needs to do anything they can to stop Komai.
Gatlu heading back to base right here. Toast also heading back to base. We now just have Gek defending this point. 3 members of CACM and 2 more running from the home base. They're looking to take this objective, get this Regirock. You know, Reggie got to use their Unite move, their dupe snacks, but with so many members of Komai, it did not matter. They take this secure. They're moving forward. Gyarados underwater.
Great psychic pull from Narami to keep that engine started. Rock Tomb is there. Great spacing. And now CACM can't actually get in to follow up on the engage from Bernie. Hydro Typhoon kicks up at least Reggie. Surf back the other way. They're still going to try and score. They're going to get at least 17 points in big-time charge beam. Tons of damage. Pinned against the wall is the Mega Gyarados. Gone is the Mega Gyarados. Machamp goes down in that exchange as CACM is relentless on this goal zone siege. Adesu is still standing somehow, and I think that's going to be the end of the line for them, and it is. As CACM, although not closing out this goal zone, are refusing to give up this fight. Reggie overextending and getting knocked out by Gek.
Wow, Gek and Narami right there, the Wombo combo, bringing them back with the Psychic, forcing Reggie to turn around and fight, and then they take them down with the X-Scissor. A Crustle and a Psyduck defending that goal zone, taking in the highest level carry on the side of CACM. So many good fights so far, and we are already at the 3-minute mark. This match is just non-stop brawling, so incredibly close level-wise and score-wise. 114, 163, and I don't really think you could say either team has much of an edge here, Duke Snacks.
Great isolation on Texas by Psychic on this side up. Bang, they're gonna get it back-to-back, and Toast closes the door on it. Frank has to just hop, skip, and jump away to get back to pad.
And here we go, the Thunder moving in. Miraidon could start fighting here, throwing out some charge beams, but it looks like they miss one, not able to easily charge this. Gek moving forward right here. We have the Machamp bringing them in. Can they get the KO on the Snorlax? It doesn't look like it.
No, the block gonna give them just enough shield as they work towards their other team. 30 seconds here until our Kyogre hits the map. Reggie focuses on this Regieleki. Alecki going to send this down to Path as Don Lux and Frank are in support.
They're already ahead. This is going to feel pretty good, but I don't think they're going to follow this up with a score, right? This will probably be 20 points walking in as they set up around this Reggie. However, Komai with the fast rip on Reggie Seal going to give them an advantage. In the center area right now, though, CACM could start the fight early knowing that multiple members are not there.
Narami and Gek fearless in the face. Oh, tried to pin down a Desu, surfs back, isolates Texas. They can't convert. Toast low on HP, huge rock tomb out of Gek. Texas is on the chase. They're going to go for the knockout here. No, Toast gets out of dodge. Vaporeon is there. Everybody's just hanging out as we settle in. Mega Gyarados pops up on Gek, and they're going to go for some damage. Rock Tomb is going to isolate them out. A heavy slam back over the wall. We're going to have to try and put up a block. They can't. Power nap in the middle. Straight to the Hydro Typhoon. Kyogre's at 30%. We have them in Champ Unite that was unleashed as well. Toast goes down. Marami has no HP. We've got 2 down on each side. Gek is low on HP. Gatlu has the most HP standing right now, except for that Vaporeon, which just got submission into no man's land. And finally, things are calming down here.
Yeah, Komai deciding how they want to play this. They are able to catch Texas right now, and they do go down. Gyarados is back online, Empoleon back online. Miraidon has 5 seconds, and Kyogre is being chipped at. They could be baiting them into a fight right here, and that's exactly what they're doing. Massive surf!
So submission there, isolated, knocked out. Straight back in the middle, Reggie's there. Now they're trying to rip and trying to secure. Who's gonna nab this thing? It's Komai! It's Komai! The EU magic lives on and transcends Peps into Komai, and their spirit is alive here in game number 1.
Amazing fight from Komai. I love the play to bait them into that surf, bringing 2 of them towards the side of Komai, and then things get crazy around Kyogre. They take a weighted secure right there and are able to close it out. I thought Scyther was going to have it after that first double hit, but no, it was Blastoise, a Desu with the secure. 412, 183, and with only 20 seconds on the clock, this looks like game 1 Komai.
I'll tell you what, this is why you pick Psyduck.
Yeah.
It looked terrific. Gek looked amazing on Crustle, and a Desu, maybe the best offensive Blastoise we've seen all weekend. That is Komai on the 1s and 2s, laying out banger after banger the entire game, dude. And of course, the EU magic feels alive and well, and I can't believe I'm going to say it for a 3rd time. There's a real possibility that our top 4 is all 4 EU squads remaining.
It could be an absolutely insane run for some of these teams. Komai looked pretty flawless on day 1. That was a fantastic fight for them. We even had Machamp. Unfortunately, Gatlu tried to reposition his Unite, and he whiffed it into a wall. But with that Machamp buff, he just continued moving through, picked up a couple of good KOs, bought the team time, and then I love the play there. They baited them in. Of course, you know, you had members of CACM. They had to find out how close it was getting. They had to find out if they were actually ripping it. That was a perfect time for a Desu to drag them back to the side of Komai.
Yeah, we're going to see all of this just flurry of action right here.
Watch them Machamp Unite near the Kyogre pit. You'll see, unfortunately, Gatlu misses it here.
Great separation on the Megaderos. Forces Bernie to go up and over the wall. Hydro Typhoon is there. We're watching for that Machamp Unite. But because of that buff, like you said, they're still able to scrap. And did they leverage that well? Catching Texas there incredibly well. And look, like you said, springing the trap off of the Adesu Surf to create that big-time separation straight into the middle. Bang, secured by who else? Adesu, I believe with the Hydro Pump.
Yeah, Gatlu, MVP. Huge moments. Even though the Unite didn't catch as many as you want, they still were able to get Frank with it, and that's enough, right? You get 1, you're not able to like clip into the whole team there, and then Gatlu just continues to run that fight. Submission, buying them time, and also repositioning members of CACM. Huge match, and I also have to give a big shout out. Gatlu, Adesu, a combination that's just been, you know, here from the beginning, and the 2 of them controlling that pit in the end was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 are literally a tale as old as time here, all the way back to season 1 as world runner-ups here in London in 2022. But you have to tip the cap. Toast converting on big-time knockouts.
Yeah.
And holy smokes, dude, Gek and Narami were everywhere.
Yeah, they were, and so dominant in so many, I mean, just huge moments from Gek and Narami. It's quite a squad they have assembled for a Komai, and I'm I'm really been impressed with this group. I think they gave CACM a really tough time at that Kyogre fight, put them in a very difficult position, and were able to close the thing out. Impressive stuff.
I mean, even in the moments where Komai's team fight didn't really materialize the way they wanted, right? I'm thinking of that tier 1 push in that bottom path. Gek and Narami working together in a kind of like a 2v4, 2v5 situation are able to maintain that goal zone, keep them from continuing to push, and finally having the defensive stand be resolute and really keep CACM from becoming a tidal wave that they can't overcome anymore.
Yeah, so impressive. I mean, what a game one. Really close between these two squads, but Komai seemed to have their number, especially at that Kyogre. We are heading back to Kyogre, it looks like, as Komai is going to have second pick here. Obviously, CACM, the team that lost our first game, they get to choose. They want this first pick. The bans are still coming in. We have the targeted Gengar ban once again. Umbreon, Mimikyu banned out. Komai going to continue down the road. It looks like there are certain players that we are specifically drafting as. Donlux on this Mew. I think they don't want to see it, and they're 100% right, by the way. It's probably the reason they're here right now.
You know, I kind of like how Komai almost shoehorned Donlux into this Miraidon, right? Because a snipe shot wouldn't have been able to have any value like this Charge Beam Miraidon would have. So there are ways to structure your draft too to keep Donlux off of key Pokemon. And again, I'm thinking of this Inteleon, which is a Pokemon that Donlux is electric on as well.
Yeah, we'll see what their first pick is going to be here. Mega Gyarados is available, but no, I love this choice. Take this away from Komai. Great stuff for CACM. So we got a couple of picks here. You could use this to just grab a few things you really love. Blastoise would not shock me. I think Adesu's Blastoise looked incredible. And we're going to go with the two defenders, Blastoise and Crustle.
Yeah, you at least have a little bit of flexibility built in if you want this Blastoise to be less of an offensive powerhouse and more of a defensive staple. CACM is going to give a little, they have to tip their hand first with that Mega Gyarados, and now Komai gets to adjust. However, this Psyduck might be the difference maker.
Once again, we have Miraidon. I think a great pick. They might have been worried that it could have gotten stolen away, right, if they take Mew and take Miraidon. Gotlu, not surprised to see them hovering them a champ. I think that was a big difference maker there in game number 1, and it really does fit his play style. You know, we talked about it. I feel like Gotlu is very frustrating for his opponents. Yeah. He's aggressive, and he's limit testing all game. And with something like Submission, you can set up huge plays with that.
Not to mention, you know, hindrance resistance. Think of Gatlu, think of Greedon, hindrance resistance.
I know.
Think of Dodrio, not necessarily.
Wishes it had hindrance resistance.
But really just always moving and grooving and a difficult thing to pin down. And that is, like you said, tips into its play style, into Gatlu's play style. Lapras and Cerulege rounds it out for CACM, and Toast has their pick of the litter here on how they want to battle, and they're saying, I'm taking to the skies, baby.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? I mean, of course, they could bring Scyther back into this match, but I think Talonflame is a great option for them. Toast has been incredible on this Pokemon, and Talon's had a great tournament, too.
It really has. It's a clear-cut case of a way to get on top of Miraidon and also kind of bail out from a deep Cerulege engage. So even if Mega Gyarados chases as well, Toast has so many things at their disposal with this Talonflame. What is going to become critical, though, is how much damage Machamp and Blastoise can do. And that is the Gatlu-Adesu tandem that we saw in Game 1. They are going to be even more critical here because the volume of damage they need to put in that Toast needs to cash in on is a little bit higher.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see how Komai is going to perform without this Psyduck, right? Which was a big difference maker, a big playmaker for them in game number 1. CACM stealing that away for their side.
I love that for them. I mean, Psyduck has been incredible. It's never really fallen off. It's gotten buffs, and for some reason is not getting as picked or banned as much as I would have thought it should be. But here we are. Now we've gone from it being a question mark to it being potentially the critical piece in this matchup.
Well, here we go. CACM, your purple team. Komai up 1 game. Your orange team. One of these teams is heading to our semifinals. It could be 2 EU teams squaring off.
I would love to see it. That's where my heart is right now. Texas and Frank rolling into the top path. Frank, again, looking to get that early Gyarados. Narami going straight for the score there, as fading backwards is Adesu.
Ooh, nice stuff there. Nice secure. Another stack right here. They're not going to quite hit 4, but you absolutely love to get a couple of stacks early and get yourself very close to 4 while Gotlu can farm on their side. Narami in some trouble right here, but they're not going to go down. Vaporeon just too tanky.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how...
Never mind.
Come on, Narami. What are you doing, my friend? Frank is going to have their effort gauge to the top, but it's not topped off, which means they're not a Gyarados yet. Toast now on the retreat as Reggie's looking for that prime target to take down the opposing central area player.
A trade a bit right there, but it's a better trade for CACM because they're so close to Gyarados. It might end up just walking to path using Splash as on its way and becoming Gyarados. That's how impactful a KO is early. Reggie right now seeing what they can make happen. And yes, there is the Gyarados.
The Gyarados is online, and we saw just a flash right there of how annoying the Psyduck headache pop is. Even Narami, a skilled Psyduck player themselves, it's almost impossible to judge where it is, when it's going to go off, and it just always feels like a problem.
Yeah, we've got Narami and Gotlu in the top path, essentially inting for stacks here at the beginning of the match, but it's, you know, very calculated. They want to make sure that they get powerful in here, so we did see Gotlu essentially throw away another KO to get that stack. Frank already level 5.5. Gotlu desperately looking for that level 5, but they're not able to make it happen yet.
Yeah, not being able to hit level 5 really stinks. We have the fly landing on Texas as Toast. Texas Toast!
Hey! Yummy. Guys, we're going to go get some Texas Toast. Get Zoinks in.
Trying to put some garlic and butter on that thing, but not quite cashed in yet, is Toast on Texas.
Here we go, Narami. Flip turning, moving into Frank. Gotlu could move in for this moment. It looks like they're baiting the fight, but no, they caught it. Waterfall. They said, I think something's happening here. Yeah, good instincts.
Yeah, Texas using the surf to just kind of get into the mix more quickly. A fly is going to pin down and get a quick knockout there on the Saru Legend tandem with Gatlu. Gek trying to get back onto their side of the map here as Bernie was trying to isolate. Toast seeing that Donlux is there, and that's why you take the Talonflame in the face of a Miraidon.
Yeah, beautiful Talonflame play using the eject button mid-air to hit that fly and then make sure that they can get this Reggie Drago. Nice stuff for Komai. They're going to be up on some experience right here, and they just won a couple good fights.
Gatlu moving in, level 7. Would love an opportunity to evolve here as Toast is hiding out in the shadows. Submission, Texas taking a ton of damage. Toast is there, and finally they buttered that bread.
There we go, Toast Texas, baby. It could be Texas Toast sometimes. Frank looking to see what they can do. Moving in, Gotlu in trouble right now, having to peel away from this Talonflame, takes to the sky. Gotlu's gonna steal some berries, back in with the submission. The re-engage from Komai, but it might just be too much on that goal zone.
Ooh, wow, what an escape artist Gatlu was right there with the Machoke right there. Gonna eject button, grab the berry, get back across with the cross chop and run away just out of the range of the Dragon Breath from Frank.
I mean, you really do see why Gotlu is playing this Pokemon. It suits his play style so much. Just, I mean, super aggressive in crazy situations and able to make it out. That's the kind of player Gotlu is, and I think this is where he thrives.
Big rotation here by CACM. They want this Regieleki. They're going to get themselves a Regieleki. Narami somehow still standing in the face of 4 players. Now they're going to try and protect the pad. It doesn't look like anybody from Komai is coming to save them. And meanwhile, they're getting tons of points in downstairs, grabbing an over 100-point lead, which is quickly dissipated by the scores.
Yeah, Komai scoring in that bottom path, and CACM, I think, they're happy to score in that top path, but also Komai is happy with how that goal zone crashes, right? They were able to make sure that Regieleki walks instead of them breaking it and then it walking towards the tier 2, only giving them so many points, and they were able to counter score at the same time. Still, an insanely close match, insanely close level-wise across the board. Komai slightly ahead here.
Going straight for the engage, and they get Reggie down again. I think I just saw a flame sweep take us off camera, which is guaranteed to hit a wall there. Texas, low on HP. They're going to get cashed in on Narami getting credit for it, but it was truly a team effort.
We do need at some point to have an in memoriam for all of the walls that Talonflame has hit throughout our Unite Championship series.
It is.
There have been some great ones.
So many walls. So many walls. Big rotation here. CACM wants this basement objective. The basement Reggie going to give that team-wide experience. And Adesu is not here to is here to make sure they don't get it for free. We're going to kick off this fight. Adesu exposed to themselves. They've surfed back through to get into the pocket. Big, fully charged up charge beam on Adesu. Tons of HP down. Submission up top. Here comes the Talonflame. Cerulege pops their Unite move, and unfortunately, it's the Blastoise that goes down first, as Regice now gets cleanly taken by CACM.
In that moment, Tex is just pushing Toast back, kind of a perfect situation. Talon was looking for the secure, but couldn't make it happen. Cerulege continuing to push this fight. Gatlu seeing if there's anything they can do right here to pick up some of these KOs, but no, they get taken down by Reggie. Toast ends up peeling back, and now we're just gonna score in this bottom path. 194, 188, incredibly close. However, a tier 1 goal zone up on the side of CACM means Komai has a scoring opportunity. 4 minutes on the clock, and we have our top objective. We have Reggie Alecki in that top path. Will Komai go for it, or will CACM try to get another secure?
Komai really doing a lot of their point scoring in the bottom path, which allowed them to keep pace with CACM, who has closed out those 2 tier 1 goal zones. Still an opportunity for a big over in that top tier 1. Komai with an opportunity here around this Reggie Alecki.
Moving in with the submission, seeing if they can catch the Gyarados. They do as soon as it megas.
Wow.
We're going to see if they can take it down. Look at the coordination from Komai. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch.
I mean, surf back through, and now Texas is isolated. KO streak of 2 for Toast. Hydro Typhoon kicks everybody up. Flame Sweep does, in fact, get into a wall, but Coach is burning for just a moment. 2 players down, 3 players down. Gatlu's taken care of. Now Narami's on the run. It's Reggie putting the team in the backpack and trying to carry them across the finish line here with just over 3 minutes left in this game.
Here you go, Reggie picking up the 3-piece right there as they go for this Reggie Alecki now. We have a Desu, we have the Rock Tomb. They're not going to be able to fight over this, though. That's going to walk towards the tier 2 goal zone. Right now, this game is so close. 194, 193. Of course, both of these teams are about to find out how close this battle is as soon as the announcement happens here. But wow, 1 point separate them.
Exactly. Really, the Psyduck run, you're wondering, can Komai overcome without it? They're going to have to here. This Regice is going to go to CACM for free. Komai has an opportunity to stage themselves in the center of the map. But that time is dwindling away.
Yeah, we're going to see what CACM wants to do right here. Obviously, with this Regice buff, we've got some really tanky Pokemon on the side of CACM. They're going to be a lot harder to take down with that consistent healing. Narami gets found out by the Surf right there as we have CACM positioning a lot closer to their side of the map and Komai a lot closer to theirs. This match is so close with 1 point between these 2 squads, and they both now know how close the battle is.
Gek right there. Good vision, keeping an eye on this CACM team.
And here we go. We're seeing if Cerulege wants to move in. Adesu catching them a little bit. The charge beam moving forward. Okay. Reggie looking for a fight. There's the Rubble Rouser.
X-Scissor into the wall. Can they get the follow-up? Taking off is Reggie, now pinned to the Rock Tomb. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon to try to cover support, and they take out Donlux, and it's the Cerulege that's low. Reggie's just right there on the doorstep. Adesu trying to get them down. They can't. Texas steps into their place, and now they're taking a shell full of damage. Bernie steps up. On the backside, we have Frank trying to battle and chase Toast, but they are fruitless. They took care of Donlux, but now Donlux is back. Meanwhile, Gatlu's been knocked out. Adesu has to reset. Frank's on the chase. Narami is trying to get out of dodge and buy some time. Kyogre is getting chipped at. We're straight through the wall as Reggie, big time damage, secures a KO. Donlux is in the middle. They're getting that charge beam ready. Adesu's ready to go in as well. Gek hanging out in the pocket. Kyogre's getting so low here, and now they're completely bullied out.
Toast
CACM in control right now. Toast is on the backside. They're going to see if they can come in with a cheeky fly. Kyogre and the meteors are starting to rain down. Toast has been sussed out. They have to take to the sky just to try to escape. Kyogre is so low. Reggie on the chase on Toast. Kyogre's right there. CACM smothers it.
Expertly played by CACM. We do have the back cap from Komai, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're looking to score right here, and they need to. The points trying to rain in. Crustal stopping 2. Miraidon scores, and no, they're able to overcap in that bottom goal zone. 444, 293. CACM, I mean, what a beautiful Kyogre fight. In and out, baiting them in. They know Talon is around, but they have to find it, right? So they're keeping this Kyogre on life support, but just not low enough for Talon to be able to take it, and CACM are gonna tie it up here. We're heading to game 3.
We are heading to game 3 indeed, and why not in our top 8? Keep pushing the envelope here as CACM, like you said, masterful in the center of the pit there with the Kyogre. It's life hanging in the balance. They're able to bully just well enough. Finally, Toast has to expose that Talonflame, and the rest of the team converges, converts, and then takes the Kyogre.
Gotta say, such an impressive final fight there from CACM. Obviously, it was complete chaos. Everyone's throwing Unites. The fact that Reggie was able to escape on absolutely nothing was maybe the biggest moment of that whole fight. Reggie bases, comes back with full HP on the Ceruledge, and then they start to chip away at Kyogre, but never putting it in the position where Talonflame can simply fly in, right, and take it out. This is taking a look at that fight right here. So many big moments.
Big back cap by Toast on the Talonflame, knowing they have that speedy ability to get right back. Of course, Gek really doing a great job kind of soloing Ceruledge, forcing out a Unite move just to save themselves. Fly straight into Reggie to try and get the knockout. They're unsuccessful, but now Toast steps up. They know they're around, and look at Donluck sussing it out, bullying them away, and then Reggie says, okay, I'll take care of the rest.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, that Kyogre, they just kept it low enough, right? Low enough to where Talonflame is gonna have to reveal where they are, but high enough to where they could not secure it. And then you just see kind of the panic on the side of Komai. They know they can't get to it. They have to decide midair where they're gonna crash. Reggie, beautiful game from them and from CACM. And you have to wonder, was the difference maker Reggie, or was it Texas on this Psyduck? Psyduck has now been on the side of both teams that won.
Well, you know, I will say, in game 1, it was incredibly easy to identify how well Psyduck was doing in the flow of their strategy. Here, it was more of a utility player, existing to facilitate, not really making crazy like psychic catches or anything like that. However, Reggie really stepped up in the mid portion of that game with that KO streak of 3 to get some momentum behind them, you know, get the wind at their backs so they can kind of cruise to this finish line, because Komai had a decent start to this game.
Yeah, they absolutely did. That was a really close game across the board. I mean, game 1 was very exciting. Felt like Komai had a stronger game 1, but it was still very close. These two teams are pretty evenly matched. It could really go either way between these squads. We're tied up 1-1. Game 3, it's all going to come down to this. One of these teams moving forward here at the EOS Cup, their chances of heading to Worlds still alive, and the other team will be heading home, having to go back to their regional cup to attempt to get their slot at Worlds.
Absolutely. CACM, I believe we got to flip those pictures around, or we got the names switched up, so we're good here. Komai going to be the first pick. CACM sending us to the Kyogre map.
And once again, targeted bans, Gengar and Mew for the side of Komai. CACM going to consider what they want to do here. They have Charizard way banned out, but you know, this is a moment where you could try to take a Psyduck from them as well, depending on how this goes. We have the Hoopa ban and final ban to CACM. I want to see where they go with it. I'm curious. But Champ would be an interesting one. Blastoise would be an interesting one. But no, they're concerned with the Mimikyu.
Yeah, I mean, they went with the Mimikyu in game 2 as well. Rounding it out, you know, again, just targeted bans. We'll see where Komai wants to go to get this adjustment. Duck off rip. And it's really going to be the story of this matchup is this Psyduck. And you have to think, if Psyduck is on every team that wins at that game, it's obviously the X factor.
I would say so. Right now, Komai and CACM have a custody battle over this Psyduck. And they don't want joint custody. They need it for themselves. I love this on the side of CACM. Take that Blastoise. It's been so brutal. So we'll see what they want to do without it. Gatlu right now locking in Mega Lucario. We're moving some things around here. Crustle once again. No surprise. Gex Crustle is unbelievable.
It really is. I mean, the fact that they were almost able to 1v1 Reggie by themselves in that final fight, and if they just had a hair more support, they would have been able to get that such a crucial knockout and honestly turn the tides of the game is impressive. Vaporeon and Scyther, two Pokemon that have been making their way into this game on repeat.
And here we go. We have Toast on the Talon. Final pick, Adesu, Darkrai. We've seen so much Darkrai throughout this tournament. Interesting, I I am excited to see Komai's Darkrai.
Me too. Miraidon selected again in the wake of Toast grabbing Talonflame. So Donlux was able to navigate it fairly well in that second game. However, it's always something that they're going to be keeping inventory of because Toast can kind of go get that KO whenever they want it if Donlux is asleep at the wheel.
You know, here's something I'm interested in. I'm interested in seeing if the lack of range damage from Komai is a problem or if they're going to play around that pretty well and deal with Miraidon in some other ways. Because Miraidon feels like it's going to be able to kind of easily stay away from a lot of these bad moments. Maybe we can get Darkrai to move in and try to isolate it, right? But I feel like this Miraidon's just going to have free range over Komai.
It very well might. You know, they don't have range in the technical sense, but eject button Talonflame off a fly can get pretty darn far, get pretty darn deep.
And a Mega Lucario can make it just about anywhere it needs to as well. It's going to be an exciting Game 3 as, once again, everything is on the line for these squads. This is a single elimination bracket. So whoever loses this, their tournament is done. The next team will head to our semifinals to face off against Peps.
I will say this.
I will say this, Komai, your purple team, CACM, your orange team. Game 3, everyone. It all comes down to this.
Gatlu and Narami are much more better equipped to deal with Magikarp now than they have been in games 1 and 2 with Machamp in that fold. So with some good pressure, I think they can take advantage. But clever move by CCM, sending the Magikarp bot path.
Yeah, sending a bot path. They know it's not going to be able to compete very well with this Lucario. Lucario obviously able to do Lucario things like jump around the map, secure everything, dash in, score, stack. It's just very, very good at this job. Adesu right now trying to get away from Texas and Frank because if it does go down, Frank will be very happy. Scyther coming in to try to help this. Frank gets put to sleep. We do have Toast trying to stop Reggie and everyone has to back off for a moment.
I mean, Adesu seeing Reggie get into the mix was like, oh no, I might just give up a KO to get Frank that effort gauge fully charged up. But as it stands right now, Frank is about halfway there. 3v2 in the bottom path, 850 birds populating, and I think most of them are going to go to CACM here.
Yeah, it looks like just about everything went to the side of CACM, if not every single piece of it. But in the top path, a great fight for Komai. They're looking to make something happen. The power-up punch into Donlux. They do miss. There's the eject button right there. But a good score here from Toast. However, Reggie coming to punish them a little bit. Gatlu will go down.
Getting at least a score in for their troubles in that welcome, but Reggie sensing that something was up, gets up there, gets a good knockout. Narami gonna surf back to pad here after that fully charged up charge beam, hits them in the teeth.
Here we go, Frank in a little bit of trouble right now. They are able to get the secure on the side of Komai. Adesu now level 5 on the Darkrai. And we're going to see if they can hit the Shadow Claw there and try to take any of this. Still no Gyarados, so a much better situation for a lot of the teams. You know, we see some of these Gyarados coming online at 45 seconds in these matches.
It's been impressive to watch for sure, but well done by Komai adjusting. You know, clever switch up by CACM. Good response by Komai.
Here we go, Reggie Drago just being hit here. Reggie hiding in this tall grass. Question is, when will they jump in? And they go for it, gets the secure.
Toast goes up, goes back down, gets knocked out. Gyarados getting credit, and now Reggie's on the chase. They want more action. Gek low on HP. Now they has to contend with a Vaporeon that has stepped up. Darkrai's getting flanked and backdoored here, as now they have to face down 2, and it's not a good matchup for them. Dark Pulse is down, they're hiding out, and they're just gonna hide out there as long as they can until Reggie finally decides to go away.
Beautiful full heal there by Reggie to cleanse that. It actually could have been a KO for Adesu, but a really nice full heal from Reggie means that they were not able to pick that up. Flip turn from Texas, just pushing Adesu around, as we actually have Gatlu stealing some of the central area from CACM right now.
Yeah, we'll see how they're looking to scrap here. They're down a level to Reggie comparatively. Close combat, is it going to be enough to top off their HP? They're trying to buy time, and no, Reggie able to close the door on it before that move comes off cooldown.
I did like the KO into what looked like an immediate celebration heading back into the castle there. That was very cool. Reggie Alecki getting quite low right here. Can it be stolen by Adesu? We will find out. No, they are not able to get it. Gonna have to peel back.
Good attempt, good patience out of CACM to not keep hitting it, to allow a Desu to kind of cheekily walk away with the Regieleki here. Dark Pulse back down, Mega Gyarados is in the mix. They're on the chase. What's the target they're going to go for? Finally, just pop up on pad and get their points in because Regieleki walks.
Desu in some trouble right here, but catches a very sneaky Shadow Clawing and appeal away from this Mega Gyarados. 121-163. This match, compared to the others, still close between both of these teams. However, I feel like CACM is finding better fights almost everywhere they are.
They are. Gatlu is still trying to work through the early stages of the game, right? Get stacks in. We just saw a big flame sweep. Reggie poached, and they'd love to get this knockout here. Toast with the eject button reposition knockout, and that's what I'm talking about there. Toast needed that.
Yeah, you take down the biggest thing on the other side of the board, you'll give your eject button for it for sure. And we have Gatlu securing Regirock at the top path. That's one thing that this Mega Lucario can do. Even if it's, you know, contested with other Pokemon, it is really hard for Mega Lucario to not secure an objective.
Yep, absolutely. The Thunder is there, bush checking for the opposing Komai squad. Dark Pulse is down, can't quite land their target here as they dip back through to the other side to try and retreat, but they are sussed out and quickly surfed into by Bernie. Quick knockout, cashed in.
Yeah, interesting play there from Desu, obviously. I think walking in a direction his opponents would not expect, but also they wouldn't expect it because they were there waiting for him.
Yeah. Like, oh, I didn't think you were going to be here, but since you are, easy knockout, no problems. Texas just getting some more stacks in there. Toast getting some points downstairs. Just a quick little score attempt by Toast successful, as now they're on the retreat. Reggie tries to engage. Bernie actually caught on their own wall, just walking into it. Shades of Talonflame right there doing their best impression.
Here we go. We've got Gatlu trying to get some of this secured right here. We do have a Unite move on the side of Komai. We could Mega if we want. They're moving in for it right into the Unite move. Power-up punch. The Hydro Typhoon knocks them up into the air. They can't get the KO just yet. Walking right into a huge close combat. We've got the HP for Gatlu.
Oh, wow.
Can they make anything happen? Texas trying to stop them right here, but the Lucario lives.
Bernie standing for so long. They box them out. Mega Gyarados swims up and tries to take the Regieleki, but they're just a bit too late. Reggie is so low. Great poach by Narami to get the knockout on Reggie.
Unbelievable. And I gotta say, I do love the description of Reggie swims up in what it just was so funny to see this Gyarados moving up to this fight. And how close was it that they almost stole this Regieleki with that Gyarados Unite move. Couple of Megas in this match, and they are having a huge impact, of course. But as you called out, Narami, the Psyduck. I mean, Komai looking for sole custody, and it seems to be a huge difference maker in these fights.
I mean, this game is so close, dude. On the scoreline, in experience, in these team fights, they seem to be just flopping one way, flopping another, as we have the big floopy flopper right there isolated and popped down on by Toast. And now we're going to see if we can fight through. Frank gets surfs from Dragon 2 for the Psyduck. I mean, teach me how to duckless. Awesome plays by Narami.
Is it going to be a triple for Psyduck? Come on, Psyduck picking up a triple KO right here as we're heading to the 3-minute mark. Great fights there from Komai. They're going to need to make sure that they have Unite moves for this next big brawl that's coming up. Unfortunate for the side of CACM to only have level 11 on their Blastoise, but 13 on your Gyarados feels great. 12 on Scyther, I'm sure we can get that there as well. Texas finding Narami right here. We'll see if they actually want to start a fight or if they just want to move them away so that they can take position around Kyogre. 143-170. This match is close on every metric, as you've mentioned before, and this match is close. 1-1. 30 seconds until Kyogre. The winner of this moves on. The loser will be done. Their tournament ends here at Eos Cup. 20 seconds until Kyogre.
Bernie just sussed out where Gek was. They know somebody's in the tall grass. Narami steps in as well. Texas, Reggie holding down the fort, hiding. Frank exposing themselves for a quick Dragon Breath. Here comes the Dark Pulse, can't catch anyone.
It looks like you could hear a pin drop in this moment. They catch Frank, but they decide that they're not able to get them. The Rock Tomb doesn't make it happen. Texas moves forward with a flip turn, but no. Mega Lucario ends up using its Unite move, and they have to move.
Bernie goes straight in. They're going to have an opportunity. Big Hydro Typhoon. Mega Gyarados lands on top. Gek is trying to hang out. We're pushing forward here. Rumble Rouse stun gets through the Bernie Hydro Typhoon, and Gek gets the knockout on Mega Gyarados. Surf into a huge Rock Tomb X Scissor combination. Toast sends Blastoise packing. 2 players down. Reggie finally jumps in, but they're dragged into the nightmare. Adesu tries to scrap and fight to see what they can do in the face. Toast rolling back to the middle, but Kyogre is getting chipped at just a little bit. Baiting in Texas. Narami with another huge psychic and a knockout from Toast. Don Luck's in the pocket. Charge beam lined up. Reggie's still there.
Whoa!
Everybody's falling on Komai.
Yeah!
Everybody's falling on Komai, but it's Gek that's gonna take it down. It's a 4-piece for Reggie, and it's Komai that's gone.
Wow, Gek somehow secures that. The power-up punch was not ready for the objective, and they're able to score in the top path, 43 points. Here comes Adesu. Can they stop Reggie? Can they take this buff? It is so incredibly close. If they can get this, they can get back into this game, but they need this right now. Gotlu chasing, Toast into the sky. They're looking for it, but no, not able to get a buff yet. We have the Scyther moving around a back cap.
100 points are going to go in that burger, and Reggie needs to reset. Gek is going to be too late to stop anything. They're going to get a KO Shrika 2 that pushes on. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock, and they've got 200 points to make up. Don Lux puts Thunder on the pad. Reggie crash lands. We're in the Dark Pulse. Gatlu looking for a target. They're on the chase. They've gone Mega. Narami is screening with the Surfs. They're trying to put points in, landing in his Bernie. Toast is about to go down. They have to Flame Sweep away Hydro Typhoon. Dark Pulse back through. Knockout on Gatlu. The Blastoise Surf is there. They get 100 points.
They need one more score.
They need 60
They need
points.
one more
The
score.
Talon Flame is going. Narami gonna score. Split the attention. Crash lands. No.
It crashed on him. It crashed
the
on the
jump
wall.
pad. The jump pad comes through for CACM.
Score ticks up. CACM with a legendary defense.
Wow.
The Talon Flame, a fraction of a second away from winning this game. Unbelievable moment for CACM. What a fight from Komai. I mean, just so back and forth. They did take the buff, but they can't get another score. Unbelievable match, and Komai, their tournament run ends here.
Just elation and devastation on our stage right now between these two teams. What a battle, what a battle. CACM with a just clutch defense.
I mean, we're just taking a look at the final 2 minutes of this match, which had so many big moments right here. One of the biggest ones is Reggie not getting taken down in this fight. You do see a lot of CACM taking care of here. Gotlu still standing at close combat, making sure they have some HP here. They move towards this objective, and we kind of split on whether or not we're going to secure it. Reggie picking up the double KO. Gek still with a pretty amazing secure. Had Gek not gotten that, the match couldn't be close at all. However, Gek was able to secure. They push forward here, looking for their opportunity. They're going to have to deal with a Scyther with the Kyogre buff on this goal zone. Somehow they do. They get the KO, they try to score. 100 points do go in, and you see the Gyarados flying through the sky. It was swimming up earlier, now it is flying, and it is stopping the score from Toast. What a game, I mean, what a game.
Tell you what, delivering is EUIC for the folks at home and for us in this venue. Reggie getting most valuable player here, 9 knockouts. 58,000 damage. That's nothing new for this player, but this was truly a team versus team performance. Every player felt to me like a walking highlight reel on both sides for Komai and CACM. We've got an interview ready here.
Oh, quick, hold on, Zoinks, we're not going to you right now. We're gonna do 2 Telestrator segments, and then we'll do an interview. All right, let's set it up this stage. Zoinks, take it away, buddy.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, I'm on stage with CACM after an unreal finish. I don't know how many of those we're gonna have in this tournament. This is wild scenes here. But of course, my first question has gotta be, you win that match in a Game 3, one of the closest Game 3s ever. How good does it feel to close that one out?
¿Cómo se sintieron ganando este Game 3 tan cerca de haber podido perder o ganar?
La verdad es que estuvo bastante de nervios porque yo había saltado mal y gracias a Dios Frank había aparecido, entonces ya cuando vimos el marcador fue mucha euforia.
They were really nervous because they're not sure if they could win, but when they saw the marker, it was like an euphoria.
Yeah, we all felt that way too when seeing those point markers go up. So an amazing matchup. Felt some really interesting Pokemon decisions into that match. Felt like Psyduck being one of the most important Pokemon in this match. Is that one of the most important Pokemon to your team strategy?
Normalmente con Psyduck soléis usarlo en la estrategia.
Es mi Pokémon, es mío, literal. O sea, si se empezó a jugar, yo creo que fue por lo que hicimos en Brasil.
Okay, they played before on Brazil, and it was the first pick for him.
Of course, that makes a whole lot of sense. Now, of course, speaking of Brazil, you got second place at LAIC. Your path still looks tough here at EUIC, but do you feel like this is the tournament you win the championship?
¿Creen que después de hacer segundo puesto en Like, ahora podrían ganar el championship?
Es para lo que hemos estado trabajando, no es de la noche a la mañana, hemos estado entrenando bastante y esperemos que así se nos haga.
They work really hard and they hope that they can win.
All right, well, I have some too. Let's give it up one more time for CACM. Spraggles, Deuce next. Back to the booth.
Zoinks, thank you, brother. So exciting to watch them. And of course, for this EU crowd, it is an absolute roller coaster of emotions. From Team Peps taking down Dignitas to Komai losing to CACM, 2 Game 3s that were unbelievably close. Some of the best matches of Unite that you're going to see out there. And we've got more coming. Dupes next. Evil Geniuses BH3 Esports is going to be up next.
Yeah, and then again, rounding out our top 8, Volticons Unite, 2Z Esports. Still an opportunity here for an all-EU Grand Finals at EUIC. And the AOS Cup historically has not disappointed, and holy smokes is it delivering today. Also, big shout out when Zoinks asked, hey, do you think this is going to be your event to win? They said yes.
Yeah, I like that because I can't imagine they go, you know what? No, NAIC is our event to win. We'll lose this one. Like, I'm glad they're excited to win for sure, but I think all of these teams are primed to win. One that everyone has their eye on from North America, of course, the undefeated Evil Geniuses, and in their region, BH3 Esport, undefeated. Having a rocky start to this tournament, but a great start to today. Do not go anywhere because games like that are going to continue all day long. We'll be right back. We're clear.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the XL London for Pokemon EUIC 2026. We're hosting the EOS Cup for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, and we are in top 8 territory. I am Zoinks, this is Relic, and we just witnessed 2 of the greatest Pokemon UNITE matches that have ever existed ever. Welcome to the show.
10 out of 10s back to back. You won't see anything better. Can BH3 Esports and Evil Geniuses continue this truly outrageous ride that we've been on? 6-0 in EU versus 6-0 in NA. Evil Genius is the last hope for NA. Can you believe we're even saying that?
I know, exactly, with other tournament favorites at this event, but Evil Geniuses among them, of course. EG has been waiting for a minute to play their first match of the day about to occur, and we're right at the midway point of our tournament. We got 2 semifinals that are best of 5 after this one, but our final match of best of 3 is going to be between, like you said, an EU undefeated regional league team versus an NA undefeated regional league squad.
So many incredible storylines. Let's just take a moment to breathe before we dive back in again. First semi-final, locked in, confirmed. Team Peps of EU versus CACM Esports of Latin America North. Now, neither of these 2 regions have won an international IC. Technically, EU has won the EOS Cup here at the XL Center. It was only EU teams. They haven't done it against anyone from outside the region, so technically that's still in the cards. Evil Geniuses BH3 up next on your screens. Of course, we await that final quarterfinal. The Mustachio Bros taking you through that one. Volticons Unite, absolutely the upsetters of BH3's group, going against Brazil's Final Chance Saloon, another region who has not won an IC.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they did start as the final chance in the group stage. I think the only Brazil team signed up for this event, but they're still in it.
They're still there.
They're in the top 8, hunting for that top 4 position. But like you mentioned, before we get to that one, EG versus BH3, I think on the majority of analysts and people in the scene, EG and BH3 both were teams to watch and contenders to win this entire event. I don't think that's changed. Maybe you started to doubt BH3, but how could you on Valentine's Day when they got the love in the air?
Yo, love is love. I'm here for it. And I'm also here for how strong they started the day. There were a lot of fears going into day 2. Oh, here we go. It's another Gen 5/BH3. Can we trust them in person? Yes, we can. Yes, we absolutely can. They dismantled Engage, and that's a good team at that as well. Every team, of course, that makes it to day 2 is a good team, but within region, to be able to effectively 4-0 them for the season so far, that's showing great consistency, is showing great resolve. Now is the next step up. This is, for me, the truest of tests. International, different style of meta, different style of play, experience, winners. Can they make that next hurdle?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're able to pull off. So far, I think a lot of BH3 esports success has come from Rezu. Just been such a phenomenal attacker player and feels that they're setting the pace of these games. We'll see how they prioritize that player in the draft screen. BH3 Esport will be your first pick, and they will ban away Eldegoss and Mega Lucario. Eldegoss getting some of its first ever bans in our tournament right now.
Target bans have been out in force today, as opposed to leaning into the meta. Evil Geniuses were eyeing up that Blissey, potentially instead taking the Mew off the board, certainly with an eye to Rezu, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely, which means BH3 Esport might be building a roster around an Inteleon pick a little bit later. However, Evil Genius is very comfortable on that option as well. Curios has played a ton of that Pokemon and has won tournaments on that Pokemon.
Mega was won plenty of tournaments on the Blastoise as well. Certainly shaping up as one of the premium picks. Okay, Curio stealing away the Inteleon before Rezu gets the chance to sniff
And I think we're starting to see the draft strategy of Evil Geniuses already, right? The ban Mew, pick Inteleon. Let's make Rezu a little uncomfortable if they are truly going to be the star player at the moment. Sazero going to lock in that Clefable. We could see indications of a non-range all-melee comp on a BH3 Esport with this Clefable.
We were getting some incredible numbers out of Bora yesterday, weren't we, on that Clefable? Certainly not to be dismissed the threat here. Ducky locking in the Crustle. Vin Diesel picking up the Sword Doggo.
Wow, a very rare case of actually leaving your support for the final pick. We don't see that very often at all. We could see something like, ooh, a Comfey come out from Roland with some of these compositions they're building. The final selection is being hovered by Roland right now. Hoopa still being available feels like a very, very solid option. Also, Comfey and the EXP share have not gotten along awesome these days. But Blissey, Alcremie, these mono or focused healer compositions have been extremely strong, and we're actually going to see them on both sides. Clefable versus Alcremie healing.
There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of great options in the support pocket there with your Blissey still available, Hooper still available. Going with the Alcremie that has certainly had a decent amount of success here in London over the course of the weekend thus far. And so we are locked in BH3 versus Evil Geniuses. We've got a couple of hyperscalers looking over on that BH3 side. Evil Geniuses, a really strong looking early game from the outset.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one thing I think they might be missing is a big, team fight changing Unite move. Mega Gyarados may be the best option that they have to work with once Chris Smith can start entering these fights around level 9. Vin, of course, can make some big game-changing plays with Zacian, but it usually is going to be in the form of a big secure or maybe a counter push. BH3, on the other hand, Hydro Typhoon available, Infinite Cyburn, and Machamp has been making a case for that Barrage Blow to be one of the best team fight Unite moves here at EUIC.
I'm really glad that you've highlighted the slight risk factor in this Zacian, because that Sovereign Sword, although an extraordinarily powerful Unite move, if fully charged, if they need to keep Eos energy in pockets at all time, could limit their ability to score potentially, which we've seen a lot of, not necessarily score comps per se, but a lot of emphasis on scoring to make sure that you've got as many factors in your favor.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So Vin, a master of this Pokemon, but let's get into it. Game number 1, BH3 Esport, your purple team. Evil Geniuses, your purple. You're also your orange team, actually.
Colors are fun.
Sprigles is so good at that.
He is really good at his job. Let's say it as it is.
They should pay him more.
Oh, well done, Spriggle.
Anyway, here goes Sazero.
Going straight for the zone, looking for early stacks, and that's exactly what they'll get. Helpless to try and defend that will be Chris Smith, looking to find another couple here. No early Evos as
picks up that one.
Path. He does pick up that one. Really good steal away, and there might be more pain to have there. No, Kranix with decent coverage.
Yeah, both those Pokemon wanting to stack eventually, right? The Mega Gyarados would love the attack weight, and Sazero will be holding the special attack specs. The Moonlight healing does scale proportionately off their special attack stat, so the spec's going to help a ton, not to mention healing multiple targets at once is going to be available to BH3, whereas Roland is going to be relying on those dollops to heal a lot, but individual targets one at a time.
Yuto showed themselves briefly before clearly getting the call, hey, we need to have a little look downstairs, please, because Vin Diesel is roaming, and now they've roamed back up onto top path, where we've got a straight-up 3v3, although a little bit too far behind the times there, Evil Geniuses. All of that EXP going into BH3. Look to try and get a good hit on the Sword Doggo, but great coverage with that Rock Tomb. A little slow, a little disruption, and Evil Geniuses suffer none.
Yeah, great support core work. You mentioned the Rock Tomb, and also just a perfect recover dollop from Roland to catch Vin Diesel on the way out. We will get caught up, but down here in the bottom path, Curios trying to duel a little bit with this Mega Mewtwo Y. Rezu almost filled with that gauge at level 5.
Ducky watching Breathe, manages to find the Exo, gets the Evo onto the Drizzile, back they go, nice hits onto Ducky, forcing them back onto pad. The same will be said for Rezu and BH3 in general on this southern path as Regidrago hits in 8.
And we just saw a pretty nice stunt there by Curios, is going with Acrobatics, so very likely looking at an Acrobatics liquidation Inteleon, just to chase down that Scyther, and Mega Mewtwo Y will play more of an auto attacker, automatically critical hitting Inteleon.
Waiting in the tall grass. Oh, doesn't secure it with a Metal Claw. I thought that was for sure going to be in favor of the Evil Geniuses. They at least do get a pick here on the Cypher. Mega Evo. Ducky might fall here. Lovely work. Vin Diesel extracting their teammate.
Yeah, good coverage. I like the extension for that aggressive play. However, Mega Mewtwo Y, Mega Evolving makes it a much more risky endeavor. So they peel back. They don't lose anything, but of course, that's equal exchange. They don't gain anything either.
Tight stuff, opening 2.5 minutes, just 4 points separating the two teams. Levels look pretty equal, all things considered. Chris Smith now online with that Mega Gyarados. We got the Machoke moving in, level 7 now taken. Kind of just vibing for the moment as we await these first set of Reggies.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to power up before we really throw some haymakers in this fight, but Regieleki spawning in might herald a big one, as now we have BH3 focusing all in on the objective. Great serve push by Megu.
And nice rip in general, really well timed. And okay, you lose the Blastoise. It does mean that BH3 can sort of reassess what their next plan of action is. They're probably going to lose this Reggie up on top path, unfortunately for them. And indeed, they do Reggie steal in favor of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, interesting stat there we saw on the lower third. This is our 100th game played here at EUIC. Awesome. Of course, that's individual map, and Kyogre getting by far the lion's share of map picks. So a lot of teams actually electing for Kyogre in games 2 and game 3. Rayquaza has 5 games played.
A century of games. How many Hundo Burgers will we see as we enter the final stretch? Hey, remember when it was 4 points the difference? How about just the one? Both teams definitely not looking to risk take here. Kranix says that's as close as really seen, going for the engage slightly on Chris Smith before being sent packing. These Natus are going to go all into the hands of BH3. Lovely surf, lovely control.
Yeah, I mean, again, a pretty passive situation. Curios about to get that Inteleon Unite. Vin and Chris Smith already have it. They're going to engage.
Dragon Current takes out the Scyther, and yeah, this is abandon your posts, gentlemen. There is not much that you're going to be able to do here. Roughly a 20-point overdunk sees Evil Geniuses take the lead. Another quick dunk for Sazuro to build up the stacks, but they might be in a bit of bother here. They are closed down, taken down, sent back to the Pokemon Center.
I like rolling it down and kind of imagining the world's location in San Francisco with a nice little Steph Curry play over the top of the wall with that sweet scent. Impressive stuff. Slowing down that enemy squad. Incredible work, and they get the KO from it as well. A quiet game, though, all things considered, so far in this matchup. Both of these teams focus so much on the scaling, and again, we have so many Unite moves to work with. You know the next team fight, we're really going to start popping off.
It is positively tame compared to most of the matches.
Maybe that's what it is. We've just been so high octane for the conclusion of those last 2 matches that now I'm like, all right.
Moving in, Regieleki. Good stun here on the Zacian. Infinite Cyber going down. The Machoke, we got the Hydro Typhoon in there too. Rubble Rouser denies the surf. Rolling down, here comes the Sovereign Sword, potentially waiting for their moment. There it is! Great use of the Sovereign Sword here from Vin Diesel, and now a complete collapse onto BH3. This might be a zone crack. 4 down, looking for the ace. Moving forward, Ducky is not able to catch Yutao, who scampers away.
But they caught everybody else. Exactly, you know, that Rock Tomb was so perfect in that fight. Shout out Ducky, the absolute veteran player of Pokemon Unite. My bad, Big Uzi, I thought he was a rookie. Incredible work, Ducky. You're doing fantastic, and such an important piece of this team comp. He's going with the EXP share Crustle as well. Interesting to see, able to abandon a couple of levels in the later end game just to get that gradual increase.
And just look at the domino effect here. That Reg Ice was free for Evil Geniuses. 118 to 250. The lead ballooning, heading into the back half here, just shy of 4 minutes left on the clock.
And again, it feels like these teams are very willing to pause and take a breather before we have our next exchange. Megu could be looking for more, though. At level 10 on this Blastoise, does have the ability to surf back any of these unsuspecting Pokemon.
It's going to be a free score on top bar for Kranix. Over the wall they go with the Surf. Dragon Current into the Hydro Typhoon, but it will be the liquidation, or the auto, sorry, saved by the Inteleon to pick up that Regidrago. Here goes the Wonder Wish, I think was activated. Yeah, that's into the fly.
Yep,
not much that you're going to be able to do with that, unfortunately, as Evil Geniuses clump up and then disperse after a rather successful attack.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty devastating Wonder Wishes in this tournament. I could already think back to a unfortunate splash that would have been otherwise secured a basement Reggie, but every now and then you're kind of happy with the Buddy Barrier proc and move along.
Yeah.
So in some of these situations, we might see it end up being all right. But right now, great isolation by Evil Geniuses to push BH3 all the way back. That just gives Ducky this forward positioning, but Megu wise to where they are. But Ducky knows it's a full 5-player push from BH3 towards this Regieleki now.
Feeling good if you're Evil Geniuses, but BH3 want to take the initiative into the Rock Tomb, into the X's. The Hammer Champ didn't last very long, and neither did the Blastoise. That could not have gone any worse if BH3 had tried even harder, which is hard to believe. Evil Geniuses with another Regieleki.
And again, these fights being over this quick means that BH3, while taking a loss, is licking some pretty small wounds, all things considered. Keep up a lot of Pokemon on their side. They don't give up a lot of experience the other way, and we're looking at a pretty tame final 2 minutes. That being said, Vin and Christmas both have hit that level 13, and Christmas is even knocking on the door of level 14 on, that's right, the Mega Gyarados.
I do think BH3 are taking the right option, prioritizing position, letting that Regieleki run free. They've called the bluff of Evil Geniuses, but now they are all stuck on this top side of the Kyogre pit. Evil Geniuses just waiting, lurking to spring the trap.
Yeah, and watch out, Christmas landing these Dragon Breaths, applying that Paralyzed effect, and then they can also proc that Gyarados' Intimidate effect, lowering the attack damage of these enemy Pokemon as soon as they get within range. So, top path is tough for BH3 to push forward into. They do have Utah's Scyther lurking on the outside, seeing if they can find maybe a lone Inteleon or even an early Alcremity to try to attack.
That Moonlight is not negating the damage of that Liquidation particularly well. Into the Surf. Oh, gets caught on the wall. Unfortunate. The Megu Mini. Utah still hasn't been spotted. Evil Geniuses, I think, waiting for that vision. They also have the points lead, so it shouldn't be too bad for them. Into the Follow Me. Into the Surf. Looking for Ducky. Hydro Pump. But Ducky scampers away. Into the Submission now. Looking for the flow. No, they can't find the KO onto Kyrios. Dragon Current. Hydro Typhoon has been utilized. Here we go then. Into the Surf. Pushes back two. First KO onto Kranix. Second KO onto the Gyarados. Looking real good here for the Evil Geniuses, who are 4 against 3. KO onto the Blastoise finally. 2v3 now. Looking for that final 1-on-2. Inteleon, no, they can't quite find it more, can they? No! Vin Diesel comes to the rescue of Kyrios, who finishes off with a finger guns. Ace for Evil Geniuses.
Perfect ace for EG, and you can see Kyrios starting to pop off now in that player cam. Love that. Calm, silent, and an assassin in this intel. Absolutely get in the face of Rezu's Mega Mewtwo. Why? But a close range Inteleon can get it done all the same. So shout out to Vin for coming on the outside of that team fight and having a perfect roam to shut down BH3. And this match's perfect flavor. It was a quiet finish, but a perfect one for EG.
Yo, he had a great game, Vin. A really, really great game. Some excellent secures, some really good coverage of zone and player alike. I wonder whether that Sword Dog will be up for consideration on the ban table next time around, Zoinks.
Yeah, that's a great point. Consideration for a ban. I mean, it's tough to focus ban Vin at this point in time. Things like the Mimikyu have been so prominent for this player, but also, with the impact that that Pokemon just had, and you're kind of hitting Christmas and Vin at the same time on the opposing side. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. So one of our first matches of the day that concludes without Kyogre being taken off of the battlefield. By the way, this moment right here on replay, I thought was about to spell disaster for EG. Ducky goes in really deep, sees 3 targets that they can X-Scissor, but in that first situation with the Rock Tomb, they don't Unite move, so they can do it on the second attack. Perfect patience and understanding when you're in danger and when you're not. That resource, so important, and Ducky uses it at the perfect time.
And Kyrios was in real peril there as well. Interestingly enough, in picking up Acrobatics, which you could be a little more free with, of course, Fell Stinger, in order to even activate, you need to be 100% hitting that wall. In a moment like that, where panic could set in, one errant miss, and all of a sudden we're talking about Kyrios down for that fight, and it completely swings, irrespective of what's happening in and around this Ducky Crustle. that's probably going in favor of BH3.
Yeah, that is true. Whew. Always a toss-up with matches this close, but it's Ducky pulling ahead EG to start our series 1-0. 2 knockouts on the Crustle, but pay attention to that big ol' 8 and maybe even that little ol' 0. 0 times fainted for the defender player of Evil Geniuses. BH3 could not find a way to bring down the big crab.
Faints, F flawless, 0-1. Evil Geniuses in the ascendancy. And look, I think we've got to give a lot of credit to Evil Geniuses even before the game started. I think the way that they drafted, zeroing in on Rezu, not just in terms of banning away options, but in picking up that Inteleon in the first place. Rezu is having a pop-off tournament, not to say that he is the carry of the stable, but he does have that carry potential.
Yeah.
And we looked at Yutao, for example, on a great Pokemon in Scyther, really struggling to make an impact in the game overall, actually. So as we head into our second stage now, into our second game, to our second draft phase, a lot of thoughts for BH3 here as their tournament lives are on the line.
Yeah, a bit of a concern, obviously. You don't want to be going home here in the quarterfinals at BH3. They want to end some North American dreams today, I think, and push another EU team into top 4. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, playing for the pride of their hometown. So they're going to be banning that Mew again. So a identical strategy, identical map, and there we go, BH3. Rezu on their all-star pick.
I don't want to, like, say it like, I thought, hey, could they go first pick Inteleon here?
They
because
could.
Certainly the Blastoise is the safe pick, is the pick that you would expect to start off a draft with, but so influential has been Rezu. And how influential was Kyrios in that last game, by the way. It's kind of a double benefit here. They're going to be backed up by the Blissey, and they are going to run back the Scyther, although Chris Smith, therefore, gets the freedom to pick up the Gyarados on Mega.
Okay, so Sazero making a big flex, though, too. That Clefable not going to be running back into this next game. A very different Pokemon, basically deciding instead of trying to keep this entire team up and enable some of these longer team fights, let's go for more of a hard carry strategy and lean into one of these. And Kranix going to be going into the fray with a Lucario, Megu on that Slowbro, which again makes a lot of sense with the Mega Gyarados, and even the Blastoise sometimes on the other side.
Well, we've seen that regular Lucario have a pretty good time, honestly, especially with the flexibility of E-Speed, that backline access that you speak about. However, we've got Vin Diesel on the front line with this Glaceon, of course, with a really powerful passive, a free hit, essentially. You're able to reposition slightly whilst you go invisible. Interesting to see which way they go in terms of Ice Shard or Icicle Spear, however. I could see it going either way.
Yeah, it'll likely be that Icy Wind, that final shot from range. Also running double cooldown items will usually indicate that. Right? So Drive Lens and Wise Glasses, both giving your Pokemon just inherent cooldown on their abilities, will mean that Vin can fire off those deadly and longer range shots a little more often. Usually ends up being a contender for something like the Inteleon, but will have a quicker power spike in that natural evolution early leveling scale.
And that Glacial stage is such a great assault weapon going into zones. And when we're looking at that Inteleon and that Scyther, who thrive on their maneuverability, access to the backline or already on the backline, moving even further back, that Glacial stage can be a real catch-out opportunity. But Rezu now actually very interesting, because Kyrios, of course, we saw with the liquidation, with the acrobatics. History will tell you from this tournament, Rezu goes with Snipe Shot, but have they perhaps seen enough in the liquidation to maybe switch it up for this one match?
Oh man, I mean, I gotta be honest, I hope not, just because of how cool those Snipe Shots are.
Very
when Rezu is piloting it. But let's go, let's get into it. BH3 Esport backs against the wall, down 1-0 against EG.
Scyther heading central, and into the central goes Vin Diesel on that Glaceon. Very, very quick evolution and power scaling into the mid game, but check out Sazero heading up there for a potential steal, a slap, and a steal on the orange buff. Objective secured, quite literally.
Oh, a Selgor goes down. Sazero with that first secure. I mean, these evolutions got pretty decent secure, but not amazing rip, and Sazero taking full advantage of this so far. Vin struggling to find even level 4, so much so that Kyrios actually has to come for the backup.
Every Eevee with a different variation of Swift. Glaceon, it's one of the weakest, but now they are online. However, Sazero has just nicked another one of this enemy central area yellow dots, gotten the evolution, heading up onto top path, getting a nice score because Chris Smith had been left all on their own after Dwebble was sent back to the Pokemon Center. Strong start for BH3.
Okay, interesting stat from our team. So far in EUIC 2026, the event we're at, we've seen both on-stream and off-stream 78 out of 85 Pokemon either picked or banned. The only Pokemon banned but not picked was Azumarill. Someone banned probably Volto's Azumarill, but Azumarill was also not picked. So any Pokemon that was banned has also been picked.
Somewhere in Australia, Kellosaurus is in tears.
Yeah.
Right now, the possibility.
And I'm laughing. Let's go! Sazero goes down. Great Icy Wind attack by the Glaceon. Let's keep Azumarill in the ban phase, shall we?
92-19 as we exit the first 2 minutes. Inteleon pretty close to coming online at this stage. That Squirtle on Evil Genius is still level 4. Yeah. BH3 have done so well to EXP deny.
Yeah, and I mean, Curious has been playing part-time central area duty with all the backup they've been trying to commit into that central. Sazero just so deadly on these invades. Regidrago, 10 seconds late, but will finally get a little bit of attention as Utah is carving up this Regidrago. We'll be going with the Swords Dance build of the Scyther, and a little bit less movement, but a little bit more damage, going all in on this burst-style Pokemon.
And I think that is what they were worried about last time out, is that there wasn't really any engagements where you're thinking, I'm going to get out of this. And so if you're not going to be able to get out of this, you might as well do the damage output to, at the very least, set up a teammate so that it's an equal trade. Birds on the way here, pretty much equal between the two. Important level up for Chris Smith, who takes a snipe shot for good measure. That answers the question for Rezu.
Yeah, exactly. Rezu will have that snipe shot, and Ducky going to be always going to be with the Pokemon wanting to tank those snipe shots. Not only because it's a naturally defensive Pokemon in Crustle, it is also holding that Assault Vest battle item, or held item rather. Will be increasing its special defense and giving it kind of a shield-like bubble that'll negate one big burst of damage off a cooldown.
Regirock into the hands of BH3, and Gyarados is going to be sent back to base, not before denying the 30 score on top half. Meanwhile, we've got a good focus here on Regieleki. Wow, this damage is absolutely insane. Made even more so by how many times this Rezu Inteleon hits the mark. Rollin is here, Ducky is here, Kyrios is here, but not in time. Regieleki secured for BH3.
Man, and I just love how willing Rezu is to fire off these snipe shots early. Of course, while you're aiming that ability, it does hone in and become more accurate the longer you charge, but sometimes your instincts will prevail.
I love Megu picking up Surf as well. It just has a little bit of a hindrance, which allows Rezu that window to find the hits that he wants. It's just a further confirmation of how much BH3 is leaning into this kid's talent.
That's a great point, Relic, because Scald would be a decent answer to this Mega Gyarados, a Pokemon that relies so much on that attack stat. Having a Pokemon like Scald, bro, would lower that damage output, but if you want to enable your damage dealers who need to focus on aiming, that is a perfect opportunity.
Moving towards half-time, over 100 points to the better. BH3 over Evil Geniuses, a game that they simply must win.
Yeah, 130 for BH3, so off to an incredible start. Over 100 points in the advantage as we approach the mid-game. Not a lot of Unite moves being utilized. It's still a few left to unlock, but Kyrios healing up. Roland having to do overtime in the healing department. Overnight Baker, if you will, to try to keep up with Rezu's snipe shots.
Big interest in this bottom path. You can see what the plan is for Evil Geniuses with a Reggie on the top path. Maybe they're trying to call the bluff of BH3, but Megu is caught out of town. The Surf is not going to be able to move through everyone there. Glacial Stage, they are so eager to make him go down here. Slow Beam utilized, but here comes the Azure Spy Vision, and the Dragon Current, and the Green Illusion Dive, and the Hydro Typhoon, and the Bliss Assistance. You wanted Unite moves? Well, here they all are, and it's looking good for Evil Geniuses as they move on to pad. Down goes Mega Gyarados, however. From the backline comes Rezu, and now the Aura Cannon comes through from this regular Lucario, who can still do the business. Ducky the last in this assault that needs to go down. Dealt with. Business for Megu Mini.
Yeah, Megu's still in this fight at some point. Right? Respawning or walking back in, either way. Incredible work, but a hero moment from Kranix. Not only a back half on the top side of the map, but also a timely rotation and joins the battle at the perfect time. Big moves by this Lucario player.
What do BH3 want to do now? It doesn't look like they're going to be rotating any anytime soon. That top path, Reggie, is being left alone. But there are so many reinforcements on the way for Evil Geniuses. We can see it. BH3 now have vision, but it looks like they're backing themselves. And into the backline goes Yutao once again. There's the Ice Shadow, big X scissor, and Yutao basically calls the red stop button to the BH3 assault. Now it's over to the other side. Glacial stage as Evil Geniuses look to score. That's going to be a good 40 for Roland. No 40 thanks to the egg bomb, but there's Ducky going down. Mega Gyarados, oh, through E-Speed, E-Speed. Hydro Typhoon not able to get away through the surf. It is carnage. It is pandemonium. We got cakes. We got the sword, no sword doggo, we just got a regular doggo. We've got the bugs slicing, dicing, trying to score. What is going on? We've got Ice Shards. Ducky's back here. We've got the Crab. Sazuru, I think, is going to go down here, potentially. Plays Sacrifice. Rock Tomb. What a great Rock Tomb to close off Kranix. But he's got enough maneuverability to get back to Pat.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed your fighting break last game, Relic, because it seems like these teams have spent 3 minutes wanting to do just that in those last moments, but a ton of resources. It all starts with Yutao making a really aggressive push. They were able to farm back that Scyther Unite move so quickly, so I see the vision there, but this time around you don't have the Bliss assistance to back you up. Early pick leads to aggression by EG, BH3 able to repel it, and back and forth we went. Either way, Kyrios trying to line up more of these stuns, which have been phenomenal this game, but a Regirock buff is so huge. That added defense to try to give a little bit of cushion to these incoming snipe shots is going to make Rezu's job a little bit harder. That might be your favorite buff to have against this team comp specifically.
They'll have about 50 seconds once we hit the final 2 minutes to take advantage of that buff. In the meantime, check out the score lead that BH3's been able to open up here. 317 to 69. Sazuro down. This score is going to become a little bit closer now with that 49 going in. Still no sign of Sazuro. Will Evil Geniuses rip?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge question mark. They also could play this really aggressively. There's no Bliss assistance. It'll at least have to come off of the jump pad. Kyrios sees that red line, able to sidestep that snipe shot. At the very least, they've won positioning. BH3, again, forced out towards the top side of the map, and these snipe shots softened by the Regirock and then healed up immediately by Roland. That's at least going to be the game plan for EG. How they drew it up. Let's see what BH3 can do in response.
My goodness, that was a close one. Not the most impactful snipe shot and a rare miss for Rezu there. They're slowly pushing up on this left side. What a big Rock Tomb into Sazuro. Can they get the Bliss assistance off? Just in the nick of time. Onto Yutao. Goes into the Green Illusion dive. There's a Rebel Rouser on the back line. Aura Cannon through everybody. We've got, we've got Blastoise moving through. Mega Gyarados picking off Sazuro finally. Always felt like they were aiming for him. Now Yutao falls. Evil Geniuses are making this look like light work. And Rezu's been isolated as well. Surely Rezu to go down to Kyrios. Hydro Pump, Auto, don't matter. Onto the Kyogre. It is just the Slowbro left. But this double defender comp, Zoiks, you can't walk through walls.
No, 45 seconds left. Evil Geniuses need to get a couple of scores in. Very easy to do on this outside tier 1 and with these Kyogre buffs to work with in tandem. Sazuro trying to defend this tier 2. BH3's last stand, and Evil Geniuses already breaking through.
Just 20 seconds left. Evil Geniuses want more! They want more! They are scything through the competition with X-Scissors and everything in their kits. North America is still in the game. 6-0 versus 6-0 in their respective regions. Today, it's 2-0 for NA.
I don't know if I have ever seen such a phenomenal Mega Gyarados 1v3 in my life in that final moment. Chris Smith comes alive in the final moments of this match and dominates the top side of that Kyogre pit. Incredible work from Evil Geniuses and truly beat BH3 at every turn in those final moments.
Ooh, take a deep breath, everyone. That was an intense one, very intense for BH3, who I'm not going to say that they played poorly by any stretch of the imagination. I think that they played a great controlling game, asking plenty of questions of Evil Geniuses. I think the real problem here is that Evil Geniuses just had every single answer ready. I mean, really the closest they came to losing was in that Ray Pit, but the Rock Tombs from Ducky time and time again. It's not just about preventing people from leaving the scene, Zoinks.
Yeah.
It's about splitting the team to make the team fights easier.
Absolutely. You're trying to separate the support core from the offensive core, of course, and Evil Geniuses showcasing their focus in that final fight by Sazero just getting an absolute spotlight put on them multiple times. I mean, shout out to Sazero for still being able to get that Unite move onto Yu Tao. I thought that really could be a game-changing moment, but even through a Bliss assistance, Chris Smith is able to take down that enemy Scyther in essentially a super-powered 1v1.
This Southern Bath was really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, well, they fought for 45 minutes.
From nothing to everything all at once. This, for me, the crucial rock tomb that could have spelled disaster straight away, but for that clutch Bliss assistance. But then again, they forced the Bliss assistance out of Sazero in the first place. They would have liked to have waited a little longer, ideally to impact things later on, but the Mega Gyarados Unleashed takes out Sazero. We saw Rezu as well, super isolated by Kyrios. And for me, like, you're talking about a multiple-time world champion here, and I expect to see these sorts of calls and calm from that sort of player.
1000%. But here we go. Vin going to be awarded your MVP of Evil Geniuses, and for good reason. 6 knockouts, 7 assists. They only fall 1 time, and they do 73,000 damage in your game number 2.
Our first sweep of the semifinals.
Yeah.
It's match 3. And I'm going to be real, looking at the next match of Volticons to the Esports, I wouldn't be surprised if that goes to distance as well, in which case it makes this EG performance even more impressive that we're talking about this caliber of competition and they can still do the business without dropping a map.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see this team play in the semifinals. I also can't wait to see what their opponent is going to be in the semifinals. This tournament is heating up in a major way, and it only gets better. Vin with some very solid stats, obviously focusing a lot on the knockouts and dealing damage, as a Glaceon will do, but still putting up solid EXP per minute numbers at 1555. But enough about me ranting about numbers. Let's hear from the players. We got an interview on stage. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Doob Snacks here alongside Kyrios. Kyrios, Evil Geniuses, another step closer to winning AOS Cup at EUIC. Rough game 2, pulled it out at the end with just some Chris Smith crazy work on that Mega Gyarados. How'd you feel going into that matchup with BH3?
You know, it kind of comes with their name, BH3.
Sure, okay, so BH free indeed is what you say. And, you know, there's a lot of hate to go around here, especially as NA is dismantling another EU team and dashing the dreams of them winning on their home turf. Anything else you want to add about the BH3 matchup before I have to just clearly just breeze right past it? Go on and lean in here.
Yeah, all jokes aside, I just saw the name line up, but I had to make that joke. All jokes aside, their team is really, really talented. They have a crazy amount of just so much skill in their young players, especially, of course, Rezu, who's going crazy. But yeah, I think we're really excited that we won that matchup. Now we're going to be going to 2Z, which we are very prepared for. We kind of know what they're doing, obviously, because we face them in groups. And yeah, we're feeling good now that we beat BH3, I think one of our biggest obstacles.
Kyrios, you have won so many ICs. This would continue your string of individual victories. Another trophy for the trophy case. Is this just another day at the office, or is this one going to mean something a little different for you?
No, I think it's a bit more meaningful. Obviously, Luminosity from last year or previous years has kind of gone their separate ways. So being able to play with a whole nother team is definitely a challenging experience, but also a very nurturing experience. I'm going to really appreciate my old teammates, but also my new teammates a lot more. And yeah, I've been able to just learn so much from playing with this new squad. I'm very excited. And being able to win this international with this new squad would mean so much.
It really feels to me that you and Roland kind of are the cornerstones of this team, helping bring up Chris Smith and Ducky, and of course, Vin finally getting to shine on the big stage with the right kind of players around them. Anything else you'd like to add about those 3 individuals specifically, Vin, Chris Smith, or Ducky?
Yeah, I think obviously those 3 are just probably the most talented players in North America. I'm very happy that we were able to pick them up and be able to kind of form them under the Evil Genius flag. Yeah, I think nothing much more to be said. They're just really good.
Well, if there's nothing else to be said, you and I are going to lock eyes right here as we send it back to the booth. Take it away.
What are we watching?
Yeah.
What are we watching right now? Was it an interview?
It's levels of locked
an interrogation?
It's levels of locked in that I don't think we've ever seen. But yeah, these players and our casters are locked in.
You know what I feel a little more comfortable with is you breaking down.
Great, I'd love to.
Let's do that, shall we?
Awesome. I want to talk just quickly about one of those final moments. I talk a lot about map positioning and why I think it's so important in these final moments. And I want to talk about why EG was focusing on it. So while we have this still, everybody take a look with me at the minimap, or if you can see it up here, this is Rezu's position on the Inteleon. Because of their positioning in the fight, they knew they had to fight from basically top to bottom. Sure. They forced BH3 out, which means you want to target that Inteleon first and foremost. So where do our defenders post up? In this tall grass right here. So if we watch out how this plays, that's the intended target. However, things don't go exactly that way. Instead, we actually find a Blissey right here at this moment. This is where we were talking about. You're able to pop that Unite move. You see Yutao pulling that up. But watch bottom side. Megu utilizing that slow beam onto the Vin Diesel's Glaceon. Sorry about that. Yeah, no hitting the Glaceon, which is so important, but it also means we're not there for the Mega Gyarados, which is where Chris Smith is currently just carving it up on the top side. Megu having some really tough decisions to make in that situation, prioritizes kind of defending the Kyogre pit, and in the end, it just kind of falls down from there. Evil Geniuses able to really shred it up. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching that one. But I really do think how Evil Geniuses prepares for that fight is actually how they win that fight.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that, again, it's a great show of Evil Geniuses and the experience that they bring to the table. It's always a difficult situation when you've got one full team one side, one full team the other. How do you break them apart? Yeah. What are your... we were talking about the entrance ways for Yutao and how he was struggling. No such struggle for Chris Smith and Evil Geniuses, but we have one final quarterfinal to bring you before our semi-final docket is locked in. Volticons up on stage for the first time today. What a wait. Going up against the last hope for Brazil in Tuzi Esports. After this.
And they're still in it? Oh yeah, but yeah, and they're still in it.
They are.
Anyway, we'll be back after this break.
After this.
Remember that time at the Oscars when they came back from break and Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper just started singing? It's like that before Unite, because we're heading right into draft immediately for our next game here at EUIC. And we've got a pretty exciting one for you, as we've talked about EU's chances still alive in this tournament, as well as Brazil. We have Volticons versus Tuzi. Doobsnacks, how are you, brother?
I'm feeling good. Tuzi, of course, already played on our stage today. This is Volticon's first time up there on day 2. We'll see if they've been able to maintain their momentum from day 1 into day 2, or if they're going to walk in ice cold.
You gotta love it when you're a player like Matt's on the side of Tuzi, and they have targeted bans for you in every single game. The first thing every team does now is just say, get rid of Zero. We don't even want to deal with this one player's one Pokemon that no one else is interested in, by the way, in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I think maybe Otter played it once, but outside of that, Cerulege also getting a ban, which is another backup plan that Mats has when Zeraora has been eliminated from that equation. We'll see how this draft shapes up here as Fizzy quickly eyes up Umbreon, a Pokemon that has slowly but surely gotten more bans throughout the cycle of this tournament.
I'm wondering if Mazo really likes base Gyarados, or if he would take a Mega Gyarados in this situation. They always seem to put him on regular Gyarados, but we'll see. In fact, no, they grab Mega Lucario early, and they also grab the Psyduck. Psyduck having such a tournament. It's an extremely powerful Pokemon right now. I'm not surprised to see it once again. Over to the side of Volticons, looks like they might pick up that Gyarados, possibly Wiggly. We did see a little Wiggly earlier.
Yeah, I don't think this is where you need to grab Wiggly if that's the direction you want to go, to be honest. And this makes a lot more sense. Mega Gyarados into Mew, Chari having, of course, great Mew games themselves. Back the other way, Anthras quickly grabbing a Vaporeon, no doubt in their mind for that. Matt's grabbing a Pawmot.
Yeah, Pawmot also having quite a bit of a tournament, right? It just feels like one of those ones that partway through, everyone started to realize there's some really exciting strategies with this. It's hard to take it down, especially if you have great support on your side, able to help keep it around in some of these bigger fights. Final couple of picks, we have the Urshifu, we have the Clefable. Last pick to Tuzi, one that we have not seen much at all, but I do think is very good still. That's Armarouge.
Yeah, talk to me about Armarouge in this gutter pick. What are they seeing that makes this thing make sense?
Well, there are a couple ways you can go with this, right? I mean, the build they have on there right now, that tells me that they are looking to brawl with this thing. They've got the Fire Spin. They want to get close and fight, right? That the Focus Band, the helmet, the Curse item all leads me to believe that. And, you know, you've got this Moonlight from Clefable. You've got a very similar range on the Fire Spin from Armarouge, and you're just going to try to follow it and shut that down. The other option, if they do switch it around, of course, you could see some long-range damage from this Pokemon with a really solid stun, but again, the current build it has leads me to think that it wants to fight. Same thing with the Pawmot. Then on the other side, you're looking at most likely a Water Bear and a Clefable. They also would like to go toe-to-toe. So this is an interesting look, in my opinion, from Tuzi, because I would have expected them to snatch up this Gyarados for Mazo.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially like you said, how good Mazo is with base model Gyarados, as we like to call it, just regular Gyarados. I think this Clefable, like second to last pick from Volticons, very solid, has a good opportunity, not only in the follow me, but you know, there is a world where gravity comes into play as well, because you can, like, you don't have to stymie every target, you just have to catch one of them to really be able to deliver.
We got a cheer going on in the crowd as we get this thing started. Volticons unite, your purple team. Tuzi Esports, your orange team. EU's chances for the championship still alive, as Volticons could be heading to our semifinals. Of course, the lone team from Brazil left in our tournament, Tuzi Esports. They would like to be the team heading there. Leozen trying to steal something.
Yeah, go on and invade, why not? You're the duck, you got the headache action, you got a confused blast that can do work.
Got it too.
Gonna scamper away. And this is a couple successful invades that you and I have seen. Not necessarily grabbing a buff, but just grabbing a ball toy to be able to get some experience and just slow things down, and now snatching their berries to boot.
Come on, back in, trying to take this away from Urshifu. Notoriously one of the worst early Pokemon in the game, so we'll see if they're able to make this happen. Could be a big scare. Come on! Leozen, you absolute thief, able to grab the red buff, and we still don't have Urshifu evolved.
That was a big O-Duck moment for Volticons as Kubfu is still struggling now. 3 players in the top path for Tuzi, and off to a great start here off the back of Leozen.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. And you know, this team is sharp enough to understand, hey, this Pokemon is phenomenally bad until it evolves. So we're going to invade, and if it works out, it pays off in such a big way. I mean, just paying dividends here, trying to slow him down. Don't you dare. Okay, I was about to say, if Leozen gets this, wow.
So right in is Mats, looking to put tons of pressure on. Fire Spin, you were right, that's exactly where we're at. Oh, look at all this damage though. Blue Bear steps back through, they get folded like laundry. The rest of Tuzi is there, and what could have been a dangerous situation is well covered by the Brazilian team.
Yeah, this is extremely mean right now. They are absolutely dumpstering Volticons at the start of this match, winning every single engagement, way up on levels. Level 7 right now for Mats. We have Lucario at level 6 in the top path, now level 7. It's just playing some lights out Pokemon Unite, and Volticons is completely on the back foot.
Without a doubt. Leon going to get a stack in, of course, ranking up the healing on that Moonlight as they're fading back to the rest of their team. Fizzy and Chari in the mix. E-Ball there, Canas moving back to hang out with Leozen, and that's a good little psychic pull just to show that they can do it.
Now we have Mats possibly heading to the top path with the Lucario. We know that Urshifu is making their way there, so they may end up fighting in the top path as multiple members are hiding in the tall grass. Snow looking for a fight. Leon right there gonna help. No, close combat. They're in trouble. They need to peel back. Here comes Palmon.
I mean, right into the mix is Palmon, straight to the guts of 4 players. They are so low, getting the knockout there. Chari with the cover. Mazo on 1/3 HP. Trying to surf them back is Leozen. Finally, Vaporeon steps in, but it's just too short. They got the prize they wanted, did Volticons, and that was Mats.
Yeah, that was great from Volticons, and Tuzi was not able to react fast enough. Really smart play there from Volticons. Just pool your resources so you can pick up one of these big KOs. Regirock now very close to going down here for Tuzi. Let's see if anyone can seal it. No, close Solar Beam, though.
Very close, and Chari has been doing this all weekend long, flexing this Mew into different roles to make sure that they can do the best they can for Volticons. Tibby's the one in a blender right now. They're trying to flop all the way to the pad, and they are successful, and Tuzi Esports gives up the chase.
Really close psychic there from the Psyduck, but not able to stop them. Now trying to fight on pad Kenneth. Not a bad situation for them, but with multiple members of Volticons, they are going to have to peel back here. We have Leozen now down to the bottom path, just making sure that they can push them off this. Vaporeon is now here. Kenneth's moving back forward as this Armorous. Now that it has the support, it's looking to scrap. Here comes Palma with the Supercell Slam.
Right into the back line. They're targeting Mew that forces out the Unite move, and finally Snow is popping off with this Blue Shifu. They get a couple targets, but get knocked out back the other way themselves. Mats and company is just holding on well enough to turn this tide. Ooh, we just rolled a Hyper Beam from Leon. Are they going to be able to pull the trigger on it and get something good here? Follow me straight there. Mean look as well. Leozen hanging out. There was the Hyper Beam, but all that HP gained back by Mazo on this Mega Lucario with the close combat.
Yeah, the close combat and Vaporeon showing up is just great news for Lucario as it moves down towards this objective. Able to secure easily, able to rip easily. Mega Luca makes short work of Regieleki.
Leon and Chari just watching that goal zone get worked on. Regieleki hits, which makes light work for the rest of the team. Big over there, I believe it was a plus 32.
Yeah, nice stuff here for Tuzi, up 167-102. However, Volticons digging themselves out of that hole. Right back in this game, having a couple of good fights here. They also now have their Unite move on Gyarados to make some big plays. So we'll see how this next one goes, given we have more Unites on the side of Volticons now.
Nice little mean look there, but it catches the Psyduck. I wasn't quite sure there for a moment if it was going to be Mats. Anthras moving through. Fizzy getting pulled with the Psychic, put in the blender. They're gone. Psyduck just setting up these knockouts for Mats right here. Registeel's at half. Popping the Unite move is the Urshifu. They're going straight towards the Armorous, who's fire spinning back towards their team. We have to follow me from Leon. They have to try to top off the HP. They pull the attention just for a second. Registeel is taken in the meantime, and Snow and Leon are doing their best in the face of 5. The push continues. They want more action. They want this goal zone. Close combat is just so good. Mats is going deep down that flux zone to try and get a knockout. Finally, The mean look is there. Can they get the knockout is what I'm wondering. Fizzy on the chase, dodges the psychic, and Mats is out of dodge.
Wow, I mean, Palmont getting out of there is pretty criminal, but we had Leozen also running some cover for it. They just couldn't continue to follow up there, as we have some big moments here, a lot of them facilitated by this Mega Lucario. Mega Lucario having a ton of big fights, getting some huge secures for the side of Tuzi. They're now up 229-102, and it does feel like they have a bit of a hold on this match.
Yeah, and we've got that Whirlpool Vaporeon as well. So good self-sustain throughout the Tuzi roster on top of Vaporeon there for the support, playing the pseudo support. 2 seconds until our Regieleki Aura Cannon is popped. Mazo has gone full Mega. Into the back line with another Unite move is Blue Shifu. Anthras was a good target, but they pivot to a different one. Kenas goes down. Excuse me, Anthras goes down. Snow pivots back. Leon getting credit for the Palmont Mats. And now, all of a sudden, signs of life from Volticons. I feel like we keep saying that all weekend. Signs of life from a team that's behind. Signs of life from a team that's behind. Keeping these games close. That's going to hit, and the opportunity for a gargantuan over exists. Snow plus 49, and that goal lead shrinks.
Much closer now, 175-229. Just really one team peeling off its scoring will change this game in a massive way. Mazo right now looking to see if they can get their level 13 off some of this experience, as they're also positioned pretty well for this top Reggie. We have the Umbreon making their way top. Mazo's actually going to head back to base and then come to the top path. Kenneth watching here, and doesn't look like Volticons are going to contest this much. This would be a great Regice with a team that already cares a lot about self-sustain. Just giving them a little extra oomph in some of these fights could be pretty monumental, and they're going to get it for free. What they won't have is incredible positioning around the Kyogre pit, but to be fair, Volticons is now just all getting there themselves.
Mazo has been hiding out, Anthras getting information. Now the rest of the squad pulls up, and Volticons has already been there. Fizzy exposes themselves to see if they can draw a deep engagement and get a catch with mean looks. Such is not the truth.
Yeah, we're going to see if anyone wants to move in for this fight with the side shot kind of pushing back. Here comes Umbreon with the Snarl, but no, ends up backing up. Anthras with the Aqua Ring, just healing their team from a little bit of a Solar Beam right there, pushing them around with the Hydro Pump. No one really committing to this engage, but here once again Umbreon moves in.
Yeah, I mean, the Psychic pull almost got Leon. Fizzy running a cover right. Oh, Snow getting beat up. Palmont with the engage kind of caught out. They have to force out the Snow coverage for the rest of the team. Look at them. They gave up all the positioning advantage they gained.
No Unite moves from either squad yet. Everyone being extremely patient. They caught the Gyarados. Will they go in? No, Solar Beam hits 4 members. They're going to peel back right here. This fight is so close. They're just ready to go. Here we go, moving in.
Oh, Mean Look is there. We popped some Unite moves. We have gone Mega. We're moving back into the middle here. Psyduck has an opportunity, and all of a sudden, one player down for each side. Unite move by Snow, but they're on the chopping block there. Dispatched up. Kenas with no HP. Tibby gets into the back line. They're trying to put pressure on, and they are gone. Chari nowhere to be found as the rest of Volticons is scrubbed clean.
Here we are looking for Kyogre. If they can get it off the board fast enough, even if the Mew stole it, it wouldn't matter because only one player would get it. The quicker they can deal with Kyogre, the better. They don't want more players from their team to spawn. Mew moving in. Chari not even able to stop it. This should be an easy secure for Tuzi, and it is. They're going to march to score, and there really doesn't look like there's anything Volticons can do in game 1.
A well played counter fight actually by Tuzi. A good engagement by Volticons. They thought they had the targets they wanted. Tuzi pivoting backwards incredibly well, turtling up incredibly well, using their self-sustain, getting around that Vaporeon, and really at the end of the day, it was just enough to tip the scales in their favor and take a convincing fight.
Yeah, we had some good stuff there from Volticons, but without question, the fights, especially as the game started to go on, really were in the favor of Tuzi, and I'm surprised to not see Mazo on kind of the signature Gyarados he has been playing all tournament, but seeing him on this Mega Lucario, I mean, that was fantastic. They had so many big moments for Mazo. You're getting these power-up punches that are sliding through multiple enemies once it's Mega'd, huge close combats, and their potential for secure around these objectives is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we had the focus that was so hard on mats, right? Every team seems to be trying to cut mats off from their selections. And the Palmot, it's able to Supercell Slam, able to get so deep. All of a sudden, it just opens the highway for this Lucario to step through. And, you know, it's kind of the old adage of out of the frying pan into the fire. Just because you were able to contend with one doesn't mean you're dealing with all the issues.
And here we're taking a look at some of our big moments in game number 1. This was a nice fight here for Volticons, and now we're taking a look, of course, at the big Kyogre fight. This moment was just a little bit of a do-si-do, back and forth, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, the hokey pokey, all of that until we finally move in for the fight. Mega Gyarados moves in, knocks up a couple. We've got the Umbreon Unite move. Big solar beams throughout. However, Tuzi just would not go down. You see them even move towards Kennis right here, but we're able to keep this Pokemon around. Your player of the game, I got to agree, Mazo on Mega Lucario, just putting in the work, having one of his best showings of the entire tournament on a Pokemon that I have not been able to watch him play throughout because I've seen so much Gyarados.
It almost seems like if, you know, if the other team goes Mega Gyarados and his pick is after, he goes regular Gyarados. But in this case, they prioritized this Mega Lucario, and after that, it almost seems like, okay, then the Mega Gyarados is fine. So their draft strategy and reactionary draft strategy has been a lot of fun to watch this weekend. Of course, Mazo, you love to see him back in this position, really helping anchor this team. You know, before, in the past few years, it's felt like they've kind of been like just a step back, supporting everybody, you know, kind of being the facilitator for other players' success. But I love to see them have moments like this where they get to shine and really show how good of a player they are and what that action is all about.
You see the heat map there. That is a top path Pokemon, and they were living there in this game. Feeling good, getting ready. One more win, they move on to the semifinals, and their chance of bringing home not only their Worlds invite, but a slot for LATAM is, you know, getting closer and closer. Volticons had a really strong day 1, and that just felt like they couldn't seem to get it together here. I have to say, I'm happy to be branded as this at this point. I am #1 Water Bear hater. I do not believe in this Pokemon. It doesn't ever, it's like, I get it. It feels just like, at this point, almost low-rent Palmont in some of these games. I'm not sure what huge value these teams are feeling like they're getting out of it, and a lot of teams are picking it up. So I understand this is probably a me thing, but I'm just not seeing it win.
Well, I mean, yeah, between you and I, we haven't watched a lot of quality Blue Bear games, especially this weekend, and haven't seen a really good one in a long time. Is that a you and I problem? You know, just because we're here means it doesn't do good? Or is that is that a causation thing? I don't
Hey, stats team, we need to know the difference between correlation and causation.
Right here.
And we also want to know, how's Water Bear doing this weekend? Is it crushing it? We're just not seeing it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if we can go ahead and get the Blue Bear win rate on screen, that would be greatly appreciated. Specifically Blue Bear.
Yes.
Don't give us Urshifu stats.
Yeah, do not just give us Urshifu. If Wicked Blow won, that doesn't count. Also, if things are correlated, are they causated? I don't know.
Both words begin with the letter C. We do know that.
We're getting closer and closer to the truth here. As Tuzi is getting closer and closer to those semifinals, felt like a really strong game from them. I would feel very confident heading into this next one. Volticons, I want to see more of day 1. More of what they were throwing at day 1. Then again, unless I find out it's Water Bear and they won 90% of their games, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Then I want to see something different.
Yeah, or I want to see you show us how you're able to win with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, right here, we kind of have the folks in the crowd taking a page out of the Brazilian fans' playbook and just starting chants.
Yeah.
And I love that. We need that.
Oh, I love it so much. When we had, you know, year 1, I remember Worlds and Brazil, like so many people had flown out to watch. At that time, one of Mazo's teams in the World Championships, and they were so exciting. The crowd was electric for them. Well, we're here in EU right now, and they have a lot of hometown favorites. Obviously, Pep's still in this tournament, but a few of the EU teams are dropping. We just saw BH3 get taken down by Evil Geniuses. Volticons right now hanging on by a thread.
Volticons back against the wall here, but we've seen them recover in these scenarios and take these things to game 3s and get wins. To have, obviously, they're the first team out of their groups. They're the first place team out of the group, able to get that bye into the top 8 range of this tournament. So there's certainly some positive things for Volticons. However, what you and I were watching yesterday is not the compilation that they put together here in game 1. Save Chari on the Mew.
Yeah, Chari's Mew is incredible too, and we saw it in that match. We'll see how they're able to sort of react to what was just thrown at them here. I think stealing Mega Lucario would not be a bad idea if they have someone who can play it, because it was so impactful on the side of Tuzi, but we will have to see how this draft plays out. Obviously, a lot of things change when a team sort of switches it up in draft, and at least from the Tuzi we've been seeing, that felt like a bit of a switch up, right? Volticons were targeting Mats hard, and they were not able to fully shut that down. And meanwhile, we had Mazo just showing a new look, picking something that I haven't seen a ton from him, which was pretty incredible.
I know Chari went into the well there and took their standard Mew, but that's maybe something I would have liked to seen switch to maybe a Charge Beam Miraidon or something with a cursed anything. Try and slow this thing down. Zeraora, Cerulege, Umbreon this time. Volticons first picked Umbreon before. Tuzi Esports, Char, Mega Char Y, Mimikyu, and the Crusler.
Once again, we are targeting Matt hard right now. On the other side, of course, Charizard Y just can't seem to make it through. Crustal's very scary. First pick here for Volticons. We're going to see how they want to handle this. They are going to take Blastoise, which opens up, once again, Mega Lucario for Tuzi, and I would happily snap that up. It was a massive difference maker in game 1.
And we're rotating through. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Duck again.
Yeah.
That was crazy strong. Eldegoss, oh, wow. I'm a bit surprised by that. And that means Leon has the opportunity to snatch up the Duck for their team here.
Interesting choice here for this Eldegoss. I'm wondering if they just think there's no way they're grabbing Psyduck right now, but we'll see what they want to pick. A few seconds here. Daddy Leon, no, they are going to switch into Mew. Maybe they knew that they weren't going to be able to grab Duck yet because they needed this Mew, or maybe they were honestly trying to bait out them grabbing it so they could take Mew away from them. Either way, we're getting our next couple picks here. We've got the Snorlax. We once again have the Palmont. Final 2 for Volticons. Snow on something like a Scyther, Talonflame. That feels like sort of the signature we've seen from this player. I think it's a better choice than what we saw before.
Okay, Slowbro gonna be the gutter pick for Volticons. And back the other way, Canas has full information to make their selection here. Currently hovering the Alolan Raichu, switching over to the Mega Mewtwo. Wham!
Mega Mewtwo Y is an interesting pick here. I mean, Raichu also pretty interesting. They definitely were more in their opponent's face last game, and they knew it would be some close-up brawling with that Armarouge. Now it looks like they want to be a little safer. They're going to play Mewtwo. They're going to have the ability to teleport away every time that Blastoise, Zacian, or even Scyther comes in. And, you know, with something like Psystrike, they set up situations where even if Blastoise does make it in, they're not going to be able to move Mewtwo Y around. So going for more mobility, more safety from range with the Mewtwo Y pick.
I mean, we go from a match where Psyduck is the most valuable commodity to now not banned or picked, and it wasn't picked by the team that just used it to great success.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had another idea of what they were going for. Again, I wonder if they were trying to bait their opponents into it. Maybe they know they don't have a super strong one and wanted to see if they were going to grab it, or if they just didn't want to play it again, and we're going to see if they could steal that Mew after their opponents took Psyduck. Either way, the Duck is not making an appearance here in game number 2. Tuzi up 1 right now. They win this, they're heading to the semifinals. Brazil's chances are still alive. We can see the crowd cheering out there. A little Spartano, grassroots caster, and a great one.
Yeah, very solid. I love the Volticons chants we're hearing. They're actually, I don't know if you guys are hearing it through our microphones, but it's drowning you out as you're just talking to me when they really get up into it. So they've got the power of the entire region at their backs.
And here we go, the entire region supporting them. Volticons Unite, your purple team. TCG Esports, your orange team. TCG up 1 game right now, about to walk into the semifinals unless Volticons can stop them. These are best of ones, Doob Snacks, in this single elimination. I should say these are single elimination. They're not best of ones.
No.
You know what?
No, they're not.
I'm going to take it all again. Volticons Unite, your purple team. All right, here we are.
Fizzy actually doing a good job getting some secures, trying to slow Mazo down and being moderately successful here. Tibby on this Zacian needs to contend with Gosler. Snow already there to pounce. No target willing to play ball here. Palmont not in the mix just yet, but you know Mats is on their way.
Yeah, that's the value of something like that Scyther, right? It's so incredibly fast, making it up to the top path. If TCG was overextending there, they could pick up a KO, but I think very intelligently they played back in that moment. Now, Mats, looks like they got some information as to where the Scyther was. It might have been Anthorus, it might have been Mats. Either way, Mats now on the top path. Mewtwo is going to have to run. It's in a lot of trouble. Mazo up here trying to make something happen. Leosin does evolve, but a lot of that heads over to the side of TCG.
Yeah, I mean, really, not everything has to be about the fight. Sometimes it can just be, well, we'll get an advantage here, easily take some of this experience. Counterpoint, Volticons susses that out and gets some good experience for themselves. Correlation indicates a statistical association where 2 variables move together, while causation means one variable directly causes the other to change.
Sure, but what does that mean? As we're getting ready for another possible fight here. Mazo almost level 5. We do have level 5 as well from the Zacian. They're able to move forward here. It's going to be Sacred Sword, which you don't see as much anymore, Doob Snacks.
No, you really don't. I love that we asked 2 questions from a production team and the actual statistic. There it is! Rapstrike Review 7 times picks, 2 wins, 5 losses. Single Strike picked 11 times. Might as well finish that stat out and let us know how it did. But, you know, whatever. Throw us off a bridge here in this moment. Single Rapid Strike Urshifu not looking great.
Well, the correlation there is very interesting. Reggie Drago going down as we have Mats moving towards this bottom path here. That is level 8.5 on this Scyther. So they're looking for a fight. They might actually sneak up to the top path, win a quick one against this Lucario, let Zacian take over, and then head down. We'll see what they decide to do here, as Scyther is sort of roaming through the center.
Yeah, seeing that Mazo is left alone, Tibby keeping an eye on them. Good cutoff by Leozine and Anthras to make sure that Snow can't just get a free knockout here. But what does that mean? That means the rotation back downstairs as Mats is all alone. We're watching this up front here. You said Sacred Sword from the Zacian. We usually see that Metal Claw. Mats taking a lot of damage here, charging up that Supercell Slam, getting out. Fizzy with the eject button combo, and they're able to get a knockout. Leon really favoring the Scald Bro, popping the Unite move. Anthras able to just punch Snow in the teeth and cut off their pursuit.
Yeah, I like that there. Here we have Kenneth moving forward here. Mazo with a possible secure. The close combat is ready. So is the power-up punch. Is it going to be low enough? They look for it, and they get it. Nice one for TCG. That's going to give them a ton of HP as well, so they don't go down in this moment. Scary for TCG on the razor's edge in that fight, but, you know, staying in the pocket, making sure Lucario was ready with the power-up punch was TCG. They were able to get the secure. They are behind on the scoreboard, but a nice big fight for them.
Chari actually with a big boosted auto, almost securing that in between all of the TCG Esports players. Now, how is this adjustment going to happen? Anthrax with just a heavy slam just to let them know they're around. Now the block is going to be enough to allow the Regieleki to go to TCG Esports.
Here we go, Palmont with the Regieleki. We have Snow also taking some experience right here. I know they would love to have that Unite move back online, but it was used pretty recently. I don't know if they will have it for this fight as they're trying to charge it up and see play.
I mean, Leon just getting absolutely bullied into the corner. They use their slow beam, but for no real value. Leozine goes down the other way. Kennis is mega, but they are down. Snow is putting the pressure. That's another one. Chari popping their Unite move and supporting Snow in a big way here, and they're going to get, I believe, an 18-point overdunk, 108-0. I didn't even notice that Tuzi hasn't scored.
No, Tuzi has not scored at all, which, of course, when you're a Pokemon that likes to stack like Mega Lucario, that is very disappointing. All the while, Snow, you know, just taking their time before that fight, really doing everything they could to make sure that they were able to get that Unite move online, and you saw how impactful that was, cleaning up the entirety of Tuzi right there. Leon just trying to steal away some of that with a hot water from Scald. A nice counter as well to the Palmot and Lucario, lowering their attack stat when they're hit with that Scald.
Yozin sitting on pad, waiting for Mats and Kenas to get into the mix here. Maza rotating up. Anthras left to babysit. We know the Pollen Puff has hit Tibby, so there's at least a bit of information there. We're trying to charge this slam. They know that Tibby went in the bush, and if they dive into this bush, bang, you get 2, and they immediately go for it. Infinite Cyber is enough to get Snow, and what a call by Tuzi. Tibby on the retreat does get the Palmot back the other way. Leon stepping up to save Tibby right there. Great work out of the tank. Unfortunately, Kenas is going to make it out with actually 0 HP.
You cannot see the HP. The HP is alive, but it's enough for Tuzi right here as they take a big fight. And you're right, the Scyther trying to peel back, getting caught with that Mewtwo Unite move. The Infinite Cyburn was the perfect opportunity for a big-time KO on the level 12 Pokemon. Nice fight from Tuzi, who has been struggling this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've shrunk that score lead a little bit, right? Still not ideal, but what we've seen on and on this tournament is if you can keep the experience parity, is despite the score being weighed in one direction, you still have a chance. Mega Lucario is alive and well, going straight down, quick knockout. Blastoise, Fizzy goes down. Anthrax going to work back towards the team, try and bloody block the Solar Beam, is fairly successful here as Regieleki walks. Leon goes down. I believe they just used their Unite move again, the Slow Beam, for not much value, but use it now or lose it. Mats into the back line. They want some action. Chari pops theirs. Close combat doesn't hit anything. Good Surf reposition. Hydro Pump into the wall, and that's a nice follow-up by Snow to get the KO. Mazo's still going. Their Surf back, and we're getting quality battles here. Volticon's kind of a rope-a-dope type situation, having Tuzi step forward, overextend, and then hitting him with a haymaker.
Yeah, that was great from Volticons, and Tuzi panicked in that moment. They needed to get some points in. Lucario ends up jumping back. A small overcap. They are up now, but there's that tier 1 goal zone right there for Volticon. So as soon as we hit the 2-minute mark, or even if they'd like to before, you could peel up and score in that tier 1, even this up, or even get ahead. Tuzi right now feeling a lot better after that fight, at least score-wise, but they do seem to be getting beat by Volticons in a lot of these big fights. A difference from game 1. We have not seen Mazo have much of a Mega Lucario game at all here in game 2.
Yeah, a completely different situation. Anthrax going to bush check. We've got 20 seconds until our boss monster here. It is going to be Groudon. Tuzi, heavy slam over. Leon pinned against the wall. Is this going to be the engage we want? Leon completely displaced. Eject button back through, or a cannon, and Leon is gone. We're going to the fights. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to top off the team. Fizzy is so low. Hydro Typhoon only gets Eldegoss. Heavy slam knockout, 2 players down. The rip begins. Groudon is getting worked on, half HP. Chari gets heavy slammed and boxed out. Tibby moving in, goes for the save, but no.
Wow.
Mazo finally shows themselves in this game and gets it secure. Chari is in the mist, but it's not going to be enough. 190, 140. We are coming off of spawn here. We're going to go score, and it's going to get pretty darn easy.
And here we go. Eldegoss puts the points in. Massive overcap in the bottom goal zone for the Mega Lucario. 426 to 140. Honestly, I mean, they could just peel away from this right now.
Yep.
They're way ahead. Volticons needs to push towards them, and they don't have to give them any of these KOs. They're going to hide here in the tall grass. I don't think they need to, and they recognize that too. They're saying, all right, fine, I was hiding there, but I'm leaving. We got another 20 points, just adding some insult to the injury here. 446, 140. We've got one final push from Volticons as they're trying to make their way to the top path as a squad. They need to pick up some huge KOs. We've got a level 15 Scyther. It's not impossible, but it's going to be tough, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult. You need to move in here as we're getting a hundo banger the other way. That's a burger eaten, that is a burger digested, and this is gonna be a game win for Tuzi. 40 seconds left. and this pressure is going to become a bit too much. We are fighting. They're up by 400. Hydro Typhoon in the middle. Fizzy has almost no HP. Surf reposition. Mats does go down. That is a 30-second respawn timer. They're out for the rest of the game.
Two
Chari
down.
is
Three
going
down.
to coach. Okay, we're picking up some buffs here, but do they have enough points in pocket is the next question. I'm taking a look, and they just don't have enough Eos energy.
Whoa,
Cowboy.
5 down. I mean, they got to run. Can they? I don't think there's enough either, but can they do this? There's 15 seconds left. They're running. They're looking for points anywhere on the map. 370. No, there's just not enough. We've got 36 and 36. I just don't think they can make it happen. Mew finds a few more points. Is 7 enough? I don't know. I don't think so, Doomsnacks, but we're going to see.
I don't believe so either, but let's let the tail of the tape let us know where we ended up here. 2Z Esports, Volticons.
Wow.
They,
Yeah.
you know, for something that kind of felt a little bizarre, but I mean, that was kind of a throw for the show almost out of 2Z. Like, they could have just turtled up, not taken any fights, and there wouldn't have been enough there for them to win. 2Z Esport, I mean, great catch on Leon.
Yeah, huge. Huge catch on Leon, and we were wondering, you know, if Mazo was going to come back online this game. Absolutely did in a huge way. Mega Lucario was the difference maker in game 1 and 2. You know, as soon as they got a little bit of an advantage in the fight too, Mega Lucario just turns its attention towards that Groudon, ends the game.
Yeah, like you said, not as flashy of a game this time around, but Mazo securing that objective and effectively the win for 2Z was a great look for the Brazilian player. And now, really, as we're watching these highlights, it really felt like Volticons was just doing great.
Yeah, they were. They had amazing fights. This was tough, right? They catch the Slowbro right here. The Slowbro uses their Unite move. The Mega Lucario Unite just flies by. Eldegoss heals the whole team. And then once enough of them are down, they're just going for Groudon. It's really tough for your opponents to do too much, especially if your Mega Lucario is fully healthy in that moment. Just charge your power-up punch, even throw the close combat. Player of the game, the MVP, one more time. 2 times, Mazo on Mega Luca.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to the amount of points they were able to get in there. Almost, you know, just a shade under half of the total points 2Z Esports was able to score. And of course, that's how you win games in Pokemon Unite, is putting points in the basket.
Yes, indeed. Winning big fights, putting points on the board. They were trying everything they could to shut down Mats, and it still doesn't work. He just got enough Pokemon in his pool, right? We've got these targeted bans coming for this player, but the rest of 2Z is able to pick up the slack, and Palmont just brawls. A hard one to deal with, and it was hard for Volticons to shut down fast enough. As we see the score line really close throughout that game. We did have that moment where 2Z kind of got ahead right before the Groudon, but generally just a very, very close match until the end.
Watch the heat map. You mentioned it last game. We'll mention it again. Lucario is a top path Pokemon, and that heat map reflects that information. We now have an interview ready, I believe, with Mazo, the 2-time most valuable player of this match. Relic, please take it away.
Take it away, Relic.
4 teams left. 4 regions left. Baby Mazo, 2Z Esports! Mazo, how many competitions, how many times here at EUIC, your first ever top 4 appearance? That's gotta be a huge relief.
After 3 EUICs, 1 NAIC, 2 LAICs, and 4 Worlds, I'm finally getting my trophy, and it feels amazing. It feels like a milestone has been reached, and I'm super happy about it.
Such a great way to do it as well, 2-0 against one of the upset teams from yesterday. But next up, Evil Geniuses. Do you think you can genuinely take them down?
Yesterday, our game felt really winnable. Actually, it felt like we should have won some of the games we lost. So we're feeling really confident, and I really want to play against them again.
What about the Grand Finals, though? Brazil in the Grand Finals. Brazil's never won an IC. What do you have to say to your fans back home who are watching you here right now?
Molecada, chegamos no primeiro top 4. Finalmente, vocês sabem o quão infernal foi passar tanto tempo sem isso. Só que agora a gente vai. Eu acho que dá pra gente ganhar da EG. A gente quer a torcida de todo mundo. A galera da TUS está aqui torcendo. A gente tem gente do Brasil aqui torcendo também. Então, mano, vamos. Que mais uma vez, só que dessa vez mesmo, vai dar.
Vamos! Parabéns! Baby Mazo, 2Z Esports!
Gents, back to you.
Thank you very much, Relic. You know what I've noticed about Relic? Whenever you throw to him on stage, he always says something cool.
Yeah.
He's done it like 8 times. It's pretty good every time
Unlike
he does
Zoinks, who's like, yeah, whatever that was.
Well, I'm mad at you guys. All right, semifinals coming up. He really was mad at us. Semifinals coming up. Team Peps, CACM. That is going to be an exciting game. CACM is just kind of cruising through this bracket, taking down Extinction, which looked like some pretty good games. The Komai games, absolute nail biters, and then Peps the same way. We literally have the 2 upset teams fighting each other right now in semis, and then after that, we just saw Tuzi.
Yeah.
Now they need to take on the undefeated Evil Geniuses out of North America. Can anyone stop EG? I think at the start of the day we would have said, can anyone stop EG or Dignitas? Well, it looks like North America is possible to be taken down here in this tournament, and who knows who will make it to the grand finals. As Relic said, 4 different regions fighting for it.
Yeah, 4 teams, 4 regions. Great matches left, and we are entering, what is it called? Best of 5 territory. So we're going to be seeing all 3 of our boss monsters in those first 3 games, and then we're going to go back to that traditional selection option for games 4 and 5 if our series are to reach that point. Again, Peps, CACM on the horizon. We're closing the door on day 2 with Tuzi and Evil Geniuses. We are heading to break, but you don't go anywhere. Do not move. We will be as mad at you as Zoinks is mad at us every time we pitch to an interview. We'll see you in a second.
Don't leave. Don't correlate. Don't causate. Here we are, EUIC, your semifinals between Team Peps and CACM. This best of 5 will decide who is heading to our grand finals very, very soon. But before those grands, we have 2 incredible teams facing off. I want to hear once more from our competitors before they go into this match. Bruv, Team Peps, a word for your opponents.
Well, we've already taken out Dignitas, who beat these guys before, so, you know, I think we have what it takes.
He thinks he has what it takes! Pretty good. All right, and a word for your opponents.
Una palabra para tus oponentes.
Que viva México.
¡Viva México!
Viva Mexico! Even in EU, that worked pretty well. Good luck to both of you. This best of 5 will start. We're going to send it up to the booth. Zoinks, Relic, take it away.
We think we have what it takes. Viva Mexico! Fighting words if I have ever heard them. EU, I want to hear you scream! Semi-finals, Zoinks, best of 5. Team Pep, out of all the EU teams to make it.
Right.
What a team, how they have done it. An incredible journey. But CACM, they've got that LAN buff. They are the Lanimals.
Yeah, little known fact, we had to actually check both of these teams' pulses before we went on stage and allowed them to go for health reasons after how both of these squads qualified for this semifinal. I mean, it doesn't get closer than the path that they had to take, but they are on stage now, like you mentioned, semifinal, a chance at championship Sunday right in front of them, staring down the barrel of a best of 5.
And one thing is for certain here, whichever of these teams makes it into the grand final, they're doing their region proud. Neither LATAM North nor Europe have won an international IC. I know it sounds international cup and such, but the point being that on an international stage against multi-regional opponents, neither of these regions have taken a big old W. CACM, though, do have previous from this year, making it all the way to LAIC's grand finals.
Yeah, and this is, of course, 2 of 4 of our 4-region top 4 here at EUIC. A very diverse affair as we're going into it, so we are looking at the last hope of EU and Latin America North as well. I know this crowd probably favoring a certain squad here in Team Peps as they want to cheer on that local team, but we got some CACM supporters as well in the mix. Now, we are going into our best of 5. So before we actually enter the match, I did want to just clarify a little bit of a rule change that we're going to be having as opposed to our best of 3s. Map decision has been made by either the losing team, either choosing draft or map selection. That won't happen until map 4, as we are going to move from right to left in maps for the first 3 games. It will be Kyogre for game 1, Groudon for game 2, and Rayquaza for game 3. We will have all 3 Hoenn legendary Pokemon in this match.
How lovely to see Rayquaza. We've not seen him enough in this tournament.
You say lovely, I say horrific. It really depends.
Listen, Valentine's Day. Spread the love.
Fair enough.
Spread the love. No love, of course, for our bands who are going to be out of contention for the pick phase. Scyther Scizor, Psyduck, Darkrai, Umbreon. No sign of Mega Charizard Y as of yet, but Team Peps know that they don't have to ban Mega Charizard Y.
Right.
They're forcing CACM to potentially maybe waste or use a spot. No, they've actually taken the initiative themselves. Interesting.
Yeah, but maybe it was scary to me. The Gengar is now going to be available for CACM Esports, which feels like it's been a tournament ago since it's been available and out of that ban phase. So Team Peps inviting that OG Ghost and instead of banning the Mega Charizard Y. CACM going to lead in with that Mimikyu ban. Klaus not being allowed to play that Pokemon.
I've been saying since they started targeting Reggie on the Gengar, as soon as it gets let through the ban phase again, I'm going to be slightly worried. Of course, there is every possibility that Team Peps might want to take the They might want to take the Gengar away. I'm pretty sure they won't. But the possibility is there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't know. I'm sure Klaus has got a pocket Gengar. Who doesn't at this point, right? One of those release speedsters. Interestingly, though, of course, Texas had their iconic Psyduck banned against them, which does mean they are going to play out that Hoopa. Team Peps not going away from it. Double defender every single game they can. However, Trevenant instead of the Mamoswine this time.
But how impressive was that Trevenant when Team Peps needed it most? One of the most extraordinary finishes to a championship series game that we have seen thus far. Crustal backed up by Miraidon. Klaus locking in that Talonflame. Potato locking in that Garchomp. That's the good look for Team Peps. This is a look that CACM have been denied basically since the end of the first set that they played.
Now, Reggie does not have this mantle exclusively anymore. However, for a long time, they held the rights to being the only player to play Gengar on our main stage at any international tournament, at any IC, and including the World Championships. I think finally that has been usurped. However, certainly the most iconic to be playing this Pokemon. Team Peps gonna have their work cut out for them to shut down, which very often is this Hexgar. Both double cooldown items really leaning into that.
Yeah, of course, with you do have a heavier burst potential with your Shadow Ball builds. However, that consistent shred of damage is so nasty. We're seeing no full heals on this Team Pep side, and that's a problem, no cleanse.
Yeah, great point. That is going to be a little tougher. And of course, that Hexgar build, like you're mentioning, consistent damage and just great anti-tank option. That poison doing damage based on maximum HP allows that Sludge Bomb to really hurt a Pokemon like Blastoise or Trevenant. So we'll see how well Reggie can do. Of course, the biggest question mark is, can you get up to level early, especially with a player as prolific in the enemy central as Marv? But let's get into it, Relic.
Our first semi-final of EUIC 2026. Team Peps, your purple side. CACM Esports, your orange side. Let's get things rolling.
And there goes Marv on that Phantom. There's going to be a bit of a ghost-type duel in the enemy central area as Ghastly and Phantom contend over some starting Pokemon. But Klaus is going to have all the space they want, free range with this Fletchling.
Yeah, they weren't able to take away the Accelgor. Interesting. There was a little jink up top from the Hooper, and you can see that they've actually decided to say, no. They've gone south. Let's take Bernie up to try and help out Reggie with this defense. They're not going to be able to take this Baltoy either, and I think it's just part of the cause. Marv just going for the KO, if anything, but the lick, the stun, and they're able to find safety on their T2 pad.
Yeah, not to mention Bernie picks up a lot of that EXP. Of course, with those EXP shared changes, Ghastly still picking up some of that, but either way, Marv buying a ton of time and is going to make it out quite safely. Team Pep's going to be feeling really good about that first instance of damage.
Really great call onto this Talonflame moving into the southern path as well. Great vision and knowledge that the Miraidon is the only thing defending that zone. You saw our first scores going in via Peps, and scoring is part of the reason. I mean, part of the reason any of these teams are here, isn't it? But the scoring was really important to Peps versus Dig. But here comes that Hexgar moving in on the Gabite, able to get down to half health, but now looking for the recharge on ability. Electro Ball Mew, the K opener goes to Peps.
Nice timing by Zante. I mean, Potato really punishes that Haunter only having access to one of those big moves. Not having the Sludge Bomb is really pivotal. And that is 2 early KOs for Team Peps getting things started.
Fantastic roaming, Talonflame online within the first 2 minutes. No sign of the Gengar just yet. No sign of the Gyarados just yet. That was really damaging on both sides of the map for CACM Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Potato just having a phenomenal game. Knowing to pull that Gengar back into a dangerous spot with the Dragon Rush, you can contend for some really big moments with this Gabite and that early moveset. Texas on this Hoopa trying to run interference, but right now, their main priority is just getting Frank online.
It's so close. It's fine. There we go. But of course, similar to the Gengar situation, it's a little later than they would have hoped. Early control going to Peps. Our Reggie Drago for the first time in this semi-final on the map. Team Peps looking at this eagerly. CACM dealing the early amount of damage. Marvin to the back line. Here comes the Fly looking for the secure with the Solar Beam. Really, it's a lovely convergence of moves there from Team Peps to make sure that they smother it.
Yeah, great combo with the damage play, and then Marv just running interference. They do eventually go down as Team Peps separates, and instead CACM Esports actually gathers up for this top path push. Will this be telegraphed, though? With Team Peps having free space, they will have a chance to score a ton of points on that bottom path, unless Texas's Portal has anything to say about it.
Yeah, Hyperspace Highway is going to take 4 CACM members onto this bottom path. Really quick shift from Klaus, who was reading the play masterfully. They're going after the Regieleki. It's exactly why they made the change. How about that for a secure Mew Surf?
Yeah, Zante is weaving in these Electro Balls and utilizing the Unite move too to prevent themselves from being locked down by enemy crowd control or damage. It's perfect timing from Zante, and that sets up a massive moment for Team Peps. CASM Esports just looking for a foothold in this game, and Team Peps just knocking them down like Scar did to Mufasa.
Well, you know, there's 20 points in it. I think so.
I'm questioning if I got the character names right. Okay, continue.
I'm pretty sure you got it spot on. Either way, lion-on-lion violence is most certainly encouraged on Thea Sky Ruins. A little bit of a miscommunication, I think, there for Peps. They could have maybe eked out an extra 20 points or so. We'll see whether that comes back to bite them. Speaking of the Gabite, onto the Registeel, we've got that fly coming in to make the secure permanent. Onto Bernie, knocked up. They're going to be falling. No, they're not going to be able to get the reset indeed. A lovely pick away from the Blastoise. In comes the Dragon Current straight into the surf, denies any further access to that pad.
Yeah, great play by Bruv, just anticipating exactly where that Gyarados is going to appear and hit him with that preemptive surf. Not only do you get that bonus push, but you're also going to get a little bit of shielding. But Frank, that Mega Evolution is going to remain. Gengar, no Mega Evolution currently. Oh dear, that would be scary. But Reggie still finds a way to get the damage done. Trevenant falls.
Scary in damage output, or scary in looks. Maybe both, to be honest. What I'm more scared about as we head towards halftime from a CACM perspective, 154 to 0. The Peps defense has been extraordinary.
Yeah, what a start to this series so far. CACM Esports, though, have started to get some of these late game Pokemon into scaling fashion. Mega Gyarados is ready to go. Gengar's at level 10. Klaus finds a big KO, but they will get traded, and it's Reggie to pick up that knockout. That is pivotal EXP onto the enemy central area Pokemon, and now Reggie is keeping lockstep with the Talonflame.
Yeah, and it's so important that they do keep close. Lots of crowd control options to try and deny them with those Hex resets, of course, with the Surf, with the Tree Hammer in tow. In comes the Hydro Typhoon. Buys space, but the Wood Hammer doesn't actually find the Regieleki. It is the Gengar who goes to town then on the tree. The Bright Future Meteor Storm goes down. That's a second for Reggie, forcing Team Peps to rethink the plan here. They vacate the zone.
Yeah, Gengar moving out here. I'm pretty confident that that last hit was actually a Sludge Bomb tick to be able to take out that bottom Regieleki. Either way, great plays by Reggie on this Gengar to set that up and, of course, keep Marv away from that major secure. Dawnlux trying to get in a few scores if they can, but it will be punished by Team Peps, who, again, find a little bit way up to inch back.
I mean, they've halved the deficit. They've taken down the T1 zone. I think this is a pretty strong phase, all things considered, for CACM. Back on the map most figuratively and literally. Potato left to their own devices on this Registeel. A second Regidrago dropping in a couple seconds.
Yeah, CACM Esports have no resources to take this fight realistically. The only Unite move they have access to being that Mega Gyarados. So instead, it's time to hunker down and set up for the farm. So they clear out those wild Pokemon. Now Regidrago, maybe a more appetizing objective, especially with a Pokemon like Gengar, who can shred these big HP pool Pokemon.
It's going to be Frank starting the fight. There's that Hydro Typhoon, catches two, but the Blastoise will be the first to fall. There's that Phantom Ambush, and wow, my goodness, the Talonflame has fallen too. Really excellent team fight here from CACM, picking Team Peps apart. 3 scores on bottom path, a 72, 74 dunk in total, leaving that pad very vulnerable to Hundo Burgers later on.
Great call by Texas and Reggie as well. They see that Bernie has isolated half of Team Peps with that Crustle, and they know that window of time is going to be just enough to get some great scores onto that Tier 2. Again, due to Team Peps' early game dominance, CACM Esports has been behind in score, but with that big push into the Tier 2, they are right back in it.
Peps learning very, very quickly why this Gengar has not been seen for such a long time. Level 14 leading the lobby. Reggie looking unstoppable as it stands, but CACM have vacated Regieleki. This is a free take for Team Peps before everyone marshals stations in the central area.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds, and now they're going to try to play for space. Not only will Regieleki force CACM to be in a place to defend against it, will also provide information. Regieleki does give vision for your team. They will see at least 3 Pokemon of CACM on that bottom side, and CACM decides to get an early poke, but they do take good spot in that right-hand corridor.
Oh, they catch out Reggie with the Tree Hammer. They're above ground despite being in Phantom Ambush. Hydro Typhoon is not activated in time. Big catch for CACM. Team Peps may be switching to go for the rip instead. Livid Outrage does a decent amount of damage, but they're not going to be able to see the end of it. KO for the Mew. Gyarados goes down, but Talonflame secures Kyogre.
I can't believe it. Klaus able to weave that secure in the midst of it, but it was actually Zante dealing a ton of poke damage to that major objective. And yet again, between these two teams, we are headed to another score race to define our winner. Mew has already deposited their points. They are one of the only Pokemon that are going to be holding that Kyogre buff currently.
My goodness, 15 points. The difference means that CACM just needs 16. That's double 8 since we're in double score territory. Minute and change zoinks. That's a lot of time.
It's a lot of room to work, and I think most terrifying about that is that's a lot of time for Texas to get this Hoopa Unite move online. A multi-faced attack is going to be so difficult for Team Peps to try to push back. Not only that, they can recall with these portals to defend if Team Peps tries to backcap on their own right. Bruv's got some early position. And they're going to try to push out CACM.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to tear them apart and make sure that they're not all going onto the zone at the same time. Flame Sweep misses. Hydro Typhoon only catches one. That Gengar just took apart that Blastoise like a piece of paper. But there comes the Wood Hammer through. 2 KO streak for the Gengar. Look at his health bars. How low can you get with no one getting KO'd? Unbelievable from CACM.
That's a 3-piece for Reggie. Shell Bell, healing, Spell Vamp on the Gengar, everything included, and they stay happy and healthy. CACM Esports are holding the lead, and with only 15 seconds remaining, there is just no option for Team Peps to come back in this one. CACM are going to start our series 1-0.
On a knife edge. But CACM cut the cake in the end. They take the first slice, the first point in our semifinals.
Unreal performance from this team. I mean, that Gengar, you called it shredding a piece of paper. I absolutely agree, except that paper was in the shape of a defender named Blastoise. That is ridiculous. Carving through this enemy squad, obviously that Drive Lens item doing great favors for Gengar's late game scaling in terms of special attack damage. What a showing, and I don't know if we'll see that showing again, because Gengar will likely be banned by Team Peps.
The thing is, right, is that it's such a specialist Pokemon. Reggie is a fantastic player. Like, even if you're going to ban away the Gengar, you know that he's going to have a fantastic alternative. The Mimikyu, the Scyther, we know what this guy reps. But from a Team Peps perspective, you've just got to see how quickly that Blastoise was decimated when they needed it most. And the Trevenant in a similar camp as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. You called it out during the draft screen. Not a lot of full heals, I think absent of any, for Team Peps to try to deal with that Sludge Bomb poison status effect, which of course leads to the Hex resets and why Gengar can really get to work. But honestly, I thought it was a really interesting answer they tried to approach the Gengar with in just the form of crowd control. Trevenant and Blastoise, hoping that you'd catch it out in one of these moments and push and pull it to a position where you can take it. And here is that Flame Sweep, Fly being the secure, and they immediately go down as well. So they land, get KO'd, but in doing so, take the Kyogre, and Klaus made it close, at least.
It's one of those rare games where I'm like, it's one tweak in draft that makes the difference here. Yes, you can talk about how close 3-4 of those CACM members came to a knockout where they were on their siege, when they were looking to try and take the lead away from Peps at the very end there. But yeah, Reggie on this Gengar, he got let loose once. I don't think we're going to be seeing this Gengar ever again.
Yeah, 11 knockouts, 69,000 damage, also taking a decent amount of damage, 66,000 damage in return. But that healing, that recovery, also pretty impressive. Thank you to the Shell Bell and the natural HP recovery of Gengar, 25,000 points of recovery.
A fabulous opening salvo then from CACM Esports. Team Peps, however, have been in a couple of situations now where they've lost a game, but they've been able, nevertheless, to be able to find a second wind. I think it is slightly different here in best of 5 because ideally from a Peps perspective, you pep them right back. You equal the series, you effectively reset it to a best of 3. Should CACM find that second game, I think with any team, doesn't matter who they are, how good they are, I always worry because that 2-game reverse sweep is such a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, that 2-0 advantage is a devastating position, but hey, this is EUIC. Crazier things have happened, certainly. Maybe even between these two teams, crazier things have happened. So, CACM will be heading to Groudon map. Going to be next, of course, with that being already locked in place. Following this one, we will travel over to Thea Sky Ruins Rayquaza version for our game number 3. But currently, in game number 2, it's Big Red Mad Groudon.
Could you imagine that Gengar with a Groudon buff? Ew.
Yeah, that'd be even worse.
That is super yucky.
Honestly, the HP recovery was pretty nice for that Gengar too.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Well, Team Peps is already locked in the Scyther and the Psyduck as their first bans. Are they really going to risk the Gengar again? They chose Mega Charizard Y in this final slot last time out. We did see the Gengar momentarily there. The Blastoise instead chosen, so they are going to allow Reggie the opportunity to rock the Gengar.
Okay, it will be Mega Charizard Y, the final ban for CACM Esports. So Team Peps will have the chance to pick up some of these powerhouses. They could take away the Mega Gyarados from Frank, one of my favorite Pokemon in this metagame right now, but also Crustle has certainly been a very, very powerful and potent Pokemon, like you mentioned, especially in the EU region.
Well, with that Focus Band, that Rocky Helmet, and the Rubble Rouser, you're at least going to be biting back a little bit should the Gengar get a little too close for comfort. Texas then locking in the Hooper. Used to great effect, honestly, and a little bit understated through that game number 1. Mega Gyarados going to be joining them. The Mega Mewtwo Y going to be locked in for Zante. And Marvel, we're expecting a defender from them. Pretty decent on the tree. Other options are available, like the Snorlax.
I would love a Snorlax specifically, maybe even a Mamoswine, but just some kind of answer to these portals, mostly. Texas is really focused in on using the Hyperspace Hole build of Hoopa. Any kind of vertical crowd control can really shut that down. So we'd love to see something like the Mamo in that situation. But Reggie, they know what they want. They're going to take it a little earlier than that last draft. Gengar locked in, and Bernie going to grab the Slowbro. A bit more of a response to the Garchomp potentially. Marv going to pivot to Mamoswine.
I think that's the right call. I think it's fascinating that they moved Potato up to securing the Garchomp first and foremost. And Klaus with some defense shred with this Ceruledge. Certainly, if that catches a stray Gengar, that's an insta-delete, as Don Lux will be the final pick here, taking the Mew away from Zante.
It will also give Klaus a little bit of utility to avoid the initial Sludge Bomb poison effect. If you can get into that Phantom Force and kind of call the shot that Reggie's trying to make, that'll put you in a pretty solid position. However, I mean, Zante going away from this Mew, to me, is really, really interesting. That auto attack damage and Unite move will be phenomenal. You're kind of giving up the Blastoise Unite move almost in exchange for this Infinite Cyburn that you'll now have to focus in on with your team fights.
Well, when you think of Infinite Cyburn, the stun also takes Gengar out of the underground part of that Phantom Force. It brings them above ground and makes them vulnerable to damage going forward. And so as long as everyone is on the same page about, right, now we go in whilst they're stunned, then all of a sudden the team fight you could envision falls apart for CACM.
And just another attacker Pokemon that's great at getting out of danger is the Mega Mewtwo Y. So as soon as Gengar's up in your face, you should have the chance to be able to double teleport, Psy Strike for that unstoppable and little cleanse in itself, and get out of the way. So Team Peps going with a different approach, but kind of allowing CACM to have very similar composition that they had in that game number 1.
If memory serves me correctly, it was all eject buttons in game number 1 for Peps. I saw a couple of X attacks in there as we move into game number 2.
Anything
Team Peps,
to not use a full heal, I guess.
Exactly. Well, Team Peps there in your purple side once again. CACM over in the orange. Game number 2 underway.
All right, Klaus going to be clearing that central. This time, Reggie's going to have a bit more room to work. That lick going to help them clear this central area as quickly as possible. Of course, the big old tongue giving them boosted eye.
Well, you can see the CACM came a little bit more prepared to this invade from Marv, and Marv is like, no, that was a fun idea the first time round. I think it's time to skedaddle.
Yeah, good call by Marv, but again, just that benefit of running the light bulb still. They're not too worried about getting wild Pokemon at this time of the game because they will be passively earning experience if they're the lowest level on the side. Not to mention a bit of a movement speed increase with the inherent stats for that item.
And at the end of the day, they've also slightly delayed the overall EXP situation for CACM, having to commit not 1 but 2 players this time to just cover off the central area and dissuade that Swindle.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Reggie is already rearing to go at that level 5. Does land the Will-O-Wisp. The burn effect is massive, and we're already seeing the resets off Hex. Reggie, 2 KO streak, a double KO.
Oh, wow. How How close did they get to the KO? How close did Klaus get to the KO? Oh my, Don Lux with the Electro Ball, almost finding a 2-for-1 trade. Much better situation for Frank this time, by the way. Look how early this Mega Gyarados has come online.
Mega Gyarados X. Oops, also got that one wrong. Frank getting some early damage on Zante, but they are able to walk away. Good coverage by Marv. I don't know if they'll be able to walk away from this last fight. And it actually looks like they might. No, Texas is going to take that KO. KO streak of 2 for Hoopa. Unbelievable from Texas, cleaning up a lot of that work set up by Frank Gyarados.
Yeah, CACM ravaging Team Peps, the complete script flip that we saw from game number 1, where Team Peps were looking super cool, super calm. Pretty early Piloswine, all things considered, and so not too much of an issue for Marv. Well, this is going to be an issue for Marv. Look at this, Reggie go. Out they go. Here's the Phantom from Klaus. Can they find the KO? It's the Rock Tomb that stops them in their place. And Klaus again with like 5% less than HP.
That Bitter Blade healing is so phenomenal, especially if it can hit multiple targets. I think it only hits Burmy. But right now, Team Pep's getting a little bit more warmed up as they push CACM Esports back. Look at the firepower to Zante.
Yeah, that Mega Evolution, I think, came at a poor time. His, great X-Scissor, mind you, and the Rock Tomb. Never mind, underneath the Rock Tomb, through the Hex. You can't stop Reggie here. 17 dunked.
Yeah, it will finally fall, but just so much closer to level 9 on this Gengar, and that is truly where things will start to get terrifying for Team Peps. So far, I think the response has been all right. Marv trying to land these Ice Fangs. It's tough to weave those into a Hex resetting Gengar.
Absolutely brutal from both teams. So aggressive, like throwing caution to the wind. Earthquake into Ice Fang, straight into the blade of Klaus, and now going after Don Lux, has to surf into the berry, picks a second. Here comes Reggie with the Hex and into the Phantom Ambush. Will find the KO on Piloswine.
Yeah, it takes that easy KO. Remember, that Drive Lens is still equipped, so any kind of stacks will be the main priority for Reggie in this game, but they're not worried about shredding anybody, defenders or otherwise. KO Streak 2, Potato on their solo mission on top side will be paid for it as they do get the Regieleki and will eventually be able to evolve to Garchomp with that push on top.
Leaving that zone until later, but look at Gabite on that top path. They were not, actually, never mind. They were able to help the Regieleki in, get a few points. They don't have any more to score. Into the Livid Outrage. Lovely use of the Hex from Gengar just to get away.
Yeah, that's mastery of a Pokemon like Gengar from Reggie, able to dodge out of a Garchomp Unite move. It could have been a lot of comeback experience for Potato. EU holding on in this game. Great amount of points put into that top zone, putting them at 136 to 142, trailing, but only by slightly.
A torrent of pressure from CACM. Has the storm been weathered now that their hyperscalers are online?
Yeah, this is going to be real scary. That poke damage is still dangerous. That Mew maybe only at level 8, maybe not that hyperscaler like the Gengar is, but still very, very powerful in its own right. And now Gengar has tracked yet another target. Marv just trying to weather the storm.
This is absolutely crazy. Ice Fang into the Mammoth Match, into the Infinite Cyber. Still gets the 2 KO streak, still gets away with it, still finds time for a third. Somebody stop them.
Yeah, it's just so hard to lock down that Pokemon with crowd control. Reggie having a full heal of themselves when they're in a dangerous spot, but so far the Ice Fang nor the X-Scissor have really been able to slow down Reggie, and they are just walking through this enemy squad.
Are they going to rue the decision not to insta-ban the Gengar? In with the Surf, good blocking, good positioning from CACM Esports. Onto the Reggie, roll click for the X-Scissor, doesn't quite find it, into the Rubble Rouser. There goes Reggie to work again, trying to ride the storm of the Livid Outrage. There's one, but there's a recovery from the Garchomp. Potato does find one, but there's a trade here with the Mega Gyarados taking down the Crustle. 2 KO streak for Potato on this back line. Great coverage from Zante to stop Bernie from stopping that from happening. T1 zone cracked. Peps retake the lead.
Yeah, Potato and Zante combining. So great work from the damage trio of Team Peps. Potato getting the closer in a lot of those KOs, but an X-Attack Unite move from the Sarah Ledge of Klaus sets up a lot of that that team fight, and Zante and Potato clean up the back line. Impressive stuff. I mean, they lose the objective, so they have to do all of that through a Regirock defensive buff. But Team Peps have been doing a great job of keeping their level scaling and point scaling in this game. CSM Esports may have claimed that objective, but it feels like Team Peps have taken the advantage.
Yeah, Reggie still leads the lobby, but Team Peps have steadied the ship. Ice Fang into the Hooper, but there's Gengar from the top rope looking to take down the Swine. And indeed they have. It is roast sausage on the menu for CACM Esports. Mega Gyarados unleashed. Regieleki walks into the pad. 3 dunk. Revenant ran with 3, but it don't matter because the Mega Gyarados is giving everyone a free exit out back. We've got the guard chop taking down the Mega Gyarados in the end. Another Ice Fang. Slow rope falls. 2 KO streak for Reggie. It is carnage out there.
Wow, Texas trying to escape. They're going to focus on Dawnlux. Texas will get a free recall. The answer is, do they call Zante? They do! Texas gets the KO. What a devastating play. Calls out the Mega Mewtwo Y recall and finds him in the tall grass. That is a bloodthirsty support.
8 points the difference between Peps and CACM, but Zoinks a very, very real and ominous possibility that we see a level 15 Gengar enter the final stretch.
These two teams would never have a match in a far side either direction. They are addicted to these close sets.
Picking up the Regirock, that's going to be Klaus with the final hit. Bernie eats a bit there. Here comes the boosted auto from the Mew. Gengar going to work once again. Big side strike isn't able to find the KO. Good shielding on Reggie as Peps disengage.
Leaving the Gengar at that much HP has to be heartbreaking, but Zante just can't follow unless they have that side strike. Already tracking the Gengar, it would just be a fool's errand. So good patience by Team Peps. They still hold the lead, but CSM Esports is about to have a level 15 Reggie 195 Gengar.
All Unite moves are ready to go. Klaus on the back line, but CACM is eager to go right now. It's a limit out race. Reggie's spawn! Huge pick for Team Peps. 220 to 212. The Hooper is unbound. Looking for stuns. Slow beam onto Potato. Guard Chomp is eliminated. Here comes the Rumble Rouser next. Surely the Slowbro's got to fall, but no, they stay in the game. Hooper is gone. Mega Gyarados is gone. Team Peps slowly cranking the wheel. The machine is back in working order. 2 KO streak for Zante. Groudon is theirs.
Yeah, Prof just playing one-on-one defense against Dawnlux and even has the wherewithal to defend that tier 2 goal zone. Will be Reggie attempting to block him, but Zante takes their second KO into the Gengar, and Team Peps have a commanding over 100-point lead with a minute left on the clock and a lot of Groudon buffs to work with.
Monumental pick at the start of the final stretch, and shout out to Brav, who had the nuance, who had the tactical nous to go straight back to base and deny a Mew back cap. 320 to 212. Team Peps pushed up. They got vision and they got tall grass to return to base if need be. There's another pick on Gengar. This is therapy.
Yeah, here we go. Klaus is trying to buy time and space. Now separate the squads away from these potential Groudon buffs that could be taken. Klaus will get low, but it's a Slowbro to fall and more points to rein in. Potato pushing the team as they have done so many times before. Honestly, the biggest factor in Reggie going down early is an early Garchomp pull, which is followed up by a Mewtwo Unite move. I mean, the team play from Team Peps in Game 2 is lights out compared to Game number 1. And we are about to head to a tied series.
Hey trainers, hey London, XL Center. We got a series, folks. Team Peps tied things up.
Team Peps with a really excellent finish to this game number 2. A tight one, defending that Groudon extremely well, and Potato with just such a heads-up catch onto that Gengar. And of course, the coordination for Zante to make the play call to drop the Mewtwo Unite move immediately after.
Yes.
Love that coordination. It's all in when there's a level 15 Gengar on the other side.
And it forces CACM to commit more Unite moves, which they rather would have kept in reserve. That slow row, slow beam, finding its target onto Potato, and Potato actually being the second casualty in that fight overall. But by committing to the slow beam, they also committed to taking a wallop of damage from everyone else.
Yeah, and if we see those final moments in the replay package, I would just encourage people to watch how Zante plays this Mega Mewtwo Y expertly in these final moments. It really felt like they never went below 80% HP. Played safe, played smart, and meant that consistent damage put CACM on edge.
All of this, my goodness. The Revenant Rend, actually, I didn't quite catch that. The Revenant Rend catching no one.
For spacing. For a spacing.
Oh, sure, yeah. But then there was this mess. The Rubble Rouser comes in super late. We're seeing that Ceruledge isolating the Hooper. They're the third to fall. Mega Gyarados gets caught trying to cover off the escape route for Texas. Marv on the Mamoswine. Those freezes coming in clutch.
Yeah, they trusted these double defenders to be the force to slow down Reggie's Gengar. They took their time to do it, but it did happen, and Marv will get your player of the game, doing a tremendous amount of damage for a defender player, holding that EXP share, but still 46,000 damage and tanking 71,000.
Just the 105k from the Gengar.
Yep, that's casual.
Yeah, and actually, it's a bit of a catch-22 situation now, because on the one hand, that was insane.
Yeah.
Again. But on the other hand, Team Peps picked up the point. It didn't matter.
No, exactly. In the end game, they win that team fight. Not to mention, when we take a look at the score graph, they also had the lead for a large part of this game. They were keeping pace with CACM. I think a lot of that does factor in with how Potato plays this game and around the team. They are going to live permanently in the top path until they think they're capable of team fighting. And with an early game advantage from CACM Esports, sometimes that takes a minute. But Potato is willing to wait and power up that pseudo-legendary Garchomp for when it matters most.
Where on earth do we go from here?
Well, to the Rayquaza map, actually.
To the Rayquaza map, that is a very good point, and a very interesting buff that we have not seen plenty of.
This might be where Team Peps decides to actually ban the Gengar.
That's what I'm thinking.
If you're afraid of an objective evaporating and going away quickly, Gengar might be public enemy #1, and the buff that they would receive might be even more terrifying. So Team Peps have relied on their draft strategy to be the reason to shut down this hyper carry on CACM up until this point. But if we're forced into going to map on Ray, I think the 6th time total in this tournament, you might want to consider just doing away with that powerhouse Gengar.
Stick or twist. I mean, the bans were decent enough. The draft was decent enough. Of course, we wait and see what CACM will be bringing to the ban table. Couple of options. Looking at that Garchomp.
And the Ice Fang. I'm so sorry. I was seeing that final triple effect. So the Garchomp pulls, and then immediately Reggie has to path away into the awaiting tusks of a Mamoswine as they Ice Fang them immediately after. Infinite Cyber. Just such a clean triple combo from Team Peps.
Nowhere to go, quite literally. On any other map, there's tall grass there, and you can somewhat understand why maybe they wouldn't catch Marv. Like, they knew Marv was there. There was just no other choice.
Yeah, exactly. Just what a perfect shutdown. If the Gengar is going to lead the team fight entry, you're going to end up in some of those situations.
Yeah.
When Slowbro's playing a more defensive, focusing on the slow beam aspect of that game, it does become a bit trickier. I think, honestly, if CACM goes back to the drawing board on that one, maybe you try to engage off of a Mega Gyarados Unite move instead and have that be your initiating factor and let Gengar kind of be the sweeper role. But instead, we are going into Game 3 in a tied series at 1-1. Reminder, in our best of 5s, Map's choice selection will begin starting in games number 4 and 5. If we get that far, we will in this series.
We are guaranteed game 4 at the very
But games
least.
1 through 3 will be Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza in that order, meaning we are headed to Rayquaza map for game number 3, no matter what.
I think it's no surprise that both teams just kind of wanting to take a moment there, a little bit of a breather. That's 2 intense maps. back-to-back where honestly it's kind of been the opposite, where in game one, Team Peps, I think the stronger, but then slowly reeled in by CACM. Very much a different, like a mirror image in game number 2, where CACM, I mean, they were so aggressive in that enemy central area, you know, going in, looking for picks, you know, stealing away as much EXP as possible, and then Team Peps, as I say, rides that wave when their hyperscalers come online. Playing the long game pays huge dividends in the end. Whether we see something as bold as a Mamoswine ban, I'm not entirely sure, because I think CACM, from their perspective, has every right, as Team Peps did in game number 1, to think our strategy was working, it was fine. It's just literally fine margins, 1 pick on Reggie, and that's the difference maker.
Yeah, and that's a great point, really. I feel like we've talked so much about how Team Peps' draft strategy is built around CACM and what they're doing. What about the reverse? I honestly think, you mentioned a Mamoswine ban. I think a Garchomp ban would be a very realistic choice. However, depending on what side they are when they actually enter the draft screen, that could be a difficult opportunity to arise at. So you might be giving over something like either the Mega Lucario or the Mega Gyarados, which Potato is also an expert in playing.
I think a thought goes to the players of Evil Geniuses and Tuzi Esports as well, of course, who might very well be scrimming at this moment in time in preparation for their semifinals, but also could be having an eye on these potential opponents in the grand finals. It is 2 very different draft styles and 2 teams who are very, very adaptable when it comes to on-map play. And for the Evil Geniuses team, I don't think that's going to worry them too much experience and too much adaptability on their front, with some really interesting drafts that we've seen earlier today to worry about. From Tuzi, for me, a bit of a wild card here, because as Mazo is saying, for him, one of the most experienced players in this entire field today and yesterday, this is his first time in the top 4. It represents a rare top 4 appearance for any Brazilian team, and so for them, maybe it's just a vibe check, make sure everything's feeling good, and get as many notes whilst also not losing yourself in all of this, and that's what I like about CACM.
Yeah, and the concept of losing yourself in some of these situations, I wonder if that will influence our draft at all when we're heading to a map we have not seen much this tournament. Rayquaza is, of course, going to be that endgame objective. If you followed Pokemon Unite for the last couple of years, you'll be very familiar with this end boss Pokemon. Now, it has been a pretty big influential factor on the end games, and maybe even too much so, some would say, which will beg the question, do you overdraft for something like that? Are you focusing too much on objective secure, too much on objective rip, and then kind of abandoning more fundamentals and focusing all in on the difference of Rayquaza? We've seen teams bring out things like score comp and stuff to really try to focus in on that endgame objective. We'll see what these teams decide to do as we enter into our 3rd draft of this match.
Yeah, gonna get answers sooner rather than later. Team Peps are sticking with these 2 first bans straight up. No Psyduck, no Scyther, and CACM running the playbook back as well. By the looks of it, we've got that Umbreon off the table, Darkrai off the table. Now, what is Team Peps going to do here?
Yeah, I mean, we beg the question every single time, and I know right now Meowth is being highlighted.
That's right.
It is in the Speedster set, so it could go towards the Gengar, but no, we will fall onto Blastoise. I think that does make sense. I love Bruv and Marv on these individual defenders they've been finding. I think they've been so impactful. We might see it yet again. Team Peps in these positions have picked a very powerful defender again and again. Does Bruv lock down the Crustle for game number 3? It's currently their highlight, and yeah, they're going to lock it down.
First choice defender in a limited pool with both Umbreon and Blastoise off the table.
Right.
I think it's a great...
Yeah, Vaporeon nowhere to be seen. Again, my predictions are in the toilet, but that's okay. Draft's going to be very similar so far, though.
Yeah, moving up Potato again, moving up Zante again. It's actually exactly the same for CACM, moving Reggie up the order to prioritize the Gengar. Now, Bernie, an interesting conundrum here. They're going to leave it to us, so another situation where a defender/supporter is going to be pushed to the side in favor of Donlux on the Miraidon. Marv with the final choice here. In a similar situation to Bernie, they could just run back the Trevenant or the Mamoswine, which you've seen him utilize beautifully both times. Hovering the Trevenant looks like he's going to be sticking with that.
Interesting. Okay, so not going with the Mamoswine. I thought it was a very solid answer to what CACM was building, but it could beg the question, maybe they're trying to force Bernie onto some more uncomfortable spots.
Sure.
We'll see. Snorlax is locked in. That item set, I don't know if it'll stay around. That it would be probably a Flail-lax style of build. It could. I'm not saying Flail-lax is that bad of an option these days, but maybe in the Garchomp I kind of am. We'll see. We'll see how it goes down. Yeah, that's a buddy berry. It's fine. We're up. We're good.
So we've got the Talonflame in there, though. I mean, that's going to be directly countering Miraidon on the back line. We're also looking at denying that Hooper with the Hyperspace Highway, right? And so I think that's potentially why we're looking at that Trevenant. I'd imagine that they look at CACM and think, right, what was their ultimate source of demise here? Well, Reggie was caught a little bit too far away from the pack. They were isolated. They were taken down. The rest is history. Is Reggie going to make that same mistake? Now, Peps can't count on that. And so I'm thinking they're looking at the Trevenant and thinking that Gengar is sticking much closer to that Hooper. So with a Wood Hammer, that's a knock-up AoE as opposed to
the second
Mamoswine Ice Fang just isolating one. So that's my headcanon.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a few options. The Floatstone and EXP share indicates to me Marv is going turbo time.
Sure.
And is going to have that Phantom headed, of course, to the enemy central. And maybe they just favor the Trevenant or the Phantom stage on the invade a bit better than the Swine-Up. In those situations, Marv wanting to have a bit more impact early. Again, that is the other Achilles heel of this Gengar in its early game. But let's get into game number 3.
It's not all over yet, no matter which team wins or loses, but Team Peps is over in the purple side, CACM over in the orange side. Game 3 beckons.
All right, so Pep's going to have, again, that early focus on the Talonflame in the middle of the map. Texas gaining information, and actually sees for once Reggie will be alone in that central area. So I thought Marv was building completely for an invade pattern, but instead shakes it up and puts some pressure on Frank early.
It's the ultimate plot twist. Don't do what they expect you to do.
And
actually, did you see how close Marv came to actually going down there? I quite like the idea, though, because they're trying to deny Frank EXP. Not that that will be a particularly good strategy if you get knocked out anyway, but no harm, no foul. Well, maybe harm on the way.
Here's the harm. The face of harm right now wearing an adorable helmet does not land that Will-O-Wisp, though, so the Hex won't have the ability to reset. No special condition on our Phantom at the moment, but they're going to have backup. Dawnluck's Miraidon. Frank's a Magikarp currently there. Also for the backup, Potato does not hit level 5, does not have the ability to pull any of those wild Pokemon. Potato, again, gonna have to sit back and play that long game.
Yeah, Team Peps calculated. They called clearly, yo, Klaus, bottom path immediately. But that immediate move to the bottom path has been countered and countered hard because Reggie is on the Ravage path once again. That is 2-3 in a row. CACM with big scores on the doors.
Yeah, another situation where Gengar is just going to be able to burn through the HP of these defenders. As soon as Hex can reset again and again, there's no matter how much HP or defense you have, a Gengar will find a way through. And there we go, Trevenant finally living up to the hype I gave him and is on the invade path.
Well, they're going to take this Escavalier on a little journey, and then they're going to steal a berry, and presumably skedaddle that Gyarados online. Big rotate from Team Peps onto the top path. That Hooper isolated, not as isolated as Frank. In dives Potato, the waterfall away. Slows from the side strike, trying to get back to the zone. No zone, no retreat to the Pokemon Center for you. Now going onto the pad, manages to catch the Gabite mid-Dragon Rage. In comes the slam, it's the Hooper that gets the KO credit. 20 scored meanwhile, into the fly, catches 2. The zone's still available here on the Hyperspace Highway. Burned away here, the Mega Mewtwo Y on that Snorlax, who takes a quick snooze in the tall grass.
Yeah, that was a scary land from Klaus on that fly, but understands to get a little bit of that cooldown, and they got to bail. Miraidon doing some damage, and that's right, everybody. Say hello to our 6th Rayquaza at EUIC. Also, fun fact, our win rate on orange side is 56%, and purple is 44%.
Our 6th Rayquaza in over 100 games of Pokémon Unite. That's kind of wild.
Great pause from CACM, denies the
yeah.
Klaus steal, and now Klaus is going to pay for it. Lock into the wall, Flame Sweep catches 2, into the backline, forces out the Phantom ambush, over the wall from Bernie, into the charge beam, outstanding, it's actually, Reggie somehow gets the KO anyway. Oh, and by the way, Reggie Alecki hit the pad, so it's 3 scores, they're gonna get that 5 in, surely Bernie to dump the 26, no, they're taking the way out.
Yeah, they're just gonna back up. I do know CACM is a huge fan of waiting as long as they possibly can to break those goal zones. They do like to deny that early free EXP if they can, and against a team with Potatoes Garchomp, I don't think that's a bad call at all.
Oh my goodness, Reggie. Oh wow, into the living outage. They were desperate. They were so eager to find that KO, weren't they? And now chasing after the Hooper, who manages to make their way out of danger with the Phantom Force.
Not a bad time to utilize that Unite move. The only problem is you haven't lost either your tier 1s, so it might be difficult to farm up that Unite move before the next set of Reggie fights, which will be happening in just a short while. Big Flame Sweep hits just the corner of the wall somewhere Dupes next to cheering.
I mean, to be fair, by going in so hard, if you activate Flame Sweep, you're sure to hit something, right? Well, the tree is taken down in the central area. Klaus is going to try and get out there as well. No, never mind. Oh, never mind again. They saw an opportunity, and that opportunity was missed, but not on Reggie. Wow, how close was that? That's going to be the Hyperspace Highway coming to the rescue. Reset for all 3.
Yeah, Klaus trying to remind us all there's not only one heavy damage speedster in this game, the Talonflame also a strong contender just in that physical attack category and not the special. So big bursts of damage. Watch out, Reggie is going to have to keep their head on a swivel to avoid some of that burst damage coming out of the Fly Talon.
Hard game read at half time, isn't it? 177 to 141,
So
Pep's in the lead. Both have had successes, both have had their failures. CACM looking to tally up another W into their column as they go after the Reggie Alecki. Team Pep's hard committing to this Reggie Rock on bottom path, not stolen away by the Gengar, and actually Reggie is going to fall in all of this. This is going to be a big send on to the T2. Marv on their lonesome, defending the zone so well, preventing them from sending the Reggie Alecki onto the T2 pad themselves. 36 scored via the Talonflame. They might eat some KOs here, though.
Oh, big team fight raging on the bottom side. Frank getting that 1 KO, and then we have Dawn Lux just peppering in damage. Bruv does a check button away from the Sludge Bomb, so avoids the special condition, is going to be safe from Reggie for the moment. Big block, though, stopping things for now.
Rubble Rouser's going to eat a lot of this damage. In goes a 9, just 5 points to take down the zone. Heavy Slam, the Wood Hammer, going into the Livid Outrage. Again, burning the Unite move just to deal with Reggie. Another 2 score on top path. This is difficult for Bernie, who's forced into the eject button themselves. Don Lux in dangerous territory. Mega Gyarados diving in to no effect. Team Peps is motoring.
And Potatoes online. I think we have hit that point of the game. 2 incredible combo plays. And again, it's Potato and Marv setting up for a big way to shut down this Gengar. This dynamic duo have been doing a great job trying to pull Texas out of that portal with some fancy float work from Texas in that Hoopa. And Reggie with another 2 KO.
I just like how they randomly just got another couple of 2 KOs. It might be 3, quite frankly. They're not going to reach the pad. You can't let Reggie have the time. The ability resets, the miss with a Sludge Bomb. Surely going to get it. What a boop from Texas. Yeehaw!
I've called it float work once. I'll call it again. Jeez, Texas is shutting down this squad. And the Brave Bird might miss, but Texas catches a random sideways Brave Bird coming at him.
I love it. It's just, no. You're not doing that again, come on. But it's so bold from Team Peps. Like, they're testing the water for the final stretch. If we burn these Unite moves, is it worth it? Time and time again, they're being proven right.
Yeah, and they're going to have to get a lot of resources online. Garchomp Unite move, Talonflame Unite, but they'll come online in time for this final stretch. But they want to be careful. They're going to have to contend with this Reggie Alecki on the top side. The CACM forces them into an early fight around this top objective. It could spell disaster for Peps. Garchomp's back online. Only Crustle and Talonflame hunting those yellow dots right now.
You know, I think Potato's going to be able to deal with this Reggie Alecki
before we hit that final stretch, which is so crucial. With the threat of the Hoopers, with the Hooper Unbound, it means that back cap was a possibility no longer, although the Thunder is chasing after Bruv. Really nice little boosted attack there. Sends Don Lux and crew back to town. 2 minutes, Zoinks. Big game. Dragon Currents into the Rubble Rouser to deny. We're already going for it. The Hoopers Unbound. Hornleash catches 2. Flame Sweep misses everything. But Garchomp gets Don Lux. Hooper's gone. Mega Gyarados gone. Potato is making it work. Bernie with a block is not going to be able to have a say in this conversation. They're taken out by the side strike. Hornleach already. Ace for Team Peps.
Team Peps shutting down this squad, and again, it's on the back of beautiful plays from Potanti's Garchomp. Absolutely picture perfect. They get a pull, they shut down with the Unite move, and the check button mid-livid outrage to reset, and now it's just Team Peps scoreboard to take.
There's a lot of time on the clock though. They can't sell themselves too short. I know that they're eager to score these points. I know that Klaus is eager to drop that hundo burger, but you can't risk it. You've got an incredible buff in the Ray buff around you now with that attack boost. It's going to be so fundamental to defending this T1 pad on bottom. CACM is collecting themselves now, and Klaus is in trouble.
Klaus does lose the shield, but they're buying precious time right now. If they take multiple targets away from the push, all of a sudden, CACM Esports' clock is going to get real short. Klaus has a Unite move. They're going to use it. They take out Hoopa.
This means that Don Lux is unable to help the siege currently going on T1. 2 KO streak for Klaus, who's 180ing and wants to go back for more. Here's Frank, who has to go underground through the Dragon Current. They're not going to be able to clash. They do with the outer circumference of that Dragon Current AoE, but coming to the rescue, Marv on the tree. Klaus, this is... This is bad manners, and they are gonna pay.
Yeah, again, just time wasted off the clock, and all of that, Reggie was able to get one hundo burger in that backline T2, but that is not enough. Not when your Team Peps have been mining that Eos energy all game long, and they take a series lead, a go-ahead game 3 at 2-1.
Well, the record stands for Team Peps. When they win a game, they win games back to back. But now comes the difficult one. Can they close out the series without opening that back door to CACM at a game 5?
Man, we have found a really interesting position in this draft where Gengar has been allowed through, and now Team Peps have found an answer 2 games in a row. You've trusted Reggie on this such important pick multiple times now, but do you start to question this decision a little bit? Watch this Garchomp in this final fight, by the way. 2 limited outrage, and check button into the top side, and just clears all the space in the world.
I do think it goes beyond the Gengar Zoinks. I think this is the Reggie lockdown. How many times did Potato unleash that Unite move with the sole purpose of removing Reggie from the equation, burning an eject button the first time just to get them within reach?
If you're CACM, yeah, this Garchomp's got to go. And this is the reason why. Potato, your player of the game. 6 KOs, 7 assists, 65,000 damage done, and 67,000 damage taken. Thanks, Reggie, for all the damage incoming. But an amazing game. You can see the heat map all over the place. Our stat distribution, a factor in every angle of the game, was Potato's Garchomp.
And that is going to put a smile on the players' faces, the fact that they were ahead at every single minute of that game. There was not a moment where CACM took the lead, points wise.
Yeah, also, Potato on this Garchomp, a very impressive 1504 experience per minute.
That is
it's
actually
my favorite stat to
wild.
talk about.
That's a great stat.
Never see Path Pokemon above 1500, except maybe when you're playing Garchomp and you really need a whole lot of farm.
Well, they were struggling early game as well. There was a really big rotational emphasis from CACM.
Birds.
Exactly, exactly. And so the fact that they were able to recover from that and deliver that sort of number across the rest of the game, it just goes to, again, I talk about that Team Pep's on-field adaptability, making great calls to counter-score, go for the other objective, don't give away free KOs. And CACM just can't handle them right now.
Right. All right, folks. Well, we are headed into game number 4, and our map carousel is going to go back to the start. This time, our team's choosing Kyogre, and Team Pep's going to choose that purple side, which, interestingly enough, has not been a winning strategy in stats-wise across the entire tournament. However, in this series, it's been paying off for Team Peps in a major way.
I got you. Take care. Oh, and the Crustal as well. So they are removing not just Potato's play, but Bruv's play at that. However, with the Blastoise now available, Bruv is going to pick that back up.
Okay, returns to it, and they take the score shield off. I love that item on defenders in the current metagame, especially when you don't have Rayquaza shields to be working with. But CACM Esports going to return to the well of Hoopa, and Texas has been a major factor for CACM on this Pokemon. These portals have been one of the reasons CACM has been in this game as long as they have.
Yo, Vaporeon with an appearance. Bernie making the man next to me very happy indeed. Potato, without the Garchomp available, is going to steal away that Mega Gyarados in response, and Zante again going to be prioritized up the order onto the Mewtwo Y.
I am a little bit surprised to see Potato favor the Mega Gyarados over the Mega Lucario, if I'm being totally honest. However, I am a huge fan of that Mega Gary. It has had a big impact on our metagame this weekend, sitting at a 70% encounter rate. However, you are very likely going to be giving up the Mega Lucario, but you don't. Frank going to lock in that Mimikyu, which has been a targeted ban for quite some time now.
Looks like Marv is going to be heading back to the tree, and Klaus locks in the Blaziken. So we're looking at a lot of AoE, and Reggie is going to continue to stick to the Gengar, but I do feel if any game you're going to stick with it, it's going to be this one. Absolutely. It's a different feel for Peps right now with that Blastoise and Mega Gyarados, and indeed that Blaziken, which needs a little bit to get online with that really useful Unite move and switch of styles.
Yeah, 100%. Does give you Unstoppable. I think it's going to be tough for Klaus to time that well enough to handle the debuffs created by Reggie's Gengar. However, it's not all about the 1v1. Klaus will still have an opportunity to pull a target similar to how Potato has been doing with the Dragon Rush if you have access to Blaze Kick. But again, these are a lot of situational moments. Frank on this Mimikyu is actually going to be a really interesting option to me. So far, we've seen a lot of that play rough Mimikyu to kind of dive into these targets who are running directly at you, and it gives you a chance to kind of work around some of these defenders. In the double defender comp, I think it could make sense. However, sometimes you just want to all in on that damage and shred them down with the Shadow Claw.
Well, this Team Pep's roster is all anti-Snowball. They are encouraging CACM to stay away from each other as much as possible. Hydro Typhoon, Infinite Cyburn, Dragon Current, Blaze Kick on the Blaziken, and Woodhammer with the Trevenant, and Phantom Forest with the Trevenant. This is like CC hell for CACM, and so I think that's partially why they've leaned into the Mimikyu, albeit with the Vaporeon Aqua Ring potentially an option. We'll see whether that helps sustain the effort. Team Peps, your purple team, CACM, your orange team. Peps win sees them through to the grand finals.
This is an interesting fact, like about that point you're making of the amount of crowd control you have to deal with. If we were watching a different team than CACM, there's a very good chance we see something like the Machamp show up in this game, which has been so popular here at EUIC, but CACM just not privy to that one. Marv on an early invade this time with no Mega Gyarados on the other side, no real reason to apply the pressure for the Magikarp, but it's CACM Esports that take that runway and do some damage with it. K-opener and some early scores for the Mimikyu.
Yeah, not a good look for the Mega Gyarados. That is the first casualty here in that Magikarp form. Not a great invade for Marv either, but this is a lovely rotate actually from Team Peps to try and bite back, unable to find the KO, but at least able to secure a little bit more EXP.
Yeah, and finally it feels like CACM's Reggie has been shut down a little bit in this early moment. It's not have a chance to pick up a KO streak of 2, and I am saying it out loud, and it's happening. Thank you so much, Reggie on the Gengar.
The mini-map tells a different story. Up goes a Light Shield. The Blaze Kick bringing the birds back. Looking to focus in on Reggie. Whoa, just about gets away with it. Zante was eyeing the target.
Yeah, on that chase down, again, just having that medium range, unless, of course, you can lock down that side strike extremely early. Otherwise, CACM Esports knows the range they have to play at. Dawnlux can be a little more devastating with these boosted autos, or even if they have access to Solar Beam. Right now, Electro Ball has been the flavor, though.
It's a really good look for Bernie there, good body blocking, and of course with such a great early path, it means that Mewtwo is going to be slightly mitigated in its true output from what we've seen earlier. 2 minutes in, only 9 points down, that for the team of CACM.
Yeah, we do have exactly at 8 minutes the threshold that most players are looking for. We do see Frank's moveset shown there. A play rough Mimikyu will be the opportunity. It will be tough for Gyarados to get a big lockdown. Gengar getting to work, that's one, but Klaus is there hunting this Ghost.
Oh, I think they might have gone a little too deep. That's not one, but two Blaze Kicks missed. Oh, Reggie won't escape the flank of the Mewtwo Y, but the Mewtwo Y is going to be traded. Here comes Potato now, reinforcements taking down the Mew, going to town, trying to go after Birdie, but here comes the Mimikyu. Reinforcements laying on top of each other. CACM come out on top.
I love those KOs from the Mimikyu, and also shout out to Dawnlux on this Mew for breaking ankles, coaching back and forth to opposite sides of that team fight, really extending the Gyarados' time in that battle. Klaus, though, keeping up this forward pressure as Texas and Dawnlux fire in from range.
And with level 8 comes the Unite move. They're able to switch up the styles. They're able to fight their way through the back lines. Looks like there's a heavy emphasis on this bottom Reggie, whatever it might be. And it's going to be that Reggie Alecki. So good read from both teams here. Side strike into the back line onto Texas, looking to go through the portal. It's going to be Marv blocking out Bernie. They're going specifically for the objective here, Team Peps, trying not to worry about anything because the Blaze Kick is going to sort out all their troubles.
Wow, keeping a little bit of HP recovery, perfectly timed. It will be Frank utilizing the Unite move. Come play with me. Shuts down one. Big surf by Brub is going to buy themselves time, trying to use the backup of Reggie Alecki to help win this team fight.
Oh, nice read, actually, and Brub utilizing the underside of the Reggie Alecki here. Missed from the Horn Leech. That Mimikyu gets away with it. The Reggie Alecki, I think, to be left to its own devices. Team Peps have won the fight. They've scored. It's looking good.
Yeah, a lot of close encounters for that Fairy Ghost type in Mimikyu as they hit a Woodhammer tick, but do avoid getting pulled by Marv's second crowd control ability. They do pull Bernie on the opposite side. That's a Horn Leech. That's a Surf. Stack them up. There's that crowd control gauntlet you were talking about. And Bernie will have to run all the way back. Vaporeon, still a good Pokemon, just not according to these teams.
Get over here. They're lucky, Bernie, that there weren't any ADCs on top path. That's where we find them. Difficult defense of the goalposts here with Reggie and Frank watching. Brief Texas looking to help out. That's the Hex onto the Mega Gyarados, and the Play Rough forces out the Dragon Current, the Phantom Ambush. It's a swimming race. It's the Olympics out here. Who's going to be the 100-meter? Is it front crawl? Is it the butterfly? Well, it's KOs for the Mimikyu. Reggie a trade here with Klaus, and Texas going down in that fight as well. Now going after the Mimikyu. CC Central, but Bernie comes in clutch now. Away goes Frank, escapes the Hydro Pump. Hydro Typhoon, what a read that was! Takes out Frank, reads him like a book!
Yeah, Rub and Marv taking things into their own hands. If our damage dealers aren't going to finish some of these Pokemon, it's time for the defenders to step up. Hydro Typhoon to buy themselves time and even earn themselves a KO. I think Rub honestly had both of those Pokemon in their sights. The Mimikyu and the Mew has to settle for just one, but a good one to take. Reggie is going to pivot their attention. I think Sludge Bomb actually auto-aiming towards the Reggie Alecki instead. Klaus looking for the secure. We'll find it.
This Blaze Kick combined with the empowered Psy Strike of the Mewtwo Y, doing the business, all 5 on deck for CACM plus the Mercenary. Nice use of the Hooper Unite to go invulnerable through the surf, but Vaporeon won't be surfing out of this one. Hooper is taken to town. The T1 is gone, courtesy of the Reggie Alecki. A little bit of a fight back here as Frank and Reggie find KOs of their own, but Team Peps, that's another massive push that sees them go 190 roughly points clear.
Yeah, big push for Team Peps. I mean, right now that was just a silver lining on a rain cloud for CACM. Tato right now going to utilize this Mega Evolution and see if they can get out of danger. Reggie Alecki did not land in this goal zone, but they also only have 16 points, so they can dunk and buy a little bit of time. Odds are this will not work out super well for the Mega Gyarados, but again, time purchased right now.
Just want to give a shout out to Dunlux. I saw you using coaching to get over for the wall to escape the Dragon Current. Very smart move, good sir. But in focusing so much on Potato, it's left the rest of Team Peps to grab another top path Reggie.
Exactly, there's just so much experience. They are having an iron hold on this game right now. Mega Mewtwo is caught up in that Hex Blender though. That's one damage dealer down. Reggie hunting for that level 13. Klaus on the defense.
Onto the Mega Gyarados. Frank is going to be stunned. We got the tree in play now as well with the Wood Hammer that sees Texas fall. But here goes the clap back from Reggie, utilizing that Sludge Bomb and Hex to great effect. Now going after the Blastoise. Reggie will be felled though. Potato and Klaus, they saw what was coming. Remy buying a little bit of space here with the Muddy Water. But again, Team Peps shows resolve.
Yeah, that's a big investment from Team Peps. So that was a Blastoise use of the eject button to chase down that Gengar. The 90-second cooldown. They will not have it until 30 seconds into the final stretch. Such an iconic combo, that movement-based battle item alongside the Hydro Typhoon. Coming in a little bit late. We'll see if CACM can force an early fight and punish that factor. Otherwise, Team Peps still have a lot to rely on. Of course, the Mega Gyarados Unite move first and foremost among them.
I've not felt this nervous for a final stretch in a hot second, Zoinks. No third Regieleki to be taken here.
Yeah, and Gengar is going to just get that early forward pressure. We saw how devastating a Sludge Bomb followed up by that Hex can be, and we have the Mimikyu kind of checking these tall grass with these Shadow Snakes. Bernie pushed pretty far. They pour
away. Bernie's they're going to go down, surely. They have to activate the Unite move to no effect. It's 5v4. Peps potentially looking at the rip, trying to bait out Reggie once again. Here goes the Hooper back. Reggie's gone! Reggie's gone! Phantom Forest! Team Peps running the show! Just Donnuts left! Huge Solar Beam! We've still got the Hooper unbound! 2 KO streak for Potato, looking for an entranceway. We've got Bernie still here as well on the Vaporeon, holding down the fort. Hydro Typhoon, Bernie's gone for the second time in quick succession. It's Kyogre! It's Team Peps! The crowd goes wild!
Klaus taking that Kyogre in such a pivotal moment, but a great team fight across the board from Team Peps, and there's very little resistance left for CACM Esports. Taking a lot of those early fight losses means that they're just coming back off respawn, and the Kyogre buff is there to contend. Reggie tries to join the fray again. Frank there for the backup, but it's all for naught. Team Peps pushing them off at every turn.
A most unlikely story, this. CACM putting up the defensive barricades, but it's an overwhelming torrent, Zoinks, from Team Peps who want more.
Dunking everything they have in pockets into that home goal zone. At 661 currently, but maybe the most alarming factor, they upheld CACM to just 23 points in our final game of the series. There is 30 seconds left on the clock, but that is all for naught. 781 is just too large of a gap to close. CACM will be exiting our tournament in a top 4 position.
It's a Cinderella story, an unlikely story. First Peru, then Dignitas, then CACM. EU is going to the grand finals in EU. Team Peps with a 3-1 victory.
Our first finalists here at EUIC 2026 will be this smiling squad, Team Peps, representing the home region, giving this crowd hope that we could have our first ever European International Champions in an international event.
For the first time since an event that was only EU team, for the first time since the World Championships of Season 1, there is an EU team ready to step onto the Championship Grand Final stage. It happens tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Nobody was predicting this team, Zoinks.
No, and just a perfect clash of styles between these two teams. This double defender composition has got Team Peps to where they are now. They've been playing it all tournament. Does not matter what squad they go into. They are committing to this strategy, and CACM Esports take an exact play out of their handbook with the Gengar. every single game and focusing in on this hyper carry. Let's take a final look at this Kyogre that ended the match.
What makes it all the more extraordinary is how well CACM played, and yet Team Peps able to step it up again in this final stretch. They were able to find the quick KOs 1-2, Reggie dismissed, leaving what? The Mew as your main ADC and capture network for that Kyogre? No chance.
And credit to Dawnlux, making things a little close. I actually think if Texas and Dawnlux play near each other instead of trying to split and play their lives, they might have a chance to outdamage. But there it is, your player of the game, Potato, on the Mega Gyarados, genuinely having a chance, in my opinion, to be player of the series as well. 85,000 damage done on this powerhouse Mega Evolving Pokemon.
If I might add as well, an inspired pick from Klaus to take up the Blaziken.
Yeah.
How many times was that Blaze Kick influential in either taking the objective or scaring away Reggie from going in too deep and eating a Blaze Kick, which would have almost certainly led to their KO in every single situation. That is a very hot dot on the top zone.
That's a potato heat map if I have ever seen it. It is truly the most potato I've ever seen in my life. But yes, thank you very much.
150 XP per minute.
Again, that's a potato screen. Potato focusing so much on the late game. It doesn't matter the Pokemon. It doesn't matter the series. 1,550 experience per minute. But right now, we got Doofsnacks on stage with a member of our new finalists, Team Peps.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, for another time, give it up for Team Peps. I am here with Klaus, and what a miracle run your team is on right now. First question I'm going to ask you, it's been a long time coming for you. It's a little bit of a welcome back party for you. How are you feeling right now, my friend?
I'm feeling pretty good, dude. Last time I came to EUIC, I won, and then this time I want to do the same. I want to bring it home for Europe, and then just put Europe on the top of the world.
Put Europe on the top, and I agree. I mean, I don't think there's a single soul in this building that doesn't want Team Peps to take it down tomorrow. I have to ask you this question, though. A lot of teams that are underdogs have a lot of momentum in day two. They make it to the grand finals, and all of a sudden, overnight, that momentum goes away. What is Team Peps going to do to maintain that momentum and give themselves a real chance here at taking down the AOS Cup?
It's pretty simple. My team needs to let me pick Decidui, and then tomorrow we're gonna win surely.
All the eggs in the bird's basket here for Klaus wants the Decidui. Maybe discuss that with the rest of the squad here. Everybody seemed in that match to have highlight reel moments. Just everybody stepping up in different phases of those games. How has this team come together from the beginning of the regional leagues to this tournament right here in person?
Honestly, at the start it was pretty rough for us. We had a road start, but we're slowly scaling. We obviously have like some role swappers in our team, but everyone in our team is working hard towards the goal of winning, especially EUIC, and I'm very proud of every one of my teammates for this.
Well, I'll tell you what, all of EU is incredibly proud of you too. Obviously, all the folks here, I fully expect you to be here when we kick off our third day of competition so you can support Team Peps and, of course, cheer as loud as you can. You get one more opportunity to send these fans home happy before tomorrow. What do you have to say to them?
I will do my absolute best to make you guys proud, and please keep supporting Team Peps. We're gonna win it for you guys.
Let's go, baby! Let's send it back to the booth. Klaus, Doofsnacks, and they will see you tomorrow for the grand finals.
Only person that Klaus convinced there was our good friend Draku. Like the only person, like, yeah, Decidui, let's go. Yeah, no. Let's actually just have a look at our bracket first and foremost and bathe in this true miracle run.
Yeah.
Haru 2-1. Dignitas 2-1, CACM Esports 3-1. Oh, need we remind you that Peps didn't even finish top of their own group, being beaten by Extinction yesterday. They are in the grand finals. They guarantee an EU spot in the grand finals, and they're now sitting back, looking pretty, and looking at that second semi-final zoinks of Evil Geniuses versus Tuzi Esports.
Yeah, already basically doubling their prize money with a victory there, but of course, jobs not done. An opportunity for EU to win a EU-located event for the Pride, and then, of course, get an extra world spot for your region that you get to claim. So a whole lot on the line in that grand finals tomorrow for Championship Sunday. You're gonna have to tune in real early, folks, but I know this hometown crowd is gonna be in the venue to cheer on Team Peps tomorrow. That is gonna be so exciting. But Relic, we gotta find out who they're gonna play.
I know, there's been talk of Sheriffs, there's been talk of Trouble Town, but it would be a very, very wild west of a grand final if Brazil and TCG Esports was able to overcome Evil Geniuses, a guaranteed new region, winning an IC. But they do have to get the job done first, don't they? He's been Zoinks, I've been Relic. Evil Geniuses versus TCG Esports is on your screen. Don't go anywhere.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chivias, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Giga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So
what's your favorite?
All right, everybody, we got one more best of 5 for you today here at EUIC, day number 2, and we got TCG Esports going up against Evil Geniuses. This is gonna be a real fun one. Now, Vin, I know it's a bit of a rivalry between North America and Brazil, so anything to say to your opponents before we head into this best of 5?
You know, we respect you guys a lot. You guys are a very good team, but we're confident. We beat you guys day 1, and we'll do it again.
Okay. Confidence, I like that a lot. All right, Matt, any response to EG, a rival for you guys?
I mean, you cannot ban my best pick, but you know, you can ban the player. I'm gonna win with you. I'm gonna win against you. Sorry, my English is kind of bad because I'm Brazilian. I'm gonna win against you with any pick I pick, okay?
Okay, all right, tough down to target down. I like that a lot. All right, let's get one fist bump before we head into our best of 5. You two can return. Let's send it over to Spraggles and Dupes next.
All right, here we are, our semifinals between North America and Brazil. Who will face down EU in our grand finals tomorrow? We will find out in a short best of 5 series here, Dupes next. Evil Geniuses, TCG Esports.
Brother, this has been maybe the best day 2 of any LAN event we've ever had. Banger after banger, storylines, and just hearts broken, dreams fulfilled, the miracle run that is Team Peps, and then 2 powerhouses that are TCG and Evil Geniuses. I can't wait to get underway because the stage has been set. EU is going to be defending its home turf against which other region? That's the question we're going to answer.
Yeah, that is what we are about to find out. And as Matt's just said, you can ban the Pokemon, but you can't ban the player. I will beat you with anything. Well, Evil Geniuses is on an incredible run. Undefeated in their region and absolutely crushing it here at EUIC. After a really disappointing LAIC performance for this crew, they are now poised to head to a grand finals and possibly take down that victory. But in front of them, of course, the pride of Brazil, TCG. It's so exciting to have 4 different regions represented in our semifinals here. And now that we know one team heading to grands, the only question left remaining is who is next.
Who is next, indeed? You mentioned Evil Geniuses having a tough time when they were on TCG's home turf down in Brazil, but it really seems like that is what they needed to get all the jitters out, figure out what their strategy is going to be, calm the nerves, because they are delivering results today. And I'm looking directly at the young guns, Chris Smith and Ducky right there, who might have had issues with their first LAN event, but stepping now into the big stage and filling the shoes that the rest of the team expects of them. Curios mentioned that he is very excited about this team and the role him and Vin and Roland have played in these 2 players' development in these competitive scenarios, and now it's time to deliver on all that hard work.
Yeah, we know these players are amazing, but these are the most high-pressure situations they have ever played under. Now, Curios, that's a 2-time world champion right there. He's been under the biggest pressure this game has to offer, but a few of his new teammates, they're not used to performing here in this situation. So you're right, they need to take them under their wing, and they need to figure out a way for them to feel comfortable enough to play at the level that they know they can. And so far in this tournament, EG has been doing just that. You look over to the other side, and you know, you've got TCG here, who had a really great run at LAIC, but if I'm remembering right, was dispatched by Dignitas, the eventual winner of that tournament. So now it's really time for them to prove themselves on this huge international stage.
Without a doubt. I mean, Mats has been maybe the most target banned player in the tournament so far. However, when Mats gets put down, Mazo stepped up. You've also had crazy duck-related plays out of Leozine, Anthras being an amazing tank, and of course, Canas. We saw in that Armor Rouge having a phenomenal game with that Fire Spin moveset. I'm just super excited here. These teams are humming right now. They've hit another gear. I know Evil Geniuses says, hey, we beat you day 1, we'll take you down day 2, but TCG Esports already seems like a different team from day 1 to day 2, and I think if Evil Geniuses is relying on that past history, they're in for a wake-up call.
Yeah, it's always hard to beat a team a second time. There's something about that, and it's why when we were running into a double elimination scenario, we had so many teams come from the losers bracket and eventually dispatch the team that sent them down there. Well, now this is kind of what has to happen again because they faced off in our group stage. So here we go, our first match of our best of 5 semifinals between Evil Geniuses and TCG. Now, in our semifinals, Dupes Next, we are guaranteed to see all 3 of our maps. We're going to start Kyogre, head on over to Groudon, and then finally Rayquaza. After that, we get back to the map selection that we've had through this tournament, but we will see all 3 flavors of Thea Sky Ruins for sure.
Yeah, and we'll see if there's any change in the strategy development. We're starting to watch the bans. We see Mats being banned out. We obviously see Leozin's Duck being banned out. Of course, Umbreon has kind of become the ban of the tournament, in my opinion, really just kind of rocketing onto the scene. And a first pick Mega Lucario for Chris Smith, a great player, but taken away from Malzo is not understated. And we might see base mode Gyarados.
I mean, this would be very interesting if you played base Gyarados right here, knowing that Mega Gyarados is available, but this is a great pick. Chris Smith is unbelievably good on this Pokemon, and you were stealing it away from Malzo, who has had an amazing tournament with it. However, we are going to take this Mew early on the side of TCG as well as Crustle. Crustle been a superstar defender pick throughout this tournament, and Anthras has had a great tournament on it, so I'm not shocked. Ducky with the Mamo.
I love the Roland pick of Eldegoss because Leozine has always defaulted back to Eldegoss when the Duck isn't there. Alcremie is where they're going to have to go after Malzo takes the Mega Gyarados finally. Now Curios and Vin are going to round this thing out. You mentioned Curios has a couple players on this team that aren't used to the big stage. I'm looking at Vin, Ducky, Chris Smith, who have a little bit less experience, but with them alongside is Roland. And you know, back when they were in the days of the Orange Juicers, some tournaments, they looked like they were the only person dialed in. You know, I'm talking about that World's Championship in Hawaii, where it was really like Roland holding water for the entire team, playing a crazy, crazy tournament. And they're going to need to rely on Roland here, especially to get Chris Smith and Ducky and Vin into the game.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for Evil Geniuses, especially from a lot of these top teams. And you just think back to all the way back to year 1 Worlds, the heroic Machamp play from Curios to keep their team in the tournament and eventually win the entire thing. I do like that Mats is able to get the Cerulege here on the side of TCG. Obviously, you know, that player has been target banned, like you said, just about every single game in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play this. Vin on the Glaceon, one of the only players I've seen continuing to run this Pokemon, playing the Icy Wind variant of it. So great burst damage from afar, right, on this Pokemon, but we just haven't seen that much out of Glaceon.
No, we really haven't. Fun fact about that Curios Big Machamp save in year 1. Do you know how many knockouts they had that game?
I believe it was 0.
Oh, big old goose egg, but turns out you win on the scoreboard, not how many knockouts you get. Let's do it. Let's say the thing.
Here we go. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. TCG Esports, your orange team, as we are heading into our first game here of our semifinals.
Let's see if we go on a little invade strategy. Mats, the Char Cadet, definitely something that can be bullied early. We have the Milcery, the future Alcremie there, just checking to see if anyone's coming around the corner to try and stifle their progress. But no, we're playing this thing straight up.
Yeah, it looks like we're just both agreeing to let their center area Pokemon get the experience they need. We have the Glaceon coming online here for Evil Geniuses, and a bit of a tussle in the top path and bottom path. It looks like Crustle's trying to score in the bottom path. Soon enough here, we're going to be watching this Glaceon move up to the top path and try to start a fight here. Like you said, they want to be able to get their Mega Lucario online, and you can imagine the same from TCG heading up to help that Magikarp evolve.
Without a doubt. I'm keeping an eye on Cerulege, of course that is Mats, to see where they want to go here in the early stages of the game. Vin not overextending here, not overstaying their welcome, just going to grab one of those Natu and then get out of dodge so they don't give up a KO. Mats looking at Ducky, but they're bubbled out by Anthras with a nice Rock Tomb, and now we have 4 players collapsing on this goal zone. And intelligently enough, Evil Genius is saying, that's fine, whatever, get your points in.
Yeah, Evil Genius says, yeah, no problem, I'm not going to fight you for it. And the same thing happened on the top path with TCG. The Magic Magikarp just walked away. However, we now have Evil Geniuses heading to the central area here of TCG, while multiple members of EG went back to their own central area. So stealing some of this valuable experience away from TCG.
Listen, nice rotation by Evil Geniuses. Ducky and Kyrios going into their own central, knowing that Vin is across the way getting their experience there, gives them the opportunity to get some free experience and evolve. Roland getting some pressure put on them by Mazo on the Mega Gyarados here. Leozine hanging out, and we've got a big 5-player presence for TCG. They want this Regidrago in a big way. Kyrios is running in. They're trying to eye down Mazo. Straight back into the middle, we have a suplex. Submission there, Regidrago is taken as Kyrios is knocked out. And of course, Mazo getting credit for both of those.
Great fight here for TCG. I mean, excellent stuff. They were able to push them forward right here. Mazo able to peel back. We have Leozin on this Alchemy, so it could set up a recover scenario where Mazo wouldn't have to base. It also looks like Mazo wants to keep presence in the top path. Great fight for TCG. A little exchange there, and they take Regidrago.
Now, Christmas is unchecked, and I would love to see them step up, get all this experience, and take over as we have a convergence here. Mazo knows what's up. Christmas is there ready, level 8, so they are scaling well. How is it going to be played by Evil Geniuses is the real question, because we have our first objectives here in the top path in 5 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. We have Vin already with a Unite move as well, level 8 on that Glaceon. Mazo just watching this fight here. It is Regieleki top. They could have it walk and then get a nice big overcap in the top path. It looks like that's what they're going to do. Teams are just kind of ships in the night here trading objectives.
Kyrios running around, hasn't quite hit Machamp yet. That thing is going to walk. We'll see how it's played. Mazo, again, has been keeping an eye on this thing the whole time, but because of that, they haven't been taking any wild farm or experience, and now we're going to get a big time over.
Big over right there, but you know, I don't think TCG is too stressed out. No. They opened up all of this free experience for them. Mazo is just going to go ahead and take it, make sure that they are online and they're level 9 as quickly as they can. I think this is a fine trade for both of these teams. Of course, for Evil Geniuses, they are ahead on the scoreboard, and if EG plays anything like LG Luminosity from years prior that Kyrios was on, they would love to run up the score as much as possible before the final fight.
Yeah, I mean, just find value with your where you can without overextending. That's something that LG used to do great. It's something that Kyrios also was a key component of, and something we've already seen this game so far. So Evil Geniuses really biding their time here. On the other side, TCG Esports closing this experience gap to the best of their ability, but it's not easy pickings out here. We got the Sweet Scent down from Leozine, and those birds, again, dispatched of, but both teams just walking away.
This match feels like neither squad wants to be the one to really make a big mistake, right? I mean, everyone is playing so cautiously at the start of our match here. Kyrios getting some information and then just moving away. To be fair to Evil Geniuses, they are up, but I don't think TCG is stressed at all. Both teams seem to have, they have this aura of our game is going exactly to plan.
I agree completely. Ducky desperately looking to get that Mamoswine online and bang on cue right before the 5-minute mark. They're going to have a good opportunity for a couple solid Unite moves here. Sweet Scent goes down. Alchemy with a nice little bush check is going to give them some information. TCG, Evil Geniuses, basement objective. Let's get into it.
Yeah, they're looking for a possible fight here. We have Unite moves for every single member of both teams. Does this fight break out? It absolutely could for this Registeel. They are moving in. Here comes Kyrios.
Right into the back line. Flip turns and goes for it. Machamp Unite gets a knockout. Cerulege Unite is an attempt, but it doesn't hit anything. Couldn't find a soul. Ducky pops their Unite move. Decent Ice Fang, but back the other way, we have the Crustle Unite. So they're not even able to pick them up. And all of a sudden, the objective is gone, but these two teams, again, just parting ways.
Yeah, I mean, we lost a couple on the side of TCG, but they decide really not to fight right here. Could they pick up a KO on Christmas? Possibly, but no, they go down. Roland able to stop that. We have the Unite move from the Alchemy. Will it be enough to keep them up? No, it will not. They are going to push towards this objective. Evil Genius with kind of the first big fight and win of this set.
Sweet Scent right on top of pad here, but we have the submission, flip, suplex, slam by Kyrgios, and that's good enough for another knockout, as now the score lead is growing, the experience lead is growing, and 2Z Esports has some questions that they need to answer here with just under 4 minutes.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses in control right now, and this is exactly where they want to be score-wise, right? But they did open up even more experience for the side of 2Z. I think 2Z is planning on just staying in this game experience-wise, which they are relatively still, even after losing that fight, and just making sure that they can win a huge one at the final objective. Reggie Alecki getting taken right here, but here comes EG.
Chris Smith looking nice little flank. They're separating Alchemy from the rest of the team. Cerulege goes in. A lot of damage on Chris Smith. Chris Smith is taken down by Mats. On the retreat here is the Machamp. They're running towards those berries. Reggie Alecki hits, and this is an opportunity to just give up the equity here. Just give up the goal zone, let them score points, get an advantage some other time.
I think we failed math.
Did we?
Oh, yeah. I think we failed.
What'd I say?
Not you. I'm talking about 2Z there. They scored
Did they not put in the 250s?
No, they didn't.
Why?
I don't know. I think they just, yeah, you know, things were happening fast. 194, 153.
But they weren't, though.
It wasn't that quick.
It was not fast at all.
I'm not sure the reasoning behind it, but they gave it to the Mew that I think had 30 and then a 50. But here we are, still 194, and they have this Tier 1 goal zone open in the bottom path, so they are still very close in this game. And given that we're heading to the 2-minute mark, if someone peels off, they actually will be ahead by scoring in this bottom goal zone. Reggie Steele right now being hit. That is going down. A huge buff for Evil Geniuses. That is going to be massive in this fight. 2Z, extremely aggressive positioning. They might kick this fight off very quickly. Kyrgios found right here. Mazo caught out. Do they move in? Trying to waterfall, and they peel back. No, Ducky catches them.
All right, we're going in. The Glacial Stage is set. Big Cerulege Unite through a couple characters. The cake is set up, but it's pretty deep. It's not going to be able to heal. Matt's into the back line. They're on the chase. Flip back around. Kyrgios sees them. Cross chop to get away. Big close combat, and Mazo's on about to get buckled. Leozine is down as well. Icicle Fang takes care of Mats, and now Evil Geniuses are in the driver's seat. Ducky has an opportunity to make another play here, as the whole time Chris Smith moves up close combats, get their HP back on the Kyogre. Real opportunity here for Evil Geniuses. We suplex slam, we get another KO. Anthras is gone. We still have a couple seconds till that Cerulege comes back. Leozine buckled. Now the Mew takes to the mist. Kyogre is at 30%. We're not going to let them have any hero plays. Canas eject buttons, but they are sussed out immediately. Close combat is there. Big boosted auto, and it's taken by Mazo. The delay was crazy. They were so focused on the Mew that they let Mazo slip through, and now 2Z Esports has a chance to score.
And the question is, how do they want to play this? 5 members of Evil Geniuses all moving together, and this game is so close. Just one player of 2Z can peel off and score, and all of a sudden they are ahead. But any mistake means they hand over one of these valuable buffs to the side of EG. 55 seconds left. A heroic play there from 2Z. Now we're going to see if they're able to score right now. If they are, this is massive. They're going to let it in, sending Eldegoss to score the other way. I don't know if 2Z is going to suss this out. They need to do something to stop it, but they're moving forward with their Unite moves.
Vin is so low on HP. Vin is gone, and now they have the cake again, and it's topping everybody off with HP. We've got the counter Hundo Burger there. 294, 317, and 2Z Esports push continues, and that's another burger getting gobbled down by 2Z Esports. Hurricane in 20 seconds. We're going to put some pressure on, but they don't have time to cross the map. 2Z Esports from the brink of defeat, snatching victory.
Wow, I mean, what a stall. What a play there from 2Z. You saw Mazo waterfall through the Kyogre pit to make it to the other side. We have the Mew Unite move used just so they can buy more and more time for a heroic secure, and they make it happen, playing to their outs the whole way through. And while 2Z had a rough fight, they had a huge victory.
I'm going to try and check something just really quick here. I want to see if Power Up Punch was too early.
Oh, sure.
We're going to see here this conversation just kicked off very quickly. Really did. I'm going to plus 30, see where that puts us. Of course, right past it. You start talking. I'm going to check this.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments right here. Here's the replay on the big screen. We've got the 2-minute, 9-second mark right here. The Unite move from, unfortunately, you know, the Alchemy doesn't find a lot of value, but Champ comes in and misses a lot there as well. We have Mega Lucario hitting a huge close combat. moving forward. The Glaceon looking for some KOs. Cerulege goes down. And now we're looking for Kyogre right here. Here's where they're kind of dancing around, right? Trying to waste as much time as they possibly can. They catch the Alcremie. Kyogre is low. Mazo kind of jumps through right here. Mew looking for it. Here's the final moment here. Slowed down. Mamoswine jumping in. Ducky seeing if he can stop Mazo. Huge Ice Fang. They do. The boosted, blocked by Eldegoss. Everybody knocked up, and a waterfall for the secure.
I mean, Vin just a hair too early with the Mew boosted auto. You see that line come up, and you know that boosted auto has the chance to secure as well from that range. The Icy Wind just a bit too early. And honestly, Ducky's catch was really solid too. I mean, it put Mazo on no HP.
Yeah, great stuff, but Kyogre knocking everyone up, and the first one to be able to react, Mazo with the waterfall for the secure. Mats, the player of the game. I mean, a lot of great plays, of course. You look at this knockout-wise from both of these teams. We talked about this. This was an extremely cautious game from both sides.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, a completely different flavor than what we just watched between Peps and CACM, right? Who seemed like they just always wanted to brawl. Here it was just like, we're gonna get experience and then we're gonna fade away from each other. Get experience, fade away from each other. But ultimately, a really solid fight from Evil Geniuses. I think you can only say that they missed the mark by a fraction, and that fraction of a miss is enough for 2Z Esports and Mazo to make some hero moves.
Yeah, they just weren't able to shut them down, right? They just couldn't KO enough members of 2Z right there. They had to chase down the Crustle. They finally get that. Then they have to chase down the Alcremie. They finally get that as they continue to move through it right here. We're heading into our next game. Groudon will be our map for game number 2 of this best of 5. 2Z out of Brazil, up 1 here. I think a lot of people would think Evil Geniuses would take this, but you know, they're struggling right now.
Yeah, I mean, struggling is not the word I would use, to be honest. I think they're actually playing pretty darn solid. I think they just need to tighten up a little bit. I don't think they're way off the mark. I mean, you look at like the catch that Ducky had, young player. I mean, they did their job on Mazo, right? Then just a hair too early. It's like milliseconds that we missed this window by. So Evil Geniuses doesn't have a gargantuan adjustment to make, but they need to tighten it up.
Yeah, no question. They had the match. They had it as close as they could possibly get it, but you got to give it up to 2Z, able to sort of slip through in that moment, keep fighting. We see very similar bans here. Machamp being banned out, very targeted ban right there, as we see Crustle and Mew once again.
Blastoise getting queued up by Ducky, locked in quickly. Roland feeling this Eldegoss, and they're going to select it, which of course for Leozine means we might just go back into the Alcremie whip.
Yeah, here we're going to see next 2 picks for 2Z. Mega Gyarados, no surprise. We saw that from Mazo. I mean, it seems like he wants to play maybe even Mega Lucario, but if he can't get it, Mega Gyarados. And if he can't get that, regular Gyarados. And if he can't get that, well, I don't know what his next option is.
We've never been forced to figure it out.
We don't know.
We've never been forced to figure it out. A lot of things similar here. In fact, almost everything is similar.
Yep.
You know, besides Curios on the Empoleon, Vin on this Glaceon here. Matt's back to Cerulege. And if my memory serves, we have the exact same lineup on the side of 2Z.
Yeah, 2Z looks exactly the same. I believe you're right. Obviously, some switch-ups from Evil Geniuses because that Machamp is banned out. I'm interested to see Curios on this Empoleon. This could be a really cool pick for them. Not shocked at all that they go with this first pick for Chris Smith on the Mega Lucario. Great game for Evil Geniuses. They just couldn't close it out in those final moments. Left enough members of 2Z around to get that secure. Really impressive from 2Z, you know, clawing their way through that end game to make sure that they could get that first win. And you need a few of those. Sometimes the match isn't going your way and you just have to continue playing to your outs.
Without a doubt. Well, the good thing is for Evil Geniuses, they know what this matchup feels like. They just played it, right? And they weren't off by much. So the adjustment again, or the tightening up of their game they have to make is not much. This Empoleon, it needs to become a difference maker, I think, because I want to see them tip the scales in their direction. because I think there were some opportunities where Evil Geniuses could have really stressed and pushed an advantage, but like you said, everybody was playing a little shy, and because of that, 2Z Esports was just always allowed to hang in.
Well, here we go, heading into game number 2. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. 2Z Esports up 1 game. Your orange team, these teams are looking to head to our grand finals tomorrow morning at Championship Sunday. 2Z is going to need to win 2 in a row. Evil Geniuses, they got to win 3 games out of this best of 5, and they don't have one yet.
Not yet. Down, but certainly not out. Mazo and Leozian collapsing as we quickly go for a stack, does Chris Smith. They're going to try and get this secure here. They are able to, which that's a nice little win for them. Roland going to keep the pressure on, going to be pressing down the 2Z squad.
Yeah, and Mazo, of course, just looking to brawl with their opponents. A KO or an assist would be amazing, but just filling that effort gauge is your job as an early Magikarp right here. The secures are great, but Gyarados is the goal.
Look at all the time that Roland has bought down from a nice distance, so they're not even putting themselves in danger to get knocked out by either of those players. And of course, because of that, they're slowing everything down and securing more on their side. Mats are going for the Natus here. Vin doesn't really want to play into that, as Ducky has to fade back to the bottom path because it's about to be a 3v2.
Yeah, and here we go, looking to fight right here. Kyrios still not level 5. They're moving forward, looking for the KO, just ripping through them right there. You can see that wound damage there as they're moving forward. Big eject button, not able to take them down, but they do push them off goal, get some huge scores in the bottom path. That it looks like top path going right the other way. Mats continuing this push, looking for Ducky right here, seeing if they can take them or take some of these wild Pokemon.
Learning the lesson from game 1 and a good adjustment by 2Z. The same thing happened, a good push downstairs. Ducky and Kyrios retreated to the central area to get some of that easy farm. However, this time they continued the chase and they were able to bully them away.
Yeah, and here we go. Vin being caught in the central area here. Are they able to do something about it? Right over the wall, but they had the Mew ready to go. Beautiful play from 2Z.
Yeah, I mean, 2Z taking the lessons learned from game 1 and closing the gaps on them. Evil Geniuses going back to that strategic well too many times, and in this case, it's just twice, and it's going to keep them from getting any advantage here.
Regidrago taken by 2Z. Stronger start than game 1 for 2Z. Both these teams still relatively close, but we've had a couple great fights here. Gyarados online in the top path, and 82 points for 2Z.
Prinplup's face is ridiculous. I just decided. I've never really noticed that. That is preposterous.
A lot of those stage 1s have, you know, there's a lot of business going on.
There's something going on there. Evil Geniuses at least getting some points in up top. 2Z Esports fine with hanging out downstairs. And honestly, credit to Mazo, who is able to kind of keep pace here by themselves, because they've pretty much been playing alone.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of have abandoned Mazo in some of these situations, but they're getting so much value elsewhere that they're okay with it. Looking for the Regieleki right here, multiple members of Evil Geniuses. In the bottom path, an easy Regirock secure for 2Z, as no one is looking for it. 5 members, however, of EG are walking towards this goal zone. Here comes Kyrios.
Kyrios, they're going to try and get the points in. It hits, and they quickly get the score, 84-87. Obviously, scoreline incredibly tight. Evil Geniuses with a hard rotation. What are they going to do with this? Blastoise is online. Ducky's got to feel good about that. But look, again, just kind of fading apart from each other.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't have a lot of engagements between these two squads. Even in that moment, we had 5 members of EG, but they weren't able to break the goal zone early, and because they weren't able to break that goal zone early, Regieleki just kind of walks for a measly overcap, and it actually works out pretty good for 2Z, in my opinion. They do lose some map presence, of course, some pressure on that tier 1, but EG doesn't score a lot. They don't get to push.
Yeah, at least the Emperor Penguin is now online. Kyrios feels like a character. They can get into the mix. But again, everything feels like it's moving at a radically different pace than just the last match we watched. Different strategies being employed here. 5 minutes, 50 seconds. Swablu and Altaria on the map. Kyrios rock-tuned out of being able to get it, but straight through, pressed against the wall is Anthrax, and Vin stepping up, not able to deliver a knockout blow.
Yeah, and if you look at the map, I mean, there's almost nothing that these teams have not explored, right? We're heading back to the central area, seeing what experience we could get. Mazo in the top path right now, making sure they get all of that safe experience that's been unlocked by losing that tier 1 goal zone. Oh, preposterous, contrary to reason or common sense, utterly absurd or ridiculous. Example, sometimes my stats. Did we say preposterous?
Perhaps. I also know that that is the first true statistic that the stats team has put up.
Yeah, the stats team, I mean, we've already talked about the heat map.
Yeah,
a lot of heat map deniers out there. 5-minute mark right here as we have a possible big fight happening at this objective. EG hiding in the tall grass.
Okay, Anthras like easily spacing here. Rock Tomb X Scissor combination. Aura Cannon is out, Mega Lucario online. They're just looking for their way in. They want to go towards Canas here. The big cake is built. Oh, big Cerulege Unite Registeel. Was that a Hydro Pump secure? It was! Ducky stepping up. The kid taking the tank role seriously and putting a little offensive flavor to it. Big Solar Beam, another player down. Roland and Ducky, the support core, going to try and hold this thing and keep it sorted. Mats is finally going to get these 40 points in as the rest of Tuzi provides a nice screen.
Yeah, I think that was great for Tuzi. They do lose the objective, but they score well in the bottom path there. They're up on the scoreboard right now. However, we have an early, immediate rotation of the top path here by EG. They are going to take this Regieleki. I don't know if they're going to walk with it or just put some pressure onto the side of Tuzi and allow themselves to farm up the rest of the map. We already had Mats moving through the center, though, grabbing as much as they could. It looks like Mega Gyarados is going to deal with Regieleki, and this shouldn't stress Tuzi out much at all, and they're up.
They are up. We're kind of watching the NFL equivalent of like a card defense, 2 field goal type game here. The pacing is completely different. Evil Genius is trying to score using the Regieleki information to see if they can make a play. Straight into the back line is Curios. They're putting tons of pressure on Canas, and that's a clutch knockout. Cerulege Unite just pop up. Ducky gets slashed through, but Mats goes all the way to the back line, gets rolling. Vin now low on HP. Vin now gone. Curios now gone. Hydro Typhoon is just to make a play. Mazo there. Chris Smith closed the door on it, trying to make a play. No way Mazo gets out. The recover from Leozine and just some shifty business, and that big Mega Gyarados makes it out safely.
And what a fight, but still 3 minutes on the clock. The score has not changed, 84-127. This is a very close game. Level-wise, score-wise, just about everywhere. The question is, what is EG going to do here now that they are behind? A position I don't think they find themselves in too often as they are heading towards an objective.
Recovered, a little recover dollop thrown by Leozine just to let them know somebody might be in the area, and it was good enough to have them fade. Now Curious looking for a flank here. Sweet Scent is down, and Mats immediately picks up on it. Regice is getting worked. It's at about half. Chris Smith is not willing to give up on this while we've got a 50 banger going in up top. It is secured, is the Regice by Evil Geniuses. We have 20 seconds until Groudon.
Yeah, Regice probably not the exact buff they're looking for, but anything would be nice for this fight. With 15 seconds until Groudon, you don't want to be behind, but they're behind by less than 100 Dupe Snacks, which means they can peel off to a tier 1, figure something out.
Oh, no.
Catching Ducky a little bit right there, but it looks like they're not going to move in for this fight. 3 seconds now until Groudon. The Surf misses, not able to pull the Crustle. Going to see how they want to play this. Curios just getting chipped by the Solar Beam right here. Vin keeping the Icicles alive for this fight. Looking to move in. Gyarados underwater.
Gyarados underwater. Let's see what the follow-up is. Ducky gets put in the spin cycle here. Mats is looking for their opportunity. They go straight in. Nobody's down yet. Solar Beam cover. Hydro Pump separates Mazo from the Blastoise. Back into the middle. Tuzi Esports taking that positional advantage. Looking for a way in is Evil Geniuses. Curios just dodging a bullet there. Aura Cannon comes out, and now Evil Geniuses wants to fight, and they are taking this thing to Mazo. The cake is down. The Gyarados is down. Mats steps up, and they're trying to make a play. The Emperor Penguin gets buckled, but Mats falls the other way. Finn coming alive finally. This Glaceon sets the stage, and that stage is for a Game 2 win. Entering the mist is Canas. Back into the middle is Evil Geniuses. We've got 1 second. We've got a Mazo back. Canas low on HP. Ducky needs to find them. Somebody needs to space out this Mew. I'm not even convinced they know it's there. Solar Beam is early, and it's secured by Vin.
Solar Beam way too early right there. They just were not able to stop that. Huge secure for Evil Geniuses, and I agree with you. I think they weren't sure exactly where Mew disappeared to. We have a score in the top path right now. Gyarados looking to make something happen as we have a defense here on this goal zone. Moving in. Beautiful score there. That's massive from Curios. Going to put them 380-275. While it's not over, this is going to be tough for Tuzi right now. They have to get all the way to the other side to score.
Ducky going, nice little flank. Mats using the Cerulege Unite to kind of cross the map a little bit there. Not going to be enough. Another big time surf from Ducky. Teach me how to Ducky right now, because that Blastoise is schmovin'. More points, more hundo burgers. Game 2 win. Evil Geniuses back in it.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses tying this thing up right there with a beautiful fight. Insane levels of patience from both of these squads at this Groudon fight. It feels like in and out, neither of them deciding if it was time to actually pull the trigger and move in for the fight. And then finally, we have that huge Unite move from the side of Evil Geniuses. They head in and they take a game victory there. In general, between these two squads, it really feels like these teams are a little scared to overextend, a little scared to fight.
That, you know, I'm going to say it's the strategy. I was kind of mentioning it before. It's like the NFL equivalent of two defensive powerhouses, and the final score is like 6-3 on 2 field goals type of action here. Now, Tuzi, we know, likes to fight. We know Evil Geniuses can fight. They just proved it there. Is it going to be enough to switch up our strategy? That's my question. Let's watch a replay of this Groudon.
You know, this was one tough moment here was the late Unite move from the Alchemy. We're not able to get Alchemy in there early enough to save multiple members, and then immediately it was taken down by a huge close combat from Evil Geniuses right there. Nice plays, Lucario doing some serious work. We had the Crustle also keeping the dream alive for a while. Mew, I love this play. You pretend like you're basing, you come right back, but it's just too dang early for the secure.
I mean, Evil Geniuses has to take a deep breath. Why? Because they need to make sure they don't let that happen again.
Yeah.
Because that was a very close opportunity for Tuzi to snatch another game out from under him.
Yeah, it looks like Evil Geniuses in control of that match, in control of a lot of the fights they ran into. But again, if you look at the numbers across the board here, it's not just a particular player, it's the entire team has relatively low damage numbers because these squads are just not fighting that much.
No, they're not, which is what makes Vin's 5 knockouts pretty darn impressive, because when they were meeting up, especially in the late part of the game here around Groudon, they were getting knockouts when they needed them.
Yeah, which is what matters, right? You want to be able to win the most important moments in the match, and if both teams are sort of cautious when it comes to engaging, it's really going to depend on when you have to make that moment. Looks like we might have our players finding some sort of an issue on stage here, but we are going to be heading to our next draft very soon. Lots of thumbs up from the side of Evil Geniuses as they have tied it up here in this best of 5.
Can I just say that Vin's EG jacket is sick?
I think you can.
It looks really cool.
Check with production. Is he allowed to?
Production, am I allowed to say that? You know what, stats team, put it on the,
Stats
just put it on
team,
the
get it up on the screen. Are we allowed to say a jacket looks sick? Oh, I just heard we're allowed.
We are allowed, so, well, I already said it, so just rewind, clip it and ship it and just play it again, production, thank you.
Yep. Forgiveness, not permission. We started with it even though we weren't sure. As we're heading into our next game, the guaranteed Rayquaza game of this best of 5. In our best of 5, we rotate our maps Kyogre, Groudon, Ray, and then our teams do get to choose depending on what the losing team decides right here. Obviously, Evil Geniuses won that one. Tuzi gets to decide their side. They will get first pick in this as we go through our bands right here. Mimikyu, Machamp, Blastoise. Over to the other side, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard Y, and we have the Zeraora.
We've got an opportunity for Mega Gyarados to go to Evil Geniuses here, depending on what Tuzi wants to do to kick this thing off. Now, if Evil Geniuses goes Mega Gyarados, there's a real opportunity that Tuzi just goes base model Gyarados. No, they want to first pick it.
Yeah, I think it's a fair first pick. I mean, Evil Geniuses, I see what they're doing with this Mega Lucario ban. They're saying, I think you want this, Mazo. I think that's the reason you want this first pick right now, so we're just going to shut that down completely. Let's see what they give Chris Smith as a consolation prize, not getting one of their favorite Pokemon here. And we have locking in the Mewtwo Y for Curios, and a Pokemon that's been banned out a few times in our series here, Umbreon.
Yeah, Umbreon, incredibly powerful. I really think Evil Geniuses, with such an early Mega Mewtwo Y pick, is trying to leash Tuzi along into something so that they can really have a powerful gutter pick here. Vaporeon and Psyduck. Great picks. Chris Smith jumping onto that Garchomp, Team Pep's favorite, and rolling back to the Blissey. And I would be remiss if we didn't have a Bliss assistance on that Garchomp for some big plays.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. We saw it earlier with Pep. It's great strategy. After some recent Garchomp buffs, it is very much back into our meta. And yeah, just the ability to have this unstoppable land shark chasing you down, and then Blissey rocketing to you, this huge bowling ball, knocking up multiple Pokemon, giving them some huge damage, and a massive shield for this Garchomp. Final pick over to Evil Geniuses is going to be Vin's Scyther.
Vin with a great opportunity here on a Scyther. We've seen Scythers take over the game, and Evil Geniuses has built a composition that is going to be in your face with a Garchomp, with an Umbreon, with a Blissey that has tons of HP. Right behind them is the Mewtwo that's going to be A-pressing you down, and then Vin can pop in for some big-time explosive plays. Is Vin going to be able to deliver? That's the question here. When they draft like this and they give him the gutter pick, they expect Vin to deliver, and he needs to step into that role.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm really interested to see what happens with this Alolan Raichu. You know, it's one of those interesting picks. We're not seeing it a ton competitively, but you do see some big moments from it. The build that they have on, you really can go either way, but oftentimes if you're playing stored power, you are going to see some type of attack speed item, but not 100% a necessity. And with a curse item, running stored power, you do kind of chain that between multiple opponents, which is a really exciting strategy. Matt's on the Blaziken, interestingly enough, is running an attack weight and a big root for the ability to get some extra recovery here as we're heading into our next game. Here we go. 2Z Esports and Evil Geniuses all tied up so far in this best of 5.
One apiece here, and Evil Geniuses trying to do their best Peps impression. Lose the first one, string together the next 3, and find yourself into the grand finals. Matt's taking this Torchic, going to start working through their central area, as Vin is going to get online far faster and look to make an impact.
Yeah, looking to see what they can get right here. The earlier they can get that Blaze Kick, the better, which is why a lot of these Blazekins now head towards that central area. Mazo, however, just getting really aggressive. Roland having to peel away, and you can see what Roland's up to. Wants to make it so you don't just get to walk back and get some free hits against this farm and power up your Gyarados. I love the play. While we also see the Scyther moving up to the top path, possibly looking for an early KO on Mazo, but no, trying to steal away some experience.
Yeah, we got 5 seconds to the 9-minute mark. Roland low on HP. Of course, Chris Smith trying to get this Garchomp online. When you see teams like Team Peps, they literally leave Potato up top and play with 4 players for 5 straight minutes just to make sure that they can meet that mark. Matt's Combuskin going for that action, and tons of damage being put on Curios. Quick knockout, well guaranteed.
Wow, extremely aggressive play. You love to see it. Just exciting stuff here. Of course, Evil Geniuses recognizes what that means, and they take it right back the other way. Mazo getting very close to Gyarados right now, as Evil Geniuses, you know, it feels like both of these teams are agreeing with what's happening, you know? They go, okay, fine, we'll head to your center. And the other side says, yeah, of course, we will now head to your center. You know, it's just over and over again with these squads.
Nice little foul play by Ducky, hitting both targets, allowing Vin to get out pretty safely. We just saw that Electric Mine go down, I believe, so that's the type of Alolan Raichu we're going to be seeing. No stored power today.
Yeah, that's right. That is going to be the Electro Ball, as we see Roland heading into the central area here, just using this tall grass to head back home. Right now, we do have the Swan here in the center. They are able to take that down quickly and peel away. It's interesting. I forgot for a moment what was going to be in the center, because this is the Rayquaza map. I was thinking, wait, where is Regitrago? It's not here, Jay.
It's not here, again, because it is the Rayquaza map, which means the tempo of this gameplay is going to be just a hair different. We have these two teams posturing for these birds that are about to appear here in short order. The rest of the team, though, just moving across the map. Vin kind of baiting away the retreat and going to be able to step back in. Curious with the secure.
Yeah, here we go. Just making sure that they can get some damage with those Electro Balls. Up to the top path right here, we see Psyduck getting attacked. Mats as well. Psyduck does go down in that top path, and we're going to see our teams peel back from this bottom path fight. Level-wise, extremely close between these two squads. A few level 7s, level 6s. Psyduck a little bit behind, but you're not too stressed out when your support is the one behind.
No, yeah, that's really no cause for concern right here. What would be a cause for concern is if Mats gets caught. Now, nobody around from Evil Geniuses really to punish them because Vin went up top. But Curios is A-pressing and doing a lot of damage here on Leozine and putting them in trouble.
Yeah, Curios on very little HP right now. They could move towards this goal zone. It seems like they're going to. This 6 is, yeah, all right. We're going to be able to get this goal down to 20 right now. However, Evil Geniuses in the top path scoring on this tier 2 and making their way through the central area of Tuzi, just trying to take as much of the map away from them as possible.
Doing a great job is Evil Geniuses, getting their characters online and keeping the experience lead, but that's a big catch by the Alolan Raichu. Vin uses their Unite move, got to convert. Mats is low. Mats gets a knockout with no HP left. The Whirlpool is out from Anthras, going to top off the HP of that Blaziken. What an exchange for Tuzi.
Great fight there for Tuzi. They were able to catch Garchomp before it could use its Unite move, and that really changed the dynamic of the match. Mazo still level 8 right here. No Unite move for the Gyarados. We're going to see if they get caught. Chris Smith looking for a fight. We could have a Dragon combo into a Unite.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Bliss assistance, well timed. Now you have to pop the Unite move and try to go as deep as you can. Mats is the prime target here. However, they weren't able to lace in a lot of damage. Another Dragon Rush is going to put Mats on the chopping block, and they are going to get Leozine instead. The fight rages on, and it's the Evil Geniuses that are falling here.
Yeah, and it looks like Vin wandered into a little bit of that Unite move from the Gyarados, and I don't think either team wants to fight at this tier 1. Well, I mean, maybe EG, but they have moved away from this as well. 60 to 132, way more brawling here in this game number 3.
What gives me pause here is there is 3 level 10s on the side of Tuzi after that fight, and that is exactly what the highest level character for EG is at, and that's Vin on this Scyther. We know, we talk about it all the time, Scyther has to be ahead on levels to be able to just dominate a game, and that's not the case in this moment right now.
See them getting set up here for these birds. Nice job by Ducky right there, just trying to basically trip those landmines, right? As they're moving forward, catching them a little bit with the Psychic. In the top path, we have the Secure on the Regieleki. Tuzi opting to once again go for the bottom objective. Only Gyarados in the top path to defend. Will it be enough? We're going to find out.
Snarl attempt here, but it's really tough to fight with an overheat that Mats had locked in onto that objective. Here comes Tuzi Esports onto the tier 1, trying to go with the 20 over. Overheat is charged up. We have the Alolan Raichu Unite sitting on top of the pad as well. Curios is trying to A-press him down, and they're doing a pretty darn good job at defending that goal zone and keeping that score lead that they have built up. Now all the pressure's on. Big Dragon Rush maneuver by Christmas. They get into the back line. Blitz assistance after the big Garchomp Unite, and they're going after Mats. They popped him up with that last hit, and now Mazo's trying to carry the team, but the Dragon Rush back the other way is going to put the screws to him. Half HP, Mazo on the retreat, and Evil Genius is sitting on the pad, but it's a big opportunity for a counter punch. Mazo can't catch anyone. They just get Vin, but everyone else is out of dodge.
Yeah, Evil Genius is peeling back from that fight. A really nice one for them, and all the while, you do have to notice EG is up big on the scoreboard. 274 to only 60 for Tuzi. They broke the tier 2 goal zone in the top path, which is great for them. It means the home goal zone is open for some possibly very sneaky plays to run up the scoreboard, but regardless, being up by over 200 points puts them in the power position heading here into our final moments.
They need to get more experience on their side, does Evil Geniuses. Yes, they're up on the scoreboard, but they need to try and eke back some of this level lead that Tuzi has picked up. It's not much, but it's enough to cause concern here because it doesn't take much to have a big impact.
Yeah, I think Tuzi just figured out that EG wants nothing to do with this. They're just going to run up the scoreboard in the bottom path. This is a nice score here for Tuzi. We have the tier 2 being scored on right now, the bottom path from Evil Geniuses. They're going to try to quickly get this off the map and then figure out how they want to play the rest of the match here. They will be behind. They recognize this now. That is going to walk towards EG as EG is going to get the bottom objective for free. We're going to find out what it is in just 1 second here. Regice.
Ducky is trying to get vision for the team, passing along information. Ducky actually bullied out of the middle and they get away. Anthras also checking, trying to get that information. 20 seconds until our game 3 Rayquaza
Yeah, here we have Ducky just being pulled forward right here by the Psychic. We're going to see if they can catch anyone. Basically, the big things we're looking for, can one of them get the Scyther? Can you get the Blaziken on the other side? We're going to find out here. Anthras in a little bit of trouble right now. HP getting kind of low as we have a fight kicking off here. Anthras in trouble. There's the Unite move. Scyther Unite as well.
Straight into the middle of the Yozine was looking for an opportunity. We have Ducky popping their Unite move. Bliss Assistance on Christmas. They need to start to deliver results here. Rayquaza is getting shredded. It's on the brink of getting knocked out, charged up, and it's taken by Ducky. I can't believe it. I thought for sure Tuzi Esports was going to try and make a play, but Evil Geniuses scrubs Tuzi clean and takes the Rayquaza and takes the third game of our set.
Yeah, this one felt like EG was in control the whole time. I mean, just running up the score lead. Nice job getting that final objective before Rayquaza right here. Now Tuzi Esports behind by 500 points, which really puts you in that almost impossible situation. Even your entire team with full pockets will still only equal the score.
Evil Geniuses, they've got now 70 seconds to plan their fourth game for their third win. Tuzi Esports, on the other hand, they've got 60 seconds to figure out what they're going to do to keep their tournament alive. They're looking for a push here. Like we said, down, not out. Everest is what needs to be climbed, and they don't have a lot of time to make it happen.
Yeah, right now they're moving forward towards this goal, but again, EG to just allow them to score a couple times. They don't even have enough points to make this work. They would have to get KO'd on the side of Evil Geniuses for Tuzi to even get AO Synergy. And even then, I don't know if it would be fully enough. Defending at this goal zone, might as well fight a little bit here. EG already in the victor's seat for this match. Again, they're probably trying to figure out what they're going to do here for this next game. Things are going well for them. This combination of Chris Smith's Garchomp and rolling on Blissey was extremely strong.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Everybody's going to take a pause for the cause. Roland just hitting that Unite move. Why not? Have the eggs spin around Kyrios for just a moment here as we are making our way to game number 4 in this set. Evil Genius is up 2-1.
Yeah, you know, the other game's a lot more competitive, I would say, between EG and Tuzi. This one felt like Evil Geniuses was kind of totally in control of this game number 3 right here. And that's a great spot to be in, one game away from securing your ticket to Championship Sunday in our grand finals.
You have to think, again, go back to game 1, Tuzi Esports. Yes, they did win, but it was off of like small window misses by Evil Geniuses. So Tuzi Esports, again, down, not out, but they have a lot of legwork to do right now, in my opinion, because they're kind of getting schooled in these late game fights and just like late game strategies overall.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, this one, not even only late game, right? This was just Evil Geniuses in control the entire match. We're walking in over 100 points ahead right here. You see a big fight breaking out. And look at this. They don't even use the Garchomp Unite immediately after getting the Bliss Assistance. They kind of wait for the perfect moment right here, ripping through the entire squad of Tuzi and getting the secure.
Yeah, I mean, the last hit of that Garchomp Unite pops up, of course, players that are caught in it. Chris Smith, your player of the game, we just watched them catching the last hope of Tuzi, which was Canas on that Alolan Raichu, getting hit with that last bit of the Garchomp Unite and keeping them down, so Evil Geniuses may rise.
Yeah, definitely more fighting between these two squads this time, and we still, even with that, I feel like it's a lot of trading on the map, right? It's a lot of, all right, you're going to head there, we're going to head to the other one. And they are just playing this way throughout the entire match. However, you know, it looks like taking the score lead for Evil Geniuses was the way to go. They still show up to Rayquaza, extremely powerful, win a big fight. Evil Geniuses, yeah, a little more focused on the Reggie Alecki. Tuzi, a little more focused on the buffs from the Reggie Steel, Ice, and Rock. However, that match was very one-sided for EG.
Yeah, again, when you look at these score leads, you know, they can be overcome, but specifically on the Rayquaza map, it becomes maybe the most volatile we'll see, right? Against Kyogre, getting a couple hundred points. On the Kyogre map, a couple hundred points. Groudon map, a couple hundred points. It's not a given, even if you take that boss monster, that main objective. However, Evil Geniuses kind of staying true to the script, getting a big level lead a big score lead, and then executing on a good team fight, so it became incredibly easy to take Rayquaza.
Well, here we go. We're heading into our next draft right here, and this could be the last draft between these two squads, and I think it's what a lot of people would have expected from this matchup. Evil Geniuses, one of the best teams out of North America, currently undefeated in their region. TCG, actually not one of the top teams out of LATAM, but LATAM is so unbelievably competitive that we had CACM and TCG both having decent records in their region, getting this deep in this tournament.
Yeah, of course, again, for the reminder of those at home, the LATAM Regional League is actually made up of 3 regions, LATAM North, LATAM South, and Brazil. Almost every team in that league is Worlds qualified at some point in time, so it is definitely a buzzsaw. Evil Geniuses kicking off with Ducky's Blastoise. I get it, looks good. Vin grabbing the Zacian. I don't know if they'll be the ones sticking with it, but that's where we're keeping this flow going.
Yeah, interestingly, we have TCG banning out the Mega Lucario. They are taking this Mega Gyarados once more. Looks like we're hovering the Cerulege again. Mats has been enjoying this considerably. And now our final couple of picks right here. We're going to see what Chris Smith would like to bring into this match. We've seen some good stuff from them. Their last match, the Garchomp, looked pretty good. But no, they are going to lock in this Glaceon. So it looks like we're going to have a switcheroo between Chris Smith and Vin.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Zacian is a top path Pokemon. Chris Smith is the top laner for Evil Geniuses. And we've already seen Vin play this Glaceon twice.
Yeah.
So I'd be unsurprised if that's where those end up. Canas getting a really late Mew, you know, in those last 3 picks. And of course, Matt's going back to the Cerulege, which has shown some real sparks of excitement.
I really like the Mew choice here. I think their Mew is very, very powerful and extremely impactful in a lot of these games. Not surprised to see very similar picks on the side of TCG. If it's worked for them before, I see why they're bringing it out again. Curios back on the Machamp. We did have the switch up, of course. Chris Smith will be playing the Sword Dog. And Vin, you know, really loving this Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, it fits into what their strategy is trying to execute, which I understand. Obviously, a bit of a misstep game 1. Game 2, however, obviously Vin was our player of the game. So, go back to that well. They forced the Machamp ban before, now they get to select the Machamp. So I think we're playing with a lot of comfort on both sides.
Yeah, one more match for Evil Geniuses, and they could be heading towards your Grand Finals Championship Sunday. Make sure you are here for that live Sunday morning. We are first up. You lead, you know, best foot forward and all of that they say over at Pokemon.
Wherever we are is the best spot.
Yeah,
so sometimes we're last, like, hey, save the best for last, of course.
Best foot forward. Evil Geniuses, your purple team. TCG Esports, your orange team, as we're heading into game number 4 here. EG, 1 game away from heading to Grands.
Here we go. Canas and Thras going into this bottom path. Honestly, advantaged in the early stages between a Machop and a Squirtle here. So Chris Smith and Roland gonna have to do some work, as Roland is actually already insulating from an invade and trying to get some vision. Look at just a harasser.
Yeah.
Just a constant threat, no matter what. Just a thorn in your side.
I think that's Roland to a T. Just very difficult to deal with. Your opponents are constantly frustrated with what you're up to. In real life, extremely nice guy.
Super nice guy. You know, after the whole trophy debacle when he was on the Juicers, really bounced back from that, and a joy to be around.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we're all glad that chapter is closed. Matt's
the
here.
only people still opening it are you and I and Zugrug.
Matt's on the top path, ready for a fight right here. 5 seconds until we could have something kick off. Vin trying to move up here, but Matt's actually looking for it. However, getting caught in a big way from Roland, and here comes Chris Smith following up for the KO.
Chris Smith's got to fade back. You got to clutch KO. Don't give it up the other way. Canas is here for an impressive approach. Boosted auto E-ball, gets the secure here, gets the farm for TCG. However, Evil Geniuses is keeping big pressure. Nice little astonish by Leozi.
Yeah, very nice stuff right here. Gyarados is online for Mazo, so even if he's not getting huge KOs or anything like that, they're just extremely efficient at charging up that effort gauge for Magikarp. Curios to the bottom path, getting caught right here in the Rock Tomb, but it looks like they are going to make it out.
Just scampering away is the Machoke. Ducky hanging in there, can't evolve, hasn't evolved just yet. Can they get it off the big bird? They do. Altaria doing the Squirtle a favor.
Here we go, just trying to get some of this experience right here. As Reggie Drago is being ripped immediately by what? Come on. No way.
Once I saw the Pollen Puff just get like Steph Curried in there, it's like, of course Roland's gonna get this without a doubt. Just, yeah, why not just chuck a Pollen Puff in there, see what happens?
You know, you really don't have to do much sometimes. Roland with a great secure right there, keeping the pressure on their opponents. Mazo right now, all the way at the edge of this tall grass, popping out, seeing if anyone wants to move in for a fight. We now have 3 members of Evil Geniuses hiding here.
Oh, nice engaged submission follow-up there. Mazo taking a ton of damage, and they are knocked out. And now Leozine sees the flood of Evil Genius players attacking their goal zone and just has to fade back. Another great submission. A quick little pop through by the Hoopa, gonna keep Curios from scoring for just a mere moment. However, it's really Evil Geniuses in control.
Yeah, EG in control of this match, 82-0. Level-wise, things are looking pretty great for them. Gyarados only level 6 on the side of Tuzi. The counterpart, level 8, the Zacian. We're going to see what Tuzi can try to do here, looking for the Reg Ice in the bottom path. Anthras trying to keep them away from this as they go ahead and rip it apart. They are able to get the secure right here. And in the top path, of course, we have Evil Geniuses breaking that goal zone. 132-0.
Yeah, a really nice over by Evil Geniuses there, and you can see that they've got a head of steam, and now they're starting to put the pedal to the floor. They're not giving Tuzi any breathing room. We aren't playing as conservative right now. You're up a game, you're in control, you're up on the scoreboard, you have the level lead. Now it's time to beat the brakes off some kids.
And that's what they are looking to do right here. Curios looking to evolve. That is the Machamp. The level 9 is here. Do we go in for a fight? They could get caught. Go. Here comes the submission.
Cross chop bang right into the glacial stage. Huge Unite move.
Wow.
And you could see that is exactly what Curios was eyeing up, and the follow through by the rest of the geniuses there that happened to be evil. That was mean, and that's exactly what evil people do.
Wow. Rough moment for Tuzi. Beautifully orchestrated by EG, and it feels like every match that we're seeing between these two squads, Evil Geniuses is just getting better and better and better incrementally, and Tuzi slipping further and further behind.
Yeah, up by 163 points there. Is that right? No, 173 points. Am I doing it? What's the math? Stats team, what's the math currently?
Stats team, do we use subtraction for this?
Well, what
figure it out.
Is it 173? I believe it's 173. I'm going to write it on Telestrator. Just go ahead and throw that up.
Stats team. Are we using subtraction for this? Mazo right now level 10, which I know is higher than it was before. That number's going up. Stats team, are we using subtraction?
I don't like to do subtraction. I like to do like addition with negatives. So it's like 203 plus negative 30. And I think that gets us to the mark. Stats team, we're going to need you here.
Yeah, stats team. 5 minutes left on the clock. Evil Genius is up right now, looking for another good fight. Vin just kind of bubbling them out right here. Look at that damage. Not a lot you can do to this Glaceon either. They're not going to be able to dive towards it. Regieleki getting low. Mazo possibly looking for a seal, but no! They port down to the bottom path. Everyone is moving right now. Crustal staying top to defend, and we see Tuzi taking the objective.
Yeah, I mean, get some value somewhere, right? Ducky hasn't evolved yet, but they are very close. And as soon as they hit level 9, they go in for a Surf, Hydro Pump, and they engage over the wall. Chris Smith goes for it. Big Cerulege Unite, but it's really Mats that's got the pressure on. Can they turn the tide? Cotton Cloud Crash tops off 2 players' HP, and Mats has to dip out. Big Machamp Unite straight towards Leozine, who Phantom forces away, and now Anthras X Scissors with cover.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta say, that was so impressive for Mats. I recognize they couldn't get a KO, but they were fighting 90 members of Evil Geniuses at once there, it felt like. And now you can see members of Team Peps right now eyeing down who will be their competition tomorrow. Such an amazing story for that squad. I think everyone's excited to have an EU team make it all the way to the end, but I don't know if everyone thought it would be Peps.
No, unquestionably exciting here for the home region. However, as we saw Team Peps, they have a vested interest in the result of this one because that's who they're going to be playing tomorrow. Evil Geniuses seems to be the pace car here leading the foray into these grand finals. We'll see how Tuzi can bounce back in 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, I've checked the numbers. In my opinion, it seems to be a difference of 173. That's 100% accurate. No word on whether or not they use subtraction.
Yeah, or did they add the negative?
Or did they add the negative?
Good stats team, we're gonna need that up on the board here. 3 minutes left in this game. Evil Geniuses up by a boatload of points. Not gonna do the math on this one. I'm just gonna let you all do it at home. Get out your abacus.
Yeah, get your abacuses out. Obviously, your official Pokemon Unite branded abacuses that we do sell on our website. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but these are great abacuses, and they're barely $60. They're 70.
You know, yes, they are 70 US dollars, which converts to, I think, 14 pounds.
We can't do the math without subtraction. Registeel getting very low right here already. They're chipping it with the Glaceon, but they're actually moving forward for the fight onto Tuzi. Tuzi getting pushed away from this. They would love this Registeel right here. A massive secure for Evil Geniuses. They do get it. Crustle Unite immediately. Wow. They're kind of committing like this is the fight right here, but it's not a great one for Tuzi.
No, I mean, a lot of damage has been put in. Of course, we're able to top that back off, and without Anthras's Unite move, that is just wild work.
The result of subtraction is called difference. It's like Matthew McConaughey. I don't know what we're doing.
All right, Curios almost caught out, forces out the Mega Gyarados Unite. Hydro Typhoon catches Mads, pinned against the wall, and they're gone immediately. Mazo has to do all the work with the help of Anthras. Leozine goes rings unbound, but it might be too late. 3 players down. Canas again, the lone member of Tuzi standing. It's all on the shoulders of Canas here. They enter the mist. Kyogre's at half. Curios is chasing. Light screen, cross chop. Canas takes a ton of damage from Vin, and Chris Smith is going to try to close the door on it, while the rest of the team closes the door on Kyogre, and Evil Geniuses look to close the door on Tuzi Esports.
That's right, Evil Geniuses moving forward here, looking to score in the top and bottom path. Points going in. We're going to see if Roland wants to score. No, they're actually looking to take some bodies here first. Moving forward, they recognize they're already ahead, and it looks like they're celebrating their win early right here. 100 points into this bottom path as they push towards this home goal zone.
Wow, wow, wow. Evil Geniuses really in control of all 4 games. They got eked out in the first one, but they made a statement in those last 3, and no statement larger than this Game 4 and their victory as they are moving to our grand finals.
That's right. Huge win for EG. Well fought by Tuzi, but there was nothing they could do in that final fight. They KO'd 4 members of Tuzi, and that's a difference.
Sure. Addition by subtraction. Bang, we did it.
Evil Geniuses with a huge win, and now you can see Peps watching the match. They know who they're up against. I think this is maybe who they expected to face down. Curios once again in a position to win an international championship.
I have to say, it might be who Peps expected to play tomorrow, but I don't think Evil Geniuses would have dreamed up playing against Peps in the grand finals tomorrow. They have some work to do as we watch our replay.
Yeah, taking a look at some of these moments right here. There with the pollen buffs here. And you know, when things start going like that, the rest of the match just seems to fall that way as well, right? Evil Geniuses way ahead through a lot of this. Tough fights for Tuzi. They just couldn't seem to make a dent into EG. In this final moment we had, Crustle uses the Unite move at about the 220 mark, I want to say. Tries to start a fight. It's just not something that can work out for Tuzi.
Oh, nice.
Big win for EG.
Yeah, right there we had Curious use their Unite move. 180 hit Mats behind them, and while they were finishing those flurry of blows there, it was a Hydro Typhoon that kicked up Mats, Hydro Pump into the wall. And Mats being the first player down spells disaster for Tuzi, regardless of who's on the other side of the map. Vin gonna get the check mark, and I love this stat here for Vin. 0 feints, did not get knocked out at all. A night and day difference from game 1 to game 4.
I mean, yeah, you like that number as well. It's hard to get knocked out when you take 6,000 damage. That's one of the lowest damage taken numbers I have ever seen in a competitive game. Unbelievable, you know? You have a great team in Tuzi, but they just can't get to Vin. They can't do anything about him. 7 knockouts, 0 feints, 8 assists, scoring 231 points. Heat map is all over the place, ironically, for this Ice-type Pokemon, but Vin, an incredible game. Evil Geniuses, an incredible set, and it sounds like we've got an interview ready up on the big stage with your victors. Go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Spraggles. That's right, I'm on stage with now finalist Vin from Evil Geniuses. All right, so Vin, you had an amazing match. You just got MVP in that final game. Your Glaceon doesn't go down a single time. What were you thinking in the draft stage of that match, and what was the strategy to take down Tuzi?
Well, the games were going really good, all the games, even the games we lost. It was kind of, a little mistake on our part, losing the secure 4v2. So our Glaceon was clearly working, so we want to stick with the game plan.
Okay, makes sense. The Glaceon, a great pick. Rely on that one. I like it a lot. It was really strong. Obviously, draft, a big part of that strategy. Tomorrow, you got to go against Team Peps, the EU hometown crowd, in person here in London. How are you going to be prepping to take down Team Peps?
Well, I can't let you know that, but we're going to have to let the crowd down and beat them.
Okay. Looking to disappoint the crowd a little bit. Now, Vin, I got to ask, this is going to be your first time playing on a championship Sunday in person. I mean, how much does that mean to you and this Evil Geniuses squad?
Just want to give a shout out to my team, especially my sub, Pikatif. He's doing a lot of the work behind the scenes, and it just means a lot for all of us.
All right, well, if he's in charge of getting you all this incredible drip from EG, then he's doing a great job. All right, one last question. I know there's people here supporting you in person in London, but also supporting you at home watching this event. So anything to shout out to the NA fans cheering on EG?
I got a lot of shout outs. Shout out my boy Big Uzi, shout out my boy K-Suff, Money Max, and Blush Link.
All right, 4 big shout outs to some NA goats. I like it. All right, Vin, good luck tomorrow. Good luck. And everybody, thank you so much for being incredible here at EUIC. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Spraggles, Doob Snacks, back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Huge victory for Evil Geniuses, a team a lot of people thought might make it to this point. And in front of them, Team Peps out of EU. It's North America versus Europe here in our grand finals, bright and early tomorrow morning. We're going to take a look at our bracket here from day 2. Some incredible teams all competed, but it has come down to these final 2. And of course, like Zoinks said, make sure you are here, the official Pokemon channel, tomorrow morning to watch these games.
Yep, definitely when I snapped and pointed, I thought that's when the bracket was going to go up, but it did that time. So at least I went 1 for 2. Stats team, what's the percentage on that? Talk to me where we've been and, of course, where we're going to go tomorrow.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about Team Peps, and I want you to tell me a little bit about Evil Geniuses. Team Peps starting the day against the world champs Peru, taking them down 2-1. Then into Root Dignitas, one of the craziest matchups of the day, of the tournament. Team Peps with a wild upset against Root Dig. Then they run into CACM, who had quite a run themselves, and Team Peps looked like they were in control of these matches as they are getting ready for their grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, just one more thing I want to say about Team Peps. Beat the world champions, beat your LAIC champions, beat your LAIC runner-ups. That is a monster run to make it to the grand finals. However, across the way from them is no slouches. Evil Geniuses, of course, winning their group yesterday, meaning they get that top 8 decider bye. Facing off against BH3 Esport, which looked like they had hit a new gear and played them fairly tight. Now, once they were able to dispatch them, of course, they just squared off against Tuzi, who was also kind of on a run. Not hot enough indeed. Evil Geniuses punches their ticket. Their brains are large and in charge, and they're ready to deliver on their namesake tomorrow against Peps.
That's right. Championship Sunday. We will be on the official Pokemon channel on Twitch for Championship Sunday. It starts at all of these times here. 1 a.m. and they're gone. Yeah. So something's back. Follow us, of course, on all of the social channels.
At
Play
Doob
Pokemon.
Snacks, at Spraggles.
Spraggles. Yeah.
They love when we say that.
Make sure you do that. Just be, on board with all the tweets. Smash the notification button and all of those things for us, of course. We will be back tomorrow, Championship Sunday. You're not going to want to miss it. EU versus NA. Can EU pull this off and win an IC? It's been a long time. Peps might be the team to do it. We're going to see you bright and early. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, everybody.